Chapter 1. The Unique Divine Talent of All. By heavens, where on earth am I? Lin Hao gazed at the boundless azure sea, utterly bewildered. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the rough edge of the modest raft beneath him, a mere 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. It constituted his entire foundation at this moment. His eyes wandered over the surface of the water, where numerous similar rafts floated sporadically. Each raft bore a figure, curled up or standing, mirroring his own confusion. Just as his mind buzzed with disorientation, a translucent panel suddenly materialized before him. Welcome to the endless sea. Surviving is your sole objective. The first 3 days are designated as a novice protection period, characterized by calm waters, no extreme weather, and no monster attacks. Your task is to utilize the hook and paddle on your raft to gather floating resources from the sea. Upgrade your humble raft. It is essential for survival. You may attempt to collaborate with others, but remember, more individuals do not necessarily equate to greater success. Is this a system? A survival game? Lin Hao's eyes widened as his fingers frantically navigated the translucent panel. An astonishing reality unfolded before him. Billions of humans worldwide, aged between 18 and 48, have been inexplicably thrust into this endless ocean by an incomprehensible force. However, he quickly regained his composure. As an orphan, he was unburdened and felt indifferent to his surroundings. He glanced at the panel, which clearly displayed 7 options: personal, vessels, sea chart, team, friends, chat, trade. Upon selecting the chat option, a single regional channel emerged, automatically showcasing the conversations of those around him. Goodness, is this raft survival game for real? Bro, what on earth is happening? Does anyone know the inside story? I've read novels, but I never thought I'd find myself in this situation. Oh my, I was in the shower. Now I'm out here in the breeze, completely exposed. What's your plight compared to mine? I lost my wife just like that. Dude, that's harsh, huh? Honey, where are you? I'm so scared. Enough of this nonsense. Let's share our talents. We need to band together. I got an grade talent. Deep sleep restores 10 energy while sleeping. Isn't that what sleep does anyway? This grade is utterly useless. I received an grade talent. Salt extraction can yield a small amount of salt daily. Goodness, what a divine skill. Where are you, girl? He'll protect you. Grade, brute strength, 10 power. Lin Hao quickly scanned through the messages, his heart sinking. The majority of talents in the channel were F or E grade, and even the occasional grade was hailed as a prominent figure. Grade or above. Not a single one. Perhaps some were simply concealing their prowess. He promptly opened the personal panel. Name, Lin Hao talent. Click to draw. Physique, 10 comprehensive physical strength. The initial average for humans is 10 spirit. 10 comprehensive spiritual strength. The initial average for humans is 10. Talent levels range from F to SSS, legendary. Mythical, the probability of obtaining a legendary talent is 1 in 100 million, and a mythical talent is 1 in 10 billion. Would you like to draw now? Draw. Congratulations on acquiring the mythical talent infinite resources, the only one in all humanity. What the? Mythical? Lin Hao sprang up from the raft, nearly toppling into the sea. He staggered a few steps before regaining his balance, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. 1 in 100 billion. The only one in the world. What kind of outrageous luck is this? He forced himself to take deep breaths, the cold air slightly calming his racing heart. With a barely perceptible tremor in his fingers, he opened the details of his talent. Infinite resources, mythical level, effect 1. Infinite space, allowing unlimited access to inanimate objects. Effect 2. A companion by your side for every female crew member recruited with a comprehensive score of 90 with her voluntary consent. A new material supply will be unlocked. Current supply unlocked. Timber supply, mythical level. Automatically receives 1 unit of standard timber per second, stored in infinite space. 1 unit of timber per second. Infinite space. A wave of immense joy engulfed Lin Hao. What did this mean? It meant that while others risked their lives to fish for those elusive supply crates, he could effortlessly acquire an endless stream of survival resources. He immediately glanced at the infinite space. Indeed, there lay quietly over 180 units of timber. Almost as he looked, the number increment, 181. He opened the vessel panel. Small raft LV1 3M X 2M upgrade to LV2 requirements. Timber 0-100 upgrade. Lin Hao confirmed without hesitation. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The space shimmered, and planks of wood appeared as if summoned by invisible hands. They flew precisely to the edges of the raft. With a series of light clicks, they seamlessly interlocked, reinforced, and extended. In just a few seconds, a brand new 4M-X-2M-LV2 raft materialized beneath him, considerably more stable than before. What the? Dude, how did you do that? Your raft got bigger. A voice, shrill with astonishment, echoed from nearby. A young man, also struggling on a raft, stared in disbelief at Lin Hao's miraculous upgrade, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Lin Hao glanced at him, but paid no heed. His gaze fell on the oars and hooks aboard the vessel. Looking further out at the scattered supply crates floating on the sea, which required effort to retrieve. A smile crept onto his lips. Snagging crates? Was that efficiency worthy of his mythical talent? With an abundance of timber as hard currency, he could trade with others without lifting a finger. The urgent matter now was that companion by your side. Female crew members scoring above 90? How was that standard to be assessed? The chat information provided no clarity. I must seek them out personally. Lin Hao's eyes sharpened with anticipation. He grasped the oar and paddled towards the nearest female survivor. As the raft drew closer, the woman appeared to be in her 20s, with an ordinary face, exuding fear and exhaustion. Upon closer inspection, he noticed above her head a number quietly emerged. 0 points? Lin Hao was taken aback, somewhat bewildered. Although she was not a stunning beauty, surely she did not deserve a score of 0? Was a rating system this harsh? Without a moment's hesitation, he altered his course, paddling through the water towards another woman who appeared to be younger. As he drew closer, focusing intently. 0 again, another 0. Hiss! Lin Hao surveyed the vast sea dotted with countless rafts. A surge of intense challenge mingled with excitement welled up within him. It seems the conditions to unlock this mythical talent are far more stringent than I had imagined. At that moment, a strikingly vibrant color, utterly out of place in this blue and white monotony, suddenly pierced his vision. Goodness, the campus flower! Chapter 2. The beautiful and melodious music department's campus flower. Though they were distanced by a considerable span, Lin Hao recognized her at once. Simply because her hair color was extraordinarily eye-catching. It was a flamboyant, dreamlike shade of cherry blossom pink. Against the backdrop of countless dull wooden rafts and the azure sea, she stood out like a beacon in the darkness. Xia Yingluo, the universally acknowledged campus flower of their university. A talented individual from the music department. The unattainable white moonlight in the dreams of countless boys. Though Lin Hao and she shared the same school, they seemed to inhabit entirely different worlds, having only exchanged distant glances during campus activities, never once speaking a word. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to encounter this goddess, whom he could only admire from afar in campus forum photos, amidst this endless sea. A profound sense of absurdity and indescribable excitement surged within Lin Hao's heart. If even Xia Yingluo wasn't rated at least 90 points, then the conditions for unlocking this talent were simply beyond human reach. Almost instinctively, he fixated on that pink silhouette, his gaze sharp enough to seem as if it could pierce through space. An invisible force appeared to be drawn by his intent. In the next moment, above Xia Yingluo's head, a colossal number, formed from dazzling starlight, suddenly materialized, radiating brilliance 96. 96 points. Lin Hao's grip on the paddle trembled with excitement, the earlier gloom brought on by the 0 score dissipating entirely. He immediately changed direction, exerting all his strength to paddle towards Xia Yingluo, the raft carving a long white streak across the calm sea. Before long, his arms felt sore, every stroke seeming to ignite his muscles. Yet, a singular thought occupied his mind. He must get her on board. However, when he finally caught a clear glimpse of Xia Yingluo's face, his heart sank. Her small raft was already firmly encircled by 4 others from all directions, like prey surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. Each raft boasted a young man standing upon it, their attire and demeanor suggesting they were likely from the same university. At that moment, they clamored eagerly towards Xia Yingluo in the center, their voices laced with flattery, boasting, and urgency. Ingluo, Ingluo, join my team. I possess a level talent, mighty strength. My power far exceeds that of others. I can definitely protect you while retrieving the box. A burly young man shouted, thumping his chest. What good is strength? Ingluo, don't listen to him. My innate talent is directional perception or rank. Amidst this vast ocean, I can vaguely sense the location of supply crates. Follow me, and your chances of discovering valuable items will be maximized, proclaimed a bespectacled boy, exuding an air of superiority. Senior Ingluo, I possess the frank talent of plant affinity. Although it may seem inconsequential now, once we find seeds, I can accelerate crop growth. Food is the key to sustainability. A shy boy exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Step aside. Ingluo, look at me. The final boy interjected with a commanding tone. My talent is rapid healing drink. I recover from injuries exceptionally quickly. In this dreadful place, survival is paramount. Collaborate with me, and I assure you will be safe. Surrounded, Xiao Luo's exquisitely beautiful face displayed a blend of confusion and wariness. She pressed her lips tightly together, her pink hair tousled by the sea breeze, her gaze flitting anxiously among the four boys, filled with resistance. Clutching the grappling hook tightly, her knuckles whitened from the effort, and her body instinctively recoiled, attempting to distance herself from these overly eager schoolmates. Clearly, she harbored deep mistrust towards any offers of assistance. The arrival of Lin Hao immediately captured the attention of these four guardians of beauty. Upon spotting Lin Hao's notably larger, level 2 raft, a flicker of surprise and caution passed through their eyes. Lin Hao. The burly boy recognized him. Do you wish to join in? The other three cast scrutinizing and dismissive glances his way. Lin Hao maintained his distance, ensuring a safe space between them, his gaze traversing the quartet before settling on the encircled Xia Ingluo. He could distinctly perceive the panic and helplessness reflected in her eyes. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement and the pressure from the four schoolmates, he spoke in a voice that, though not loud, resonated clearly through the tumultuous sea winds. Classmate Xia Ingluo. His voice successfully garnered her attention. She lifted her beautiful eyes, clouded with confusion and wariness, to meet his gaze. Lin Hao, holding her gaze, gestured toward his evidently wider and more stable level 2 raft, a calm and confident smile gracing his face. My vessel is larger and more stable. This straightforward assertion bore a compelling weight, especially amidst the unpredictable waves of the ocean. Pausing briefly, he surveyed the four boys, whose expressions had soured, before refocusing on Xia Ingluo. Moreover, my talent enabled me to acquire wood. Collaborate with me, and you need not risk grappling with those elusive crates to secure a steady supply of timber. Talent to acquire wood. A continuous supply. The four boys exclaimed in unison, their faces a tableau of shock and disbelief. In this ocean, timber was the cornerstone of survival and advancement. They struggled to fish a few crates, garnering only a meager amount of wood, with upgrades feeling like a distant dream. Yet here was Lin Hao, the newcomer, boldly claiming he could procure wood directly. Xia Ingluo's exquisite eyes widened in an instant, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. She gazed at the evidently upgraded raft beneath Lin Hao's feet, then turned her attention to his face, which radiated an unusual confidence under the sunlight. The prospect of a stable supply of timber, this condition, held an irresistible allure upon this desolate sea. It signified a safer foothold, a fundamental assurance for survival. The sea breeze tousled her cherry blossom pink hair. The wariness in her eyes visibly wavered, replaced by a yearning for security and sustenance. Yet, this flicker of desire was swiftly subdued by her rationality. With her crimson lips slightly parted, a melodious voice resonated across the water. A stable supply of timber, this indeed sounds enticing. But, Lin Hao, what reason do I have to trust your words? She lifted her chin slightly, gesturing toward the evidently upgraded raft beneath him. Perhaps you were merely fortunate enough to stumble upon a resource box filled with abundant timber at the outset. This does not substantiate a reliable source. In this vast ocean, transient fortune cannot guarantee enduring survival. Her logic was incisive, Addressing the crux of the matter, what she sought was sustainable assurance, not a fleeting stroke of luck. Indeed, Luo is absolutely right. The burly man known as Giant Strength immediately seized upon her words like a lifeline, vociferously echoing, "Lin Hao, don't think you can pull a fast one. Who knows if you're merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse?" Chapter 3. Unadulterated Black Silk. I have no interest whatsoever. No matter how extraordinary one's talent may be, it is simply impossible to conjure wood out of thin air, let alone in an endless supply. This boast is utterly preposterous. The bespectacled man spoke with a tone rife with scorn and skepticism. A stable source? Huh. If you possess such prowess, why not produce some wood before our very eyes? The man with rapid healing stood with his arms crossed, wearing a look of contempt as he eagerly awaited the spectacle. Even the bashful, plant-friendly man murmured softly, "Indeed. Where is the evidence?" Xiaoying Luo refrained from further comment, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Hao, anticipating his response. In the face of the four men's skepticism and Xiaoying Luo's scrutiny, Lin Hao remained unfazed within. His awareness swept through the space, and after a brief moment, over 800 units of wood materialized once more. Would you like to consume 200 units of wood to upgrade the small raft to level 3? Upgrade, Lin Hao silently affirmed in his mind. The next moment, a miracle unfolded. The small raft was reformed amidst a golden glow, reinforced and no longer a mere assemblage of parts. It appeared to grow and evolve as a singular entity in harmony with nature. The outline became distinctly defined in the radiance, gradually revealing the nascent shapes of the bow and stern. The entire structure transformed rapidly from a rudimentary floating platform into a small boat exhibiting initial resistance to waves. After a little over a minute, a brand new wooden vessel emerged triumphantly upon the sea. The half-meter-high gunnels imparted an unprecedented sense of security and wave-dampening capability, and the deck was more robust and level, providing exceptional stability underfoot. Even the rudimentary single or had evolved into a pair of paddles affixed to either side of the stern. Holy cow! The muscular man's eyes nearly bulged out. You genuinely possess such an abundance of wood and can upgrade it in such a manner. But, the bespectacled man's face turned ashen, his voice shrill with jealousy. Even if the wood allows for upgrades, it does not elucidate what your talent truly is. Perhaps you were merely fortunate enough to stumble upon a super treasure chest at the outset. Who knows if your talent is something to be concealed or comes at a dreadful cost. He attempted to sway Xiaoying Luo with conspiracy theories. However, Xiaoying Luo's heart was like a stone cast into a lake, ripples of disturbance refusing to settle. Her gaze remained locked on the small boat, her mind racing through the analysis. Since her arrival in this world, it had been scarcely half an hour. With her exceedingly rare talent, she had managed to acquire merely a supply box containing a bottle of water, a loaf of bread, and 5 units of wood, while many others had failed to even procure their first box. Yet, Lin Hao had already upgraded his raft twice. More importantly, he had yet to disclose his talent. This left only 2 possibilities. Either his talent was inferior, too shameful to reveal, or was extraordinarily powerful, something he wished to keep hidden. Observing Lin Hao standing calmly upon that reassuring small boat, unfazed by the onslaught, Xiaoying Luo almost instantaneously dismissed the first possibility. Her intuition told her that aligning with Lin Hao was undoubtedly a wise choice. With this realization, her breath quickened slightly. Yet, the harsh reality yanked her back. She found herself firmly ensnared between the 4 boys' rafts, as if bound by 4 unyielding shackles, with no sliver of an escape. Paddling closer to Lin Hao, that was utterly out of the question, unless the 4 willingly parted ways or Lin Hao maneuvered his boat toward her. Yet he seemed to harbor a certain wariness towards the 4 individuals, maintaining a safe distance at all times. She attempted to push the adjacent raft away with a wooden paddle, only to be met with a powerful warning from the burly man. Luo, do not move recklessly. Be cautious not to fall overboard. A profound sense of helplessness and agitation surged within her. It felt akin to a caged canary, gazing longingly at the boundless sky of freedom, yet unable to take flight. All she could do was lift her head, her beautiful eyes brimming with longing, urgency, and a hint of pleading transcending the four exasperated figures to seek Lin Hao at the bow of the boat. That gaze seemed to silently cry out, "I wish to board. Yet I am ensnared. Please help me." Lin Hao, observing Xia Ingluo, encircled by the four rafts and casting a beseeching glance his way, felt an inexplicable sense of vexation. It became apparent to him that these four individuals were blinded by their carnal desires. In this sea of desperation, where resources were scarce and every moment counted in the quest for supplies, they squandered their time in the most foolish manner. Lin Hao diverted his gaze from Xia Ingluo's face, nonchalantly settling onto the pristine and sturdy deck of the small boat, even reclining comfortably against the robust gunwale. What was the rush? It was they who should be anxious. With a subtle thought, he activated the trading option on his panel. Before him, a luminous screen unfolded, its interface eerily reminiscent of a popular online marketplace, where anyone could set up a shop. The categories were distinctly visible: food and beverages, clothing and accessories, tools and materials, weapons and armor. Most absurdly, there was even a live-streaming sales feature. As he swiftly scanned the plethora of goods, an exceedingly conspicuous, almost ludicrous item caught his eye. Sensual Maiden's original flavor battle-damaged, premium shiny black stockings, single piece, price, 300 units of wood. Original flavor stockings? Battle-damaged? Priced at 300 units of wood? He clicked on the link with a critical eye. Instantaneously, a professional live-streaming sales scene materialized. A young woman, clad in a revealing camisole dress, her features exquisite, held up a pair of torn black stockings, passionately promoting the item. "Dear family, darlings, look here, look here." Her voice was both sweet and alluring, the ocean's darling, Xiaoya, presenting an exclusive offering, freshly emerged from the depths. Oh no, rather, just having experienced the rigors of battle, these original flavor premium black stockings, made from pure cotton, skin-friendly and breathable. She brought the stockings closer to the camera, as if unveiling a rare treasure. "Behold this natural wear. Smell the essence of the sea. And this symbolizes courage and the will to survive with its battle scars. A unique piece. Only this one. Do not underestimate it, dear family." She continued, shifting her tone. "In this unforgiving ocean, a quality pair of stockings holds uses beyond your imagination. They can serve as a water filter, eliminating most impurities from seawater. They can act as a bandage for urgent wound dressing. They can even be fashioned into a wind and sand mask, protecting our delicate skin. Most importantly," she suddenly lowered her voice, exuding an air of mysterious allure. "It carries the lucky aura and spiritual strength of a beautiful survivor. Keeping it close may attract precious supply crates to you. With the right belief, the spirit will respond. Place your order now. Only 300 units of wood." She raised a finger, her expression exaggerated, proclaiming her offer. "Purchase stockings and receive a signed copy of my heartfelt survival tips from the sea. Dear family, this is a rare opportunity. While it may be precious, life is infinitely more valuable. Invest in a source of spiritual solace and practical tools, ensuring that your journey of survival is no longer marked by solitude and despair. Act swiftly, for those who hesitate shall miss out. Hurry and click the link below to seize this chance." Lin Hao remarked, "To be candid, this woman is truly a master of sales." However, being a man of integrity, he harbored no interest in original flavor stockings. Yet, as he prepared to exit the live stream, he was taken aback to discover a number 95 atop the woman's head. What in the world? Chapter 4. Acquiring the black stockings, yet I am truly indifferent. Is this possible? The talent rating system can indeed be activated through the video interface of the trading platform. No need for face-to-face interaction. This revelation struck like a bolt of lightning, illuminating a path Lin Hao had never previously envisioned. What does this signify? It signifies an end to aimless wandering. It signifies the possession of an efficient filtering tool. He can comfortably recline on the ship, scrolling through promotional videos, observing the prominent female sellers, and precisely identify goddesses scoring above 90. The efficiency has escalated exponentially. Yet, a new dilemma immediately arose: how to locate her. Establishing contact is imperative. Lin Hao's thoughts were remarkably clear. Point-to-point communication is the first step. He glanced at Xia Ingluo, who was still engaged in a protracted negotiation, and felt that waiting a little longer posed no issue. He then redirected his attention to the rapidly scrolling comments section beneath the promotional video. At that moment, the comments were flying by. "Sister, you are beautiful. I don't have wood, but I possess a loaf of bread. Can we trade? 300 wood is too expensive. Would 30 be acceptable? Miss, how about I exchange a piece of iron ingot for those stockings?" The host has a lovely voice. I followed. Most of these remarks were devoid of substance, mere playful banter and bargaining. Lin Hao noticed that while Yin Shuya maintained a professional demeanor, a flicker of disappointment and anxiety was evident in her eyes. Clearly, those genuinely interested and capable of purchasing wood were almost non-existent. Lin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile as his fingers danced rapidly across the virtual keyboard. "I want those black stockings, but I have an additional condition." The moment this comment appeared, it was instantly captured by Yin Shuya. She perked up with renewed vigor. Finally, a serious and capable buyer had arrived. She suppressed her excitement, striving to keep her voice calm and professional. "Thank you for your support, Brother Lin Hao. May I ask what your condition is?" "As long as it falls within a reasonable range and does not violate basic survival ethics, I will do my utmost to accommodate." She deliberately emphasized reasonable range and survival ethics. Although her bottom line was relatively flexible in the face of survival, such as trading original stockings, she would never agree to requests like video nudity. Observing the tense and vigilant look in Yin Shuya's eyes, Lin Hao pressed on. "My condition is to add you as a friend." Add you as a friend? Yin Shuya nearly thought she was hallucinating. Was it really that simple? The anticipated difficulties, humiliation, and extortion, none of it materialized? The only additional condition for the exchange of 300 units of wood was merely to add a friend? After the initial shock, an indescribable sense of relief and gratitude washed over her. This condition was astonishingly kind, almost as if he were unwittingly assisting her. "Of course, that is absolutely no problem." Yin Shuya almost immediately responded, her voice tinged with delight. "Rest assured, as long as you do not intentionally harass me or send any inappropriate content, I guarantee I will not remove you from my friends list. Integrity in transactions is paramount. Feel free to reach out to me whenever necessary." She swiftly navigated through the back end, sending a friend request to Lin Hao. Meanwhile, a flicker of curiosity arose within her regarding this enigmatic buyer. Who could he be? What motivated such generosity? Could it be a genuine fondness for collecting authentic black stockings? On Lin Hao's end, upon receiving the system notification stating, "Yin Shuya has requested to add you as a friend," he unhesitatingly clicked to accept. In an instant, a new name illuminated his friend list, Yin Shuya. The conspicuous score of 95 glimmered like a prestigious badge. Transaction completed. Lin Hao promptly placed an order for the authentic black stockings. 300 units of timber were swiftly deducted, and the stockings were transferred into his inventory. He paid little mind to them. His sole objective was to add a friend. However, the true challenge lay in how to physically approach this esteemed target with a score of 95. He quickly accessed his friend list and selected Yin Shuya. A menu of options emerged: notes, private message, voice call, video call, and the crucial button, share location. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Hao as he instantly opened the private messaging window, his fingers dancing across the screen. "Could you share your location? Please don't misconstrue my request. I merely wish to explore the functionality and accuracy of this feature. You may disable sharing at any moment, and I assure you I will not misuse your information." With bated breath, Lin Hao awaited a response. On the other end, Yin Shuya read the message, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Sharing her location? This did indeed touch upon her safety concerns. However, the other party had just spent 300 timber to purchase the stockings she desperately needed to liquidate, demonstrating goodwill and capability. Moreover, she was equally curious about the functionality of this feature. Sharing her location posed little risk. After all, she could terminate it at any time. Yin Shuya quickly weighed the pros and cons. The pressures of survival and her curiosity regarding the system ultimately outweighed her unease. After a mere few seconds of hesitation, she made her decision. Yin Shuya has shared her location. Success. Lin Hao felt a rush of certainty and immediately clicked on the location icon. The screen before him transformed into a simplified, circular nautical chart. At the center, his own green marker glowed, surrounded by a radius of 10 nautical miles, approximately 18. 5 kilometers, densely populated with green markers representing other survivors and yellow markers denoting supply crates. However, Yin Shuya's position was not represented by a mere point, but rather by a small green arrow, situated at the very edge of the map. Clearly marked beside it was distance, 173 nautical miles. 173 nautical miles. Lin Hao's pupils contracted sharply, as if doused with ice water, that amounted to over 320 kilometers. The stark reality of this chilling number instantly enveloped him in the vastness and harshness of the ocean. With just a small boat beneath his feet and a pair of oars, even without sustenance, if he rowed day and night at an average speed of 5 kilometers per hour, it would take him over 6 days. The overwhelming weight of reality hit him hard, and the earlier exhilaration was swiftly dampened by this stark distance. Damn, that's ridiculously far. Lin Hao couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Yet, after a brief moment of dejection, his gaze quickly sharpened with renewed clarity and calmness. At the very least, the direction has become clear. He clenched his fist with determination. With a well-defined objective and direction, no distance is insurmountable. It merely requires time and a greater capacity for movement. His thoughts gradually crystallized, and a two-step strategy began to take shape in his mind. The pressing matter, it was imperative to immediately bring Xia Yingluo aboard. Unlock her enchanting effects to acquire a second source of infinite resources. With eyes set on the horizon, during the long journey to seek Yin Shuya, he aimed to fully exploit the core advantage of infinite timber, exchanging it for more valuable materials. The path must be traversed step by step. Lin Hao redirected his gaze towards the still besieged Xia Yingluo, whose eyes brimmed with hope, and towards the four fools who obstinately obstructed their way. His resolve hardened. For now, the priority was to resolve the immediate predicament and invite our campus belle aboard. Chapter 5. What a splendid team. Have you consulted the person in question? Our incessant bickering leads us nowhere. The bespectacled man's eyes flickered before he proposed. Why not form a team of 5? I have no objections. The plant man said timidly, raising his hand in agreement. I also believe that collaboration is preferable. The healer nodded, recognizing that his restorative abilities would hold greater value within a team dynamic. The three of them turned their gaze toward the imposing figure of the muscle man, who did not respond immediately. His eyes scanned the group before finally resting on Xia Yingluo. Not long ago, this acclaimed campus beauty had summoned a dolphin with her ethereal voice, guiding a floating supply crate to their raft. In this vast sea, such a talent is invaluable. To join forces with a goddess like her is worth any investment of time. However, the current situation was evident. The other three were also fixated on Xia Yingluo, making any hope of monopolizing her talents quite unlikely. Especially that newcomer, Lin Hao, whose raft had inexplicably reached level 3, posing an even greater threat. Perhaps it would be wiser to align with the three before him to stabilize the situation and strategize for the future. With this thought, the muscle man replied resolutely, all right. Together, we 5 shall face any challenge this sea presents. Xia Yingluo trembled with indignation. Throughout this entire process of supposed cooperation, had anyone ever inquired about her wishes? She felt as though she were a mere commodity, openly contested and apportioned. Instinctively, she glanced towards Lin Hao, the classmate with the level 3 raft, whose calm demeanor and handsome appearance exuded a reassuring strength. If given the choice, he had always been her desired companion. Yingluo, my dear, the bespectacled man interrupted her reverie. You see, everyone agrees. With the muscle brother rowing the boat, the healer ensuring our safety, and the plant brother, providing future possibilities, along with my guidance and your extraordinary abilities, our team will undoubtedly be the strongest in these waters. The muscle man stepped forward at an opportune moment, his towering frame imposing, as he forced a smile he deemed friendly. Indeed, Yingluo, rest assured, with me around, no one can bully you. Your abilities are crucial, and I will protect you. The plant man remained silent, while the healer coldly added, Xia Yingluo, A rational analysis reveals this is your optimal choice. Going solo carries immense risk, especially in the early stages. Forming a team maximizes our chances of survival. For pairs of eyes, each harboring distinct thoughts yet united in purpose, firmly ensnared her within this so-called team. Xia Yingluo felt a wave of nausea rise within her. Each of their words, each seemingly considerate rationale, felt like a meticulously woven cage. Despair washed over her like frigid seawater, creeping up from her ankles to her knees, steadily encroaching. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Hao, imbued with a flicker of hope, a silent plea for rescue. Lin Hao, meanwhile, was not idle. While he observed Xia Yingluo, his fingertips deftly navigated the virtual screen, filtering through information with urgency. Imitation Zhuge crossbow, effective range 50 meters, comes with 10 arrows, priced at 1,000 wood. This price is utterly outrageous. He silently scoffed, yet his fingers unhesitatingly clicked to contact the seller. After a round of haggling, he finally managed to reduce the price to 500 wood. As the numbers fluctuated in the space, the moment his wood accumulated to 500, he tapped confirm. A glimmer of light flashed, and a meticulously crafted crossbow materialized in his hands, its heavy weight exuding a chilling aura. Just as the four boys surrounded Xia Yingluo, with a burly one already reaching for the rope on the edge of her raft, click! The crisp sound of the mechanism being drawn back thundered like a clap of lightning. The four froze in unison, abruptly turning around. There stood Lin Hao firmly on his spacious boat, leaning slightly forward, the ancient yet imposing crossbow leveled at them. The cold bolt shimmered under the sunlight, unwaveringly aimed at their vicinity. Teaming up? Such lively chatter. A cold smirk curled at Lin Hao's lips. Did you ever consider Xia Yingluo's opinion? Plant guy. A terrified shout erupted, hands raised high. Don't point at me. I'm out. I'm leaving immediately. This has nothing to do with me. The bespectacled boy's smile stiffened, becoming painfully rigid. Lin Hao. It's a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. Let us talk this over calmly. We're all classmates. We see each other frequently. What is there that can't be negotiated? Right? Impulsiveness is the devil. The healing boy forced a nearly sycophantic smile. Yes. What the glasses guy said is right. Lin Hao, look, with your strength. Wouldn't it be better if the six of us teamed up? A powerful alliance. Absolutely unbeatable. The burly boy's complexion turned ashen, his muscular arms instinctively tensing. Though he was separated by two others from Lin Hao, he still felt an icy chill. He never imagined this classmate concealed such a lethal weapon. Put down your weapon. We're all stranded at sea. We should help each other, he feigned calmness. Yet his tone betrayed a frail bravado, unwilling to mention teaming up again. The cold crossbow. The silent arrows. With Lin Hao alone and armed, the tide of the situation turned in an instant, tearing asunder the so-called five-man alliance, leaving only raw fear and self-preservation. Xia Yingluo stared at the scene, her heart racing, nearly leaping from her chest. The chilling arrow now appeared to her as a ray of light piercing the gloom. She gazed at Lin Hao, standing tall like a pine, commanding the situation, and the ice of despair in her eyes shattered in an instant, replaced by disbelief and a surge of exhilaration from surviving a catastrophe. He truly took action, in such a forceful, direct manner. He is so handsome. Lin Hao's gaze swept over the terrified faces of the four, ultimately settling on the healing boy. The crossbow, aim subtly adjusting, exuding an even stronger sense of pressure. His voice remained steady, yet each word cut like a knife. Cooperation? The foundation of cooperation is respect, not coercion nor division. He slightly raised his chin, gesturing towards Xia Yingluo, indicating that her fate should be determined by her own volition. Now, suppress your thoughts and disperse immediately. The final two words fell like ice picks to the ground, causing the eardrums of the four to ache. The plant man reacted the swiftest and most thoroughly, tumbling towards his wooden paddle, frantically rowing away from Xia Yingluo. The other three, however, were less decisive. The bespectacled man forced a smile. Attempting a final struggle, classmate Lin Hao remained calm. Please, stay composed. Look, we are all classmates. Being stranded in this foreign realm is already tragic enough. Why must we turn against each other? Would you really have the heart to harm us? The healing man quickly echoed, his voice dry. Yes. Weapons are so precious. Wasting them on us is not worth it. Let us talk this out. They still harbored a flicker of hope. No matter how ruthless Lin Hao might be, he was ultimately a classmate they had shared countless days with. Could he truly dare to take a life? The mighty man, taking advantage of his distance, resolved to observe the unfolding events. Yet, what responded to them was the unmistakable sound of a trigger being pulled. Click. Chapter 6. The school beauty boards the ship. Let us paddle together. A piercing shriek cleaved through the sea breeze. The wooden arrow transformed into an elusive gray shadow, aimed directly at the nearest healer. A muffled thud resonated as it pierced flesh. The healer's eyes bulged in horror, his body recoiling like a broken string, hands desperately clutching the shaft embedded in his abdomen. Don't shoot me. Please, don't shoot me. I'll leave. I'll leave right away. The bespectacled boy, witnessing this gruesome scene, succumbed to a complete psychological breakdown. He screamed as he lunged for the wooden paddle, trembling uncontrollably, causing the raft to spin wildly in place, his pants soaked in despair. The giant's lingering resentment was utterly crushed. Watching the arrow quiver within the healer's convulsing abdomen, witnessing the rapid spread of vivid crimson, he summoned every ounce of strength, grasping the paddle with both hands, fervently paddling away in a desperate bid for escape. Fear rendered him unable to glance back at Xia Yingluo even once. The healer lay sprawled on the raft, each breath pulling at the wound in his abdomen, bringing excruciating agony. Heal quickly. Please remove the arrow first. A desperate, pain-laden howl escaped his lips. Trembling, he exerted every last bit of strength to grip the exposed arrow shaft. Every slight contact sent waves of piercing pain through him. Gritting his teeth, his face contorted in agony, he yanked fiercely. With a horrific sound of flesh tearing, the arrow was wrenched free, blood spraying forth. He fought to remain lucid, wildly urging his healing ability. The searing pain in his abdomen receded, the wound visibly closing, clotting, scabbing. Yet, the moment healing was complete, he felt utterly drained. Even lifting a finger became an insurmountable task, darkness clouding his vision, leaving only rapid, shallow breaths. He suddenly realized that his power was not as formidable as he had imagined. Such a degree of healing had nearly exhausted all his stamina, and it would be impossible to use it again in the near future. After a brief moment of shock, Xia Yingluo was engulfed by elation. She was free, finally free. Her gaze turned to Lin Hao, her heart racing. This boy, so handsome, so charismatic. His choices were precise and restrained, targeting only the healer, deliberately avoiding vital areas. Cold yet not devoid of compassion, he possessed formidable abilities. Clinging to this strong ally was undoubtedly the right choice. Suppressing her excitement and anxiety, Xia Yingluo fervently paddled toward Lin Hao. Thank you for rescuing me. A slight tremor laced her voice as she struggled to maintain her composure. How should we form a team? Lin Hao opened the team interface, discovering two modes. Dispersed. Each vessel operates independently, sharing only location information. Merged. One party relinquishes their vessel to board the other. His talent required him to join a ship, clearly indicating the latter option. Lin Hao invites you to join his vessel. Upon boarding, your raft will convert into 50 wood resources. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Yingluo gracefully lifted her leg, stepping across the gap between the rafts, landing firmly on Lin Hao's deck. The esteemed one, she tilted her head slightly, the corners of her lips curving into a perfectly sweet arc. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Lin Hao felt his heart quicken. It was his first experience observing someone so closely. Her pink hair accentuated her skin, which glowed with a delicate rosy hue, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality. Her face possessed a delightful roundness, exuding an innate sweetness. Her figure was nothing short of spectacular, perfectly curved with a slender waist that could scarcely be encompassed by a single hand. Dressed in a pink tank top, paired with matching shorts. Her long legs were enveloped in white stockings, presenting a blend of innocence and playful charm. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recruiting a beauty. Freshwater supply unlocked. Freshwater supply. Mythical level automatically receive 1 bottle of pure water, 500 milliliters, every second, stored in infinite space. What? 1 bottle of pure water every second? Lin Hao's pupils constricted, The dilemma of potable water that plagues survivalists was resolved just like that. As for the cautionary note, he doubted anyone would want to leave once aboard this vessel. With a flicker of thought, a bottle of pure water materialized in his palm. Waha pure water? Is there really a 500 milliliter size? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he extended the bottle towards Xiaoying Luo. Are you thirsty? Huh. Thank you. Xiaoying Luo, indeed feeling somewhat parched, gratefully accepted the water, twisting the cap open and taking small sips. The icy, sweet liquid slid down her throat, prompting her to comfortably squint her eyes. The esteemed one is indeed full of surprises. What is your ability? Lin Hao inquired casually. Xiaoying Luo set down the bottle, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing its surface. Well, my current ability isn't fully developed yet. I can perhaps convey my heartfelt messages to nearby marine creatures through song, requesting their assistance. However, the effectiveness is somewhat inconsistent. She shyly stuck out her tongue. Establishing a mental connection through song? That holds considerable potential. Lin Hao keenly grasped the essence. How can you unlock its full power? It can only be achieved through practice. Singing more often and gradually developing a resonance with marine creatures, Xiaoying Luo replied with a hint of resignation in her tone. Lin Hao nodded slightly. This ability would require her own refinement. And what about you? Xiaoying Luo summoned her courage, her large eyes gazing curiously at Lin Hao, quickly adding, of course. If it's inconvenient to share, just disregard my question. My ability is to automatically acquire wood and fresh water, Lin Hao replied without hesitation. Oh my goodness. Xiaoying Luo abruptly covered her mouth, her eyes widening in astonishment. Automatically acquire? Does that mean you don't have to labor to retrieve those floating resource boxes? The resource boxes still need to be gathered. Wood and fresh water cannot procure everything. However, most of what you collect can be given to you. I will only take what I require. Thank you, you're so kind. Xiaoying Luo cradled the water bottle, her heart brimming with joy. Following such an esteemed individual, the pressure of survival dissipated significantly, and a sense of security enveloped her like never before. Yet, this newfound ease did not lure her into complacency. She quietly clenched her small fist, a thought taking root and blossoming in her heart. She, Xiaoying Luo, would never merely be a decorative vase. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already set his sights on the distant horizon. The goal, a daunting 173 nautical miles away, seemed almost unattainable. Yet one must endeavor to draw closer, mustn't one? He adjusted his wooden oars and resolutely began to paddle towards the 12 o'clock direction. Just as the oars sliced through the water's surface, he inadvertently cast a glance at the black silk in the space around him. The moment he looked, he nearly gasped in astonishment. Glossy black silk, common item, influenced by the effect of a lucky blessing when carried on one's person. It bestows a one-luck enhancement to the bearer, stackable, remaining 23 hours and 42 minutes. Chapter 7. Your purified water is abundant. A generous gift of crabs. It turns out that Yin Shuya's words, laden with the fortunate aura and spiritual strength of a beautiful survivor, were not mere fabrications. She truly possesses the ability to bestow items with luck attributes, although it's only a slight enhancement. The fact that it can be stacked elevates this ability to an almost divine level. This is no ordinary talent. She is, without a doubt, a goddess of fortune walking among us. Upon this realization, the price of a black silk selling for 300 would seem utterly trivial. But why does she keep this secret, refraining from revealing it in her live stream? This question surged to the forefront of Lin Hao's mind. He swiftly tapped out a private message. Your ability adds luck to people? Almost immediately, Yin Shuya's reply appeared, her words brimming with unabashed delight. No way, no way. You only just realized this now. On the other side of the screen, Yin Shuya's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. Why not disclose it in the live stream? Lin Hao pressed. Of course, I don't want everyone to know my little secret. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. There's a saying that goes, fearing both the poor who see and the rich who do not. Are you fishing for attention? Do you have any more of these lucky items? He shifted the conversation. Not at the moment, Yin Shuya replied promptly. My lucky blessing has a cooldown period. If you want it, I'll contact you as soon as it's ready. How does that sound? A cooldown? That makes sense. If it could be stacked infinitely, she would have soared to greatness by now. All right, I'll take your lucky blessing in its entirety. Lin Hao agreed decisively and then posed a pivotal question, but why don't you keep such a valuable item for yourself? Just a bit of luck has a minimal impact on overall fortune. It's far more advantageous to exchange it for tangible resources. Wouldn't you agree? After closing the chat interface, Lin Hao noticed that his stock of wood had exceeded 600 units again, an amount far beyond his needs. Would you like to consume 400 units of wood to upgrade the small wooden boat to LV4? Upgrade. In an instant, the colossal pile of wood transformed into streams of light, soaring toward the boat's body. Wow! Xia Yingluo gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Another upgrade? Lin Hao turned to her and casually inquired, by the way, didn't you mention that your ability requires constant practice in singing? Why haven't I heard any sounds? Hee, I've been singing all along. Huh? The sound I produce when activating my ability is ultrasonic. Xia Yingluo explained with a smile. Ultrasonic? Lin Hao realized that each of these talented individuals possessed remarkable skills. In comparison, he felt rather ordinary. He resolved to explore his own abilities further. For instance, could his infinite space accommodate seawater? Beep. Infinite space can only be used for the storage of inanimate objects. Inanimate objects? Is the ocean not alive? Lin Hao was suddenly filled with awe for the vast sea. Never mind, let us set that aside for now. At present, the most perplexing matter is that glossy black silk discreetly concealed. The thought of being seen by Xia Yingluo is utterly mortifying. Yet, the temptation of acquiring a one in luck is simply too alluring. Before long, the ship's upgrades were complete. 6 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and equipped with an additional pair of oars. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xia Yingluo, could you please sit at the front and help paddle? He suggested lightly. Just a little, don't overexert yourself. Sure, Xia Yingluo replied without hesitation. However, the task of rowing quickly proved to be quite laborious. She was soon left breathless. If you're tired, take a break. It's more important to practice your abilities, Lin Hao thought, not expecting her to exert much effort. Seizing the moment while her back was turned, he swiftly pulled out the black silk and tucked it into his clothing. A wave of relief washed over him as the attributes bar displayed the one in luck notification. Fortunately, it did not require wearing to take effect. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. He must not let Xia Yingluo discover this. After rowing for a while, Lin Hao began to feel fatigued himself. If only we had a propeller or something, he muttered, gazing at the vast ocean, feeling acutely aware of the insignificance of human strength. Ultimately, such physical labor was not a sustainable solution. He tossed the wooden oar aside and leaned back to relax for a moment. After all, with an endless supply of timber and fresh water, there was no need to rush. He maintained a calm mindset, adjusting to a comfortable position while leisurely browsing the trading interface. Suddenly, the boat lurched without warning. A powerful thrust surged from behind, causing the vessel to accelerate forward on its own. What is happening? Lin Hao straightened up, alertly scanning the tumultuous waters around him. Hee, Xia Yingluo turned her head with a hint of pride. I just summoned a killer whale. It's helping us push the boat. Hey, killer whale. Lin Hao's voice rose an octave as he abruptly turned to look towards the stern. Even without seeing the massive shadow beneath the water, the mere thought of that oceanic titan and its immense power propelling their vessel was enough to send a tremor through his heart. To have a killer whale as a labor? Such an ability was utterly absurd. Don't worry, Xia Yingluo reassured him, noticing his astonishment. It's very gentle. I can almost sense its emotions. It's like a big, enthusiastic child happily lending a hand. Lin Hao's taut nerves began to relax, and as he gazed at Xia Yingluo, a blend of initial awe transformed into genuine admiration and astonishment. This former campus beauty, not only captivating in appearance and voice, was also a hidden powerhouse. However, the convenience and shock brought by the killer whale's assistance felt like a splash of cold water, abruptly awakening him from the sense of complacency born from abundant resources. His mindset could no longer remain tranquil, while others were swiftly excavating and enhancing their abilities. If he merely contented himself with hoarding supplies, wouldn't that endless supply of timber and fresh water render him the most enticing yet perilous mobile granary in the eyes of others? He must become stronger. Time was of the essence. The scorching sun mercilessly scorched the deck, and the air seemed to distort under the sweltering heat. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, feeling the oppressive heat that seemed almost capable of evaporating a person. He quickly formulated a plan. Without hesitation, he opened the system interface and precisely navigated to the trading section, opting to start live broadcast. A pale blue light curtain unfurled before him, vividly projecting his figure seated at the stern of the boat against the shimmering surface of the sea. Immediately, he placed several bottles of pristine water on the deck before him. The sunlight penetrated the clear liquid, refracting brilliant rays that silently proclaimed the most enticing temptation in this parched domain of the ocean. Soon, a multitude of viewers flocked to the live broadcast. What a delight! Host, how do you have so much water? Indeed. You have an abundance of water, host. Hey there, could you spare me a bottle? I can exchange it for some exclusive photos. Chapter 8, Gushing Water. Upon renaming his streaming channel, Lin Hao ceased to chatter. The bottles of pristine water served as the most compelling advertisement. How could one be a man? Alas, it turned out he had an abundance of water. Many newcomers to the stream felt deceived. Scratching his head, Lin Hao promptly altered the channel's title to "The Host Has Drinking Water, Available for Exchange." Host, I possess a dagger. May I trade it? Certainly. Engaging in the transaction, Lin Hao exchanged a bottle of water for a dagger. Through this method, he gradually acquired various supplies such as bread, sausages, and instant noodles. Unfortunately, he had yet to obtain what he truly desired. However, he remained patient. Under the scorching sun, he was confident that many would soon find themselves restless. Indeed, it wasn't long before someone inquired, Host, I have a body tempering pill. Can I exchange it for several bottles of water? Body tempering pill. Green quality, grants 1 to physique upon consumption. How many bottles do you wish to exchange? 10. Would that be acceptable? Deal. Lin Hao promptly initiated the trade. 10 bottles of water was merely a matter of 10 seconds for him. To hesitate for even a moment would be to disrespect his divine talent. After receiving the body tempering pill, he swallowed it whole, feeling a surge of strength coursing through his limbs. Although it only increased his attribute by 1 point, given that his base attribute was merely 10, it effectively enhanced his overall physical quality by 10. Host, I have a soul cleansing pill. Can I trade it for 12 bottles of water? Deal. Soul cleansing pill. Green quality, grants 1 to spirit upon consumption. As the pill settled in his stomach, a refreshing sensation surged into his mind, and Lin Hao felt invigorated. As if the world before him had been polished. Even the distant cries of survivors became distinctly audible. Strength. This was power. Lin Hao clenched his fist, a newfound confidence swelling within him. At this rate, becoming extraordinary was not as distant as it once seemed. Not far away, on the surface of the sea, Tian Yuyu found herself troubled by a just-released blueprint. Gasoline propeller blueprint. Requires 200 units of steel and 10 units of plastic to synthesize. This blueprint held immeasurable value amidst the vast ocean. Yet, the 200 steel and 10 plastic were astronomical figures. It was imperative to exchange for survival supplies. Water and food were the true currencies. She scoured the trading channel, but the sellers of water were few and far between, with prices that left her astounded. Bottles commanded hundreds, even thousands of units of wood. She attempted to negotiate with the sellers using the blueprint, yet they possessed only a bottle or 2 of water. A mere drop in the bucket. In her moment of despair, a streaming channel caught her eye. In the frame, a familiar silhouette sat at the stern of a boat, and before him were stacks of crystalline bottles of pure water. Lin Hao. Tian Yuyu's heart raced. Not only was there an abundance of water, but it was her student. A wave of hope surged within her. She hurriedly typed in the chat, Lin Hao, I have an important blueprint. Could I exchange for more water? The name Tian Yuyu caught Lin Hao's eye, causing his pupils to constrict and his heart to race uncontrollably. Tian Yuyu, a young lecturer from the School of Biology, widely acknowledged as a goddess and reportedly still single. Could she possibly meet the criteria? Acting faster than he could think, he swiftly sent a friend request that was almost instantly accepted. As his friend list refreshed, a vibrant red 92 badge gleamed beside Tian Yuyu's name. Indeed, Lin Hao's heart surged with joy. Previously, when he added Yin Shuya as a friend and her score was displayed, he had speculated about this mechanism. Adding friends was another shortcut to filter out potential partners. Teacher Tian. Lin Hao's voice brimmed with the delight of reunion. I never expected to encounter you here. Lin Hao. Tian Yu responded with equal excitement and a hint of embarrassment. That's wonderful. Could you assist me, please? Of course. How much water do you need? 100 bottles. Would that be all right? Tian Yu asked cautiously, her gaze fixated on the mountain of bottled water on the screen. Surely, that number shouldn't pose a challenge for him. 100 bottles of water? To Lin Hao, that was merely a trifle. Yet what he desired extended far beyond a simple transaction. Teacher Tian. Lin Hao inquired casually, would it be convenient to share your location? If we're nearby, we can look out for each other. Sure. Tian Yu readily agreed, her impression of Lin Hao quite favorable, composed, academically exceptional, never absent, and aware of her background as an orphan, which elicited a twinge of sympathy within her. Location sharing commenced. Lin Hao's breath caught in his throat, just about a nautical mile away. Indeed, the location in the app bore a connection to reality. This revelation quickened his heartbeat. Pippi Xia. Lin Hao blurted out urgently, quick, have your orca companion turn around. In this direction. Xia Yingluo, engrossed in her singing, froze, abruptly turning her head, her cheeks puffed up in indignation as she huffed. No, you must not call me Pippi Xia. What's wrong? It's such a cute name. Lin Hao replied, perplexed. But it's not acceptable. Xia Yingluo protested like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, stamping her little feet on the deck, causing her rear to bounce, her cheeks flushed. This nickname was a source of her dark past. In high school, while the boys feigned affection with their shouts, they secretly mocked her with puns related to a certain part of her anatomy that filled her with both shame and fury. She had carried this grievance to the present. Oh no, Xia Yingluo suddenly realized a grave issue. She was currently facing away from Lin Hao. He wouldn't be staring directly at her, would he? As this thought crossed her mind, a wave of heat surged from her tailbone, making her entire backside feel as if it were roasted over an open flame. Burning with embarrassment. It was all the fault of her past life. At that time, she had been in her dorm, diligently practicing yoga in front of the mirror, clad in a rather revealing outfit, a snug pink tank top, and these dangerously short matching shorts. The fabric, already flimsy against the sea breeze, now felt as insubstantial as gossamer in her mortified perception, utterly inadequate. To make matters worse, the garment underneath, in pursuit of an imperceptible effect, she selected a delightful piece characterized by only a few slender straps, barely concealing the essential areas, rendering it almost negligible. Among the characters A, B, C, and D, which one exudes the most coolness? What difference does it make from wearing nothing at all? How utterly embarrassing. Yet, if you were to see me, it seems, it might not be entirely unacceptable. At the very least, it is infinitely preferable to being seen by those loathsome boys. He is different. Xia Yingluo, what absurd thoughts are you entertaining? She shook her head vigorously, attempting to cast away those alluring yet perilous notions. Beneath her pink locks, her earlobes were already flushed crimson. She endeavored to cool her ardor with rationalizations. Lin Hao is undoubtedly strong and handsome, but he is far from perfect. He has significant flaws. For instance, he has never pursued me. Yes, precisely. Xia Yingluo, feeling indignant, began to count on her fingers. In college, the boys vying for my attention could form a line from the classroom door to the cafeteria. I have received so many love letters that my hands have grown weary. The confessions have been nothing short of varied and extravagant. Why then does he, Lin Hao, remain utterly silent? This can only attest to 2 points. First, his taste is woefully lacking, failing to recognize a stunning beauty such as myself. Second, he is exceedingly timid, lacking the courage to confess. Indeed, this is his most glaring shortcoming. A major flaw. What is happening? Lin Hao felt a sudden tightening in his chest, his gaze fixed intently on the vessel's underside. The orca, previously languid and carefree, began to stir with alarming intensity. Its massive form crashed and rolled, churning the sea into a frenzy, causing the entire ship to sway violently. It even breached the surface, spouting water in a wild display. Chapter 9. You must help me apply sunscreen. Hey, what are you spraying around? Summer Ingluo covered her flushed cheeks, feeling an overwhelming mix of embarrassment and indignation from the exuberance conveyed by the orca. Summer Ingluo, what is wrong with your orca companion? Lin Hao grasped the ship's railing, his face pale. The sudden jolt had nearly thrown him overboard. Yes, I apologize. I will make it quiet immediately. Summer Ingluo hurriedly suppressed her agitation, focusing her mind to convey a calming song. The orca grumbled in protest, reluctantly slapping the water's surface with its massive tail. Finally settling down, Lin Hao sighed in relief, still shaken. Summer Ingluo, with such power, if you cannot control it, we should avoid taking risks. I can paddle by myself. He shifted his tone, a hint of apprehension creeping in. Just have your little partner help push the floating supply crates over. All right, I'm sorry. Summer Ingluo's voice fell, her fingers entwined, feeling quite guilty. It's fine, safety first. Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. Summer Ingluo bit her lip, secretly vowing to contribute meaningfully. She immediately issued a new command to the orca: gather the supply crates. The information relayed back from the orca struck her like a jolt of electricity. What? There are supply crates underwater. Huh? What's going on? Lin Hao was startled by her excitement and looked over in confusion. It told me. Summer Ingluo pointed at the orca gliding through the water, her words rushing out in a torrent of uncontrollable excitement. There are boxes below. Some are floating in the sea, and some are resting on the seabed. This was indeed splendid news. Lin Hao nodded, contemplating, while paddling leisurely, most of his attention fixated on the live stream. Meanwhile, Summer Ingluo busied herself. Kneeling at the ship's edge, she repeatedly leaned over to retrieve the small supply crates nudged towards her by the orca's snout. These boxes were merely the size of a palm and quite lightweight, requiring little effort to haul aboard. Opening the boxes was a swift affair. With a soft pop, the box transformed into several neatly arranged planks of wood, lying quietly on the deck. In this boundless sea, wood was the most fundamental and easily obtainable resource. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired X1 wood, X1 ultra-thin breathable sanitary pad. Summer Ingluo glanced quickly at Lin Hao, who was utterly engrossed in the live stream display. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, pointing her finger as the pink package vanished, neatly tucked into the 10M system space. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired X1 wood, X1 Wolf Fong Howl set. Summer Ingluo's cheeks flared with heat, internally lamenting, why does this wretched box always yield such mortifying items? Stealing another glance at Lin Hao, she confirmed his gaze was firmly glued to the screen, oblivious to her small antics, and hurriedly tossed the searing wolf fong into the corner of her storage space. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired X1 wood, X1 sunscreen. Summer Ingluo's eyes brightened. This is wonderful. She nearly burst into cheers. Beneath the scorching sun, she fretted over the potential damage to her delicate skin, fearing it might burn or darken. It was as if a timely rain had arrived. Eagerly, she twisted open the cap and meticulously applied sunscreen to her cheeks, neck, arms, and abdomen. After a moment's hesitation, she decisively removed her shoes and the thin layer of white stockings. As she peeled off the stockings, she instinctively leaned closer, sniffing the fabric. Thankfully, there was no unpleasant odor. She squeezed a generous amount of sunscreen, diligently spreading it from her thighs to her calves, and even between her toes, feeling the refreshing sensation envelop her sun-baked skin. However, a vexing dilemma soon emerged. She couldn't reach her back. Twisting and turning, her fingertips grazed her smooth spine. Yet she could not cover the area directly exposed to the sun. A tangled vine of anxiety grew wildly in her heart as she furtively glanced at Lin Hao, who remained engrossed in his paddling, his gaze glued to the live stream, seemingly oblivious to everything happening around him. Lin Hao. Xiao Ingluo's voice was barely above a whisper, trembling even to her own ears. Lin Hao responded without lifting his head. Xiao Luo took a deep breath, her cheeks aflame. Could you do me a small favor? What favor? Lin Hao slightly turned his face, his eyes still lingering on the edge of the screen. Xia Luo nervously twisted the hem of her clothing, her voice nearly swallowed by the sound of the waves. Could you help me apply some sunscreen? My back. I can't reach it. As the words escaped her lips, she felt a wave of heat rush to her head, her neck and ears burning with embarrassment. Lin Hao's paddling came to an abrupt halt. What did that mean? Was it a flirtation or a ploy? His brows furrowed slightly as his gaze drifted elsewhere. You, Xia Luo, misinterpreting his demeanor as feigned seriousness, felt a surge of indignation and stomped her bare foot on the boat. I've mustered the courage to ask, and you act all reserved? You can't possibly be a Xiao Chunan, can you? Yet, his clear rejection deflated her hard-won bravery, leaving her feeling like a deflated balloon, sulking as she resumed unpacking her things. Nonetheless, the burning sensation on her back intensified, each prick like 1,000 tiny needles, becoming increasingly unbearable with the passage of time. Horrifying images uncontrollably flooded her mind, days passing, her front as pale as milk, while her back turned as dark as chocolate. That stark demarcation. It would be unbearably ugly. No, absolutely not. This thought struck like thunder, instantly overwhelming all her shame and modesty. What gender barriers, what embarrassment. Let them all be damned. Xia Luo abruptly seized the sunscreen, rising resolutely, and stepped directly in front of Lin Hao. Without further ado, she thrust the sunscreen into his instinctively raised hand. I don't care, she declared, lifting her chin, her face still flushed, but now infused with a fierce determination. You must help me apply it. Now, immediately. Before Lin Hao could respond, the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, what a beautiful girl. Goodness, the streamer has managed to attract a girl so quickly. I can't take it. I'm turning green with envy. The delicate pink hue is simply adorable, isn't it? What is all the fuss about? I'm far more attractive. I refuse to believe it. Unless you show me. I want to show you, you bunch of dim-witted boys. Lin Hao abruptly ended the live stream, feeling it bore no detriment to him. At worst, it was a trivial waste of time, and he was hardly lacking in that regard. Lying down was still quicker than others gathering supplies. On the contrary, it had its advantages, as it could deepen mutual trust. Yet, Xia Luo remained oblivious to his thoughts, and an unnamed ire ignited within her. Is asking you to help me apply sunscreen such a hardship? Not at all. Lin Hao gazed at her pouting face, his expression candid. Primarily, I have only ever worked with joint compound, but if you don't mind, we can give it a try. Xia Luo initially intended to retort, but upon meeting his clear, sincere eyes, her heart inexplicably softened. It's quite simple. Just apply it evenly, like applying joint compound. Chapter 10. Absolutely no color discrepancy. Here I go. Lin Hao took a deep breath, his gaze fixated on the elegantly curved back before him, his heart racing uncontrollably. To claim there was no turmoil would be utterly deceitful. Yet, under the glaring sun, the modest wooden boat offered no concealment, and he could catch glimpses of other survivors paddling nearby. The mere thought of being observed in this moment sent shivers down his spine, leaving him feeling awkward enough to dig his toes into the ground. Come on, hurry up. Xia Luo buried her face deeply between her knees, her slender arms wrapped around her calves, her voice muffled as she urged him on. The tips of her ears flushed a deep crimson. Lin Hao squeezed sunscreen into his palm, observing the unguarded skin before him. Oh dear, I couldn't care less about your concerns. Xia Luo, flustered and irritated, squirmed slightly, causing the boat to sway. She hesitated to voice her thoughts, merely muttering internally. It's not as if I'm naked. It's just applying some lotion to my back. Lin Hao found the situation rather peculiar. While others were grappling for survival, here he was applying sunscreen to a beautiful girl. The absurdity of it all was almost surreal. In an effort to dispel his twinge of guilt, he stole a glance at his inventory. He had just amassed over 800 units of wood. Without hesitation, he focused his mind and clicked upgrade. Ding. Consuming 800 units of wood, The wooden boat begins upgrading. Estimated time, 6 minutes. As the system notification echoed, pieces of wood began to fly from his inventory, as if guided by an invisible craftsman, circling around the boat's hull to merge and reinforce it. The vessel emitted faint creaking sounds accompanied by subtle vibrations. Witnessing the upgrade process commence, Lin Hao's earlier discomfort was considerably alleviated by a sense of purpose. He steadied himself, his warm palms now adorned with the cool sunscreen, gently gliding over the soft skin where the girl's waist met her back. The sudden chill of his hand against her skin made Xia Yingluo shudder, a short gasp escaping her throat involuntarily. The sensation was akin to being struck by a delicate current, racing along her spine and prickling at her scalp. Lin Hao's hand faltered momentarily, the supple elasticity of her skin transmitting an unmistakable awareness through his fingertips, even allowing him to feel the tautness of her muscles. That brief exclamation brushed against his eardrums like a feather, momentarily stealing his breath away. Ahem. I apologize, it's a bit cold. Lin Hao cleared his throat, striving to maintain a calm and unruffled tone. He dared not pause any longer. His fingers, albeit somewhat clumsy, began to evenly spread the sunscreen across her smooth back. He traced the outline of her shoulder blades, slowly gliding down the spine and then outward to either side. He endeavored to keep his actions strictly professional. Yet deeper contact was unavoidable. With each application, it felt as though he were plucking an invisible string. Xia Yingluo buried her face even deeper, nearly gasping for air. She could distinctly feel the warmth of his palm seeping through the sunscreen, as well as the pressure of his fingers and the trajectory of their movement. Amidst the coolness of sunscreen mingled with a peculiar itch, she felt her body stiffen. Her heart raced as if it sought to break free from the confines of her chest, pounding audibly against her eardrums, drowning out the sound of the waves. A flutter of excitement quietly blossomed within her, leaving her both embarrassed and enveloped in an inexplicable sensation. Lin Hao was not faring any better. He forced himself to concentrate on the act of applying the sunscreen, yet the tension was a constant challenge to his nerves. The air was laced with a faint, elusive fragrance, a refreshing blend of sunlight, sea salt, and her unique essence. He could only repeatedly chant to himself, upgrade, would, safety first, attempting to redirect his focus to the expanding hull beneath their feet. The small wooden boat trembled slightly in the glow of the upgrade, its structure quietly reinforcing, enlarging, and hardening beneath them. On board, only the subtle sounds of the sea breeze, the waves, and the wooden vessel accompanied the unspoken, flowing ambiguity and awkwardness between the two young souls. At last, he sighed in relief, rising as if freed from a great burden, instinctively wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow. Those fleeting minutes had left him taut as a drawn bow, each nerve stretched to its limit, threatening to snap. Yet, her voice, tinged with evident shyness, struck him like thunder, tightening his recently relaxed nerves once more. Thank you. Xia Yingluo's voice was muffled against her knees, pausing as if she had expended all her strength to utter the latter part. Could you also help me apply some inside my clothes? Huh? What did you say? Lin Hao whipped his head around, nearly convinced he had misheard, his eyes wide with disbelief. I'm at my back, underneath my clothing. Xia Yingluo hastily clarified, just that small area of skin covered by the fabric, close to the area beneath my shoulder blades. Lin Hao suddenly understood. Xia Yingluo was wearing a delicate spaghetti strap top, and most of her back, neck, and shoulders had already been attended to. What she referred to was merely a narrow strip of skin, barely the width of his palm, concealed by a thin layer of material. Is that really necessary? Lin Hao stammered, his tongue seemingly tangled as he struggled to regain his composure. With the fabric in place, sunlight shouldn't reach that area. However, the fabric was too sheer. Moreover, Xia Yingluo bit her lip, her tone imbued with a determination that brooked no argument. But the sun is so harsh. The ultraviolet rays might penetrate just a little. What if that little strip gets tanned and looks different from the rest? How unsightly. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, yet her rationale remained unwavering. Anyway, since my back has already been covered, there's just this little bit left. I can't leave it unprotected. If it gets awkward, let it be. I absolutely cannot have a color difference. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, his fingertips slipping into the fabric, meticulously applying sunscreen to that final stretch of skin. Fortunately, the material was supple enough that he could accomplish this task without removing it. As the final trace of coolness enveloped her skin, Xia Yingluo felt her taut nerves finally relax, releasing a long sigh of relief. At that moment, as she raised her gaze, she was taken aback to discover that the vessel appeared to have expanded once more, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Oh, the boat has grown larger. The wood feels sturdier. Chapter 11. The frigid, slippery tentacles. I am referring to the ship. The ship. Xia Yingluo realized the ambiguity in her words and hurriedly clarified. However, her explanation only served to thicken the air with palpable tension, making the atmosphere so awkward one could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment aboard the vessel. Ahem. Lin Hao cleared his parched throat, forcefully redirecting his attention back to the space, gazing at the propulsion blueprint he had acquired from Teacher Tion. 200 units of steel, 10 units of plastic. Procuring these materials will be quite challenging. Xia Yingluo inhaled deeply, turning her gaze back to the sea, intently sensing the marine life. Yet, the previously enthusiastic orca had vanished, leaving her no choice but to once again part her lips and summon the ocean with a melodic call. This ability did not seem universally effective, as it appeared to require a certain spirituality from the other party. Before long, a profound consciousness emanated from the depths of the ocean, returning her call. This presence was weightier than that of the orca, its emotions enigmatic, imbued with an ineffable sense of scrutiny. The entity approached rapidly, casting a massive shadow beneath the small vessel. Suddenly, an astonishingly robust tentacle burst through the water with a splash. Following this, a colossal head slowly emerged, 2 enormous eyes fixed intently on the diminutive humans aboard the ship. Lin Hao's pupils constricted, nearly gasping in shock. A thick-shelled crab. This octopus was larger than the boat itself. Don't be alarmed. Don't be alarmed. It means no harm. Xia Yingluo quickly interjected, fearing that his overreaction might startle the magnificent creature. At that moment, she could distinctly sense that its consciousness was not aggressive, but rather curious. The great octopus scrutinized the human who had called to it, extending a flexible arm tentatively. Rather than recoiling, Xia Yingluo boldly reached out, gently caressing the cold, slippery tentacle. Instantly, the other tentacles began to twirl joyously in the water, creating a flurry of splashes, as if celebrating the arrival of a new friend. You have 8 tentacles, so I shall name you Little 8, Xia Yingluo joyfully declared. The great octopus responded with the exuberance of a child rewarded, gleefully retreating back into the depths of the ocean. Lin Hao's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he couldn't help but chuckle, giving Xia Yingluo a thumbs up. Before long, the sea surface churned again, and Little 8's smooth, large head broke through the water once more. A tentacle wrapped around a massive metal box, gently placing it upon the deck of the small vessel. The box, forged from cold, hard metal, glimmered with a subdued sheen, starkly contrasting the previously rough wooden crates. Even the usually composed Lin Hao felt a surge of curiosity, inching closer to inspect it closely. Shall you open it, or shall I? Xia Yingluo inquired, still stroking Little 8's icy tentacle. Lin Hao glanced at Little 8 and promptly waved his hand in understanding. No, I fear Little 8 might wish to have a serious conversation with me, using its large tentacles. Not at all. Xia Yingluo playfully patted Little 8's tentacle. Our Little 8 has such a delightful personality. Wouldn't you agree? Flattered by the praise, Little 8 became even more animated, several tentacles joyfully slapping the water surface. Half its body draped over the ship's railing, its head curiously leaning closer to the box. Fortunately, the vessel now measures a substantial 8 meters in length and 2.5 meters in width, with sufficiently high gunnels, enabling Xiao Ba's affectionate gestures to avoid any risk of capsizing. You should take the helm, Lin Hao insisted once more. Although he possessed a slight edge of fortune, it paled in comparison to the prowess of a player like Xiao Ba, who was of royal caliber. Xia Yingluo ceased her refusals. eagerly crouching down to explore the metal box's latch, pressing and attempting to force the lid open. After a considerable struggle, the box remained immovable, sealed as tightly as a block of iron. "What an infuriating box!" she exclaimed, standing upright in frustration. Not only did she manage to retrieve a chunk of iron, but it also concealed a mechanism that was utterly intractable. At this moment, Lin Hao leaned in closer, examining the disordered raised patterns and the movable metal blocks. "Isn't this just a sliding puzzle?" he mused. By rearranging the fragments of the patterns on these sliding blocks into a complete image, it should be possible to unlock the box. A sliding puzzle? Summer Ingluo's expression turned grim at the mention. "You do it. I absolutely detest such mentally taxing games. They make my head spin." Reluctantly, Lin Hao squatted down in the space she vacated, delicately touching the cold metal blocks. In truth, it was rather simple. He began by surveying the distribution of the pattern fragments, assigning numbers 1 through 8 to the 8 sliding blocks in their correct positions, calculating the inversion count. It was even indicating that this puzzle was solvable. As he spoke, his fingers moved swiftly, producing crisp sounds as the metal blocks slid. First, he fixed the top row, aligning 1, 2, and 3. All right, the first row is in place. Next, he maneuvered block number 4 into its rightful position, then assessed block number 7. His gaze swiftly scanned the remaining blocks. Block 7 could not be moved to the lower left corner at this moment, so he decided to treat blocks 1, 2, 3, and 4 as a unit, shifting them one space to the right to free up the lower left position. His fingers moved with the precision of a finely tuned machine, executing the calculations in his mind. Okay, block 7 is now in the lower left corner, and I'll return blocks 1, 2, 3, and 4 to their places. Finally, only blocks 5, 6, and 8 remain. Done. With a few deft movements, an enchanting click resonated, signaling the mechanism's release. Wow. Summer Ingluo's eyes widened in astonishment, clapping her hands in excitement. "You are truly remarkable. You completed it so swiftly." "It was merely a game," Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, stepping aside. "Let's open it. I am quite curious about what lies within." Nodding in agreement, Summer Ingluo, brimming with anticipation, lifted the heavy lid of the metal box. At the moment of opening, the treasure chest was enveloped in a radiant glow, transforming into dozens of iron ingots, a blueprint, and 3 shimmering objects. Blueprint for the Galaxy 1 material recovery device. Consumes 30 metal, disassembles core components, energy core, growth core, and can be synthesized. Detection indicates all synthesis materials are present. Would you like to synthesize now? How intriguing. Xiaoba seems to have unearthed quite a treasure. Lin Hao could not help but exclaim. "Should we synthesize?" Summer Ingluo inquired. "Absolutely, we must synthesize. These items hold no other immediate use." Summer Ingluo lightly tapped the system panel, and the pile of iron ingots appeared to be drawn by an invisible magnetic force, swirling rapidly around the 3 suspended core objects. Immediately thereafter, a cacophony of mechanical operations, akin to a swarm of bees, resonated through the air as countless intricate metal components swiftly amalgamated in a radiant display. The entire process unfolded like a symphony of magic and technology, and mere minutes later, a compact device, exuding a distinctly futuristic allure, materialized upon the deck. It boasted a sleek, silver-gray exterior, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, with 3 cores faintly discernible at its center. Galactic 1 material recycling device, description 1, capable of disassembling qualifying items, indicated by a green light, into fundamental materials such as metals, plastics, and rare elements. Description 2, this device possesses growth characteristics. As it consumes metallic materials, its processing capacity, conversion efficiency, and range of decomposable items will progressively enhance. Chapter 12. Awkward postures. Can growth still occur? This is undoubtedly a treasure. Lin Hao eagerly picked up an empty plastic bottle and inserted it into the top opening of the device. Buzz. A green glow emanated from the surface of the device, accompanied by the faint sound of intricate mechanical operations within. Moments later, with a soft click, a small plastic cube was ejected. Decomposition successful, acquired 0. 1 units of plastic, the efficiency. Marvelous. Lin Hao gazed at the plastic cube, his eyes sparkling. This signified an endless supply of materials. What an adorable little robot. Xia Luo was equally entranced by this magical process and the charming exterior, unable to suppress her astonishment. The two turned to each other simultaneously, their arms instinctively raising, their faces radiant with pure joy. However, recalling the earlier embarrassment, their uplifted arms froze mid-air, and their smiles morphed into subtle, awkward expressions. Their gazes darted away as if struck by an electric shock. One pretended to focus intently on the deck beneath their feet, while the other looked up towards the sky. Xia Ingluo's gaze wandered over the sea. I'll continue searching for treasure chests, so this marvelous device. I'll leave it to you. All right. Okay. Lin Hao quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head to fiddle with the futuristic recycling device. At last, the materials needed for the thruster seemed to have a reliable source. He casually stuffed the dagger he had previously exchanged into the opening. The device flashed green, and the familiar sound of precise operations echoed. Seconds later, it produced a sharply defined metal cube. Decomposition successful, acquired 0. 3 units of metal, quite intriguing. Lin Hao's interest peaked. With a hint of experimentation, he grabbed a packet of instant noodles and shoved it inside. Buzz! A blinding red light suddenly flared. Beep beep. Unable to decompose. The device quivered violently, emitting a short, huffing sound. The packet of noodles was ejected like discarded refuse, accurately striking him in the face. Puffed. A clear, suppressed laugh from Xia Ingluo echoed behind him. Lin Hao caught the sliding noodles, observing the device as the red light dimmed, resembling a disgruntled contraption. With a bemused chuckle, he rubbed his nose. The little fellow is picky, and it seems it is quite the temper, harboring a strong sense of retribution. Yet, this display of emotion did not irk him. Rather, it filled him with delight. It indicated that this device was undoubtedly more than just a cold, mechanical creation. Subsequently, Lin Hao fully embraced his role as the king of scrap collection, diving into the streaming room. His objective was clear. He welcomed anything metallic. A rusty iron sword? Trade. A chipped axe? Trade. Even when someone brought a harmonica and a few metal trinkets, he accepted them without hesitation. For him, these are no longer mere tools or toys. They were gleaming bundles of raw materials. Soon, a mountain of discarded items accumulated in the corner of the cabin, and he sat cross-legged beside Galaxy 1. Like an efficient assembly line worker, diligently feeding one item after another into the machine. The device emitted a persistent hum, its green lights flickering in a mesmerizing rhythm as a stream of metallic and plastic cubes were efficiently produced at an astonishing rate. Decomposition successful, acquired 1. 2 units of metal, decomposition successful, acquired 0. 3 units of metal, decomposition successful, acquired 0. 1 units of plastic. Lin Hao watched in awe as the foundational material cubes accumulated before his very eyes, his heart ablaze with excitement. This efficiency surpassed the collection of standard metal materials by several magnitudes. The apparatus, dubbed Galaxy 1, gleamed in his perception like a golden deity of fortune. As time passed, the temperature rose and the sun arched overhead. When the last metal cube clinked to the ground, Lin Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. Not only had he gathered the 200 units of steel and 10 units of plastic required for the propulsion system, but he had also amassed a slight surplus. To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly exchanged for a small vial of precious gasoline during the Livestream scrap trading session. Although it was but a modest amount, it should suffice for a journey of about 1 nautical mile. He had also acquired a considerable number of body tempering and soul-cleansing pills, raising his physical attributes to 20 and his mental attributes to 18. Power surged within him, and under the sweltering heat, his muscles subtly swelled, seemingly brimming with explosive energy. His mind was clear, and his senses expanded like invisible ripples, capturing every detail of his surroundings with exquisite clarity. On this scorching sea surface, both his physical and mental states reached unprecedented heights. Materials complete. Shall we synthesize the gasoline propeller? Synthesize, Lin Hao confirmed without hesitation. The device hummed, and soon, a propeller gleaming with a cold metallic sheen coalesced into existence. Gasoline propeller synthesized successfully. Lin Hao immediately accessed the ship's options to initiate the installation. At the ship's stern, the deck structure silently opened to reveal a perfect fitting slot. The brand new propeller slid seamlessly into the interface, locking into place with a satisfying click, fitting snugly into the hull. An indescribable surge of excitement and anticipation welled up within Lin Hao. The key to conquering this endless sea was now firmly in his grasp. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his exhilaration, and carefully poured the gasoline into the fuel inlet. Once assured of its correctness, he gripped the cold-starting pull ring and yanked it sharply. Boom! The ferocious engine roared, shattering the oppressive afternoon heat of the sea. The once languid wooden boat, bobbing on the waves, suddenly surged forward. In the blink of an eye, the entire vessel shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing across the surface of the water at a speed that outpaced all nearby rafts. The waves split dramatically on either side of the ship, soaring high and forming two brief yet magnificent water wings. This sudden cacophony and rapid movement ignited an explosion of excitement in the surrounding waters. What the heck? What the heck? How did he even acquire a propeller? This is outrageous. Oh my gosh. Who crafted a jet ski? This is absurd. Absolutely absurd. My little raft has just reached level 2. The sudden acceleration of the vessel caught Xia Yingluo off guard, eliciting a startled gasp as she lost her balance and stumbled backward. In her panic, she attempted to grasp the railing to steady herself, only to be tripped by an unseen object beneath her feet. Completely losing control, she fell heavily onto the deck with a thud. To make matters worse, the momentum of her fall caused her head to become wedged between Lin Hao's legs in a most precarious position. Xia Yingluo sprang up as if shocked, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp, as she glared at Lin Hao in a mix of embarrassment and indignation. You must have done that on purpose, didn't you? Yet, the only response she received was the deafening roar of the engine. Lin Hao was entirely engrossed in maneuvering the propulsion system, utterly oblivious to the situation. Noticing his complete lack of reaction, the remnants of her embarrassment were swiftly dispersed by the fierce sea breeze that rushed toward her. Steadying herself against the railing, her gaze swept across the figures in the distance, growing smaller on the choppy waters, struggling like ants as they paddled their makeshift raft. A profound sense of relief and a wave of superiority washed over her, overshadowing the earlier awkwardness. A smile involuntarily curved her lips, indeed. Clinging to this pillar of strength had proven to be her wisest decision since embarking on this journey. Chapter 13. How to choose between beasts and those unworthy of them. The structure of the propulsion system is not particularly intricate. One throttle lever regulates the speed of advancement, while another joystick directs the flow of the propeller spray. However, there is an unmistakable sense of lag when turning, as if one is burdened by a heavy load trailing behind. Lin Hao spent quite some time acclimating to this preemptive steering method. Slowing down, his gaze inadvertently swept across the surface of the sea, where other survivors were scattered. Throughout this rapid journey, he had encountered no fewer than dozens of female survivors, yet none had surpassed a score of 90. With a hint of disappointment, he withdrew his gaze, only for it to unexpectedly land on a nearby, curvaceous figure. This was undeniably awkward. If he gazed, how was he different from a beast? If he averted his eyes, would he not be worse than a beast? Caught in this dilemma, he inexplicably chose to accelerate. Virum! The engine roared suddenly. The unprepared Xia Yingluo was abruptly thrust forward by the immense inertia, losing her balance and landing squarely in Lin Hao's arms. Like a startled cat, Xia Yingluo sprang up, her cheeks flushing crimson, glaring at him in a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Lin Hao, you must have done that on purpose. Initially perhaps unintentional, but such a sudden acceleration during smooth sailing could hardly be deemed coincidental. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. Lin Hao did not deny it, merely diverting his gaze elsewhere. Xia Yingluo had not anticipated his candid admission. His straightforward response left her momentarily speechless, her prepared accusations lodged in her throat. She stomped her foot in frustration and turned to flee to the bow of the boat, her back to him, shoulders slightly trembling. Lin Hao briefly savored the soft sensation before hastily returning to the task at hand, easing off the throttle to reduce the boat's speed. Not far ahead, two wooden rafts floated serenely side by side, and two figures became distinctly visible. One of them, with her lustrous black hair elegantly coiled, revealing a graceful swan-like neck, was none other than teacher Tian Yuyu. Recently graduated with her Master degree. She was around 25 years old, in the prime of her youth. However, Lin Hao's gaze lingered only momentarily on her, as if an invisible force tethered him to the other girl. Sunlight cascaded upon her, outlining an almost perfect profile. Her features were strikingly exquisite, her skin radiating a pure glow under the light. What quickened Lin Hao's heartbeat even more was the unmistakable golden number, 97, hovering just above her head. Teacher Tian. Lin Hao suppressed his excitement, striving to keep his voice steady. And this classmate? Are you both all right? A flicker of surprise gleamed in teacher Tian's eyes, followed by a gentle smile. Lin Hao and Xiaoying Luo, your boat is quite large. The girl with the score of 97 also lifted her head, her calm gaze resting on Lin Hao. Her eyes were clear, yet they seemed to possess a penetrating quality that sent an inexplicable shiver through Lin Hao's heart. Meanwhile, at the bow of the boat, Xiaoying Luo turned around. The blush on her face had not yet faded completely, and her expression bore a hint of awkwardness. As her gaze swept over the exquisite girl on the raft, her pupils slightly contracted, and she quickly glanced at Lin Hao, noticing the unabashed expression on his face. Her petite nose let out a faint snort. "Allow me to introduce, this is classmate Chu Shi," Tian Yu said, her tone laced with gratitude. "As she had just helped me out of a predicament, I encountered a few troublemakers." "Oh." Xiaoying Luo's sharp gaze fell upon Chu Shi, her footsteps subtly shifting as she discreetly positioned herself in front of Lin Hao. "Our school? How come I have never seen you before?" Her tone was imbued with an unmistakable scrutiny. "She is from the neighboring school," Tian Yuyu quickly added. Lin Hao's eyes brightened, suppressing the excitement within. He proposed, "Perfect. Shall we form a team together? The more, the merrier, and we can look out for one another." This. Tian Yuyu's face showed hesitance as she instinctively turned to seek Chu Shi's opinion. Yet, Chu Shi remained silent, her gaze like invisible threads, slowly weaving across the faces of Lin Hao, Xiaoying Luo, and Tian Yuyu, exuding an elusive calmness that left others guessing her thoughts. "We could start as a casual team," Lin Hao suggested quickly, attempting to ease the tension. I have no objections, but classmate Chu Shi helped me." Tian Yuyu glanced at Chu Shi again, her heart filled with conflict. Xiaoying Luo suddenly let out a cold huff, raising her chin defiantly. "If you're unwilling, just say so. Who are you putting on a sour face for?" Chu Shi's brow furrowed slightly, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath her eyes. She didn't even glance at Xiaoying Luo, merely bent down to pick up a rudimentary paddle left by the edge of the raft, deftly stirring the water's surface. With a splash, the small raft glided silently backward, creating a slight distance from the one where Tian Yuyu stood. The motion was brisk and decisive, carrying an unspoken sense of detachment. Chu Shi, Tian Yuyu instinctively reached out, her fingertips grasping at the air in vain as she gazed at Chu Shi's calm yet distant silhouette. The words of entreaty that lingered in her throat ultimately transformed into a soft sigh. That person. Xiaoying Luo watched as Chu Shi effortlessly paddled away, her unquenchable anger flaring. Unable to restrain her voice, "This is simply absurd. Can't she even utter a word? Is there no sense of courtesy?" "Ing Luo." Tian Yuyu abruptly interrupted her, urgency and a hint of sorrow evident in her voice. "Stop. Chu Shi. She not ignoring you." "She." Tian Yu took a deep breath, her voice lowering. "She is mute." What? Xiaoying Luo's anger froze instantly, replaced by overwhelming shock and disbelief, her entire being rooted to the spot, her eyes widening in astonishment. She stared blankly at Tian Yuyu. then abruptly turned to the fragile figure that had already paddled several meters away. Lin Hao was also taken aback. 97 points? An existence more resplendent than Xia Ingluo, a girl so nearly flawless, is astonishingly mute. The stark contrast momentarily rendered him speechless as he stared in astonishment at Chu Shi's retreating figure. A profound silence enveloped the surface of the sea, broken only by the gentle lapping of waves against the hull. After a few seconds, Xia Ingluo seemed to snap back to reality as if scalded. An overwhelming tide of emotions, mingled with embarrassment and panic, engulfed her. What had she just said? To utter such cruel words to someone unable to defend themselves? I. Her voice trembled, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The previous air of arrogance evaporating into thin air, leaving only a flustered confusion in its wake. I don't know. We must catch up. Quickly, Lin Hao. Steer the boat over there. She seized Lin Hao's arm with fervor, shaking him vigorously, her words tumbling out in a rush, as if she were on the verge of tears. I need to apologize. I truly did not mean to. I had no idea. Her voice dwindled to a near whisper, tinged with a sob, the weight of her embarrassment making her wish to vanish into the depths of the sea. Clinging desperately to Lin Hao's arm, as if it were her only lifeline, she cast an anxious and pleading glance towards the increasingly distant silhouette of Chu Shi. Chapter 14. The teacher's invitation for ham sausage. Teacher Tian. Lin Hao suddenly snapped back to reality and exclaimed to Tian Yu, "Please board the boat. Let us pursue classmate Chu Shi together." What nonsense! How could I let such a beauty slip away right before my eyes? Absolutely not. Lin Hao, wouldn't it be more efficient to search for supplies separately? Tian Yu questioned, her brow furrowed. If we all stay on the same boat, won't our search range be significantly reduced? Teacher Tian, you are overthinking it. Lin Hao flashed a confident smile. Look at this boat and the propulsion device. Could an ordinary person assemble something like this in a short time? With the capabilities of Xia Ingluo and myself, we are certainly not in need of supplies. Come aboard, and we can look out for each other. He paused for a moment to address her lingering concerns, adding a crucial point. Moreover, once you're on the boat, your ability to craft a raft won't vanish, right? If you wish to disembark, you can always construct another one. With that, Tian Yu felt compelled to relent. All right then, I apologize for being a burden. She extended her hand and, with some effort, climbed onto the wooden boat, aided by Xia Ingluo's outstretched arm. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recruiting a beauty, unlocking the supply of ham sausage. Ham sausage supply. Mythical level automatically receive 1 ham sausage, 35G, per second, stored in infinite space. Lin Hao's eye twitched uncontrollably. 1 per second? That amounts to 400 sausages in a day. How long would it take to consume all that? But if I can't eat them all, I can always sell them. In this desolate place where resources are scarce, food is indeed a hard currency. These endless ham sausages. How are they different from gold bars? Lin Hao, Xia Ingluo shouted, pointing at Chu Shi's retreating figure, her anxiety palpable as she stomped her foot. What are you dawdling for? Start the boat. We must chase her. If we delay any longer, we will surely lose her. What we have to fear with our propulsion device? Can she paddle a small raft faster than us? Lin Hao replied with a smile of assured victory. Leisurely striding to the stern of the boat, with a graceful motion, he grasped the ignition cord and pulled with force. Boom! The engine erupted with a vigorous roar, sending a spray of white foam from the boat's stern as it surged forward. Xia Ingluo and Tian Yu were jolted by the sudden thrust, but their faces glowed with hope. However, this exhilarating roar lasted barely 3 seconds. Cough, put, put, put. The engine emitted a sound reminiscent of a dying struggle before falling completely silent. The once thundering power vanished without a trace. On the sea, only the monotonous sound of waves lapping against the hull remained, echoing starkly in the silence. Lin Hao's smile froze on his face. He maintained a slight backward lean from pulling the cord, his gaze fixated on the now silent engine. What's going on? The hope on Xia Ingluo's face was instantaneously replaced with bewilderment as she darted to the stern, anxiously looking at Lin Hao. Tianyu also turned her gaze in concern, her expression tense. Lin Hao's lips twitched as he slowly turned his head, awkwardly confessing, We're out of fuel." The air suddenly grew thick with tension. Xia Yingluo parted her lips, yet found herself at a loss for words. The sea breeze, tinged with a briny essence, swept past them, and after a fleeting silence, Xia took a deep breath, as if she had summoned considerable resolve. She approached Lin Hao, her voice muffled and laced with evident remorse. "I am truly sorry." Stealing a quick glance at Lin Hao's frozen expression, she quickly lowered her gaze. "Just now, I was too impulsive, letting my temper flare. This is all my fault. It has nothing to do with you." Recovering from the awkwardness of the engine's silence, Lin Hao was taken aback by Xia Yingluo's apology. He surveyed the 8-meter-long wooden boat and then gazed at the swiftly retreating figure. Pursuing her seemed implausible. Her small raft was evidently agile, and she appeared remarkably fit, even stronger than he. He shrugged, a relaxed smile breaking across his face. "It's not your fault." With her icy demeanor, I misunderstood her as well initially. "Don't worry. She won't get away. We will cross paths again eventually." His tone was assured, as if he held all the cards. He then turned to Tian Yuyu. "Teacher, Tian, you must be a friend of Chu Shi, correct?" Tian Yuyu, her brow furrowed with concern for the two, nodded eagerly. Yes. We communicate through the friend feature. Although she can only type. That's splendid. Having a means of contact is all we require." He clapped his hands, his face regaining the effortless smile, as if the previous awkwardness had never transpired. "Now let's not dwell on frowns. When we reach the bridge, all will be well. First, we must address our hunger. Only when we are well fed can we muster the energy to devise a plan." With a flourish, he waved his hand across the deck of the speedboat. Suddenly, a mountain of neatly packaged food appeared. Bread, instant noodles, sweet pastries, bottled water. Among them, the most eye-catching were the piles of red-packaged sausages. There were at least 100, glistening enticingly in the sunlight. "Oh my!" Tian Yuyu's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape, struggling to articulate her shock. She pointed at the mound of sausages, her fingers trembling slightly. Lin Hao, what is this? This is not survival at sea. This stockpile. I would believe it if you said we were on a luxury cruise for a picnic. Where did you acquire so many sausages?" This scene had far surpassed her expectations of survival provisions. The three of them settled around the food-laden deck, silently indulging in their feast, the sound of the waves providing a soothing backdrop. Lin Hao took a bite of his bread and casually inquired, "Teacher Tian, may I ask, what is the nature of your awakened talent? If you don't mind sharing?" Tian Yuyu, nibbling on a sausage, paused slightly at his question. "My talent is of little use at present. It merely accelerates plant growth." Accelerating plant growth? Lin Hao's mind stirred as he recalled the plant man he had encountered earlier. However, her tone suggested she felt her ability was currently unutilized. Yet she exhibited no signs of inferiority or despondency. This indicated that she understood the value of her capability, lamenting only the absence of an opportunity to employ it. "Teacher Tian, you are far too humble. Once you discover the soil and seeds, it shall be your time to truly shine. I comprehend the reasoning you convey." Yet, a faint smile of bitterness graces Tian Yuyu's face as she reflects. "However, at present, we find ourselves adrift upon the vast ocean, surrounded by an array of peculiar items in the trading channel, yet conspicuously absent are the soil and seeds. Not a glimmer of hope in sight." She paused, her voice diminishing, imbued with the unique pride of a teacher and a hint of embarrassment. "Teacher, I also do not wish to continuously partake in your generosity without recompense." Observing her discomfort, Lin Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had been awaiting this very moment. Chapter 15. Don't scare me. I'm afraid. "Teacher Tian, if you feel uneasy, could you do me a favor?" "What favor?" With a grand gesture, Lin Hao summoned an abundance of bottled purified water, filling half of the small cabin in an instant. "You see, we are not lacking in this. Please help me sell this water in exchange for the things we need." Heavens! Tian Yuyu was momentarily petrified. Just recently, she had exchanged 100 bottles of water for her blueprints. Now he produced several hundred more. How much water does he have? Beside her, Xiaoying Luo was equally astonished. Lin Hao had mentioned he could automatically acquire wood and water, but he never specified it was in tons. This is utterly outrageous. The mountain of water before them could not be consumed by the three of them, even if they drank freely for a month. Teacher Tian. Lin Hao's voice pulled the two from their astonishment. Prioritize exchanging for gasoline and metal items, then focus on body-tempering elixirs and soul-cleansing elixirs. As for other valuable items, you can decide. Oh, all right, no problem. Tian Yu nodded repeatedly, as if awakening from a dream. What about me? Xiaoying Luo glanced at the pile of water, then at Tian Yu, who was preparing to begin the broadcast. An inexplicable urge to sell surged within her. However, Lin Hao's expression turned serious. You should prioritize enhancing your own abilities. No matter how abundant our supplies are, they will merely make us targets. Our greatest shortcoming lies in our combat prowess. He paused, his tone growing somber. I fear you are worried that someone might come rob us? Xiaoying Luo instantly grasped his concern. Lin Hao nodded. Do you remember those four classmates from earlier? This is only the initial phase of our journey. In this world, there are no laws, no more restraints. I cannot even fathom how chaotic it will become in just a few days. A chill ran through Xiaoying Luo's heart. In truth, she considered herself fortunate. Those four classmates had merely spoken threats without taking action. With that thought, a wave of profound gratitude surged within her. Thank you. Lin Hao, if it weren't for you, don't mention it. Lin Hao waved his hand, interrupting her. We are a team. Helping you is akin to helping myself. To survive in this vast ocean, we cannot rely on solitary endeavors. If only we could bring Chu Shi aboard as well. Tian Yu suddenly interjected, a hint of hope in her voice. Huh? Lin Hao and Xiaoying Luo turned to her in unison. She is incredibly formidable. Tian Yu's eyes sparkled as she quickly recounted her previous encounter. Surrounded by three ruffians, just when she was at her wit's end, Chu Shi appeared as if sent from the heavens. She danced gracefully between several rafts, unarmed, and within moments, she had sent the three young men fleeing in defeat. Chu Shi, so skilled? Lin Hao was taken aback. She sounded like a master of martial arts right out of a wuxia film. Tian Yu nodded vigorously. What are we waiting for then? Lin Hao decisively exclaimed, Teacher Tian, hurry. Gasoline. With gasoline in hand, we can pursue her immediately. Tian Yu's spirit lifted as she promptly initiated the live broadcast. The allure of her beauty combined with the rarity of the purified water drew a massive influx of viewers, causing the popularity of the stream to soar. Lin Hao watched from the side, feeling a twinge of envy. He simply could not compete with her charisma. The trio swiftly divided their tasks, with Lin Hao transforming into a factory worker, tirelessly utilizing Galaxy One to deconstruct the various supplies traded by Tian Yu. Gasoline was an immediate necessity, and steel was also in short supply. After upgrading the small wooden boat to level 5, further enhancement hinged on the availability of steel. Just as everything seemed to fall into place, an ominous shadow crept closer. 5 rafts formed a loosely encircled perimeter, steadily converging. On board stood 5 men, their greed unmistakably evident as they repeatedly scanned the supplies and the 2 beautiful women aboard. The tattooed leader forced a false smile and boisterously inquired, Bro, your boat upgrades quite rapidly, huh? Any secrets you could share with us? Tian Yu's urgent private message arrived almost simultaneously. Be cautious. 3 of them are part of that gang that was just driven away by Chu Shi. Lin Hao's heart sank, his gaze turning as cold as steel, sharply assessing the 5 faces that harbored ill intentions. A secret? Indeed, there was one. Having just dispatched a few unwary souls, he seized their rafts, which naturally expedited his upgrades. The expressions of the 5 men shifted, their avarice replaced by suspicion and trepidation. The young man with ear studs reacted the swiftest, hastily conjuring an even more exaggerated grin. Oh, brother, you've misunderstood. We mean no harm. We just noticed there is plenty of water here and thought we might exchange for a bit to drink. Absolutely no other intentions. Exchange for water? Lin Hao's voice held no warmth. Fine, bring something to trade. With a thought, the Zhuge crossbow was firmly in his grasp, the glinting arrow aimed at the closest individual. The feigned smiles of the 5 youth froze instantly, as if doused with ice water. Their eyes darted between the crossbow's lethal sheen and Lin Hao's stern visage, alarm bells ringing in their minds. To elevate a wooden boat to level 5 while brazenly parading 2 strikingly beautiful women. This lad was undoubtedly no ordinary foe. However, they too were stained with blood. Having tasted the sweetness of plunder, their inherent ferocity ignited. Stealing was the swiftest route to fortune. Whether it was the large wooden boat, the 2 women, or even the small reserve of water, all were irresistibly tempting. Brother. The youth with a buzz cut on the left strained to maintain a smile, retrieving a cheap plastic lighter from his pocket, flicking it to life with a snap. How about this? Can we trade for 2 bottles of water? That's acceptable, but only through system transactions. Do not approach. Lin Hao's crossbow remained unwavering, the icy arrow still emanating an aura of death. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, suddenly darted towards the right, where a scarred face was stealthily reaching for the oar. Don't move. Lin Hao's voice escalated. If you dare touch that or again, I guarantee I will pierce your skull. I've made it clear. I only accept system transactions. Step closer, and you shall face the consequences. The scarred face froze mid-motion, mere inches from the oar. Veins bulged on his forehead as he glared fiercely at Lin Hao. Yet the coldness of the arrow quelled his ferocity, and he reluctantly withdrew his hand, clenching it into a fist. The bald man who had remained silent until now forced a smile and attempted to ease the tension, saying, "Hey, little brother, you are being overly cautious. We are all in dire straits. Let us speak amicably and prosper together. We truly mean no harm." Enough of a nonsense. Lin Hao interrupted him coldly. I have made the rules abundantly clear. I welcome trade, but keep your distance from my ship. He paused, his voice growing ever more frigid. I am a timid person, easily frightened. Should anyone startle me, my hand might tremble. The air seemed to freeze, filled only with the sound of waves crashing against the wooden raft and the silent, yet lethal pressure emanating from the crossbow in Lin Hao's grasp. Chapter 16. Fierce Battle. Come and kill. Brother, do not be agitated. Please remain calm. We shall depart now. Is that acceptable? The tattooed man spoke rapidly, while signaling his companions with furtive glances. The 5 of them simultaneously bent down to grasp the wooden paddles on their respective rafts, their movements synchronized with a premeditated ferocity. Wait! Lin Hao's thunderous shout reverberated like a clap of thunder. Instantly, the muscles of the 5 men tensed, their actions frozen in midair. One by one, turn your backs to me. Lin Hao's crossbow darted swiftly among them, his tone brooking no dissent. He discerned their intention to rush him, attempting to exploit a moment of distraction. Hey, brother, you are overly cautious. All right, I will go first. The bald man forced a smile, slowly turning around to retrieve his paddle. However, the instant his fingers brushed against the paddle's handle, his smile morphed into a grotesque grimace. His biceps bulged as he swung the paddle with a whoosh, violently slicing through the air towards Lin Hao's raft. The other 4, as if receiving a signal, unleashed an astonishing speed simultaneously. The paddles struck the water with fervor, and the 4 rafts surged forward like ravenous wolves pouncing on sheep. Lin Hao's gaze was as cold as iron, devoid of any hesitation. He pulled the trigger. The sound of the arrow piercing flesh echoed, but his heart sank. Something was amiss. It was too shallow. Was it armor? Or? There was no time for contemplation. His arm muscles tensed as he drew the bowstring with remarkable speed, redirecting the crossbow to lock onto the friliest among them, the man with ear studs. Damn it! Finish him! The bald man bellowed, audaciously grabbing the arrow shaft embedded in his shoulder blade and yanking it out with force. A spray of blood erupted, yet he did not flinch, showcasing his fierce tenacity. A piercing scream erupted almost simultaneously. The ear-stud man's chest blossomed with blood, propelled backward by the force of shot, crashing heavily onto the raft, convulsing, and instantly incapacitated. The bald man felt a jolt of alarm, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this kid has a sharp eye, always targeting the easy prey. In mere seconds, life and death were perilously close. The 5 rafts, propelled by their momentum, had drawn within mere 5 or 6 meters of Lin Hao's boat. This distance was negligible for those desperate to fight for their lives. Splash! The buzz-cut man dove headfirst into the sea, attempting a stealthy underwater assault. The scar-faced man exerted himself, paddling vigorously with one hand while brandishing a wooden shield in the other, his eyes glinting with the ferocity of a desperate man. Lin Hao's gaze was electric, capturing the tattooed man's form amidst the swiftly moving targets. He was the closest, the greatest threat, and utterly unguarded. The crossbow sprang into action once more. Swoosh thud. This arrow pierced the tattooed man's left chest without obstruction. The tremendous force even tilted his body backward, the arrow's tail embedding itself into the raft beneath him. But a chilling sight unfolded. The tattooed man's expression was not one of agony. Instead, he contorted his face into a bizarre, twisted grin. The flesh around the wound began to writhe, as if it were alive. He showed no sign of slowing down. Instead, he furiously paddled toward Lin Hao with renewed vigor. Lin Hao's pupils constricted, his mind intensely focused. Among the 5 adversaries, aside from the incapacitated ear-stud man, each was a formidable opponent. Without hesitation, he recalibrated his crossbow, targeting the bald man, a robust and resilient figure. With a swift release, 2 arrows struck precisely beneath the bald man's ribcage. This time, the ferocity etched on his face was pierced by pain, eliciting a muffled groan as his rowing motion faltered. However, this moment of delay allowed the tattooed man, the scar-faced man, and the crew-cut man to reach the vessel. In this critical juncture, the sea beside Lin Hao's boat erupted violently. A tentacle, thick as a thigh and brimming with suction cups, burst forth from the water. The crew-cut man, who had just placed his hand on the gunwale, had no time to utter a cry before being ensnared by the terrifying appendage, dragged into the abyss, leaving only a trail of frothy bubbles in his wake. The tattooed man and the scar-faced man stared in shock, their eyes now ablaze with ferocity. There was no retreat left, only the desperate urge to board the ship. With a fierce twang, an arrow pierced the bald man's thigh once more. Almost simultaneously, another tentacle surged through the waves, ensnaring the scar-faced man just as he raised his shield to leap off the vessel. His terrified scream barely escaped his lips before both he and his shield were yanked into the frigid depths. The tattooed man felt his heart wrenching. He finally understood. The young girl, silent and with lips moving soundlessly, was not merely a bystander. She was the one controlling the sea monster. In a final surge of ferocity, he propelled himself off the raft with all his might, launching himself at Lin Hao like a cannonball, fingers splayed like claws, aiming directly for Lin Hao's face. This leap encapsulated all his strength and desperation. Lin Hao's brow furrowed as he reacted with unparalleled speed, instantly stowing the crossbow and grasping the nearby Galaxy 1. The immense power granted by his 20 points in Constitution surged forth at that moment. With a sweeping motion, he hurled the hefty metal object, around 30 to 40 pounds, like a cannonball towards the oncoming tattooed man. The Galaxy 1 emitted a piercing buzz and a rapid flash of red light, evidently protesting this brutal act of throwing. Yet, the protest proved futile. A resounding thud echoed as the Galaxy 1 struck the tattooed man's crossed arms, the unmistakable sound of bone fracturing resonating through the air. The tattooed man let out a horrified scream, propelled backward at an accelerated pace, crashing into the sea with a tremendous splash. Meanwhile, a third tentacle emerged, deftly ensnaring the injured bald man, who could only muster a reluctant roar before being mercilessly dragged into the depths. On the surface, the only figure remaining was the ear-stud man, an arrow protruding from his chest, writhing in agony on the distant raft. He gazed in terror as his companions vanished one by one beneath the waves, desperately attempting to escape. But soon, a cold tentacle silently wrapped around his waist, tightening abruptly. He could muster no strength to resist, succumbing to silent terror as he was pulled into the icy waters. The surface of the sea, now merely a tumult of crashing waves and a few drifting splintered wooden fragments, swiftly returned to an eerie tranquility. Lin Hao's heartstrings remained taut, refusing to relax until the very last moment. In a corner of the cabin, Tian Yu curled up, her body trembling uncontrollably, warm liquid saturating the deck beneath her. Xia Yingluo pressed her lips tightly together, her delicate face paling slightly, yet her gaze was remarkably resolute, imbued with an intense aura of lethal intent. As time ticked away, the three remained silent, their breaths cautious and measured. It was not until a tentacle breached the surface once more, depositing a lifeless body upon the raft, followed by a second, and then a third. Chapter 17. The Art of Flirting. With the confirmation that the 5 adversaries were no longer a threat, Lin Hao's taut nerves finally relaxed, as the murderous intent that had coalesced within his chest gradually dissipated. Let us cast them back into the sea. Soon, the surface of the water was left with nothing but 5 solitary rafts, gently swaying with the waves. Having lost their masters, they resembled forsaken coffins, silently narrating the brief yet brutal clash that had just transpired. Should we retrieve these rafts? Xia Yingluo suddenly inquired. Her demeanor was astonishingly indifferent, entirely unlike that of a young girl who had just witnessed a gruesome battle and the horrors of death. No need. We are not in want of this timber. Let it remain for others. Lin Hao paused momentarily before adding, just have Xiao Ba bring the Galaxy One aboard. Xia Yingluo expressed no dissent, merely nodding gently. Her lips moved silently, conveying an unvoiced command. Beneath the surface, currents stirred, and a robust tentacle surged forth, hurling the iron vessel, Galaxy One, back onto the deck. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surface of Galaxy One flickered with a frantic red glow, and a deep humming resonated incessantly. Lin Hao, plagued by a headache from the noise, had to insert several metallic objects to silence it. However, the atmosphere aboard the ship did not lighten with Galaxy One's newfound quietude. After Xiao Ba departed, Xia Yingluo's demeanor grew noticeably unsettled. She struggled to conceal her turmoil, but her evasive gaze and the nearly pallid tightness of her lips spoke volumes of the inner turbulence she faced. Most concerning was Tian Yu, who appeared as though her spirit had been siphoned away, enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness. Lin Hao took a deep breath. As the sole man on the vessel, he recognized the necessity of taking action. He stepped forward, unhesitatingly grasping Tian Yu's icy, trembling hand. Teacher Tian, are you well? The warmth radiating from his palm caused her to shudder involuntarily. She lifted her pale face, her voice choking with suppressed emotion. I'm so useless. I've embarrassed you all. It's all right. You will grow accustomed to it. Lin Hao naturally lifted his other hand, gently pressing her forehead against his chest. Tian Yu stiffened momentarily, bewildered by the sudden intimacy. Yet, in an instant, the dam she had constructed crumbled entirely. She did not weep uncontrollably. Instead, her shoulders quaked violently, and scalding tears surged forth silently, instantly soaking Lin Hao's shirt. The burning wetness seeped through the fabric, scorching his skin, conveying her unspeakable despair, fear, and shame. Lin Hao did not relinquish his hold, nor did he utter superfluous words. He simply embraced her more tightly, using his presence and warmth to create a fleeting yet sturdy sanctuary amidst the blood-soaked solitude of the sea. Not far away, Xia Yingluo witnessed this scene, her mind buzzing as though something had shattered deep within her. The physiological discomfort of having taken a life intertwined with the sharp, unfamiliar emotions that surged within her, bittersweet, akin to the chill of abandonment, collided violently, leaving her in a state of near suffocation. She desperately suppressed her emotions, oblivious to her nails digging deeply into her palms. As Tian Yu's feelings began to settle, she suddenly realized that she was embraced by a student and the dampness on the deck. A wave of overwhelming embarrassment surged over her, and with an unprecedented strength, she pushed Lin Hao away as if jolted by electricity. Her face burned with shame as she frantically sought words to conceal her awkwardness, only to catch sight of the unmistakably distressed state of Xia Yingluo. Thank you. I'm fine now, Tian Yu stammered, hastily pointing towards Xia Yingluo. You should go check on Yingluo. Upon seeing Xia Yingluo's condition, Lin Hao understood immediately. Without hesitation, he strode forward and firmly enveloped the tense girl in his embrace. Xia Luo was taken aback by this sudden hug. After a brief moment of shock, a fierce resistance erupted like a volcano. She struggled with all her might, hitting and kicking, attempting to break free from this warm confinement. "Let go of me! You big pervert!" she shouted in exasperation. Lin Hao exerted his strength, gripping her shoulders tightly and pulling her slightly away to gaze intently into her eyes. "Do you truly believe that I am holding you for any improper reason?" Xia Luo collided with his gaze, as if struck by an electric current. There was no trace of frivolity or desire in his eyes, only a profound concern and unwavering resolve. All her struggles and shouts were abruptly stifled in her throat. She froze, as if under a spell, suddenly quiet. "Now, can you tell me what exactly is going on?" Lin Hao's voice lowered, imbued with a soothing gentleness. "What's going on?" Xia Luo mumbled, her head bowed, her gaze fixated on the patterns of the deck, feeling her cheeks ignite with a scorching heat that spread all the way to her ears. Lin Hao refrained from pressing her further, quietly observing her flushed ears until he finally spoke, his tone laced with assured analysis. "Your ability, when activated, resonates emotionally with marine creatures, even influencing them, does it not?" Xia Luo's body momentarily stiffened, yet she remained silent. Lin Hao continued, "During the battle, just now, the aura of killing intent emanating from you was even more intense than mine, yet once Xiaobao left, that aura vanished as swiftly as if a different persona had taken over." His words served as a key, unlocking the chaos within Xia Luo's heart. She suddenly comprehended that Lin Hao's embrace, like that of teacher Tian, was devoid of any ambiguity or frivolity. It was simply an attempt to comfort them. A warm current surged from the depths of her heart, oddly relaxing her taut nerves. "Rest assured, I am not," she instinctively began, wanting to assert that she was not as pitiable as teacher Tian. But as the words formed, she realized their inappropriateness and abruptly changed her tune. Her voice tinged with a barely perceptible panic. I just feel a bit unwell. There's truly no need to comfort me. Please let me go." To her surprise, Lin Hao actually released his embrace. Xia Luo looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, "You really let go?" How perplexing it is that this individual acts so contrary to reason. Yet, what greeted her gaze was an infuriatingly mischievous smirk. Those eyes seemed capable of piercing through all her facades, unveiling the dependency and longing buried deep within her heart, sentiments she herself had yet to comprehend. "You." Just as Xia Luo's indignation began to surface, Lin Hao swiftly reached out once more, effortlessly enveloping her in his embrace once again, leaving no room for resistance. "Scoundrel! Deceitful trickster! You only wish to take advantage of me. Release me." Xia Luo, both embarrassed and enraged, resembled a cat with its fur bristled, struggling with all her might, fists and feet flailing. However, this time, the arms encircling her felt as unyielding as iron, steadfast and unmoving. Lin Hao spoke no further, merely resting his chin gently atop her head, responding to her every act of defiance with a silent yet resolute embrace. Ultimately, Xia Luo's tense body surrendered completely, abandoning her futile struggle, burying her flushed cheeks in the crook of his neck, feeling the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, once and then again. Chapter 18. Offshore Platform. "So many beauties. Haven't you had enough? I'm on the verge of suffocation." The voice of Xia Luo emerged in a muffled tone. "Oh." Lin Hao hastily released his embrace. He indeed felt a stirring impulse to venture further, yet the sight of Tian Yu, who stood a few steps away with her back turned to them, prevailed over his reason. Angrily, Xia Luo spun around and strode to the bow of the ship, inexplicably vexed. "This fool, we have embraced, yet he remains motionless as a log. Am I truly so devoid of charm? Truly?" Lin Hao disregarded her sulking demeanor and approached the stern to access the trading panel, his eyes swiftly scanning through rows of information. His objective was clear. As long as the prices were reasonable, he would place orders immediately. Metal items, ropes, rubber, and a small amount of food. The supplies flowed into his space like a stream. Unfortunately, despite scouring the entire trading area, he still found no trace of gasoline. The materials should be nearly sufficient. He estimated in his mind, quickly bringing up the ship management interface. Small wooden boat LV5, 8 MX2. 5M, components, gasoline propeller, no fuel. Upgrade to LV6 requirements, with 1600, steel 100. Materials detected as complete. Would you like to upgrade now? Upgrade. The moment the command was issued, the materials transformed into radiant streams of light, merging into the structure of the vessel. Tian Yu watched this scene in astonishment, while Xiang Luo maintained her usual composure. The two of them stood at the bow, deliberately keeping their distance from Lin Hao, as an unspoken awkwardness permeated the air. Lin Hao relished the tranquility, seizing the opportunity to continue his shopping spree and stockpiling supplies. At that moment, the private chat channel flickered to life with a message from Yin Shuai. Boss, would you like the lucky one black stockings? Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat, and his fingers flew across the keyboard in response. What do you want? I want water, and if there's food too, that would be splendid. 10 bottles of water and 10 sausages. Deal. The transaction completed, a pair of black stockings appeared in his hand, which he swiftly tucked into the inner pocket of his clothing. Hopefully, this lucky two would prove beneficial, sparing him from encountering those reckless rogues again, as they not only dampened his spirits, but also wasted his time. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, are there any limitations to this luck blessing? Must it solely be for stockings? What about other items? Yin Shuai responded almost instantly. Yes, it must be something I carry closely, imbued with my essence. Lin Hao frowned. Don't you have any rings, earrings, or necklaces? Wouldn't those be more convenient? Boss, are you implying you intend to wear my stockings? Oh, the corners of Lin Hao's mouth twitched as he immediately denied. You're overthinking it. I'm trading them as a gift. Gifting my stockings to another girl? That seems rather inappropriate, boss. Oh, Lin Hao felt that further discussion was a mere waste of time and promptly closed the private chat window, preferring not to dwell on it. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where the sun had already dipped near the horizon, leaving only an hour or two before darkness would envelop the land. Time was of the essence. He needed to raise the ship's sails several more levels. As he frantically gathered supplies, an unusual expanse of land slowly came into view on the horizon. It was not land, but rather a vast array of rafts, densely packed and interlocking, creating an immense platform upon the sea. Shadows of hundreds of figures moved about on this makeshift structure. A sense of dread washed over Lin Hao. They were out of gasoline, and the propeller was nothing but scrap metal. All he could do was watch, gripped by a suffocating sense of pressure. As the cluster of rafts drew ever closer to their small vessel, he instinctively reached for a machete, but after a moment's reflection, he relaxed. The very fact that they could organize such a large fleet on their first day in this new world spoke volumes. Their inclusiveness and organizational prowess undoubtedly surpassed any inclination towards aggression. It was highly probable that their core members possessed a talent that favored team enhancement. Nonetheless, one must remain vigilant. Lin Hao's thoughts shifted, and he stowed all the supplies accumulated on the ship into a spatial compartment. As the distance closed enough for him to discern the clothing of most individuals on the rafts, any lingering doubts evaporated, replaced by an ineffable sense of excitement and reassurance. Military uniforms. Familiar attire of the Chinese military, that steady olive green, amidst the boundless ocean, served as a stabilizing force, exuding a sense of reliability and authority. In this ruthless and desperate maritime realm, no force was more trustworthy than theirs. Minutes later, the two parties inevitably collided due to the waves. A dull thud echoed. The other side had been prepared. Several old tires were promptly pushed forward to serve as buffers, effectively absorbing most of the impact. The small boat only rocked violently for a moment without sustaining damage. Are you all right on board? Is anyone injured? Came a steady, commanding voice. A tall officer approached the point of contact with their small craft, flanked by 4 armed soldiers. The soldiers positioned themselves strategically, forming a protective circle. We're fine. Thank you, Commander, Lin Hao replied sincerely. The officer waved his hand, revealing a gentle smile. No need for such formality. My name is Lu Jin. You can call me Old Lu or Captain Lu. His sharp gaze swept across the surface of the sea. I noticed 5 abandoned rafts scattered nearby. Have you encountered any trouble? Hello, Captain Liu. Before Lin Hao could respond, Tian Yu, visibly emotional, stepped forward. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears at the sight of their country's soldiers, feeling a surge of safety. Taking a deep breath, she stepped closer, her voice tinged with emotion, yet clear as she recounted, I am Tian Yu, a biology lecturer from XX University. These two are my students, Lin Hao and Xia Ingluo. Just now, she narrated the encounter with the 5 desperate men, detailing how they had been forced to fight back until their assailants met their demise in the sea. Lu Jin listened intently, his expression grave. Only when he heard that the crisis had been averted did he give a slight nod and solemnly remark, it is a relief that no one has been harmed. Throughout this journey, we have witnessed and dealt with numerous similar violent conflicts. His gaze fell upon the sturdy little wooden boat, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. Your vessel has been upgraded remarkably. It appears to possess considerable strength. I have a suggestion to propose. Should you be interested in hearing it? Please, Captain Liu, do share. Lin Hao replied respectfully, all the while discreetly observing the raft platform. Some individuals were using makeshift stoves to boil water and prepare meals. Others were repairing tools and engaging in carpentry, while a few stood at the platform's edge, diligently fishing for supplies with hooks and ropes. Amidst the activity, there were indeed several captivating beauties, each scoring above 90 in allure. Chapter 19. The dispersed team, Lu Jin spoke straightforwardly, with a tone of sincerity. I have drawn a taxation talent. Once you join my team, members will receive an additional tax resource while salvaging materials. This tax is generated out of thin air and does not affect the quantity of items each member retrieves. It serves as a team enhancement benefit. Currently, everyone on the raft and the small boats trailing behind are sharing this advantage. He looked earnestly at Lin Hao and the others. My proposal is to invite you to join us. Of course, you have complete autonomy. There is no obligation to board our platform. You may simply follow along in a dispersed manner, just like those boats behind us. This way, at least there will be an added layer of security during our voyage, reducing the risk of being targeted by ill-intentioned individuals. Lin Hao swiftly weighed the pros and cons. Temporary cooperation in a dispersed form would provide a safety buffer without compromising the independence of the vessels, and they could withdraw at any time. It seemed to be the optimal solution. All right, Commander Liu, we are willing to join. Lin Hao readily agreed, then shifted the conversation to the most pressing matter. However, I would like to inquire if you have any gasoline? Lu Jin's face broke into a knowing smile. I do have gasoline, and I've stocked quite a bit. However, it must be exchanged for supplies. That's only natural. Lin Hao's mind raced as a pile of assorted materials instantly appeared on the deck. Wood, purified water, ham sausages, bread. A variety of items, yet each limited to 10 units. I would like to use these to exchange for gasoline. How much can I get? Lin Hao inquired, pointing to the heap of supplies. Xiao Li, please calculate the exchange. Lu Jin gestured to a capable young soldier beside him. Yes. Xiao Li promptly stepped forward, swiftly counting the items while murmuring the tally. After a moment, he provided his conclusion. Report, Captain. According to our current standards, these supplies can be exchanged for 2 liters of gasoline. Perfect. It's a deal. Lin Hao readily agreed. The half bottle of mineral water's gasoline could already propel them for over a nautical mile. This 2 liters would suffice for a considerable distance. With the transaction complete, 2 small barrels of precious gasoline were carefully placed on the deck. True to his word, Lu Jin did not interfere at all, merely nodding as he led the soldiers away, his demeanor casual as though it were merely a routine trade. The long-forgotten roar of the engine echoed once more, and Lin Hao felt a weight lift from his heart. He slowly steered the boat to the rear of the raft, securing it to a fixed point on the platform's edge before decisively shutting off the engine. Gasoline was precious. It was wise to conserve it. Having completed all this, Lin Hao turned to his 2 companions aboard the ship, his gaze sweeping across their faces. Would you like to live on that large platform? There are more people. It may be livelier and certainly safer. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Xia Ingluo exclaimed almost instinctively, her voice bright yet tinged with urgency. Realizing her bluntness, she quickly lowered her head, a flush creeping to her ears. Tian Yuyu's reaction was markedly different. She gazed at the lively platform of rafts with a complex expression, falling into silence for a few moments, her face clearly betraying hesitation and inner turmoil. Lin Hao observed her closely and spoke gravely. Teacher Tian, do you recall the initial suggestion? Collaboration is advisable. It is not necessarily beneficial for the group to be large. With that in mind, I personally will not step onto that platform. He paused, meeting her gaze with sincerity. Of course, it is your choice. Should you feel the place suits you better, I would never impede your decision. No, classmate Lin Hao, you misunderstand. Tian Yu seemed momentarily pricked by his words, hastily shaking her head in explanation. I do not wish to leave. I merely feel utterly useless, like a burden, unable to assist you in any way. Her voice dwindled, laden with a sense of defeat. Teacher Tian, you speak as if we are strangers. Lin Hao gently but firmly countered. We are all in this together. Tian Yu lifted her gaze, a flicker of hope and uncertainty dancing in her eyes. Classmate Lin Hao, do you truly wish for me to remain aboard? Absolutely. Lin Hao's response was resolute. He had long prepared his words. Teacher, we share a foundation of trust, which is invaluable upon these vast seas. In my future plans, you are an indispensable partner. His attention then shifted to the side, where Xia Luo was still burying her head in the sand like an ostrich. As for plans, what plans? Tian Yu's curiosity was piqued, prompting her to inquire further. Lin Hao's expression grew profound and serious, intentionally lowering his voice to evoke a sense of bearing a heavy responsibility. I cannot divulge many specifics at this moment, but the ultimate goal is singular: to survive. Moreover, to survive as long and as safely as possible. He deliberately spoke in a grave and ambiguous manner, inviting contemplation. Observing Tian Yu's pensive demeanor, Lin Hao's heart was far from tranquil. The hidden dangers of his talent had been a thorn in his side. To expose or not to expose. Clearly, openly confessing to having a mythic talent was out of the question, setting aside the external greed and covetousness. Simply revealing to the internal members that he was a resource extractor could ignite unforeseen thoughts. Who could guarantee that they would not harbor ulterior motives? That he would not be reduced to a domesticated milk cow? Yet, remaining concealed posed its own risks, with the increasing number of female members aboard. Even the most obtuse would eventually notice discrepancies. Why was his ship upgrading so swiftly with abundant supplies? Why were different women continually surrounding him? The secret linked to his talent and women could hardly withstand scrutiny. Recruiting male crew members? The risks would be even greater. In the resource-scarce, endless sea, a group of men confined to a small space would inevitably lead to conflict and betrayal over food, power, or even just living space. The difficulty of management would only escalate, becoming more uncontrollable. He did not believe he possessed such formidable management capabilities. After much reflection, he concluded that until his personal strength was sufficiently robust, he must maintain an air of mystery. Fear arises from the unknown, and reverence, too, springs from the same source. Tian Yu's gaze remained firmly locked on Lin Hao's face, her deep-set eyes seemingly veiled in an impenetrable fog. She endeavored to uncover a subtle flaw, a hint that could elucidate the so-called plan he spoke of, yet her efforts proved to be in vain. Within it lay only a tranquil abyss, enigmatic and elusive, yet strangely instilling a peculiar sense of reassurance. Chapter 20. The Cabin, a cozy abode. Tian Yu was acutely aware that her abilities were currently of little use. Even if she were to ascend onto that seemingly stable platform, what difference would it make? Resources would undoubtedly be prioritized for combat personnel and core producers, relegating her to the role of a marginal figure, struggling for survival. In contrast, remaining aboard Lin Hao's small yet independent vessel, which was well-stocked and exuded a sense of humanity, was evidently the more rational choice. Her sole burden was the weighty sense of helplessness. I simply do not wish to become a burden. Lin Hao perceptively discerned the struggle and self-denial in her words. Instead of offering verbal comfort, he extended his hand, firmly yet reassuringly, upon Tian Yu's slightly trembling shoulder. Teacher Tian, do you recall the crucial 3-day novice protection period indicated by the system prompt? He deliberately paused, allowing the oppressive aura of the 3-day deadline to linger in the air. Extreme weather and monstrous invasions would be the true tests. Places crowded with people were not necessarily safe. His words rang like a clarion call, abruptly echoing across the dusky sea, instantly heightening the tension in both Tian Yuyu and Xia Ingluo. "Aye, we will follow you. We will go nowhere else," Xia Ingluo exclaimed impulsively, only to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her ears flushing. "You are right." Tian Yuyu inhaled deeply, as if resolved to a certain determination, her fingers unconsciously clutching the edge of her garment. "As long as you do not disdain us, teacher, I shall not leave." She made an effort to straighten her back, yet the inferiority stemming from her lack of capability rendered her even more fragile than Xia Ingluo at that moment. Seeing that the intended impact of his grave words had been achieved, Lin Hao smiled. "All right, I did not mean to frighten you, but rather to make you understand that staying is indeed the correct choice." He shifted the topic, gesturing toward the cabin. "Let's not dwell on that, come. Behold our new home." With the wooden vessel upgraded to level 6, a square cabin had emerged in the middle of the hull. Undoubtedly the most exhilarating news before the arrival of night. The internal space measured approximately 4 meters long and 2.5 meters wide. Each side bore a 1 meter wide thick wooden board serving as a bed, leaving only a narrow passage in between. Although modest in comparison to others, this cabin providing shelter from the wind and rain could hardly be deemed less than a mansion. Lin Hao opened the trading panel and began to purchase supplies fervently. Before long, the cabin was brimming with bedding, blankets, various textiles, and even a few soft cushions. The two women gasped in delight, instantly transforming into two joyful bees, earnestly setting about decorating their hard-won little nest. Observing their busy and exuberant figures, Lin Hao suddenly felt that his previous dire warnings were somewhat unnecessary. Compared to that open platform, who would willingly forsake this warm and intimate cabin? Glancing around at the mountain of resources piled within the space, wood, purified water, and over 10,000 units of ham, he continued his shopping spree. Soon enough, the materials for further upgrades were gathered. Ding! Consuming 3,200 units of wood and 200 units of steel, the wooden ship begins its upgrade. Estimated time, 30 minutes. The hum resonated, and the structure of the ship underwent a visibly discernible transformation once more. Once again, it is commencing an upgrade. Tian Yuyu and Xia Ingluo, who were in the midst of making the bed, simultaneously froze, gazing at the freshly laid bedding with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Well, it seems our efforts were in vain. Once the ship expands, everything will have to be redone." Lin Hao retrieved a pile of supplies and placed them in the corner of the cabin, stating, "Take these. You can exchange them for whatever you wish." With that, he turned and slipped out of the cabin. The commotion accompanying the ship's upgrade did not go unnoticed, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers from the raft platform. The disciplined soldiers cast only a fleeting look of surprise before returning to their tasks. However, the survivors clinging to the rafts were different. Their gazes, steeped in envy and desire, converged upon him with palpable intensity. Goodness, who is this newcomer? The pace of their upgrades is akin to a rocket. Such a grand vessel. When will I have my own cabin? Look at those metallic components. They are undoubtedly of superior quality. At least level 6. No, given the current state, it could very well be level 7. Esteemed one, do you require additional hands aboard your ship? I possess great strength and am willing to work. Someone shouted hoarsely. With such a large ship accommodating merely 3 individuals? What a waste of space. Take me aboard. I can scrub the deck to perfection. Esteemed one, I possess a D-level talent, rapid repair. May I serve on your vessel? Lin Hao stood at the bow, ignoring the fervent calls. His gaze swept across the raft platform, landing particularly on a few goddesses in the distance. Regrettably, they were all preoccupied with their own tasks, seemingly disinterested in his ship. To take the initiative and invite them down? Such intentions would be too blatant. Lin Hao suppressed that thought, deciding to act with careful deliberation. There was no need for haste. He turned and re-entered the cabin, glancing at Tian Yuyu, who was organizing supplies, casually asking, "Teacher Tian, have you made contact with Chu Shi? Do we have her precise location?" "Yes, but we are sharing locations." Tian Yuyu paused, her expression clouded with concern. "If we pursue her, she will undoubtedly notice." That's fine. Just be straightforward with her. We wish to invite her aboard, Lin Hao said candidly. Our ship is growing larger, and we will certainly need more personnel. Tian Yu nodded, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. All right, I'll give it a try. Before long, with a crisp click, the ship's upgrade was complete. The cabin visibly expanded, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh timber. Tian Yu and Xia Ingluo exchanged smiles, resigned to their tasks as they busily rearranged the bedding and miscellaneous items. After tidying up, the small cabin finally began to resemble a home once more. Fatigue washed over them, and the two nestled on the newly made bed, whispering softly, occasionally stifling light laughter that resonated warmly within the quiet cabin. Meanwhile, Lin Hao lay alone on the hardwood planks, his fingertips swiftly gliding across the trading channel screen. Outside the cabin, the sky had fully surrendered to deep indigo, with only a faint remnant of light lingering at the horizon where the sea met the sky. On the expansive platform of the vast raft, the once boisterous voices of the crowd gradually subsided, leaving only the relentless waves lapping against the hull, producing a monotonous and hypnotic sound. Amidst this drowsy atmosphere, Lin Hao's gaze suddenly fixated on an entry, blueprint for wind power generation device. His heart skipped a beat. Electricity. This was a luxurious guarantee for survival at sea. Synthesis requirements: steel 100, wood 50, plastic 50, rare metals 10. However, the price made him gasp in disbelief. 10,000 units of wood. Such an exorbitant demand. Lin Hao instantly concluded that the seller was grossly inflating the price. Without hesitation, he initiated a private chat. I want the blueprint. What do you need? Speak plainly. The response came almost instantaneously, the urgency palpable in the other's words. Food, water, and ideally, a sleeping bag. Wood, I need wood as well. Chapter 21. Rebuilding the homeland, why not? Lin Hao understood that this seller was in urgent need of essential survival supplies. 500 units of timber, 10 bottles of purified water, and 10 sausages. I do not possess a sleeping bag, but I do have a brand new thick blanket. Would you be willing to trade? Feng Xiao curled up on the cold, damp little raft, her thin clothing utterly inadequate against the night sea breeze, her teeth chattering from the chill. Upon seeing this response, a flicker of hope ignited in her dim eyes. These terms exceeded her expectations by a great deal. 10 sausages. Could you possibly add a bit more food? Just a little. She trembled as she typed her reply, fearing rejection. Lin Hao's response was succinct and powerful. 2 more loaves of bread and a bag of instant noodles. Deal. Feng Xiao nearly shouted those 2 words. Once the transaction was completed, food and water materialized on her dilapidated raft. She ravenously devoured half a loaf of bread and gulped down several mouthfuls of water, then wrapped the thick, soft blanket tightly around herself. The long-lost warmth enveloped her icy body, bringing her such comfort that tears nearly fell. Great one. She hesitated for a moment before sending another message. May I add you as a friend? If there are any good items like blueprints in the future, I would like to trade directly with you, if that is all right. Lin Hao did not ponder long and casually clicked to accept. For him, having an additional potential source of high-value items was advantageous. However, just as the friend list refreshed, a striking symbol appeared next to Feng Xiao's name. 92. Lin Hao's breath hitched abruptly. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, pressing down on the 2 pairs of black silk stored close to him. An incredible thought split through his mind. Could it be that those 2 pairs of lucky 1 black silks have truly taken effect? Coincidentally, a private message from Yin Shuya popped up at that moment. Great one. Would you like the lucky 1 headband? Yes. Absolutely. Without hesitation, Lin Hao immediately exchanged supplies for the headband. In a fleeting thought, he also purchased a deck of playing cards from the trading channel to gift to Yin Shuya. Here is a deck of cards. Let us see if you can bless them next time. All right, Yin Shuya happily agreed, hoping that if successful, she would have to keep gifting intimate clothing. Yet, the moment she received the playing cards, she froze. It was a deck adorned with images that would make anyone blush. Oh my, what does he mean by sending me this? Is it some kind of hint? Yin Shuya's cheeks flushed instantly, her heart skipping a beat. Lin Hao remained blissfully unaware, focusing intently on exchanging materials. Before long, He had gathered all the components for the wind power generation device, and with a flash of light, a finely crafted vertical axis apparatus appeared in his hand. With a power generation efficiency of 50 W, it came with a small 12 W LED bulb. He opened the ship's panel and selected the installation location. A faint sound of fastening echoed from the ship's ceiling, followed by a soft glow illuminating the cabin. In the corner, the pair of Xia Yingluo and Tian Yuyu, who were huddled together whispering, were startled apart by the sudden illumination, their postures betraying a hint of fluster. Lin Hao, could you please announce your intention before turning on the lights? What if we weren't dressed? Xia Yingluo chided playfully. Her hand pressed her chest, and her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. After a fleeting moment of awkwardness, an uncontrollable gleam of excitement ignited in the eyes of the two women. This is wonderful. I can hardly believe. We can use electric lights on our very first night. Tian Yuyu's voice quivered with exhilaration. Indeed, clinging to Lin Hao's beneficence was truly the right choice. Xia Yingluo nodded vigorously. The last remnants of their uncertainty were thoroughly dispelled by this newfound brightness, replaced by an overwhelming sense of anticipation for the future. If only the boat were a tad larger. Tian Yuyu mused wistfully. Yes, and it would be splendid to have a bathroom. Xia Yingluo readily concurred. Lin Hao, however, refrained from joining their daydreams and quietly initiated a live stream. Many individuals possessing valuable items might not directly sell them. Thus, the live stream could entice private transactions. Yet, he was unprepared for the explosion of activity within the live stream room, which had languished in mediocrity during the day, but erupted with fervor in the stillness of the night. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? The streamer even has electric lights? This backdrop. Is it not a raft? Is it a cabin? Incredible, my friend. Goodness. The disparity is staggering. I'm still using glow sticks. Thick crap. What? Lin Hao stared in bewilderment at the torrent of comments cascading before him. He swiftly assessed the situation and decisively set a threshold for comments. A donation of 10 units of wood would be required to send a message. The world became instantly tranquil. The comment section was left with only a scant few paid messages. Well, the first chargeable live streamer. This operation has dazzled me. The big shot must have an abundance of resources. I have a barrel of gasoline. Interested in a chat? Gasoline. These two syllables acted as a tonic, invigorating Lin Hao's spirit. How much gasoline do you possess? He inquired directly. Approximately 20 liters, came the reply. 20 liters? Lin Hao suppressed his racing heart and responded. What do you desire in return? 5,000 units of wood. Any shortfall can be compensated with other resources. For Lin Hao, 5,000 units of wood was not an insurmountable burden. Awakening after a night's slumber could yield over 20,000. Moreover, both water and ham could be exchanged for wood. Agreed. It's a deal. He promptly sent a friend request to the speaker, who accepted it without delay. However, upon adding the friend and glimpsing the ID, Lin Hao was left utterly astonished. Commander Liu, wasn't he just called me a big shot? On the raft platform, Lu Jin, who was observing the surroundings with a makeshift telescope, chuckled upon receiving Lin Hao's confirmation. Haha, did you not expect this? It's me. You were quite cautious during our daytime transaction. Despite your ample resources, you only exchanged for a paltry amount of gasoline. Heek. Lin Hao responded with an awkward smile. It was prudent to keep one's wealth discreet in this perilous ocean, where even facing a military officer from Huashan necessitated a measure of vigilance. Rest assured, I comprehend your caution. Lu Jin's voice resonated with a profound depth. In these vast waters, vigilance is the essence of survival, independent of trust. Thus, shall we proceed with the transaction? Indeed, the necessity for exchange was unequivocal, and Lin Hao did not hesitate. The deal was consummated, and the resources were duly allocated. Lu Jin's voice echoed once more, imbued with a subtle significance. You have observed, I require ample timber to sustain this expansive maritime platform. Henceforth, should you require any specialized materials, do consider prioritizing a trade with me. Lin Hao fell into contemplative silence, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. Commander Liu, if I may speak candidly, do you genuinely believe that constructing such a grand and conspicuous maritime platform is a prudent endeavor? His implication was clear. Such a colossal ambition could potentially attract unimaginable calamities. Lu Jin's laughter receded, his tone growing steady and resolute. I comprehend your concerns, yet for the moment my talents were awakened. I understood that this undertaking must be mine and must be pursued relentlessly, even amidst the surging challenges and perilous risks that lie ahead. His voice suddenly surged, imbued with a transcendent sense of purpose, striking Lin Hao's ears like a boulder. Our forebears were able to reconstruct magnificent landscapes from the ruins. Today I, Lu Jin, in this foreign sea, shall recreate a homeland. What could possibly stand in my way? Chapter 22. The system. I have an early start at 8. Lin Hao felt a deep sense of respect for Lu Jin, whose vision and sense of responsibility were truly admirable. He acknowledged that he could not shoulder such a heavy burden and did not desire to, yet this did not diminish his heartfelt admiration. Very well, Commander Lu. I shall prioritize trading with you whenever I have surplus supplies. Lin Hao responded earnestly. After all, trading with anyone would suffice. But establishing a stable channel with Lu Jin would yield greater benefits than drawbacks. Thank you. Lu Jin's voice carried a hint of lightness, but then he hesitated. Actually, I have an unspoken request. Please, Commander Lu, go ahead. Lin Hao thought little of it. Whatever it was, he would listen first. Is like this? Lu Jin replied with a tone of helplessness. The night sea breeze is too cold, and we have yet to set up adequate shelter. Some of the female comrades are truly suffering from a cold. They entrusted me to inquire if it would be possible to stay in your cabin for a night. He paused, seemingly aware that the request was excessive. If that is not feasible, they could always find refuge on the deck. Lin Hao's brow furrowed slightly. How many are there? In total, 38 female comrades. 38. Lin Hao thought he had misheard, glancing around the cramped cabin. Commander Lu, my cabin is barely 15 square meters. How can 38 people fit? There isn't even enough room to stand. Yes, I understand it is difficult, Lu Jin quickly clarified. What I mean is that part could go into the cabin, while the others could stay on the deck. Your ship's sides are high, providing much better wind protection than our leaky platform. The deck would also be considerably warmer. It's just, I apologize for the trouble. If they had not insisted, I would not have dared to ask. If it is inconvenient for you, I shall refuse on the spot. Allow me to consider. Lin Hao did not immediately agree, his thoughts racing. 38 people. How many women are there on the platform altogether? This would almost encompass all the female survivors. Surely, it must include those 3 enchanting ladies. Is this not a fortuitous opportunity to draw nearer to them? It is as if the pillow has arrived just as one begins to doze off. Moreover, his ability activates upon joining a ship. What exactly constitutes joining? If they merely board for one night, does that count? This is certainly worth a try. Should it succeed, the rewards would be immeasurable. Yet Lin Hao did not reveal even a hint of excitement. Instead, he appeared more cautious and shared the matter with Tian Yuyu and Xia Yingluo. Upon hearing it, Tian Yuyu's face softened with sympathy. I believe we can agree. We have all found ourselves in this predicament and should support one another. Moreover, they are all female comrades. Squeezing together is surely better than freezing in a cold wind. Xia Yingluo's brows knitted tightly, clearly reluctant, but she nonetheless said, Lin Hao, I will follow your lead. Lin Hao observed the stark contrast in their reactions, pondered for a moment, and proposed a compromise. I understand Commander Lu's predicament, and Tian's reasoning holds merit, but space is indeed limited. Accommodating so many people at once poses a management issue and would disrupt our rest. He paused, glancing at Xia Yingluo to reassure her, then opened a private message to Lu Jin and said, How about this? I can initially allow them all to come aboard and concentrate in the deck area to shield themselves from the wind. However, I shall select a portion of the women based on their performance, those who have excelled or genuinely require assistance, and allow them to rest in the cabin. As for those who are noisy, unruly, or even attempt to stir trouble, Lin Hao's tone suddenly turned cold. I'm afraid I must kindly ask you to disembark. This approach not only provides everyone with an opportunity for refuge, but also maximizes the safety and order aboard the vessel. What do you think? Lu Jin was elated upon hearing this, his voice resonating with enthusiasm. That's wonderful. Comrade Lin Hao, I am immensely grateful. Rest assured, Among them is one of my subordinates, named Zhuang Xiaofeng, who possesses remarkable capabilities. She will assist you in maintaining order. Very well, let them board. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Immediately, actions commenced on the platform. The soldiers swiftly maneuvered the boat closer to the edge of the platform, laying down a sturdy plank, carefully assisting the female survivors one by one as they ascended the deck. Lin Hao had to admit that with these well-trained soldiers present, both efficiency and safety were assured to the maximum extent. The entire process unfolded in an orderly manner without any mishaps. Soon, all 38 women had been transferred onto the vessel, transforming the once spacious deck into a crowded space. Standing at the bow, Lin Hao's gaze swept over the throng below with piercing intensity. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recruiting the fair Zhuang Xiaofeng. Unlocking steel supply. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recruiting the fair Shi Xiaorui. Unlocking bread supply. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recruiting the Fairway Wei. Unlocking yarn supply. Note: the aforementioned effects are only valid when the corresponding individuals are aboard the ship. Steel supply. Lin Hao's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, leaving him breathless. His gaze fixated on the upright figure amidst the crowd, Zhuang Xiaofeng. An indescribable urge surged within him. He yearned to dash down and render this woman, Zhuang Xiaofeng, unconscious, ensuring she could never depart from this ship. Steel. What does steel signify in this vast ocean? It denotes a sturdy hull, formidable weaponry, and crucial mechanical components. Its strategic value is incomparable to mere bread and yarn. System. I beseech you. Lin Hao lamented inwardly. Among these three beauties, the one least likely to remain aboard long-term, the one least inclined to willingly align herself with him, was precisely this officer, Zhuang Xiaofeng. Yet, it was she who had unlocked the most vital and critical steel supply. Once she departed, the likelihood of the other beauties unlocking this function was minuscule. Just as Lin Hao wrestled with this internal conflict, Zhuang Xiaofeng had already parted the crowd and strode confidently before him. Hello, I am Zhuang Xiaofeng. Commander Liu has assigned me to assist in maintaining order. Her voice was clear and resonant, marked by the distinct assertiveness of a soldier, standing tall and straight as a pine. Upon glimpsing her features, Lin Hao felt as though the system had played a cruel jest upon him. Zhuang Xiaofeng was not the robust and imposing figure he had envisioned. Instead, she possessed a face so exquisitely delicate that it bordered on radiant. However, the imposing and inviolable spirit between her brows, tempered by her sun-kissed, healthy complexion, rendered her both beautiful and imbued with a sense of strength. Hello, Lin Hao. He struggled to suppress the tumultuous waves surging within him and extended his hand. Their hands touched briefly before parting, and Lin Hao distinctly felt the thick calluses on the other's palm. She was a true soldier, certainly not a mere ornament. Thank you ever so much for allowing us to board your ship to escape the cold and endure this arduous night. Your kindness is immensely appreciated. Zhuang Xiaofeng expressed with sincere gratitude. It was merely a small gesture. There is no need for formality, Lin Hao replied, striving to keep his voice calm. Yet internally, he could not find peace. How on earth could he persuade her to stay? Chapter 23. The Surge of Steel, an upgrade once more. Handsome, Lin Hao. Oh, handsome Lin Hao. A woman suddenly screamed amidst the crowd. Please, let me stay in the cabin. I think I'm ill. It's so cold. The wind on the deck is unbearable. Her cry resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Yes, yes. Handsome, I too wish to stay in the cabin. The deck is freezing, and I can't endure it any longer. Handsome, please help us. The cabin is warm. The chorus of pleas grew louder, and many began to push forward, their eager gazes fixated on the cabin door glowing with warmth. Zhuang Xiaofeng, her brows furrowed, sternly commanded, silence. Stand still. Anyone who dares to make a sound will be thrown overboard at once. The crowd fell silent, intimidated by her fierce reprimand. Most instinctively shrank back, afraid to utter another word. Yet from a corner, someone murmured under their breath, "Humph, what s with the attitude? We're in this godforsaken place. And she thinks she is someone important?" Another chimed in with a mocking tone, "Exactly. What authority does she think she has? With that vixen-like face. Who knows how she got into that outfit?" Lin Hao's brow furrowed. Comrade Zhuang Xiaofeng, please throw these two out of the ship immediately. Understood. Zhuang Xiaofeng did not hesitate for a moment. Like a cheetah, she darted toward the corner of the crowd. The disdain and malice on the faces of the two women were instantly replaced by terror. What? What are you doing? On what grounds are you throwing us out? What have we said? Zhuang Xiaofeng offered them no chance for further words. With a firm grip on the back of their collars, her fingers clamped down like iron pincers. The seemingly delicate arms unleashed astonishing strength, dragging the two shrieking, struggling women from the throng. Let go of me, you vixen, bullying us. One woman screamed hysterically, flailing her arms and legs. Help! Murder! The other cried out in a piercing wail. Zhuang Xiaofeng remained unfazed. Her steps were resolute and powerful, disregarding their kicks and curses. As she marched straight toward the ship's rail, the sound of her military boots striking the deck echoed with a deep, resonant thud, each step striking a chord in the hearts of all present. The others stood in stunned silence, too intimidated to breathe. Splash! Splash! Two dull sounds of bodies hitting the water rang out, accompanied by the women's terrified screams and choking coughs. Help! Help! I can't swim. Pull us up. We know we were wrong. Cough! Nearby soldiers scrambled to rescue them back onto the platform. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xiaofeng stood at the rail, her gaze devoid of any emotion, as if she had merely discarded 2 bags of trash. This scene sent chills down Lin Hao's spine. He had anticipated that Zhuang Xiaofeng would return them to the platform, but to his astonishment, she had cast them directly into the sea. Her ruthless decisiveness left even him feeling inferior. After this commotion, the deck fell into an absolute hush. Lin Hao swiftly searched the trading channel and procured a thick tarp to distribute among the crowd. Using this to shield against the wind on the ship's railing is splendid. The crowd was elated. This tarpaulin was sufficiently large to protect them from the biting sea breeze. While everyone was busy setting up the tarp, Lin Hao quietly observed, ultimately identifying 7 individuals. You few, come with me into the cabin for a rest. Questions arose regarding his choice of companions. Why them? Some protested. They are diligent and serious in their tasks. Lin Hao succinctly replied. All right, it's time for a break. Comrade Zhuang Xiaofeng, will you join us? No. I will stay outside to handle any situations that may arise. Zhuang Xiaofeng shook her head. Lin Hao nodded, not pressing the matter further. The immediate priority was to ensure the stability of Shi Xiaorui and Wei Wei. Inside the cabin, with Lin Hao and 3 others, there were now 10 people. The Level 7 ship had only 4 bunks, each barely accommodating 2 individuals. Naturally, Lin Hao claimed 1 for himself, leaving the remaining 3 to sleep in the aisle. However, since Zhuang Xiaofeng boarded, the system's steel reserves had quietly surged to over 600 units. Without hesitation, Lin Hao decisively clicked to upgrade. Ding! Consuming 200 units of wood and 400 units of steel, the wooden ship begins its upgrade. Estimated time, 1 hour. Suddenly, a series of peculiar sounds emanated from within the ship's interior, soft light filtering through the seams, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Knock, knock, knock. There was a hurried knocking at the door. Upon opening it, Zhuang Xiaofeng stood outside, astonished. Your ship is upgrading again? Yes. The process will take an hour. Please bear with it. Once the upgrade is complete, the space will be considerably larger, Lin Hao explained. A tempest of curiosity surged within Zhuang Xiaofeng. Where did this person acquire such abundant resources? It was even more extraordinary than the leader's tax talent. Yet, her military training restrained her inquisitiveness, and she refrained from further questioning, turning to leave. Comrade Zhuang, Lin Hao seized the opportunity to call her back. Let's become friends. It will facilitate communication if any issues arise. Without much thought, Zhuang Xiaofeng accepted the request. Upon returning to the cabin, Lin Hao distinctly sensed a shift in atmosphere. The gazes directed at him were filled with astonishment, including those of Shi Xiaorui and Wei Wei. Seizing the moment, Lin Hao spoke. As you can see, my ship is expanding and I am in need of additional hands. I wonder if any of you might be interested in formally joining my crew? While his intention was to retain the 2 women, such a motive would be too transparent. Moreover, as the ship grew, welcoming more ordinary survivors would also be advantageous. What we need to do aboard the ship. inquired one of the youngest girls, appearing no older than 18 or 19. Rest assured, aboard my ship, you will not be tasked with heavy labor. Activities such as salvaging supplies will not be your concern. Primarily, it will involve some meticulous handiwork. What exactly will that entail? Wei Wei asked. Lin Hao smiled, producing several skeins of yarn. Knitting sweaters, are you familiar with it? I can do that. A round-faced girl eagerly responded. I could do a little too. Another more reserved girl raised her hand. Additionally, there will be routine tasks, such as boiling water and cooking. If anyone possesses strong talents, that would be fantastic, but it's not a requirement. Is there anyone willing to stay and give it a try? I'm willing. The youngest girl was the first to respond, her voice brimming with excitement. I am willing. Count me in. Others quickly echoed her sentiments, leaving only Shi Xiaorui and Wei Wei unaccounted for. Lin Hao's gaze turned towards them, inquiring, what about the two of you? Shi Xiaorui paused before responding, her eyes sweeping over the group as she asked, if we stay, what assurances can you provide us? Food and water will be supplied free of charge. And as for the living conditions, I trust one need not elaborate, came the reply. Will you be accompanying Commander Lu at all times? Wei Wei posed the most crucial question. It dawned on the others only then, realizing that if Lin Hao were to depart from Commander Lu's team, they would have to reevaluate their earlier responses. Chapter 24. The celebrity Jiang Jinwei. I will accompany Commander Lu for a while, but I shall not remain by his side indefinitely, Lin Hao candidly stated. Shi Xiaorui, Wei Wei, and the others fell silent, a subtle tension enveloping the atmosphere. Understanding their hesitation, Lin Hao added, let us do this. You need not make an immediate decision. Before departing from Commander Lu's flotilla, you are free to come and go from my vessel. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Shi Xiaorui nodded first, visibly relieved by this compromise. Forcing them to abandon the orderly and authoritative presence of the military for the solitary Lin Hao was indeed a considerable burden. The crisp military uniforms, amidst the unfamiliar ocean, naturally exuded an aura of reassurance. Lin Hao felt a slight easing in his heart. As long as they remained for the time being, there was still hope. He ceased further conversation, retrieving provisions and water, gesturing for Tian Yuyu to distribute them among the group. Once this was accomplished, he returned to his corner of the cabin and casually opened the chat channel. Brothers, I am freezing. Damn it, being alone is exceedingly difficult. We should band together sooner rather than later. Anyone wishing to unite? Add me. Our team already boasts over 500 members, primarily consisting of Huaxia soldiers. Our objective is to establish a maritime sanctuary. What the hell? Soldiers leading the way? Count me in. Add me, please. Seeking refuge. Lin Hao's gaze shifted from the virtual screen to the vast flotilla platform visible through the narrow porthole. Under the cool moonlight, figures were bustling about, diligently transporting materials and reinforcing structures. It appeared that Lu Jin was determined to transform this flotilla into a true maritime haven. Lin Hao mused that for the vast majority of ordinary survivors, aligning with such an organization indeed presented a secure avenue for survival. He continued to explore the trading channel, hoping to acquire some useful items. Ding. Ship upgrade complete. All materials detected as sufficient. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? No. The upgrade process was rather noisy, and given the late hour, he decided to wait until morning. He needed rest, and the others in the cabin required it as well. After the upgrade was completed, the cabin expanded once more, now featuring 6 sleeping boards. Lin Hao and Xia Yingluo each claimed one, while the remaining 4 shared 2. Fatigue soon enveloped everyone. Whispers faded, leaving only the monotonous sound of waves lapping against the hull. A night of silence ensued. As dawn broke and the mist lingered, Zhuang Xiaofeng summoned soldiers to the side of the ship to receive newcomers. Lin Hao watched as Zhuang Xiaofeng's swift figure merged into the flotilla, feeling a tinge of regret, yet understanding that the moment was not right, and he could not force it. Nevertheless, the overnight stay had brought him over 30,000 units of steel. Without hesitation, he accessed the system interface, silently commanding, upgrade. Ding. Consuming 200 units of timber and 800 units of steel, the wooden ship begins its upgrade. Estimated time, 2 hours. Creaking sounds echoed as if the ship's structure had a life of its own, and a brilliant light shone through the gaps in the planks, illuminating the entire cabin. Another upgrade? Where did you procure such abundant resources? Sure Showerway suddenly stood up, her eyes filled with disbelief. I've never seen you gather supplies. Wei Wei also wore a perplexed and astonished expression. Lin Hao did not respond, but instead purchased 10 self-heating hot pots from the trading channel, distributing them to everyone. Stop pondering and have breakfast to warm yourselves. All right, sure Showerway gazed at the self-heating hot pot in her hands, feeling the continuous vibrations and shifts of the ship beneath her feet, rendering her utterly numb. The last time she experienced such a profound shock was due to Captain Lu's taxation talent. How exactly did Lin Hao achieve this? Could it be that his talent is also related to trading and resources? Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. She shook her head, dismissing her chaotic thoughts, and focused on the delicious meal before her. As they sat in a circle, enveloped by the steam and aroma of the hot pot, two striking survivors arrived at the raft platform. Wow, look, ISNT that the superstar Jiang Jingyue. It's her. Absolutely her. I would recognize her even in ashes. Oh my god, it truly is Jiang Jingyue. To see a living goddess in this cursed place. Worth it. Today is definitely worth it. She is even more beautiful in person than on television. The survivors who had been scavenging or moving along the platform instantly became agitated. The authorities worked diligently to maintain order, but the surging crowd uncontrollably surged towards that direction, each person eager to get closer and catch a glimpse of this national idol. Step aside. Don't come any closer. A fierce shout echoed through the air. A stern-faced young man beside Jiang Jingyue suddenly drew a dark red long knife, blocking the throng. The chilling intent emanating from him caused the frenzied crowd to halt abruptly, fear etched on their faces. At that moment, Lu Jin, accompanied by Zhuang Xiaofeng, arrived just in time. Welcome to the Sea Home. I am the person in charge here, Captain Lu Jin. Upon seeing the familiar military uniform, Jiang Jinyue's taut nerves slightly relaxed, yet she still endeavored to maintain her composure. Hello, Captain Lu. May we join this place? Of course. Lu Jin replied with a reassuring smile. As long as you abide by the rules here, the Sea Home welcomes all compatriots willing to unite for survival. Thank you. We are so grateful. Jiang Jingyue beamed with a sweet smile. May we take a look around first, to familiarize ourselves with the environment? Certainly, Lu Jin nodded, signaling for two soldiers to follow for protection. As soon as Lu Jin departed, the crowd began to stir once more. Jiang Jingyue, goddess, can you give me an autograph? Of course, Jiang Jingyue took the paper and pen, signing her name swiftly and skillfully, her smile impeccable. Jiang Jingyue, can we take a picture together? I adore you. Another burly man excitedly approached with the system's camera interface. Not a problem. Jiang Jingyue welcomed the request, adjusting her angle to present a perfect smile for the lens. While satisfying her fans' wishes, she soothingly added, everyone, please remain calm. I will be living here from now on, and we will see each other often, all right? Wonderful. The crowd erupted in cheers. As the enthusiasm of the crowd began to wane, Jiang Jinyu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, gently massaging her somewhat stiff cheeks. Beside her, Jiang Ran spoke softly. You need not force yourself like this. This place is no longer the world we once knew. I understand. Thank you, brother. Jiang Jinyu replied, her voice softened with genuine gratitude. Without you, I might have. Jiang Ran waved his hand, interrupting her words. Protecting you is my duty. It is enough that you are safe. What do you think of this place? Do you think we can stay for a while? The troops of Huaxia are still trustworthy. Jiang Ran remarked, glancing at the busy figures in green. At the very least, we can remain here for some time to assess the situation. Indeed, Jiang Jinyu nodded in agreement. The two of them strolled slowly across the expansive platform, absorbing the essence of this new environment. In the central area of the platform, they observed the soldiers energetically directing personnel as they constructed a series of wooden house frames. They're building houses. I really wish to live in one. Jiang Jinyu exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with unmasked envy. It had been impossible to sleep on the raft last night, as the sea breeze chilled her to the bone. I will find a way, Jiang Ran assured her with conviction. I will ask Commander Lu to arrange a room for you. Wait. Jiang Jinyu suddenly halted in her tracks, Pointing in astonishment, a large ship docked at the edge of the platform. Jiang ran. Look, that ship. It is enormous, clearly larger than the others. Her gaze followed the hull upward, and upon witnessing the scene within the cabin, she gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. They are actually having hot pot. Chapter 25, No Regrets. Jiang Jinhua. On the deck, the crowd was captivated by the enchanting figure of Jiang Jinhua, their gasps of astonishment echoing around. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. He certainly recognized her. This national goddess, who had risen to prominence from her debut, had taken the entertainment industry by storm solely based on her beauty, amassing countless fans. Although criticized for her lack of substantial works, she remained a beloved fixture on top-tier variety shows. Her appearance was undeniably her greatest asset. Instinctively, he stood up and gazed towards her, and the moment his eyes swept over the dazzling number above her head, his heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. The radiant figure seemed to sear his vision. Lin Hao suppressed his overwhelming excitement and replaced it with a perfectly timed smile of delight. He approached the bow of the ship and exclaimed, I never anticipated encountering a superstar in this vast sea. What a pleasure. Would you care to come aboard for a hot pot? Absolutely. Jiang Jinhua, without waiting for her companion Jiang Ran to respond, eagerly nodded. Since her arrival in this world, she had subsisted on 2 meager pieces of bread, and her stomach had long been protesting. With her skirt in hand, and under Jiang Ran's vigilant protection, she cautiously stepped onto the vessel. Just as her feet fully touched the deck, a series of cold and shocking system notifications erupted in Lin Hao's mind. Congratulations on successfully recruiting the beauty, Jiang Jinhua. Unlocking exclusive binding effect. Mystical body refinement elixir supply. Mystical body refinement elixir supply. Automatically gains 1 elixir per second. Stored in infinite space. The exhilarating news left Lin Hao momentarily dazed, rooted to the spot. An elixir? 1 per second? That meant an increase in physique every second. Was he about to soar to unimaginable heights? A wave of immense joy washed over him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Hey! A crisp voice filled with evident dissatisfaction rang in his ears, accompanied by a gentle pinch at his waist. Isn't she just a celebrity? Why are you so worked up? Your eyes are about to pop out. Xia Yingluo had somehow appeared beside him, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes while her little hand remained poised in a pinching gesture. Only then did Lin Hao snap back to reality, and upon seeing Xia Yingluo's pouty yet slightly aggrieved expression, he couldn't help but smile. This girl had been sulking since last night when Xiaorui and the others boarded the ship, isolating herself in a corner. Now, upon seeing Jiang Jinhua, had she finally reached her breaking point? He quickly adjusted his mindset, temporarily setting aside his elation over the elixir, knowing he must first appease the little jealous one before him. Everyone, don't just stand there. Please welcome Miss Jiang and her friend. Lin Hao promptly ordered a new batch of self-heating hot pots from his system, instructing Tian Yuyu and the others to serve the newcomers. Simultaneously, he discreetly seized Xia Yingluo's wrist and whispered, "Come with me." Without waiting for a response, he firmly led her towards the cabin. "What are you doing? Let go of me!" Xia Yingluo exclaimed, startled by the sudden action, instinctively struggling against his grip. However, Lin Hao's hand was as strong as a vice, and with so many people around, she hesitated to create a scene, allowing herself to be half pushed, half dragged into the cabin. As the hatch closed, it isolated them from the clamor of the outside world and the tantalizing aroma of hot pot. The light was dim, with only a sliver of morning sun filtering through the porthole. "Do you have something to say to me?" Lin Hao released her hand, turned around, and gazed at her with a calm demeanor, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Xia Yingluo was reluctant to enter, now cornered by him. She felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, her cheeks flushed. "I have nothing to say. Let me out." As she spoke, she attempted to sidestep Lin Hao to reach for the hatch door. "Really?" Lin Hao's voice deepened, carrying an air of understanding. "Yingluo, as the ship fills with more people, our opportunities for solitude may become increasingly scarce." This statement pierced through a hidden vulnerability in Xia Yingluo's heart like a needle. She froze momentarily, then, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on, she abruptly turned around, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Who cares about being alone with you? If you want to be alone with someone, go ahead. Move aside. She stomped her foot forcefully and reached for the door handle. However, Lin Hao was quicker. He stepped forward, his right arm shooting out like lightning, slamming heavily against the hatch. His tall frame loomed closer, trapping Xia Yingluo in the narrow space between him and the door. She gasped, her back pressed tightly against the door, her heart racing. She had not anticipated Lin Hao's assertiveness. This sudden pressure left her mind blank and unprepared. They were alarmingly close. She could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from his chest, the faint scent of sweat lingering in the air. His heated breath brushed against her forehead, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her. In the dim cabin, the only thing that stood out were his unwavering eyes, firmly locking onto her flustered gaze. "What do you want?" Xia Yingluo's voice trembled as her hands instinctively pressed against his solid chest, attempting to push away this formidable barrier. But it was as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. "Lin Hao, I warn you, don't act recklessly." Lin Hao took a deep breath, gently lifted Xia Yingluo's chin, compelling her gaze to meet his. "Look at me." Xia Yingluo's heart fluttered as all her thoughts of resistance strangely subsided in that moment, leaving her to passively drown in his profound stare. She undeniably felt a fondness for Lin Hao. Yet, this affection was intertwined with a desperate gratitude for a lifeline, a reliance on survival, and an instinctual thrill faced with an exceptional male. Was it true affection, or merely the instinct of a drowning person grasping at driftwood? She could not ascertain. What she did know clearly was that Lin Hao provided her with a sense of security, allowing her to find a temporary harbor amidst the vast ocean. Have you ever pondered a question? What question? Xia Yingluo's heart raced as she instinctively retorted. Lin Hao took a deep breath once more, as if he sought to engrave the cruel essence of this apocalyptic world into his very lungs. Then, with deliberate clarity, he articulated his innermost thoughts. The entity that cast all of us into this vast ocean, like mere pawns, possesses a power that is beyond human comprehension. In other words, for such an existence, to extinguish our lives and erase our traces is as effortless as crushing an ant. Xia Yingluo was utterly bewildered. This conversation had veered light years away from her expectations. Were they not meant to discuss emotions? Were they not meant to seek understanding? How had the discourse suddenly shifted to the insignificance of life and death? Overwhelmed by astonishment, she found herself momentarily speechless, gazing at him in confusion, instinctively retorting, "No, that cannot be. No, let me finish." In truth, from the very moment I arrived here, I was acutely aware of this reality. I, Lin Hao, could meet my demise at any moment. Therefore, I wish to leave no regrets behind. Chapter 26, Scorching Cold. Xia Yingluo's thoughts came to a complete standstill. What regrets? What could possibly cause a regret? What did he intend to do? Countless thoughts exploded in her mind, rendering her utterly incapable of comprehending the implications behind his words. Instinctively, she sensed that Lin Hao's current state was perilously dangerous, akin to a beast poised to pounce. And the reckless light in his eyes left her feeling disconcerted, as her mind swirled in chaos, attempting to decipher something from his gaze. Without any warning, Lin Hao's face suddenly loomed larger in her vision. A wave of heat, infused with the sea breeze and his distinct essence, enveloped her. In the next instant, a searing softness descended upon her slightly parted lips. Xia Yingluo's pupils dilated to their utmost extent. All thoughts, all questions, all fears and grievances, in that moment, were utterly obliterated by this unexpected contact. The world seemed to have hit the mute button. Even the clamor of the ocean waves faded away. Her mind was a blank slate, consumed only by the electrifying sensation akin to a branding iron. It was not a gentle exploration, but rather an assertion of possession and release. His lips bore a scorching heat, imbued with a desperation that was almost ravenous, as if he sought to draw her entire being into him. A powerful masculine aura swiftly invaded all her senses, exuding an undeniable aggressiveness. Xia Yingluo felt as rigid as stone. All her blood seemed to rush towards her violated lips, hot and numb. Her hands, pressed against his chest, forgot to push him away, instead futilely clutching the fabric of his shirt. Confusion, shock, and an overwhelming sensory onslaught. Countless emotions collided violently in her mind. Amidst this chaos, a wild thought took root in her heart. She did not despise it, not in the slightest. This man, who offered her refuge and inexplicable excitement. This man, who roared against the shadow of death, unwilling to leave behind any regrets. Enough. This damned world of survival at sea. This cursed uncertainty of tomorrow. To hell with reservations. To hell with restraint. A torrent of primal heat, born from the very essence of life, swept away all barriers of her rationality. No longer merely passively enduring, the whimper that escaped her throat felt like a signal. Xia Yingluo abruptly shut her eyes, her eyelashes trembling violently. The hand grasping his collar did not loosen. Instead, she pulled him closer with renewed fervor. The once passive acceptance of his soft, cool lips ignited like a spark. As she began to respond in a clumsy, yet fervent manner, she no longer pondered about tomorrow, nor cared about the gazes of others, nor questioned the correctness of this sudden emotional surge. All she knew was that, in this moment, she needed to reciprocate this searing heat, to seize the warmth that brought her solace amidst the abyss of despair. Her response was devoid of skill, even bearing a hint of voracious clumsiness. Yet it brimmed with reckless abandon and resoluteness. Like a wildflower defiantly blooming amidst a tempest, exerting every ounce of strength to absorb that fleeting warmth and sense of existence. Lin Hao's body suddenly stiffened. He distinctly sensed the tumultuous transformation of the person beneath him. The shift from rigid coldness to searing softness, from passive acceptance to fervent yearning. This unexpected yet seemingly inevitable fervent reaction acted like the most potent catalyst, instantly igniting the already blazing fire within his heart. Yingluo, a low, hoarse call, imbued with surprise and a deeper desire, was swallowed between the tightly entwined lips of the two. One hand remained forcefully pressed against the door, securing this world that belonged solely to them, while the other instinctively slid down to grasp her delicate, supple waist, pulling her closer to himself. The air within the cabin felt ignited, the temperature soaring. Heavy breaths intertwined, indistinguishable from one another. The entanglement of lips and tongues was marked by clumsy exploration and fervent demand, producing a series of blush-inducing subtle sounds. Xia Yingluo felt as if she were plunging into a sea of molten lava, floating amidst the scorching magma, her very soul trembling. But just as that hand began to drift down her waist, sending electric currents through her body, Xia Yingluo suddenly jolted awake. A wave of immense shame and panic regarding her surroundings instantly overwhelmed all confusion. No, she summoned every ounce of strength, unleashing a surprising force that shoved him away. Lin Hao, caught off guard, stumbled backward a step, the flames of desire doused significantly by this abrupt resistance, replaced by a flicker of astonishment. Xia Yingluo panted rapidly, her chest heaving violently, her cheeks flushed like ripe shrimp, nearly bursting with color. She hastily adjusted her disheveled clothing, her gaze darting anxiously to the tightly shut cabin door, as if she could peer through the wood to see the crowd outside. Lin Hao, no, not here. There are people outside. Please, let us wait until later. Shall we? Lin Hao stood still, his chest also rising and falling slightly. He observed Xia Yingluo's expression of humiliation and desperation, tinged with a hint of plea, as the turbulent undercurrents in his eyes gradually calmed. Very well, I shall heed your request. His voice was deep and steady, betraying little emotion. Having spoken, he turned without lingering or hesitation, striding towards the small door leading to the stern of the ship. He unlatched the door and stepped outside. The stern deck was deserted, the sea breeze rushing towards him, dispersing the lingering warmth of their earlier encounter. Lin Hao approached the ship's railing, gazing at the bustling figures on the nearby raft platforms. They were either reinforcing the rafts, transporting supplies, or constructing makeshift shelters, striving vigorously for their new home. The sea breeze tousled the hair on his forehead, bringing a piercing chill. Yet in this coldness, a more chilling realization began to rise within him. He meticulously dissected the sensations he had just experienced. When Xia Yingluo trembled in his embrace, when her lips were soft and warm, when her breath lingered at his nose, His body had honestly yielded to a powerful impulse. It was the most primal instinct of male possession and conquest over the female. Yet beyond that, what remained? He sought to capture a flicker of emotion, a hint of tenderness, a feeling that transcended mere physical attraction, an emotion akin to that described in novels, which quickens the heartbeat and stirs the soul. But there was nothing, a void. He recognized with startling clarity that even in the throes of fervent desire, teetering on the brink of loss of control, deep within him lay a tranquility as still as a stagnant pool. There was no softness inspired by her shyness, no pain arising from her resistance, and certainly no yearning that transcended the corporeal realm. He could even analyze her reactions with a dispassionate eye, appraising her worth and swiftly deciding to withdraw. This realization instilled a tinge of fear within him. He discerned that he was merely lusting after her body. The chill brought on by this understanding was more penetrating than the howling sea breeze at that moment. It was as though he stood before a cold mirror, clearly reflecting the barren and selfish corners of his soul. Lin Hao stood silently at the stern of the ship, his figure appearing particularly solitary amidst the vast, frigid expanse of sea and sky, exuding an unmistakable chill. Chapter 27. The callous dialogue at the stern. What does it matter? As long as I can survive and outlive most, what harm is there in being a little cold-blooded? A fleeting silence was torn apart by the sea breeze, and a flicker of madness flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. Perhaps it was the numbness of taking a life for the first time, or perhaps it was the anxiety of an uncertain future, or maybe it was the inherent selfishness and coldness within him, all thoroughly awakened by the laws of survival in this apocalyptic world. He could not deny that these intertwined factors were steering him toward a self that felt increasingly unfamiliar. Yet, he did not resist. Rather, he embraced it with acceptance. If one does not act for oneself, the heavens will bring ruin. He no longer lingered on the confusion of his emotions, brusquely casting aside the turmoil. With a thought, a body-refining pill appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and a surge of power engulfed him, every cell rejoicing and greedily absorbing the pure essence of life energy. He could distinctly feel his muscles strengthening, the density of his bones increasing, and a profound sense of vigor blossoming within him. Before the effects had fully subsided, he had already swallowed a second pill, then a third and a fourth. Like a child indulging in sweets, he ravenously consumed the refining pills. Each pill propelled his physique toward a realm beyond the human experience. The growth of power bestowed him with an illusory sense of control, slightly tempering the chill within his heart. He calculated rapidly how to ensure Jiang Jingwei remained aboard his vessel. At that moment, a light footfall approached from behind. Lin Hao paused, ceasing his consumption of pills, and slowly turned around. There stood Tian Yu, clad in a simple dress, a gentle yet concerned expression gracing her face. "Lin Hao," she called softly, "is something the matter? I saw you with Ying Luo." Her gaze flitted between Lin Hao's face and the cabin. "You were in there for quite some time, and then I saw you alone here." Ying Luo seems unwell, huddled in a corner, and no matter how I call her, she doesn't respond. Having witnessed Lin Hao pull Xia Ying Luo into the cabin, and given the intimate atmosphere at the time, Tian Yu instinctively assumed they were engaged in a close interaction. However, now that Lin Hao stood alone at the stern, his unusual demeanor alerted her to the fact that matters were far from simple. Lin Hao forced a smile, habitually seeking an excuse to brush it off. Yet, when his gaze met the concern in Tian Yu's eyes, the insincere thought evaporated in an instant. Few could earn his genuine respect, and she was among that rare few. In the real world, she often inquired after his well-being, even discreetly handing him a meal card from the teacher's cafeteria for his use. This warmth, akin to a timely gift in dire straits, made it difficult for him to cloak her in lies. Taking a deep breath, he met Tian Yu's gaze and candidly said, "Teacher Tian, just now, I kissed Yang Luo." His voice was calm, yet tinged with a barely perceptible dryness. Tian Yu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, almost immediately, a smile of understanding blossomed on her face. "I had thought it was something of great significance. Is this it? Surely you can't have completely failed to notice?" That girl, Luo actually harbors feelings for you. As a woman herself, she has discerned those youthful sentiments of hers since the moment she boarded the ship. No, Teacher Tian, you do not understand. Lin Hao shook his head, pressing his finger forcefully against his heart. When I kissed her forcefully, my mind was clouded, but upon regaining my composure, I suddenly realized I do not feel that way. There was no racing heartbeat, no flutter of emotions, nothing at all. Merely, purely, he struggled to find the words, ultimately unveiling a harsh truth, a physiological impulse, and a sense of possession. The smile on Tian Yu's face froze entirely, replaced by overwhelming shock. No flutter the heart. And yet, you kissed her forcefully? This alters the nature of the situation entirely. It transcends mere recklessness. She gazed intently into Lin Hao's eyes, seeking any hint of pretense, but found none. His gaze was brutally honest, imbued with a self-destructive sincerity, as if he longed to lay bare his cold heart, drenched in blood, before her. She knew he was not lying. In fact, his candor was both heart-wrenching and chilling. Tian Yu sighed silently, her voice soft, as if afraid of disturbing something delicate. So, does Luo know you feel this way? Does she know you do not feel that flutter for her? Lin Hao meticulously recalled the myriad moments since Luo boarded the ship, ultimately shaking his head with certainty. She should not be aware. She might have misunderstood, thinking I acted that way out of affection for her. Tian Yu covered her face in anguish, her voice muffled as it slipped through her fingers. Lin Hao, oh Lin Hao, do you realize what your actions signify? This is what one might call a scoundrel. Lin Hao instinctively shook his head, then slowly nodded, a self-mocking smile curling at his lips. I seemed to possess a hint of scoundrel tendencies. He admitted to Teacher Tian's accusation, acknowledging the darker aspects of his own heart. Yet, Tian Yu suddenly lowered her hands and burst into laughter. This laughter shattered the heavy atmosphere, tinged with a sense of helplessness, yet also a hint of relief. She had previously feared that Lin Hao might become utterly unrecognizable in this brutal world. His heart hardened like iron, estranging those he once held dear. But witnessing his almost foolishly candid demeanor, even embracing the label of scoundrel, brought her a sense of reassurance. He remained the unpretentious Lin Hao, albeit slightly distorted by the circumstances and pressures surrounding him. Tian Yu stepped forward, reminiscent of their school days, a blend of affection and playful reproach in her gestures as she gently poked Lin Hao's forehead with her finger. A thick-headed, straightforward man, overthinking, yet acting recklessly. Would you like to hear the teacher's analysis? Please, do enlighten me, Lin Hao replied like a humble student eager to learn. Very well, I shall pose a question to you. Tian Yu reined in her smile, her gaze shifting to one of seriousness and guidance. If in this very moment, a young man were to appear and attempt to take Xia Luo away from you, what would you do? I would kill him, Lin Hao replied without a moment's hesitation, his eyes sharpening like blades, a chilling murderous intent seeping forth naturally. It was as if this was not merely a hypothetical scenario, but a boundary he had long etched deep within his heart. Upon hearing this response, Tian Yu displayed a knowing smile, as if to say, I knew it. You see, you claim not to have feelings for Luo. This intense possessiveness, this domineering nature that refuses to allow others to intrude, is in itself one of the most primal expressions of liking. Love is synonymous with possession and exclusivity. Do you not grasp this fundamental truth? Chapter 28. Board the ship before purchasing a ticket. However, Lin Hao furrowed his brow even tighter, eager to retort that this was merely a manifestation of masculine instinct, devoid of any profound emotional connection. There is no however. Tian Yu interrupted him, her tone resolute and unwavering. This is what it means to like someone. A sentiment rooted in possessiveness, a distinctive form of affection that belongs to Lin Hao. You simply refuse to acknowledge it, or rather, you resist the constraints that such emotions may impose upon you. You may desire to possess her entirely, while simultaneously wishing to remain unencumbered by these feelings that could cloud your judgment and actions. Thus, you desperately convince yourself that this is not love, deceiving yourself with the absence of excitement in order to maintain an air of absolute rationality and coldness. Lin Hao fell silent. He did not agree that he was deceiving himself. On the contrary, He believed he was confronting humanity's most selfish and brutal facets. You, Tian Yu observed his stubborn and bewildered demeanor, sighing in resignation before her voice softened, taking on a profound tone. You simply overthink things, do you know that? She gazed out at the vast and perilous sea, her voice imbued with a weariness and clarity born of experience. This is survival at sea, a collapse of order, a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. Survival is the supreme law that overrides all else. As for the affection you define deep within your heart, that is not love. It is something entirely different, a luxury of peaceful times. She turned her head back, her gaze returning to Lin Hao's face. Her eyes complex and profound, tinged with a barely perceptible sorrow. The teacher understands your concerns, fearing she cannot provide that idealized form of love, fearing her own lack of purity. I can also tell you plainly that in this world, as long as you can care for the young lady's feelings, treat her kindly, protect her, and ensure she can survive by your side with dignity, that is enough. It does not necessarily require you to express the kind of love you envision. These words left Lin Hao utterly astonished. He looked at Tian Yu in disbelief. This perspective seemed, in a way, even more cold-blooded and pragmatic than his own. Tian Yu appeared to see through his thoughts, a deeper sadness reflected in her eyes, a compassion for the inevitable decay of beautiful things in the face of brutal reality. Do you know, Lin Hao? What we call love, stripped of its romantic veneer, is merely the fleeting pleasure and impulse brought about by dopamine released in the brain. There has never been a myth of eternal love, especially not in such an apocalyptic world. Her voice lowered, imbued with a chilling sense of reality. It can lead to fatal distortions in your judgment, causing you to plunge yourself, or even your entire team, into an abyss from which there is no return. Her tone suddenly turned exceedingly grave, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Hao. Thus, the teacher actually believes that your current state is quite commendable, clear-headed, rational, with a defined objective. You will not be overwhelmed by overly fervent emotions. Only by maintaining this state can you ensure the survival of everyone in this world for a longer duration. If your love for Xiaoying Luo is truly profound, to the point of disregarding everything for her, then the teacher would instead be alarmed, hesitant to remain aboard your vessel. Do you comprehend this, Lin Hao? Lin Hao stood transfixed at the stern of the ship, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Tian Yu's words resonated in his mind like thunder. Indeed, he provided Xiaoying Luo with ample sustenance and a secure refuge, shielding her from the pangs of hunger and the chill of despair. Was this not the most tangible and powerful response he could offer her? In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, what could be more precious than ensuring survival? As for the ethereal nature of emotions, they crumble before the weight of material needs, especially in apocalyptic times. All that was required was to protect her, to ensure she remained unscathed, to allow her to live with dignity. That was sufficient. Thank you, Teacher Tian. I understand now. I will surely lead everyone to survival. Before his words could fully dissipate into the air, a sharp crack echoed. The sturdy timber of the ship's side, beneath the pressure of his unconscious grip, was instantly crushed to splinters, which shavings cascaded down, whisked away by the sea breeze. Tian Yu gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock at the spectacle. She distinctly felt a powerful aura erupt from Lin Hao the moment he uttered those words. This presence was aggressive yet simultaneously imbued with a profound sense of security. Lin Hao, your realization brings me immense joy, teacher. Tian Yu's voice trembled slightly, but it was laced with relief. The teacher believes in you. She trusts you to protect Ingluo and everyone aboard the ship. Of course, Lin Hao's response was resolute. His gaze shifted sharply to Tian Yu, no longer portraying the demeanor of a compliant student, but rather infused with a possessive intensity that pierced her very soul. Teacher Tian, should any man attempt to take you away from me, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. Tian Yu was left utterly stunned, her mind blank. She could never have anticipated that this conversation regarding Xiaoying Luo would culminate in such an astonishing declaration, ensnaring her in the eye of the storm. What does this mean? Is he implying that in his perception, she, Tian Yu, is akin to Xiaoying Luo, an object he must possess? However, to her own surprise, in the face of such a domineering proclamation, she felt neither anger nor fear, but rather an inexplicable sense of reassurance. She had been apprehensive that she might become a burden to Lin Hao in their struggle for survival at sea. She feared being abandoned or fading away unnoticed in a moment of crisis. Lin Hao's words, though shocking, cut through the fog in her heart like a cold light. She was not useless. She held value, even if such worth was crudely defined as belonging to him. More importantly, she understood Lin Hao. He may be cold-blooded, perhaps domineering, and his comprehension of emotions might diverge from the norm, yet he was by no means without principles. His inherent dedication to promises instilled in her an instinctive belief that even if he declared possession, he would never easily trample upon her will. This peculiar trust rendered her devoid of panic in this moment, instead enveloping her in a complex tranquility as if the dust had finally settled. "You scoundrel, Lin Hao!" Tian Yu feigned anger, casting a glare in his direction, attempting to shatter the bizarre atmosphere with a playful reproach, her delicate fist gently pounding against his solid arm. "So now that you've grown bold, you dare to tease even the teacher, do you?" Lin Hao remained unmoved, allowing her playful blows to land. The fog had dissipated, revealing a clear path ahead. He understood precisely what was to be done next, to transform this vessel into the most formidable fortress upon the sea, seeking and capturing all the enchanting souls that met the system's standards, to monopolize their existence and seize their worth, ensuring that this ship became their ultimate sanctuary, one they could neither abandon nor wish to leave. Although the system mandated consent for effectiveness, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. Boarding first and settling the fare later seemed a plausible strategy after all. Chapter 29. The Frenzied Consumption of Body Refinement Pills. Notification. Wooden boat upgrade completed. Wooden boat LV9, 16M X4M. Cabin, 8M X3. 5M, 8 berths. Component. Gasoline propeller thruster. Upgrade to LV10 requirements. Wood 3200 3200. Steel 1600. Materials detected as complete. Would you like to upgrade now? Estimated duration. 3 hours affirmative. With a mere thought, Lin Hao confirmed the upgrade. He traversed through the cabin and arrived at the foredeck. The renowned star Jiang Jin was still aboard. During her time on the deck, she had already bestowed upon him over 3,000 body refinement pills. The astonishing efficiency of this yield sent Lin Hao's heart racing. It was faster than the spawning of fish. If he were to absorb them all, to what terrifying level would his physique ascend? The thought was almost unfathomable. More importantly, body refinement pills could not only be consumed by him, but could also be utilized to cultivate core members. He envisioned the creation of an invincible legion capable of sweeping across the seas. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to ensure Jiang Jinyu remained aboard. Without further hesitation, he cut to the chase. "Esteemed star, I would like to formally invite you to join my vessel. What are your thoughts?" Jiang Jinyu felt a surge of joy. She had actually been contemplating this matter for some time. This ship was grand and sturdy, far surpassing the cramped and chaotic raft platforms in terms of both wind resistance and living comfort. Currently, the ship was composed entirely of women, creating an atmosphere that was significantly safer and more serene than below deck. The only aspect that needed confirmation was the character of this young captain. She pondered briefly before posing her most pressing question. "Captain Lin, will you remain with Captain Lu's raft group?" Lin Hao decisively shook his head. "I will be departing soon. My vessel is growing larger, and the raft group cannot hold me back any longer." Jiang Jin lightly furrowed her brow, recognizing the dilemma at hand. In terms of character and order, Captain Lu was clearly more trustworthy. However, regarding personal strength and potential, the upgrade pace of Lin Hao's ship and the resources he demonstrated were simply astonishing. Indeed, he had just completed an upgrade and was already poised for another. After a moment's contemplation, she tentatively inquired, "Captain Lin, I observe that the members aboard this vessel are all women. Is this related to your unique abilities?" Lin Hao's heart gave a slight shudder. What an astute woman. She had swiftly touched upon his core secret. Maintaining an impassive expression, he replied nonchalantly, "Women possess delicate thoughts, making them easier to manage. They are the optimal choice for me." Jiang Jin remained non-committal about his answer and presented another crucial condition. "Then, if I wish for Jiang Ran to also stay aboard, would you agree?" Her gaze fixed intently on Lin Hao, scrutinizing his reaction. Previously, Lin Hao would have unhesitatingly refused. A powerful male who was difficult to manage had no place on his ship. However, the incessant influx of body refinement pills had granted him formidable confidence. As long as he could retain Jiang Jinyu, this perpetual source of body refinement pills, having one more Jiang Ran was inconsequential. Nonetheless, he feigned a hint of hesitation, inquiring, "What is your relationship with Jiang Ran?" Jiang Jinyu's face broke into a radiant smile, akin to the blossoming of spring flowers. "He is my brother, my biological brother. I can vouch for his character and abilities. Without him, I would never have reached this point." Jiang Ran, who stands protectively behind Jiang Jinyu, feels the piercing gaze of Lin Hao sweep over him, causing his heart to constrict. That look, calm and unruffled, sends a chill down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a lurking beast. He immediately sends a private message to Jiang Jinyu through the system. I still believe that Captain Liu is the more prudent choice. This person is unfathomable, and I fear I may not be his match." A genuine astonishment flickers in Jiang Jinyu's eyes. Jiang Ran, a top-tier martial artist, had seen his strength soar to an unimaginable level after activating his talents, having never encountered an opponent thus far. Yet now, he openly admits that he cannot contend with the young captain before them. Just how formidable is Lin Hao's strength? Drawing a deep breath, she swiftly makes a decision. Captain Liu is indeed reliable, but the system has indicated that having too many capable individuals may not be advantageous. I propose we remain on this ship temporarily until the novice protection period concludes, at which point we can reassess the situation and make our final decision. What do you think? While Jiang Ran is cautious, he recognizes that this is currently the safest course of action. "Captain Lin, may I request that you accompany Captain Liu's raft group until the novice protection period ends before departing?" "Certainly." Lin Hao readily agrees. With no clear response from Chu Shi and Yin Shuya and Feng Xiaoxiao being distant, he is not in a hurry to leave immediately. Jiang Jinyu's smile brightens. "Excellent. It is settled then. Captain Lin, I look forward to your guidance in the days ahead." Lin Hao nods, suppressing his excitement. As long as Jiang Jinyu remains, the supply of body-tempering pills will be endless. He casually hands some supplies to Tian Yuyu before turning back to the cabin. As his gaze sweeps over Xia Yingluo, curled up on the bed, he hesitates but decides not to disturb her for now. There are more pressing matters at hand. He needs to find a secluded spot to fully absorb the body-tempering pills. As the wooden ship ascends to level 6, a storage space is created beneath the cabin. Previously too low and narrow to navigate, now at level 9, the height is just sufficient for one to stand upright. Lin Hao replaces some bedding and pillows on the lower deck, lying down comfortably, and begins to consume the pills with fervor. 1, 2, 3. The body-tempering pills, akin to candy, are continuously tossed into his mouth, dissolving instantly and flooding his limbs with a torrid surge of heat. His muscles rejoice, his bones resonate, and the overwhelming sensation of power surges like an unrelenting tide, boundless. 271, 272, 273. His physical attributes soar at an astonishing velocity. Every 10 points of constitution represents the comprehensive capabilities of an adult male. At this moment, Lin Hao's constitution is over 20 times that of an average person. A 1,000-pound boulder feels weightless in his hands. Even more terrifying is the fact that this enhancement seems devoid of any bottleneck, resistance, or saturation, coldly propelling him into the realm of the superhuman. Just as he becomes lost in a euphoric rush of his rapidly escalating strength, oblivious to everything around him, a slight sound of footsteps disrupts the silence of the lower deck. A smooth and creamy white calf gracefully descended from the upper entrance, gleaming strikingly in the dim light. Following closely was another equally exquisite foot, delicately alighting upon the ladder. Merely by the sight of these breathtakingly beautiful legs, Lin Hao discerned the identity of the visitor. Xia Yingluo, what could prompt her descent? Soon, his gaze was met by a perfectly rounded and pert dairy Ri encased in snug shorts. The sheer fabric accentuated every enticing curve, radiating a perilous allure in the subdued illumination. Next came a slender waist, delicately proportioned shoulders, and finally, cascading pink tresses. Chapter 30. The ship's hull is leaking. What are you doing coming down here? Lin Hao halted his movements, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Xia Yingluo pressed her vibrant lips together, remaining silent. With her head bowed, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Ultimately, she seemed to arrive at a resolute decision, her legs still somewhat unsteady as she approached the bedding spread out by Lin Hao. Carefully, she nestled into his embrace, pressing her warm cheek against his firm chest. Lin Hao could distinctly feel the tension in her body and the subtle tremors, akin to a frightened little creature drawing near to its master. Could it be? Lin Hao remained still, extending his strong arm to gently encircle her slender waist. Had she come to terms so quickly? Was she no longer afraid of him? Xia Yingluo continued to be silent, burying her face deeper, as if wishing to conceal herself. Deep within, she was engulfed in fear. From the moment she had pushed Lin Hao away in the cabin, a sense of apprehension had taken hold of her. She feared that her rejection would lead to his disappointment, that he would cease to harbor feelings for her, or even abandon her, especially since Lin Hao had not sought her out afterward, nor cast her a glance, as if nothing had transpired. This feeling of being left behind gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake, causing her to toss and turn on the bed in the corner, her anxiety escalating with each thought. She curled up there, lost in contemplation for what felt like an eternity. She pondered the harshness of the world, the ever-looming specter of death, and how Lin Hao was her sole anchor and the object of her affections. Finally, she grasped the truth. In a world teetering on the brink of oblivion, what was the point of clinging to trivial pride? Moreover, her feelings for Lin Hao were not rooted in dislike at all. In fact, there was an inexplicable fondness brewing within her. Beyond the fear, a secret flutter of excitement stirred deep within her. She ought to feel elated. Lin Hao undoubtedly had feelings for her. Yesterday, he had playfully teased her, cradling her in his lap. Just moments ago in the cabin, he had been so invested, so commanding, only to be interrupted by her. Surely, he must have felt discomfort, yet he had ultimately respected her wishes, stopping when she asked him to. Such a man, powerful, enigmatic, yet respectful at critical moments. What reason did she have not to cherish him? What reason to not hold him dear? He had ventured alone to the ship's hull, likely feeling hurt by her earlier rejection, wishing to avoid being seen, or perhaps testing her to see if she would take the initiative. Thus, with a heart full of trepidation, a flicker of courage to throw caution to the wind, and a sense of uncertainty about the future, she approached him. Summoning all her courage, she suddenly lifted her head, her watery eyes shimmering with a blend of shyness and determination. Lin Hao, do you like me? Upon uttering those words, her cheeks burned, the blush spreading to her ears and neck, as if she might bleed from the embarrassment. Of course I do, Lin Hao replied without hesitation, his voice deep and assured. After the guidance of teacher Tian, the fog surrounding his feelings had long since dissipated. Rather than chase the elusive notion of a fleeting crush, he chose to protect her through tangible actions. Gazing at the anxious yet expectant expression of the girl in his arms, Lin Hao's lips curled into a gentle smile, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. In truth, I harbored a secret admiration for you back in school. You were so breathtakingly beautiful, almost radiant, with a voice that enchanted all who heard it. The boys who secretly adored you could form a line stretching from the classroom door to the school gate. If it weren't for this peculiar occurrence of universal transmigration, I suppose I would never have had the chance in this lifetime to hold you like this. He has a crush on me. He truly has a crush on me. Summer Yingluo's heart felt as though it had been struck by a sweet explosion, overwhelming her with joy and happiness. All her previous anxieties and grievances were washed away in that instant. She felt as if she were floating, on the verge of melting into his embrace. Oomph! The overwhelming delight transformed her into a proud little peacock, unable to suppress a couple of soft, playful hums. Even her nervousness and shyness were greatly diminished, replaced by the sweetness of being acknowledged and a touch of cheekiness. She deliberately raised her chin, her pink strands brushing against Lin Hao's jaw. I told you, with my exceptional beauty and irresistible charm, how could you possibly not like me? You do have some taste. Receiving such clear and heartfelt affirmation bolstered her confidence, infusing her voice with a charming lilt. However, as they prepared to take the next step, an instinctive fear of the unknown quietly resurfaced. Her long eyelashes trembled with unease. Her voice, delicate and barely audible, laced with a subtle plea. Lin Hao, could you be a little gentler? I'm a bit afraid of pain. After saying this, she shyly buried her face deeper into his embrace, revealing the tips of her ears, which were crimson as if painted with blood. Lin Hao did not directly respond to her request. Instead, with a thought, a body-enhancing pill the size of a longan appeared at his fingertips. Open your mouth. His voice was low, imbued with an undeniable tenderness. Huh? Summer Luo instinctively parted her rosy lips. Lin Hao gently placed the pill into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, it dissolved, transforming into a warm and peculiar flow that slid down her throat, swiftly spreading throughout her limbs. Summer Luo's beautiful almond eyes widened in astonishment as she sensed the unusual changes within her body. What is this? She mumbled, feeling a gentle power coursing through her, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Lin Hao looked down at her vividly expressive face, his fingers lightly caressing her delicate cheek. His gaze both teasing and profoundly sincere. I'm giving you something good to strengthen your body. His voice lowered further, carrying an enticing rasp. Otherwise, I fear that if I exert the slightest bit of strength. Summer Luo understood the underlying implication, and her previously calm cheeks flushed once more, resembling a boiled shrimp. Flustered, she playfully pounded her small fists against Lin Hao's chest, her voice hurried and bashful, laced with playful reproach. You mustn't say such embarrassing things. How naughty. Lin Hao remained unfazed, feeding her the body-enhancing pills one by one. Xia Luo felt as though a cluster of flames burned within her, growing fiercer yet lacking an outlet for release. Don't do this. Lin Hao's lips curled into a smile that suggested he held the reins of the situation, but his movements suddenly halted. He feigned panic, exclaiming, "Oh no, this boat is leaking. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! You scoundrel! In truth, I'm the true villain." A great villain? But, Chapter 31. The campus bell, Su Chiuya. Beep. The ship upgrade has been completed. Wooden ship LV-10, 18MX4. 5M, cabin, 10MX4M, with 10 berths, component, gasoline propeller engine. The chilling notification echoed in Lin Hao's mind just as he concluded the battle. He held Xia Luo tightly in his embrace, savoring the gradual calming of their heartbeats. After a moment of tenderness, they discreetly donned their clothes and returned to the brightly lit cabin. However, upon entering, they were met with a plethora of meaningful gazes. Save for Jiangran, who was absent, everyone else was present, their eyes fixated on the two of them. Xia Luo's face flushed crimson, reaching her ears, wishing desperately to find a crevice in the ground to hide. Even Lin Hao, despite his thick skin, felt a twinge of discomfort under the scrutiny. Tian Yu adjusted her frameless glasses, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Oh, so you two were down here. I thought you had fallen into the sea." "Teacher Tian," Xia Luo exclaimed, her embarrassment causing her to stamp her foot. However, the moment she did, the weakness in her legs nearly caused her to stumble. But Lin Hao was quick to catch her. Unable to withstand the gazes any longer, she scurried to the corner of the cabin, curling up in a blanket like a frightened little rabbit. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Lin Hao adopted a stern expression, attempting to uphold the dignity of a captain. "With such a significant upgrade, aren't you curious about what the ship has transformed into? Why are you all just standing around?" Laughter stifled behind hands erupted among the group, with Shi Xiaorui and Wei Wei exchanging knowing glances. Tian Yu, with a knowing smile, remarked, "Indeed, the commotion was quite grand. But there were also some more subtle sounds." Lin Hao chose wisely not to engage further, hastily shifting the topic. "I'll go check on the ship," he declared, almost fleeing to the deck. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he solemnly opened the system panel. Note 1. The warship features a slender, elongated design, providing significant advantages in speed and maneuverability, ideal for combat and pursuit. The cruise ship, on the other hand, is designed for comfort with a wider build, maximizing space utilization and equipped with comprehensive living facilities, ensuring a smooth voyage. Note 2. Selecting either evolution direction will grant a complementary hybrid power system, diesel, gasoline, coal, electricity, enhancing range and power efficiency. The cold text materialized before his eyes. Warship or cruise ship? Lin Hao stood at the bow, gazing into the vast expanse of the sea, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the railing. It was likely that 99 of people would unhesitatingly choose the warship. For in this survival world, governed by the law of the jungle, greater speed equated to increased chances of survival. The warship was nearly the optimal solution. Yet, he had an endless supply of refining pills. With his current physical strength, even small-caliber bullets would struggle to penetrate him. His formidable prowess instilled him with unwavering confidence. He sought not mere survival, but a comfortable home. With no further hesitation in his heart, he made his choice. Selection: cruise ship. Beep. Evolution direction confirmed. Cruise ship. The consumption required is as follows: 3,200 units of wood, 3,200 units of steel, 100 units of rare metals, and 100 units of plastic. The ship has commenced its evolution, with an estimated duration of 3 hours. As the notification sound faded, the entire vessel was enveloped in a gentle white glow, heralding the birth of a brand new maritime sanctuary. At that moment, Lin Hao noticed a group of individuals approaching the edge of the raft platform. Their numbers were considerable, amounting to several dozen, evidently forming a small collective. One individual among them bore an unusually glaring 95 above his head. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, recognizing that this group was strikingly familiar. They were all students from his school. Among them were the 4 who had once encircled Xia Luo. Upon spotting Lin Hao standing at the bow of the ship, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. No way. It's Lin Hao. Goodness, his ship is enormous. My heavens. It's even glowing and upgrading. How many resources does he possess? Brother Hao, help us. We're all classmates here. Brother Hao, please take us in. We could do anything. From the crowd, the tallest boy stepped forward. He strode a few paces toward the bow, gazing up at Lin Hao with a booming voice, infused with a deliberate display of confidence and strength. Lin Hao, I am Wu Zhe from the Physical Education Department. With an A-grade talent bloodthirsty, I am undoubtedly a formidable fighter. Let me aboard your ship, and I assure you I will be your most capable ally. Apologies, but my ship currently only accommodates beautiful women, Lin Hao replied without hesitation, his gaze having already surpassed Wu Zhe to rest upon a striking figure in the crowd. It was none other than Su Qiya, the other campus beauty renowned alongside Xia Luo from the same physical education department. Su Qiya stood at an impressive height of 178 meters, her figure tall and elegant, perfectly proportioned. Clad in a form-fitting athletic outfit that accentuated her curves, she was a vision of grace. At this moment, her beautiful phoenix eyes were fixed intently on the grand vessel, sparkling with unabashed awe and desire. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, she hesitated not a moment, parting the crowd and striding forth with her long, straight legs, a radiant and captivating smile illuminating her face. Lin Hao, may I join you? Wu Zhe's face turned ashen in an instant. He swiftly turned to Su Qiya. Qiya, what are you saying? We had an agreement to team up and face this together. You cannot abandon me. He reached out, attempting to grasp Su Qiya's arm, but she deftly sidestepped his advance. Though her smile remained sweet, a cool detachment flickered in her eyes. She tilted her head slightly and spoke with an air of feigned innocence. Wu Zhe, you heard him. Lin Hao only wishes to take in beautiful women. If he wants to allow you on board, what can I do? Wu Zhe, agitated, raised his voice abruptly. Then you can't go either. None of us will go. We can fend for ourselves. At his words, the smile on Su Qiya's lips vanished, her gaze sharpening. Wu Zhe, stop deluding yourself. Look at the cramped space we find ourselves in. And now, cast your gaze upon Lin Hao's vessel. If you truly possess the capability, we would have had a respectable ship by now. She paused momentarily, her voice resolute. I am sorry, Wu Zhe, but it is here that we part ways. I wish you good fortune. Wu Zhe felt as though struck by lightning, staggering back several steps. No, Qiya, you cannot treat me this way. I prioritized all the food, fresh water, and even that precious protective vest for you. I have done so much for you. How can you? Su Qiya, visibly impatient, interrupted Wu Zhe, her tone icy and clear. Oh, those items? Well then, she deftly emptied all the supplies from their space onto the ground. Here they are, all of it. Consider it returned, and we are even. No. Chapter 32. A clash of two campus beauties. Lin Hao, may I come up now? Do I need to climb the rope ladder myself? Su Qiuya pointed at the rope ladder dangling from the ship's side, her face adorned with a bright smile, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. Lin Hao observed her seemingly nonchalant demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle. He never anticipated that he would experience a day when a woman of such high caliber would take the initiative to approach him. That Wuxia, merely a sycophant. However, as long as he could unlock the supply of resources, her character was of no consequence. Without further ado, Lin Hao cast down a sturdy hemp rope. Su Qiuya's eyes lit up as she deftly wrapped the rope around her waist, contemplating inwardly. This ship upgrades swiftly, and its individual capabilities are indeed commendable. Lin Hao exerted only a single hand, effortlessly pulling her up with an irresistible force, lifting her from the wooden raft platform. Just as her feet touched the deck, her body swayed slightly, and she let out a soft gasp. Oh, it was as if she had lost her balance, and in a waft of fragrance, she collapsed into Lin Hao's embrace. Lin Hao felt a wave of exasperation, but steadied his arm to support her shoulder. Even through her sports attire, he could discern the toned musculature of this athletic campus beauty. Her physical prowess was evidently impressive. Thank you. Su Qiuya regained her balance, a subtle blush rising to her cheeks. I'm so sorry. I've barely eaten since yesterday. I must have made a fool of myself. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering, exuding an air of vulnerability. Ah, such theatrics. Lin Hao rolled his eyes internally, maintaining an impassive facade. He chose not to expose her little ruse, instead retrieving a bounty of food and water from his storage space, presenting it to her. Bread, energy bars, canned fruits, jerky, and several bottles of pure water. The variety was abundant and the portion substantial. Su Qiuya's eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight at the sight of the provisions. This food and water far surpassed everything Wuxia had offered her, easily tenfold. She lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration for Lin Hao, her voice dripping with sweetness. Lin Hao, you are truly wonderful. Not only are you handsome and strong, but you are also so gentle and considerate. I wish I had met you sooner. As she spoke, she naturally picked up a piece of bread, eating daintily yet quickly, clearly famished, yet maintaining her grace. After swallowing a bite, she seemed to recall something, blinking her eyes as she inquired, by the way, I heard. Classmate Xiang Luo is also on your ship. Is that true? Indeed, Teacher Tian Yu is here as well. Ah, Teacher Tian is here too? That's fantastic. Being with familiar teachers and classmates in this unfamiliar world brings me much comfort. Her tone was filled with joy, as if the person who had just abandoned her companions was an entirely different individual. Lin Hao cast a glance at the reluctant classmates still lingering on the raft, shifting his gaze towards the system panel. Ding. Congratulations on successfully recruiting the enchanting Su Qiuya. Unlock the exclusive binding effect. Egg supply, mythical level. Egg supply, mythical level automatically acquire 1 fresh egg per second, stored in infinite space. Eggs. This is a supreme source of protein. An endless supply of eggs is bound to elevate life aboard the ship to a remarkable new level. Without a word, Lin Hao turned and strode into the cabin. Wow, Lin Hao, is that an egg? Fresh eggs. Tian Yu stared in astonishment as Lin Hao produced 20 eggs. Well, just acquired these, Lin Hao stated succinctly. I also have a frying pan and some wood. I leave it to you to prepare some fried eggs for everyone to relish. Fantastic. The girls responsible for logistics cheered with delight and hurried off to start fire. How fragrant. What is happening outside? Xia Yingluo, intrigued by the commotion, poked her head out from her bedding. When her gaze traversed the crowd and landed on that tall, familiar figure, she froze. Su Qiuya. Xia Yingluo's face was filled with disbelief. What are you doing here? Su Qiuya turned at the sound, a hint of provocation and amusement in her smile. It's such a pleasure to see you here, Yingluo. Xia Yingluo abruptly turned to Lin Hao, her eyes filled with urgency. Lin Hao, how could you bring her here? She pointed at Su Qiuya, seemingly overwhelmed with 1,000 grievances, yet momentarily speechless. An invisible tension filled the air, as the two girls' gazes fiercely clashed, sparks seemingly flying from their stares. Lin Hao observed this charge scene with a headache, not expecting these two to have a history. Naturally, he felt more inclined towards Xia Yingluo, but Su Qiuyue. She was the legendary hen that laid an egg every second. What's going on? He inquired solemnly, his gaze shifting between the two. She's just a wicked woman. Xia Yingluo's eyes reddened with frustration. She's the best at pretending to be innocent and deceiving others. Back in school, she often toyed with others' feelings, leaving those boys utterly ensnared. Lin Hao, you mustn't be fooled by her appearance. Oh dear, Yingluo, your words truly wound my heart. Su Qiuyue immediately adopted a tearful expression, looking at Lin Hao with a pitiful gaze, her voice soft and syrupy. Brother Lin Hao, just listen. Is it my fault for looking like this? If others want to treat me well, what can I do? Must I make myself ugly to rectify this? This is such a grave injustice. She gently bit her lower lip, her eyes sparkling with an allure that was hard to resist. Bah! Shameless! Xia Yingluo, incensed by her boldness, shouted out in anger. All right. It's quite a coincidence for us to meet in this dreadful place. It's not a matter of deep-seated hatred, is it? Lin Hao stepped towards the irate Xia Yingluo, taking her small hand in a comforting gesture. Xia Yingluo instinctively wanted to retract her hand, but upon catching Su Qiuyue's gaze, which seemed to relish the drama, a surge of possessiveness swiftly eclipsed her shyness. She did not retreat. Instead, she firmly clasped Lin Hao's arm with both hands. Lin Hao, this woman is incredibly cunning, full of schemes, and her methods are unscrupulous. You must, without fail, keep your distance from her. Do not be deceived by her fade. Su Qiuyue observed this scene, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips. That smile blossomed on her radiant face, akin to a vibrant flower adorned with poisonous thorns. Oh, you, Xia Yingluo, who usually pretends to be a delicate white flower, have learned to cling to power in just a day of absence. Your actions are indeed swift. Now that you have stooped so low, how dare you still feign superiority and criticize me? Truly, a perfect example of hypocrisy. She watched the two with keen interest, as if witnessing a spectacular performance, her gaze clearly conveying, "You are no better than this. Let us see how it unfolds." In the air, the silent confrontation between the two young women intensified, the aroma of fried eggs seemingly dissipated by the invisible tension. Lin Hao, feeling the pressure on his arm and observing Su Qiuyue's calculating gaze, found himself overwhelmed. The serene life aboard this vessel seems to be merely the prelude to a grand spectacle. Chapter 33. The evolution of the cruise ship completed. A chilling notification echoed, signaling the completion of the cruise ship's evolution. The rough wooden structure was replaced by a sleek metallic framework, revealing a substantial white cruise ship majestically afloat on the sea. The system interface unfolded clearly. Cruise ship level, LV, 11 dimensions, 20m x 5m bridge, 5m x 2. 5m, top of the bow, upper cabin, 12m x 4m, an open space designated as a dining and leisure area, lower cabin, 16m x 4. 5m, comprising 4 independent bedrooms, power system, hybrid fuel propulsion system, compatible with diesel, gasoline, coal, and electricity. The ship had been upgraded, and the crew erupted in exhilaration. Wow, this is absolutely fantastic, Shi Xiaorui exclaimed, covering her mouth in awe. She had no desire to disembark. The lower deck is for the bedrooms? The upper deck for dining? This is hardly different from a luxury yacht. Wei Wei gestured excitedly. Lin Hao, how on earth did you manage this? Su Qiuyue's eyes sparkled, her voice sweet as she leaned in closer. Just as she approached, Xia Yingluo, like a protective kitten, swiftly stepped in front of Lin Hao. Keep your distance from Lin Hao, and stop calling him Lin Hao brother. It's utterly nauseating. It gives me goosebumps. Su Qiuyue seemed oblivious to Xia Yingluo's protests, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Hao. Which bedroom have you assigned me? If there aren't enough rooms, I wouldn't mind sharing with you. Ugh, don't even think about it. You can sleep on the deck. Xia Yingluo's cheeks flushed with anger, wishing to toss Su Qiuyue overboard immediately. Lin Hao rubbed his temples in exasperation, deciding to inspect the new ship structure first. He descended the ladder into the lower cabin. This area was neatly divided into 5 distinct sections. The stern housed the power room, while 4 orderly bedrooms were situated further forward. Pushing open one of the doors revealed a space that greatly pleased him. Each bedroom was nearly 4 meters square, spacious and bright. Accommodating 2 people was trivial, and squeezing in 3 or 4 was easily feasible. After a brief discussion, the accommodation arrangements were swiftly determined. Bedroom 1, Lin Hao, Xiang Luo. Bedroom 2, Tian Yuyu, Su Qiuya, Jiang Jinhua. Bedrooms 3 and 4. The remaining 7 girls would be assigned accordingly. Upper cabin, Jiang Ran, serving as the dining and leisure area. Spacious enough for him to move around. Lin Hao retrieved some supplies and entrusted them to Tian Yuyu and Xia Ingluo, directing them to lead the other girls in setting up their new home. The deck soon buzzed with activity, filled with the sounds of moving items and excited chatter. Gazing at the burgeoning maritime abode before him, Lin Hao felt a weight in his heart. The consumption of steel was alarmingly rapid. The amount of steel required for subsequent upgrades was astronomical. It was imperative to get Zhuang Xiaofeng aboard without delay. He cast a glance towards the platform direction. Unsurprisingly, this evening, the destitute female survivors, left with no refuge from the cold, will likely converge upon the ship in search of sanctuary. At that time, I shall see if an opportunity arises. First, however, I must address this matter. Lin Hao's gaze fell upon the stern of the vessel. The hybrid propulsion system had supplanted the erstwhile singular gasoline engine, rendering this old apparatus superfluous. Rather than allowing it to succumb to rust, it would be more prudent to harness its residual potential and procure something of value in return. He decisively initiated a live stream, and viewers began to flood in. Wow. Host, your ship's upgrade speed is astonishing. We've been laboriously stuck at a level 3 wooden boat, and you've already ascended to a luxurious yacht? The disparity between people is greater than that between humans and dogs. I'm in tears. Host, does the yacht still require crew? I can serve tea, fetch water, and warm the bed. I am capable of anything. Please take me in. Over 100 nautical miles away, Yin Shuya was wearily rowing her oars when the system notified her that her friend Lin Hao was live streaming. Intrigued, she clicked in, and the sight of that white cruise ship took her breath away. Wow, how long has it been? The shock in her heart was overwhelming. Indeed, a master is a master. Shortly thereafter, she noticed Lin Hao promoting the gasoline engine in the stream, and her heart raced. This was precisely the coveted item she desired. The few girls in her group took turns rowing the level 5 wooden boat until their arms felt as if they might break. Without hesitation, she sent Lin Hao a private message. Master, master, I want that engine. Lin Hao replied swiftly. What do you offer in exchange? Yin Shuya gazed at her inventory, caught in a quandary. She had actually crafted 2 lucky one playing cards long ago. However, the issue lay in the rather embarrassing and risque designs on the cards. She had hesitated to present them, fearing Lin Hao might misinterpret her as a frivolous woman. Yet now the allure of the engine was overwhelming. I have. Lucky one playing cards. She typed, stealing herself. Oh, is it true? I hadn't seen you reach out before, so I assumed your blessing had failed. However, 1 card is insufficient. Yin Shuya felt her cheeks flush as her fingers flew across the screen. I have 2 cards. 2 points of luck, a commendable value, yet still insufficient to barter for the engine. Lin Hao is quite straightforward. The gasoline engine, at this stage, particularly for teams in dire need of power, far surpassed the worth of these 2 points of luck. Yin Shuya bit her lip. If it came down to it, she might have to part with something precious. I also possess HR expansion module, but its value is certainly far greater than that of the engine. You will need to compensate me with additional resources. Lin Hao, upon reading the description of the item she sent, felt his pupils constrict. Chart expansion module. Upon use, the system's map detection range is permanently enhanced by 50 nautical miles, enhancing the core functionality of the system's map detection range. The worth of this module was simply incalculable. In the perilous expanse of the endless sea, seeing farther meant discovering resources sooner and evading risks. A remarkable item. What resources do you desire? Lin Hao managed to suppress his excitement and inquired calmly. Steel. I want steel, as much as possible. Yin Shuya replied immediately. Lin Hao found himself slightly dismayed. What he currently lacks the most is steel. However, weighing the pros and cons, the strategic value of this module is simply too high. He still has over 10,000 units of steel in stock, from which he can spare a portion. 1,000 steel? He tentatively offers. A bit more. Yin Shuya remains unyielding. 2,000. And let us include those 2 luck 1 cards, Yin Shuya added, since they have decided to trade. She might as well package those cards that made her feel awkward. Lin Hao quickly calculated. 1 obsolete thruster plus 3,000 units of steel. In exchange for a strategic level module and 2 points of luck, this deal is undoubtedly profitable. In fact, it's a tremendous gain. Deal. He decisively sealed the agreement. The transaction window popped up, and both parties promptly confirmed. Upon receiving the map expansion module, Lin Hao immediately clicked to use it, and the system's map instantly expanded 5-fold. Countless green and yellow dots appeared. However, when he took out those 2 luck 1 cards, he was momentarily stunned. The pattern seemed somewhat. Chapter 34. Is Xia Yingluo jealous? Lin Hao returned to his bedroom, retrieving a pair of black stockings and a hairband from his jacket pocket. One of the stockings had already lost its lucky charm effect, and he intended to return it to Yin Shuya, as it was her personal belonging. Just then, with a soft creak, Xia Yingluo pushed the door open, her gaze suddenly fixating on the items in his hand. A blush crept onto her delicate face as she instinctively lowered her head, her toes unconsciously scuffing the floor. Her voice tinged with a mixture of shyness and playful reproach. How annoying. Why did you buy this? Lin Hao was taken aback, following her gaze to the black stockings in his hand, and immediately clarified. Yingluo, you misunderstand. These are not bought for you. Xia Yingluo abruptly lifted her head, the flush on her face quickly fading, replaced by a subtle hint of disappointment. Then, who are they for? A jolt ran through her heart. Could it be for that wicked woman, Su Qiuyue, or perhaps one of the other girls on the ship? Seeing her expression, Lin Hao realized she was overthinking, and hurriedly reassured her. They're not for anyone else either. They were bought for myself. F for yourself. Xia Yingluo was utterly stunned, her mouth slightly agape, as if she had heard an unbelievable tale. Countless bizarre images flashed through her mind, and her eyes, filled with shock, carried a hint of peculiarity. She found herself unable to form a coherent sentence, her face flushed with embarrassment. Stop. Just stop. It's not what you think. Lin Hao exclaimed, exasperated. This is really not an ordinary pair of stockings. Let me explain. In a flurry, he pulled out another pair of stockings, still imbued with its effect, and displayed the item information. Oil-infused black stockings, common item, affected by a lucky charm effect. When carried closely, it provides a 1 luck boost to the bearer, remaining 2 hours 37 minutes. See? 1 luck. Lin Hao pointed at the information panel. It's merely a beneficial item. It doesn't matter whether you wear it or not. Keeping it close is sufficient. I've always kept it in my pocket. Xia Yingluo examined the system description, casting a doubtful glance at Lin Hao. The shock and blush on her face gradually faded, yet her brows knit together, her expression becoming somewhat intricate. Oh, so that is how it is. An item that increases luck, so? She paused, her gaze sweeping over the black stockings in Lin Hao's hand, her voice laced with a hint of envy. You've been carrying around stockings worn by other women? A shiver ran down Lin Hao's spine, and he quickly raised the 2 playing cards. From now on, I'll just carry playing cards. The effect is the same, and they're more convenient. However, when Xia Yingluo caught sight of the design on the cards, her face flushed once more. The playing cards. The more she thought about it, the more unsettling it became, and her lips instinctively pouted. What? What is your relationship with them? Does she have feelings for you? Otherwise, why would she give you something like this? Lin Hao found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though he had fallen into a pit of blessings bestowed by Yin Shuya. He sighed, resting his forehead in his hand. I swear I just bought the cards on a whim. I had no idea they would have such designs. Bought on a whim? Xia Yingluo clearly harbored doubts, her eyes glinting with suspicion and jealousy. You truly have no connection? I merely find the lucky enhancement appealing. Beyond that, there exists no other relationship, Lin Hao earnestly declared, patting his chest in assurance. Observing Lin Hao's sincere demeanor, Xia Yingluo suddenly regained her composure. Indeed, even if there were a connection, what of it? In this ruthless maritime world, Lin Hao stood as a mobile lighthouse, powerful, affluent, capable of providing the safest sanctuary. How could such a man not attract countless eager gazes seeking to attach themselves, especially those cunning women? The notion of claiming him solely for herself seemed nearly impossible. The thought of myriad diverse women encircling Lin Hao in the future, perhaps even more beautiful, more resourceful, and more beneficial to him than herself, tightened her heart like an invisible hand, leaving her almost breathless with anxiety. But this was not Earth. Did she possess the right to sulk? The harsh reality jolted her awake, sending a shiver down her spine. She absolutely could not. Without Lin Hao's protection, how could she possibly survive in this dog-eat-dog ocean? Even more terrifying was the prospect that, should she fall out of favor, the watchful Su Qiuya would certainly seize the opportunity to take her place. Merely envisioning such a scenario sent Xia Yingluo into a fit of rage. No, absolutely not. Rather than pushing Lin Hao away due to jealousy and allowing that wicked woman Su Qiuya to benefit, she would. Xia Yingluo abruptly lifted her head, blinking rapidly to make her eyes appear slightly red, glistening with a hint of pitiful moisture. Lin Hao, sorry. She gently tugged at Lin Hao's sleeve, resembling a frightened creature seeking comfort. Was I too harsh just now? This sudden and dramatic apology left Lin Hao utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, she had been a tempest of jealousy. Now she transformed into a tearful, innocent rabbit. The speed of her emotional shift left him momentarily disoriented, even questioning his own perception. And no, he stammered, struggling to gauge Xia Yingluo's pulse. Your previous reaction was quite normal. I understand. No, it's my fault. Xia Yingluo fervently shook her head, then lunged forward, burying herself in Lin Hao's embrace, her arms wrapping tightly around his waist. I have been too petty, too immature. In these trying times, how could I only focus on my own jealousy? I should understand and support you instead. Lin Hao, from now on, I will never pry into your matters with other women. Of course, with the exception of that wicked Su Qiuya. Lin Hao was left in a state of confusion, feeling overwhelmed by the weight of her words. Yet, before he could fully process this, Xia Yingluo pouted and leaned in closer. The kiss that followed was urgent and fervent, tinged with a hint of defiance. Lin Hao was caught off guard, slightly swaying from the unexpected intensity, his senses filled with her faint, alluring fragrance. After a brief yet passionate kiss, Lin Hao gently placed his hands on Xia Yingluo's shoulders, creating a slight distance between them. Hey, are you certain? In your current state, can you endure this? It was only then that Xia Yingluo belatedly realized that she could barely stand. Overwhelmed by inexplicable emotions moments ago, she had completely disregarded her body's limits. How embarrassing! A wave of humiliation surged within her. Yet, having summoned the courage with great difficulty, how could she now retreat? She should be able to do it. Xia Yingluo straightened her back with great effort, her gaze pleading as she turned to Lin Hao, gently shaking his arm. Could you possibly give me some more body-refining pills? Perhaps a few extra? I will recover swiftly. Her tone conveyed a mix of bravado and endearment, akin to urgently requesting ammunition in this battle for survival. Chapter 35. The Misunderstanding of Tian Yu Lin Hao. Xia Yingluo languidly nestled in Lin Hao's embrace, her delicate face buried in the crook of his neck, her voice imbued with the sultriness and endearment that followed their vigorous exertion. I feel so uncomfortable. I'm drenched in sweat, sticky all over. Having gone a day and night without bathing, coupled with the recent intense activities, Lin Hao himself was aware of the discomfort that enveloped him. He gently tousled Xia Yingluo's damp hair and suggested, then let us take a shower. But there's no water. Xia Yingluo's voice was muffled, tinged with a hint of grievance. Out at sea, fresh water was a lifeline more precious than food. Bathing was nothing short of a luxurious fantasy. Lin Hao smiled slightly. It's all right, we have plenty of water. Xia Yingluo tilted her head in confusion, only to witness Lin Hao nimbly leap off the bed. He swiftly scanned the trading channel, his fingers deftly tapping, and a spacious inflatable bathtub materialized out of thin air, quickly inflating into shape. Then, to Xiao Luo's astonishment, Lin Hao produced bottle after bottle of drinking water, carelessly slicing the caps off with a dagger and tossing them into the tub. With such extravagant actions, the tub soon filled with a generous amount of water. Lin Hao, Xiao Luo nearly sprang up in distress. Have you lost your mind? This is drinkable, pure water. Such a waste. I meant we could just use a towel to dab a bit of water. She gazed at the clear water in the tub, feeling as if her heart were bleeding. How much food and supplies could this have exchanged for? Lin Hao paused, turning to look at Xiao Luo, whose expression was pained, the corners of his mouth curling into a knowing smile. Indeed, you are right, he said, just as Xiao Luo sighed in relief, believing he had understood her concern. He leisurely added, however, in order to conserve water, we should wash together. What? Wait. As evening descended, through the efforts of Tian Yuyu and others, the spacious upper deck of the ship had begun to take shape as a dining area. Though the long tables and benches were crudely fashioned from wooden planks, exuding a sense of rustic simplicity, possessing such a dining space was a luxury that countless souls adrift on flimsy rafts could scarcely dream of. In stark contrast to the rough-hewn furniture were the exquisite utensils laid before each person. Delicate porcelain plates, gleaming cutlery, and even dainty glass cups. These were the luxuries procured from the supply crates. While they appeared refined, their worth might well be less than a bottle of pure water. The food was evenly distributed on each plate: a loaf of bread, a sausage, 2 fried eggs, and a bottle of water. Simple, yet it constituted a feast that many yearned for but could not attain. Gathered around a long table, what should have been 13 seats now had one vacant. No one voiced the question of Xiao Luo's absence. An unspoken silence enveloped the air. Each individual bowed their heads, focused on their own plate. The sounds of chewing barely audible. Occasionally, someone would glance up, their eyes fleetingly skimming over Lin Hao, only to swiftly avert. The reason was all too evident. The prolonged and spirited exertion from the afternoon had not gone unnoticed. The oppressive gasps, the creaking of the bed, and the final pleading cries. Lin Hao hastily consumed his dinner, fleeing to the stern of the boat. The glances from the dining table, laden with unspoken words, were far more daunting than the tempestuous winds at sea. The evening breeze, carrying a briny scent, finally tempered the heat radiating from his ears. Leaning against the ship's railing, he cast his gaze towards the nearby gathering of rafts, which had now swelled considerably. Within a single day, 200 to 300 survivors had congregated, a dark mass clinging to the makeshift vessels. At the center of the platform, several brand new wooden cabins stood out strikingly. These soldiers truly possess remarkable craftsmanship. Lin Hao murmured to himself, his tone tinged with a complex admiration. To construct a shelter upon the sea using nothing but their hands and ingenuity, devoid of any reliance on system blueprints, was a testament to their resilience in survival. Yet, deeper concerns gnawed at his mind. Was such a gathering truly safe? Perhaps the answer would reveal itself the day after tomorrow. This uncertainty was a significant reason for his reluctance to part from the rafts. At that moment, a soft sigh reached his ears from behind. Lin Hao need not turn around. The sound of footsteps alone told him that it was Tian Yuyu. The footsteps paused beside him. Lin Hao, you really? Tian Yu hesitated, seemingly weighing her words, before finally expressing with a hint of reproach, Luo. After all, it's her first time. Couldn't you be a tad gentler? Her cheeks flushed slightly in the setting sun, clearly embarrassed to voice such sentiments. Lin Hao awkwardly touched his nose. Was it his fault? Xiao Luo had been even more forward. Yet, he could only offer a vague response. Understood. Tian Yuyu adjusted her glasses, her expression turning serious. I came to tell you that She has already joined another team, so? It's fine. Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. Everyone has their own aspirations. Those destined to meet will eventually cross paths. He was not particularly concerned about Shi's choice. Tian Yu nodded, falling silent for a few seconds. She gazed at the distinct contours of Lin Hao's profile, took a deep breath, and asked the question that had long lingered in her heart. Lin Hao, please be honest with me. Is your talent? Really? Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. Indeed. While he could conceal it from others, how could he possibly hide it from Tian Yuyu? She understood him too well. He opened his mouth, pondering how to articulate this talent. Yet, Tian Yu seemed to have made a determination, her cheeks blooming with a deeper flush. Her eyes sparkled with a blend of daring shyness and strange comprehension as she softly interjected, if it truly is that way, then you can't be blamed. Lin Hao was taken aback, unable to grasp her meaning. Tian Yu's voice lowered further, nearly drowned by the sound of the waves, as she slightly turned away, unable to meet Lin Hao's gaze. You need not mind that I am your teacher. As those words slipped from her lips, her ears turned crimson. Lin Hao was utterly bewildered. A sense of foreboding surged within him. He tentatively inquired, Teacher Tian, what do you mean by that? Tian Yu seemed to have exhausted her courage, casting a fleeting glance at him before quickly lowering her head. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her garment as she spoke in a voice barely audible. I'm only a few years older than you. I have also read quite a few of those online novels. If your talent truly pertains to the blessings of many offspring or the dual cultivation of yin and yang, and requires that, you can. Just inform the teacher. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her last vestige of courage and spoke rapidly. The teacher is not entirely unwilling to agree. After all, we are no longer on Earth. There is no need to be constrained by those worldly norms. Gathering resources and surviving is the foremost priority. She paused, her voice barely a whisper, yet imbued with a peculiar blend of determination and shyness. Moreover, teacher actually does not dislike you. Boom! Lin Hao felt as though an invisible thunderbolt had erupted in his mind. He stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 36. I entreat you to let me soar. Before Tian Yu's words had fully escaped her lips, she transformed into a startled rabbit, covering her face and darting away. Lin Hao, caught off guard, found his hand suspended in midair, grasping only at emptiness. This misunderstanding, the absurdity of all, was simply overwhelming. Tian Yu's self-sacrificial understanding and support detonated within him like a deep-sea bomb, leaving him both battered and tender. Now, he faced an exceedingly thorny dilemma. Option A. Clarify the misunderstanding. Benefits: a clear conscience, honoring Tian Yu's concern, and averting greater future embarrassment. Drawbacks: a surge in unknown risks. Might they leverage this as a bargaining chip? Demand resources? Seek to monopolize advantages? Even conspire together? Though the likelihood seemed slim, it undeniably posed a self-created predicament. Option B. Embrace the error, refrain from explanation. Benefits: a perfect guise. Henceforth, any behavior that exceeded conventional bounds or was subject to misinterpretation could be conveniently attributed to his innate gifts. Even if others quietly murmured doubts, they would merely think, his talent is exceptional, there's no remedy for it. Should he find himself entangled with other women, he could face Xia Yingluo's jealousy with an air of helplessness, shrugging it off as a consequence of his talents. Furthermore, this could deepen trust. If Tian Yu understood enough to be willing to sacrifice, might this very sacrifice foster a more profound bond and trust, leading her to believe he was compelled and thus more devoted? Drawbacks: the weight of moral reproach. To exploit the goodwill and earnest concern of a teacher who was willing to breach her psychological defenses for his sake, fabricating an immense falsehood to secure his own comfort and safety. Such a sentiment felt somewhat despicable. The scales of pros and cons swung heavily in his mind. On one side lay the stark, tangible benefits of survival: safety, convenience, the evasion of trouble, and potentially deeper loyalty, what countless souls in this apocalypse yearned for. On the other was the heavy moral burden and inner turmoil: deceit, exploitation, and guilt towards genuine affection. This clashed violently with the remnants of his core principles. No, in this apocalyptic world, what value does conscience hold? Conscience only leads to the demise of more. From the perspective of humanity as a whole, Lin Hao's existence bore greater worth than his demise. The more companions aboard the ship, the more valuable the journey. After all, he need not vie with anyone for resources. Rather, he could continually inject fresh supplies. Helping himself equated to aiding all of humanity. The correct answer was B. devoid of any detriment. With this realization, the burdens weighing on Lin Hao's heart dissipated in an instant, and a relaxed smile involuntarily graced his lips. Brother Lin Hao's sultry voice broke the air. What are you pondering here? Smiling so blissfully? Lin Hao felt a jolt. Su Qiya had approached him unannounced. Her charming smile accompanied by eyes that glimmered like a cat lurking in the shadows, radiating an elusive light. What brings you here? Lin Hao inquired, his brow furrowing slightly, revealing a clear sense of detachment. He required Su Qiya to remain aboard the vessel, yet the innate coolness and cunning within her made him instinctively wary. She had cast aside Wu Zhe without a moment's hesitation, a resolve that could just as effortlessly be directed towards him. Su Qiya, however, seemed entirely unfazed, as if she had discovered an intriguing prey. With light, graceful steps, she moved closer, emanating a subtle yet palpable aura of danger. "Oh dear, Brother Lin Hao, you seem so indifferent." She feigned a pout, then, with a mysterious smile, whispered in a hushed tone, "Don't you want to know what my talent is?" "Not all," Lin Hao replied resolutely. He was acutely aware that her words were fraught with convolutions. It was far better to distance himself than to be led astray. Having said that, he turned without hesitation and strode towards the door leading to the lower deck. "What a pity!" Su Qiya's voice lingered behind him, laced with a feigned sorrow. Lin Hao pretended not to hear as his hand grasped the cold metal doorknob. Just as he was about to twist it, a whisper as delicate as a wisp of smoke pierced his ears. "Mythical level." These three words detonated in Lin Hao's mind like a silent thunderclap. He froze in place, mechanically turning around. "What did you say?" Su Qiya seemed to have anticipated his reaction, covering her mouth as she let out a short, delighted laugh, her eyes gleaming with mischief and pride. "Curious to know the answer? Well," she extended her slender finger, pointing towards the depths of the lower cabin. "I'll be waiting for you in the power chamber." Before her words had fully dissipated, she slipped into the cabin entrance like a slippery fish, vanishing into the dim corridor. Lin Hao stood rooted, his chest rising and falling slightly. Mythical level. How could she possibly know? What exactly does she know? He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult of suspicion within. The power chamber. He hadn't ventured there since the ship's upgrade. Without further hesitation, he followed suit. The power chamber was located at the very bottom of the ship's stern, its heavy metal door effectively muffling most sounds. The interior was cramped, lit by a harsh white light that illuminated a complex propulsion system occupying the majority of the space. It could barely accommodate 2 or 3 people standing, creating an exceptionally oppressive atmosphere. Su Qiya was already waiting inside, leaning against the cold metal wall, leisurely observing him. The door slammed shut with a clang, and their proximity was so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. "How did you know?" Lin Hao's gaze was piercing, locked onto Su Qiya's eyes. With a sultry smile, Su Qiya's fingertip brushed across his chest, laden with suggestive intent. "What do you think?" Lin Hao furrowed his brow, allowing her actions to continue. In fact, during the descent from the deck, he had harbored suspicions. "Is it related to your talent?" "Indeed." Su Qiya licked her lips, her fingertip restlessly trailing downward. "My talent is of no assistance in combat, nor in salvaging resources. Your talent is of the detection type, allowing you to perceive others' talents." "Bingo!" Su Qiya snapped her fingers with a crisp sound, slightly retreating, yet her eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed to pierce through him entirely. "My talent is of the SSS Great Insight." Her voice brimmed with the pride of possessing a secret. "So, Brother Lin Hao, before me, have no secrets." Lin Hao felt a sense of helplessness. The aura of mystery he had painstakingly tried to maintain was effortlessly shattered before this woman, akin to a mere layer of thin paper. This sensation left him feeling like a jester, and he replied with resignation, "What do you wish to do?" "What else can I do?" "Naturally, I shall cling tightly to your leg." Su Qiya leaned in closer, her smile widening, her actions growing more unabashed. As Lin Hao thought of Xia Yingluo, a natural instinct of resistance surged within him, yet he found himself firmly ensnared by Su Qiya's grasp. "Brother Lin Hao, I beseech you, take me on a flight, will you?" Chapter 37. Su Qiui's confession. "Why are you doing this?" Lin Hao exerted force abruptly, pressing Su Qiui against the cold metallic wall of the cabin. Su Qiui let out a muffled groan as her back collided painfully. She struggled momentarily, yet remained motionless, her expression devoid of panic, instead tinged with a faint blush. "Is it even a question?" she gasped, her gaze fervent. "In a 1,000,000,000 chance. You are the sole exception among humanity. If I weren't moved, that would be truly strange, wouldn't it?" Lin Hao furrowed his brow. "If you can perceive my talent, you should understand. You need only stay quietly aboard the ship, and I shall ensure you are well compensated. Why sacrifice yourself?" "Sacrifice?" Su Qiui responded as if she had heard a jest. "How can this be termed a sacrifice?" Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. "There is no one more exceptional than you in this world. I love you." "No, wait," Lin Hao stammered, bewildered. "We've only met for a few hours. How can you call this love?" "Why not?" Su Qiui met his gaze directly, her eyes ablaze. Falling for someone, feeling that spark, can indeed occur in an instant, can it not? Her unabashed confession left Lin Hao momentarily speechless. "Do you perceive me as mercenary?" She spoke rapidly, acknowledging the truth of her statement. "But what is love at first sight, if not an attraction to beauty? You are handsome, capable, and truly the only one of your kind. The fact that I have restrained myself from confessing until now is a remarkable act of self-control, don't you think?" Her heartfelt sincerity resonated. It had only deepened Lin Hao's sense of discomfort. But he attempted to counter. All right. Su Qiui suddenly softened her tone, infused with an air of resignation and an unusual affection. "I'm genuinely intimidated by you. A man like you is indeed a rare specimen." Her gaze subtly drifted downward, hinting at an underlying meaning. Lin Hao's tense reaction betrayed his physiological honesty. "Nonetheless, this only endears you to me further," she teased with a mischievous smile. Then, her expression turned serious once more. "Please set me down. I wish to share my story with you." Lin Hao regarded her rare earnestness, hesitating for a moment before slowly releasing his grip. Su Qiui leaned against the cabin wall, her voice steady as if recounting the tale of another. "When I was very young, my parents divorced. My mother, both beautiful and strong-willed, raised me alone. All my skills, reading people, articulating thoughts, leveraging my advantages, were imparted by her. Yet, she never taught me these things to harm others. Rather, it was to protect myself. Consider this, a single girl without a father's protection, with a mother whose beauty invites envy and malice. How much hostility and covetousness would she face? My mother taught me how to deflect those malicious gazes and outstretched claws with minimal cost or redirect them elsewhere." Her eyes sharpened with intensity. "However, I never actively seek to deceive others for material gain. When others insist on giving me something, I accept it, considering it a form of protection. When we part ways, I always return it intact. This is the bottom line established by my mother. Protecting oneself?" Lin Hao's voice was laced with skepticism. "This seems more like playing with fire. A slight misstep. This is my mental armor." Su Qiui interjected emphatically. "Thus, I relentlessly train in martial arts. I practice Sanda since elementary school, earning accolades in the provincial youth category, and I entered university through my athletic prowess. I need tangible strength, a solid foundation, especially when soft approaches fail. I must resort to hard measures." She slightly raised her chin, embodying determination. "In essence, I am a person profoundly lacking in security. Fortunately, through these means, I have indeed avoided genuine harm, whether psychological or physical." Lin Hao fell silent, taken aback by the survival logic behind this seemingly carefree, even audacious woman. It was a twisted, perilous existence tinged with the melancholy of struggle and survival. Su Qiui inhaled deeply. "Nevertheless, the absolute disparity in strength between men and women cannot be altered merely by my efforts, especially in this damned sea, where the law of the jungle is magnified. My sense of insecurity has intensified. I'm desperately searching for someone who can truly provide me with peace of mind, someone who can relieve me of the constant tension of self-protection. Commander Liu? He is strong and upright, but he represents the collective, the order. He cannot offer me that unique, absolute sense of security that belongs solely to me. Her gaze refocused on Lin Hao's face, ablaze with intensity. Until I met you. Lin Hao, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew I had found it. You are the one who can end all my anxieties. The one worthy of my complete trust. The one I would stake everything upon. Even if you can perceive my talents. Lin Hao remained calm. How can you be so certain about my character? Su Qiuya suddenly revealed a sly and enigmatic smile. Who said I am unaware of your character? Have you forgotten? We are alumni, Lin Hao. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned. She added triumphantly, although we were in different classes. It is not difficult to inquire about a decent-looking senior who is always solitary and somewhat mysterious. Is it? You even inquired about me? Lin Hao was genuinely astonished. At school, due to his impoverished background, he lived as an invisible presence. In winter, unable to afford showers, his clothes faded and patched. He was seen as a bizarre and impoverished figure by his classmates. He had never imagined he would be the subject of observation by someone like Su Qiuya, a goddess in his eyes. Of course, Su Qiuya's expression was earnest. My observational skills are quite keen. Although you are taciturn in your attire, well modest, I noticed a few things. Firstly, you never bully the weak. One time, I saw you quietly helping a bullied junior pick up their books. Secondly, your academic performance is commendable, particularly in the sciences, which reflects your intelligence and focus. Thirdly, and most crucially, your gaze is remarkably pure, yet resolute, imbued with an indomitable spirit. If it were not for your unfortunate financial circumstances, I might have endeavored to approach you long ago. I recognize that this may sound rather pragmatic and materialistic, yet Lin Hao, a relationship devoid of a material foundation, is akin to a mirage, dissipating with the slightest breeze. I wish to avoid us both becoming ensnared in deeper turmoil. Hence, I refrained from. Lin Hao's emotions were a tangled web. Beneath Su Qiuya's polished exterior lay a depth of intricacy, calculation, and clarity that exceeded his expectations. She was like a butterfly navigating through thorns, employing beauty and danger to shield her fragile wings. Since you are aware of my character, Lin Hao spoke in a subdued tone, laced with fatigue. There is no need for you to act this way. As long as you remain composed and avoid trouble with your abilities and worth, I will naturally regard you as a significant partner, offering you my protection and kindness. No, Lin Hao, you still do not comprehend me fully. Su Qiuya gently shook her head, her gaze resolute like a moth drawn to flame. I'm the kind of person who either trusts no one, isolating myself, and employing every means to safeguard my existence, or once I choose to believe, it is with complete and unreserved surrender. I yearn for a passionate love that defies all odds more than anyone else. It is the sole light I wish to grasp in my otherwise dreary life, even if it may scorch me. She looked at Lin Hao, her eyes shimmering with an almost pleading intensity. As for your feelings towards me, I implore you, do not speak of it now. Suddenly, she stepped closer, her cool fingers gently covering Lin Hao's lips. Her voice trembled imperceptibly, shedding all pretense, leaving only pure vulnerability. For these years, I have treaded upon thin ice, each step taken with utmost caution, adorned with a heavy mask. Allow me this one act of willfulness, will you? Let me attempt to seize this beam of light, even if it is but a fleeting moment of warmth and solace. Do not be so swift to cast me aside. Chapter 38. The school bell's sudden affection. Before him stood a woman, shedding all pretense, her eyes revealing a fragile vulnerability and yearning that spoke of desperation. The tremor in her voice, pleading not to be dismissed so swiftly, grazed against his taut nerves like a feather. Reason cautioned him, yet deep within, a more primal and tumultuous impulse ignited fervently. To endure any longer? That would be unmanly. The searing heat surged forth, obliterating all hesitation and deliberation. Lin Hao seized Su Qiuya's wrist, the very hand that had covered his lips, with an irresistible force. Su Qiuya was momentarily startled by this sudden action, her eyes flickering with astonishment. Lin Hao offered no words, his actions speaking volumes. With a firm grip, he pressed her back against the cold metallic wall with even greater intensity than before. The impact caused a soft gasp to escape Su Qiuya's lips as her back collided with the wall once again. Yet this time, she did not cry out in pain. Her eyes widened, filled with a blend of surprise and an even more fervent blaze of emotion. Lin Hao leaned in, exuding a fierce determination, and kissed her deeply. This was not a gentle exploration, but rather an eruption of emotions long suppressed, a declaration of claim that was both possessive and tinged with an awkward urgency. The stark contrast between the icy, unyielding wall and their heated breaths created a palpable tension. For a moment, Su Qia's body stiffened, but then, like a river thawing from winter's grasp, she responded, not in resistance, but in eager reciprocation. She lifted her unrestrained arm, wrapping it around Lin Hao's neck, her nails instinctively digging into the taut muscles of his shoulders, embodying a fierce assertiveness as if wishing to merge entirely into the inferno that enveloped them. In that confined space, the world outside faded, leaving only the two of them in blissful oblivion. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Hao withdrew slightly, their foreheads resting against one another. Su Qia's cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed into Lin Hao's eyes, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Her voice, husky and triumphant, broke the silence. I knew it. Your heart races so fast, Senior. Her fingertips danced lightly across Lin Hao's heaving chest, the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonating through the fabric, clearly transmitted to her fingertips. Who is more beautiful, me or Ying Luo? Lin Hao replied, candidly, of course. It's Ying Luo. Su Qia's chuckled softly, unperturbed by his words. I don't believe it, she retorted, her gaze sparkling with unwavering confidence. Her legs are neither longer than mine nor as captivating. Just as she finished speaking, her fingers deftly grasped the drawstring of his loose sweatpants, tugging it gently. The fabric unbound, succumbed to gravity, cascading silently down along the striking curves of her legs, pooling around her ankles. Lin Hao's breath hitched, his pupils dilating uncontrollably. Before him lay a vision capable of rendering any observer entranced. She possessed legs of perfect proportion, long, lithe, and every inch a harmonious blend of strength and grace. The enduring practice of martial arts has sculpted a physique characterized by taut muscles, smooth and fair skin, and contours that can only be described as exquisite, culminating in elegantly refined ankles. There exists not a trace of superfluous flesh, only the embodiment of beauty forged through relentless perseverance, exuding a raw, explosive allure. Her kneecaps, delicately rounded, glimmer under the light like pearls. This is not merely a matter of height. It is a masterpiece, meticulously crafted by the Creator, a tangible manifestation of strength and beauty. At this moment, it is displayed unabashedly within the confines of a narrow cabin, radiating a wild seduction and absolute confidence, emanating an intoxicating aura of hormones. Lin Hao feels a surge of heated blood rush to his head, his eardrums buzzing. His Adam's apple struggles to rise and fall, and he can almost hear the thunderous beating of his heart within his chest. Under the visual onslaught, the dam of reason teeters on the brink of collapse. He forces himself to divert his gaze, yet his eyes cling to those breathtakingly long legs as if magnetically drawn. Su Qiya appears oblivious to his discomfort, even deliberately adjusting her stance slightly, accentuating her flawless lines in the light. Barefoot on the cold metal floor, she exudes an innocent yet lethal sensuality. With a slight tilt of her head, the corners of her lips curl into a sly and triumphant smile, her voice laced with a husky allure. What now, Senior? Do you still think Ingla is more beautiful than me? Lin Hao's temples throb, the blood in his veins boiling. He inhales sharply, his gaze deepening and becoming perilous, akin to a predator poised to pounce. The facade of composure he had feigned evaporates, leaving only an ignited desire for conquest and possession. He steps forward, exuding a powerful aura, his voice low and gravelly. You are playing with fire. Su Qiya remains silent, her astonishing flexibility and grace allowing her to slowly lift one leg. This leg, long and strong, bears the elegant lines of years of martial training. It moves like a nimble and aggressive serpent, crossing over his shoulder, surmounting the tips of his hair. Ultimately, with a cool touch and undeniable weight, it firmly presses against the cold wall of the cabin behind him. The impact is bold and imposing, she unfolds herself almost entirely, presenting herself to Lin Hao in a posture that is both sacrificial and dominantly assertive. Lin Hao freezes momentarily. He tilts his head back slightly, his gaze tracing the taut, powerful leg upward, past the rounded kneecap, gliding over the enticing curve of her thigh, finally resting upon Su Qiuya's face. She tilts her head slightly to observe him. The blush on her cheeks remains, yet her eyes no longer hold the previous allure or cunning. Instead, they now burn with something far more direct and fervent. An invitation, a challenge, a desperate sacrifice. A resolve that pulls him into the abyss. After a brief pause, Lin Hao's heartbeat suddenly erupts. It beats faster and harder than before, thundering like a drum within his chest. An indescribable impulse surged through his limbs in an instant. He had never imagined that one day he would be so forcefully leg-locked by the campus bell. The visual impact and psychological shock of this posture were far more striking than any words could convey. It silently proclaimed that she had completely lowered her defenses, exposing all her vulnerabilities and desires before him, while simultaneously, in an almost provocative manner, casting the choice back into his hands. Should he push away this audacious advance? Or, Lin Hao's Adam's apple bobbed violently. The last flicker of hesitation and reason in his eyes was utterly ignited and consumed by this breathtaking scene. He no longer needed to deliberate. His body had already given the most honest answer. He suddenly leaned in, eschewing any further words. Instead, he replaced all responses with a more fervent and insatiable exploration. In the cramped corner of the cabin, the temperature soared dramatically, as if the cold metallic walls were melting under the burning passion of the two. Chapter 39. What is the meaning of beautiful women are charming? As the rain subsided and the clouds dispersed, Lin Hao gazed at the striking crimson stain on the cabin floor. His emotions in turmoil. Is it truly your first time? What else could it be? Su Qiuya shot him an exasperated glance, meticulously wiping the floor with a damp cloth. I've bared my heart to you, and yet you remain skeptical? In silence, Lin Hao produced a substantial collection of supplies and placed them upon the deck. Su Qiuya did not hesitate and promptly stored them in her space. You are the only one I have ever treated with sincerity. She lifted her face, her smile radiant. These items, I shall not return to you. They were yours to begin with. Lin Hao replied helplessly. I merely took advantage of my talent. To his surprise, Su Qiuya suddenly leaned closer, affectionately wrapping her arms around his neck. How can you say that? Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This should be something we created together. Quickly, tell me, what reward did the system grant you? Are you not able to see my talent? Lin Hao inquired, perplexed. I only know that your talent is beautiful women are charming. Su Qiuya elucidated. The more women around you, the more abundant the rewards, but what those rewards entail, I cannot say. Beautiful women are charming? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't his talent supposed to be infinite resources? What was happening? Was she testing him? Or was there a flaw in her talent? If you choose not to tell me, then so be it. Lin Hao's silence elicited some displeasure from Su Qiuya. She had been so candid, yet he remained guarded. The system rewards me with 1 egg per second, Lin Hao replied truthfully. 1 egg per second. Su Qiuya's eyes sparkled with excitement, her earlier displeasure dissipating. That's 60 eggs in a minute, 360 in an hour, at 1 yuan each. That's over 80,000 a day. I didn't realize I was worth so much. Hee hee. Suddenly, she mischievously blinked and asked, by the way, what was the reward after your encounter with Xiaoying Luo? The reward following that encounter? Lin Hao felt a peculiar sensation, if she was feigning ignorance. Her acting was remarkably convincing. 1 bottle of purified water per second. Each bottle costs 8 dimes. Su Qiuya triumphantly lifted her chin. I have one, haha. Lin Hao felt an overwhelming urge to voice his exasperation, but a more pressing concern arose in his mind. How was he to explain this matter to Xiaoying Luo? She had repeatedly insisted that he could be with anyone, except Su Qiuya. If she were to find out, Lin Hao could vividly envision the eruption of fury from Xiaoying Luo. At that moment, a private message from Lu Jin popped up. Comrade Lin Hao, may I ask if those female comrades can stay on your boat for another night? Certainly, he replied, then turned to Su Qiuya. Where will you stay tonight? Why not join me and Ing Luo in bedroom 1? It would be the perfect opportunity to be honest with her. Sukiya looked utterly astonished. Aren't you afraid Ing Luo will become jealous? If she starts causing a scene, what must be faced must be faced. It is better to endure a short pain than a prolonged one. Lin Hao felt a surge of anxiety within, but he had no choice but to press onward. Casting the responsibility on a talent, one seeks assistance from Tian Yuyu for comfort, while attempting to soothe oneself. Surely, Ing Luo would comprehend, wouldn't she? Yet, to Sukiya's astonishment, she resolutely shook her head. No, I do not wish for Ing Luo to know, at least not now, and you must not disclose it to her. Why? Lin Hao is genuinely taken aback. She is not as rational as I am. Sukiya sighed, her gaze becoming intricate and profound. Ing Luo's feelings for you are more pure, yet also fragile. Very well, then where will you stay tonight? Lin Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. If he could delay matters for a while, it would be all the better. Right here will suffice. Though the space is limited, it is far more comfortable than the small raft. Sukiya surveyed the small yet sturdy cabin, her tone composed. I shall prepare a private bedroom for you as soon as possible. Lin Hao did not linger on this matter for long, opening the cabin door and stepping outside. Fortunately, it was night, the corridor shrouded in darkness, and everyone was on deck assisting, so no one noticed this scene. Upon reaching the deck, he observed women boarding the ship with the soldiers' help. Some had already been arranged to stay in the second-level cabins, while others, guided by Tian Yuyu, entered the first-level cabins. Lin Hao made his way directly to the bow, addressing Zhuang Xiaofeng. Comrade Zhuang Xiaofeng, do you truly believe constructing a platform on the water is the right course of action? Zhuang Xiaofeng glanced at him. We have discussed this internally. One cannot ascertain the correctness until it is tested. Yet the system rules clearly state that having more people is not necessarily advantageous. I cannot shake the feeling that this course of action might attract some dreadful existence. Zhuang Xiaofeng furrowed her brow. She recognized the validity of Lin Hao's concerns, as there were dissenting voices within their ranks. But Lu Jin had ultimately persuaded everyone. We are not putting all our eggs in one basket. While constructing the platform, we are also upgrading the vessels. Before the novice protection period concludes, we shall distribute personnel among the various ships. It appears you have a contingency plan in place. I have indeed been overthinking, Lin Hao remarked with a smile. Do you have a better suggestion? Zhuang Xiaofeng countered. I have no suggestions. Lin Hao shifted his tone, but I wish to offer assistance. My ship can accommodate a portion of the crew when the time comes. Zhuang Xiaofeng's eyes brightened. Really? That would be immensely appreciated. They indeed had contingency plans, including requisitioning non-military vessels, but she had not anticipated Lin Hao would proactively offer help. However, I hope to arrange for as many women as possible, as my ship has a higher number of female crew members, Lin Hao added. That may not be feasible. Zhuang Xiaofeng frowned. Should an emergency arise, concentrating women in one location could pose greater risks. Are you concerned that I cannot protect everyone? Lin Hao discerned her apprehension. Zhuang Xiaofeng did not deny it. With all due respect, there should be no place safer than here. Zhuang Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, comprehending his underlying implication. Are you suggesting you are quite formidable? Lin Hao provocatively regarded her. Indeed, would you care to test that? How would one test it? This is hardly the place for a scuffle. Simple. Lin Hao nonchalantly leaned against the ship's railing, extending his right hand. Let us engage in a test of strength. Zhuang Xiaofeng did not hesitate, immediately extending her right hand to grasp as firmly. But in the next instant, her pupils dilated in shock. She exerted herself fiercely, her arm muscles tensing instantaneously. Yet Lin Hao's wrist remained as if it were cemented in midair, utterly unmoving. How is this possible? A tempest of disbelief surged within Zhuang Xiaofeng. Her strength already surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and with the enhancement of her innate talent, lifting 2 adult women was as effortless as hoisting a couple of chicks. In this moment, she was employing nearly all her might. Yet the opponent's arm showed not the slightest tremor. You, this strength. Zhuang Xiaofeng's voice brimmed with incredulity as her gaze fixated intently on Lin Hao's serene countenance. Now you believe? A faint, elusive smile curved Lin Hao's lips as he leisurely withdrew his arm, exuding an air of nonchalance. Zhuang Xiaofeng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within her heart. The impact of that immovable wrist far exceeded her imagination. She even suspected that the other party had not exerted their full strength. This power is nothing short of monstrous. When she looked at Lin Hao again, her expression had transformed entirely, her prior doubts replaced by an intense scrutiny. This was a level unattainable by an ordinary person. His earlier assertion about the safest place was no mere hyperbole. Very well. Zhuang Xiaofeng's voice was low and powerful, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. I will report this matter to Commander Liu immediately. Lin Hao secretly exhaled in relief. If this plan succeeded, there would be a justification for keeping Zhuang Xiaofeng aboard the ship. Chapter 40. A busy night to Lin Hao's surprise. The number of female survivors boarding the ship tonight reached as many as 58. The once spacious deck was instantly crowded to the brim, and the entrance to the cabin was teeming with people. Murmurs and an unsettling restlessness permeated the crowd. Lin Hao furrowed his brow and swiftly accessed the trading channel. His fingers glided rapidly across the virtual screen, searching for essential materials, rare metals, plastics, and glass. Although the prices for direct transactions were exorbitantly high at this moment, space was of paramount importance. Ding. Consumption. 6,400 wood, 6,400 steel, 200 rare metals, 200 plastics, 200 glass. The cruise ship is commencing upgrades. Estimated time, 3 hours. A dull metallic hum and the faint sounds of structural stretching emanated from within the ship, causing it to shudder slightly. Just hold on a little longer. Lin Hao raised his voice to drown out the whispers in the crowd. In 3 hours, the ship's space will expand significantly, providing ample room for everyone to settle. His steady voice quelled the restless crowd somewhat. Teacher Tian, could you please organize the distribution of a bottle of water and a piece of bread to each newly boarded sister? Material comfort must always come first. Zhuang Xiaofeng stood in a conspicuous position, arms crossed, her calm gaze sweeping over the throng. That silent presence was as solid as a rock, causing those harboring grievances or attempting to stir trouble to instinctively temper their demeanor. Under the dual influence of material reassurance and Zhuang Xiaofeng's intangible intimidation, the crowd finally quieted down completely, beginning to wait in an orderly fashion. After quickly briefing Tian Yuyu on the subsequent arrangements, Lin Hao turned and walked toward the first bedroom at the bow of the ship. As he pushed open the bedroom door, bathed in the warm yellow light, he found Xia Yingluo, who had taken a nap in the afternoon, looking considerably refreshed. She was reclining on the bed, scrolling through the trading channel's virtual screen. Upon hearing the door open, she immediately looked up, and upon seeing Lin Hao, her face broke into a radiant smile, resembling a delicate butterfly fluttering towards him, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Lin Hao, you're back. I have some fantastic news. Her voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Good news? Lin Hao was taken aback, instinctively wrapping his arms around her. What treasure have you stumbled upon? Not quite. Xia Yingluo's eyes sparkled as she gazed up at him, as if presenting a treasure. It's Xiaoba. It just told me that it discovered an underwater treasure in the nearby sea. An underwater treasure? Lin Hao's spirits lifted instantly, and he promptly opened the system panel to display the nautical chart. Xia Yingluo leaned closer, her faint fragrance brushing against his ear, as her delicate fingers pointed to a specific area on the chart. It's approximately here, not far from us, about 10 nautical miles away. Lin Hao quickly magnified the coordinates for pinpointing. However, that location displayed nothing but a deep blue expanse, devoid of any markers indicating resource chests or special resources. It appeared that not all resource points were marked on the nautical chart by the system. He murmured thoughtfully, a surge of adventurous excitement bubbling within him. Such hidden treasures often promised richer rewards. All right, at dawn, we shall set out to explore. And what about my reward? Xia Yingluo blinked her large eyes, exuding a playful charm, as she gently poked his chest with her finger. Lin Hao chuckled softly, pinching her tender cheek and allowing his hand to wander to her waist. What is it that you desire? He inquired. Xia Yingluo, akin to a startled fawn, laughed as she evaded him, pleading please. It hurts. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him an admonishing glare before turning serious. Could you possibly give me more water? I wish to purchase some items. Would 1,000 bottles suffice? Lin Hao asked nonchalantly. In a world where water resources are exceedingly scarce, 1,000 bottles of pure water could drive a small team into a frenzy. Xia Yingluo's eyes widened in astonishment. That's more than enough. With a mere thought, Lin Hao conjured bottle after bottle of pristine water, swiftly stacking them to occupy a substantial corner of the space. Here are 1,000 for you. If it's insufficient, feel free to ask for more. Thank you. You're the best. Xia Yingluo exclaimed, her delight prompting her to leap and plant a kiss on his cheek. Gazing at the towering pile of water, she felt a surge of gratitude. Without Lin Hao, navigating this vast ocean would be unimaginable. Lin Hao smiled, patted her back, and began browsing the trading channel himself. With only 20 liters of gasoline on hand, it was woefully inadequate for the upgraded cruise ship. He needed to replenish his supplies swiftly. Fortunately, coal and diesel were relatively accessible in the trading channel, and after a series of transactions, a wealth of fuel filled the space. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Cruise ship upgrade complete. Cruise ship level, LV. 12 dimensions, 25m x 6m control room, 5m x 3m, top of the bow, upper cabin, 16m x 5m, open space, lower cabin, 20m x 5m, includes 5 independent bedrooms. The humming of the ship's body ceased. Its texture now more stable and substantial. Lin Hao distinctly felt the space had expanded considerably. Exiting the bedroom, he observed the previously crowded deck and corridor now orderly as people, under the guidance of Tian Yuyu and Zhuang Xiaofeng, entered the lower cabin. While not everyone had a soft bed, at least there were spaces to lie down. Once arrangements were made and a temporary sense of stability ensured, Lin Hao finally let out a sigh of relief. He returned to his rejuvenated, slightly more spacious bedroom number 1, where Xia Yingluo had already stowed most of the water, leaving a few bottles out. She leaned against the headboard, casting a shy glance in his direction. Lin Hao approached, shedding his clothes before slipping under the covers and gently wrapping his arms around her soft form. What's the matter? Is there another surprise? Xia Yingluo didn't respond, but her small hand quietly reached out, radiating warmth as it roamed over his body. Lin Hao felt his body stiffen slightly, incredulously asking, "Didn't you say you were still in pain?" "I still hurt a bit," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, her cheeks blooming like a ripe peach, yet her eyes shimmered with a daring glimmer as they met his inquisitive gaze. However, she hesitated. Biting her lip as if summoning great courage, she leaned closer to his ear, her breath fragrant. "I want to make you feel good." These words coursed through Lin Hao like a jolt of electricity, igniting a spark throughout his being. "Silly girl." He sighed softly, his voice tinged with a hoarse tenderness, infused with both affection and resignation, urging her not to force herself. "Do not strain," Xia Yingluo immediately retorted, as if fearing his refusal, her small hand restlessly sliding downward, fingertips tinged with tentative and unrefined courage. I can assist you." Her movements, albeit clumsy, were irresistibly alluring, imbued with a sacrificial devotion and a bashful assertiveness. Lin Hao inhaled deeply, abruptly tightening his embrace, drawing her deeper into his arms. Lowering his head, he seized her enticing crimson lips with fervor. "MMM." Xia Yingluo emitted a brief whimper, swiftly dissolving into the intensity of his ardent kiss. Outside the cabin, weary survivors succumbed to slumber, their breaths steady and rhythmic. Within the cabin, the sheets slipped away, intertwined silhouettes rising and falling beneath the dim light. Time passed, though its measure was lost, until the storm abated. Lin Hao tucked her damp strands of hair behind her ear, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her smooth forehead. Xia Yingluo, utterly exhausted, nestled against him like a satiated kitten, her cheek pressed against his still fiery chest, a hint of satisfaction and shyness gracing her lips. "Sleep now," Lin Hao murmured, his voice deep and steady, laced with the languor of post-intimacy, for they would seek treasures come dawn. "MMM," she replied indistinctly, her eyelids heavy. Soon, The cadence of even breaths filled the air. Chapter 41. An unexpected encounter with a maid on the following day. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Lin Hao was already awake. He sought out Zhuang Xiaofeng, pointing to a marked spot on the nautical chart. I intend to venture here to salvage treasure. You all may remain aboard my vessel today to avoid the hassle of back and forth. How do you know there's treasure? Zhuang Xiaofeng inquired, astonished. I have a crew member who can communicate with marine creatures. It was she who uncovered this lead. Lin Hao replied candidly. Zhuang Xiaofeng pondered briefly before responding. Please wait. I shall confer with Commander Liu. A moment later, she returned. We shall proceed as you suggested, but allow those who wish to disembark to do so first. Ultimately, 10 survivors opted to leave the ship. After securing the mooring lines, Lin Hao ascended to the upper deck. Jiang Ran and Jiang Jinwei were inside, each setting up their sleeping arrangements, clad in their clothes as they slumbered. Captain Lin? Jiang Jinwei stirred, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Observing the two, Lin Hao was struck with an idea. How would you both like to assist me with navigation on a full-time basis? The compensation would be a double portion of the standard meal each day. That sounds wonderful, Jiang Jinwei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Trailing behind the massive flotilla, they found it nearly impossible to procure supplies. The standard meal was vital. It could even be traded for goods, if uneaten. A double portion. Such remuneration was irresistibly alluring. Once Lin Hao replenished the fuel, he entrusted the helm to the Jiang siblings. The low, mournful blast of the ship's horn shattered the morning calm as the vessel gradually departed from the rafts. The crew stood upon the sturdy, elevated deck, basking in the refreshing sea breeze, gazing down at the azure expanse of the ocean. The sensation akin to a leisurely vacation rather than a struggle for survival. Lin Hao deliberately moderated the ship's speed. This not only conserved fuel, but also allowed Zhuang Xiaofeng to linger a while longer. The sound of grappling hooks slicing through the air resonated continuously. Although the 3-meter height rendered accuracy abysmal, all salvaged materials belonged to them, igniting a fervor among the crew. As core members, Tian Yuyu, Wei Wei, and others abstained from the salvage efforts. Tian Yuyu busied herself with a portion of the crew in the dining area, preparing breakfast for the entire ship, the aroma of food beginning to waft through the air. Meanwhile, Wei Wei led another group meticulously tending to the deck and restroom areas, maintaining the ship's cleanliness. As the morning light broke, golden rays gently enveloped the deck, painting a vibrant tableau of industriousness and vitality. This harmony and stability stood in stark contrast when encountering other survivors. In just 2 days, solitary wanderers had become a rare sight upon the sea. The harsh reality compelled individuals to band together for warmth, pooling resources to upgrade their vessels. Yet, the majority still languished below level 5, lacking cabins and adequate protection. Crammed upon makeshift rafts, exposed to the elements, their expressions weary and despairing. In stark comparison to Lin Hao's upgraded level 12 steel cruise ship with its dual-deck cabins, the disparity was striking. Each time they passed by one another, the vast chasm between them was unmistakable. Goodness, look over there. Is that a ship? A steel ship, a sharp-eyed survivor exclaimed, pointing into the distance, their voice elevated in astonishment, nearly breaking. My heavens, it truly is a ship. It's enormous, at least 10 times larger than our little rickety vessel. The individuals aboard the nearby raft rose swiftly, extending their necks in disbelief. Boss, look here, someone exclaimed, fervently waving their arms and shouting, Boss, do you need more crew on your ship? I can do anything. Please take me aboard. This outcry ignited a frenzy among several small boats nearby. Boss, choose me. I can fix things. I have tools. Boss, I'm a doctor. I possess first aid knowledge. Boss, I am strong. I can lift and carry. Just give me a meal. Boss, look at us. We are few and take up little space. Please take us with you. A young woman, her voice tinged with desperation, cried out, Boss, I am a woman. I can cook and care for others. I implore you to let me board. I truly cannot endure this any longer. The cacophony of voices, filled with despair and longing, resonated across the water. Lin Hao stood at the bow of the ship, disregarding the tumultuous calls around him, calmly surveying the sea. Soon, his gaze fixed upon a solitary figure in a small boat. It was a young woman whose graceful stature and exquisite features stood out strikingly among the grim survivors. A distinctive mark adorned her head. As the vessel slowly approached, Lin Hao called out, "The lady in the maid's attire, do you wish to come aboard?" Mu Qingyuan sprang to her feet, her eyes ablaze with joy. "Boss, please take us with you." The three men beside her hastily stood up, their faces brimming with longing. "Boss, bring us along. We can endure any hardship and undertake any task." "Apologies, but my ship only accommodates beautiful women," Lin Hao replied bluntly. The three men turned pale, exchanging glances filled with disappointment and anxiety. Chang Gu reacted swiftly, instinctively stepping in front of Mu Qingyuan and urgently whispering, "Qingyuan, don't go. This fellow explicitly desires only pretty girls. The ship is filled with women. Who knows what his intentions are? It's too dangerous." Mu Qingyuan froze, her gaze darting between her companions' faces and the steel vessel. The immense temptation clashed violently with her apprehension. Yet, there are so many people on a ship. It should be safe, right? Her voice trembled with uncertainty. The elder Wang Gu sighed, his expression complex as he gently patted her shoulder. "Qingyin, to be honest, boarding that ship would be 100 times better than squeezing in this rickety raft with us. I only wish for your safety." He paused, his voice growing solemn. If anything happens, just let us know. The three of us will risk our lives to find a way to rescue you. Wang Yi, Qiang Yi, Yi. Mu Qingyuan gazed into their earnest eyes, her own brimming with tears. "Never mind, I want to go. We four should stick together." "Foolish girl," Wang Gu interrupted her, his tone laced with helplessness and concern. "Such an opportunity is rare. You must go. Following him offers a far greater chance of survival than being with us." He glanced at the two brothers beside him, who nodded in encouragement and softly said, "Qingyin, we are indeed in dire need of supplies. If you're able and have the means over there, please lend us a hand, the three of us brothers. But if not, do not feel compelled. Remember, your safety is paramount above all else." These words conveyed concern, anticipation, and a realistic request, underscored by the most crucial principle, her safety. Mu Qingyuan looked at their faces, a blend of reluctance, worry, and hope, and felt a warmth in her heart as she nodded vigorously. "Yes. Wang Gu, Chang Gu, Jie Gu, please take care of yourselves. Await my news." Chapter 42, Cat Girl. Firearms and Ammunition. Lin Hao tossed a rope overboard, effortlessly hauling the maid-clad girl aboard the vessel. To his astonishment, he noticed that she sported cat ear accessories atop her head and a fluffy tail trailing behind her. Intrigued, he instinctively reached out, eager to touch the lifelike cat ears. "Ah!" the girl exclaimed, leaping back with the agility of a startled cat, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Lin Hao's hand froze mid-air, his expression a portrait of bewilderment. The bustling crew on deck turned in unison, their gazes fixated on the flustered cat-eared maid. "Did I just see those ears move on their own? Look at her tail. It's swishing. It's alive." Sure Xiaorui, carrying a platter of food, curiously squeezed through the crowd, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow, what an adorable little sister. Are those cat ears real?" She leaned in closer, her nose nearly brushing against the slightly quivering ears, her face alight with the thrill of discovery. "Goodness, so fluffy. May I touch them?" She instinctively reached out her hand, only to have the girl retreat in alarm. "No, please don't touch." The girl clutched her ears tightly, her tail standing on end like a frazzled feather duster. "My heavens, a living cat girl. I've only seen this in anime. How extraordinary could this be? A talent? Her blushing face is so adorable. That tail looks so inviting to touch. Very unique. I'm so tempted to pet it." Mu Qingyuan, blushing fiercely, wished for a crevice to hide in, casting a helpless glance at Lin Hao, who had pulled her aboard, her eyes pleading for assistance. Lin Hao surveyed the chaotic scene, then glanced at the mortified cat-eared girl, unable to suppress a smirk. "Ahem, everyone quiet down. This young lady is our new member. By the way, what is your name?" I am Mu Qingyuan. Her voice was barely a whisper as she nervously twisted the hem of her maid dress. This must be the effect of her talent. She had been working at a cat-eared maid CAF, and upon awakening, she had truly transformed into a cat girl. Wow, a talent that turns one into a cat girl? How marvelous! Lin Hao ignored the ongoing commotion, guiding Mu Qingyuan to where Teacher Tian Yu was standing. Teacher Tian, I leave her in your capable hands. From now on, she will assist you in the dining area, and as for her salary, a double standard meal. Double? Thank you, Captain. Mu Qingyuan's cat ears perked up in excitement. Although she was unaware of the value of a standard meal, she was certain that 2 portions would be quite satisfactory. Tian Yu beamed as she leaned closer to Mu Qingyuan. Don't be afraid, little Qingyuan. Everyone here is quite friendly. But, may I touch your ears later? Just once. I promise to be gentle. Mu Qingyuan's tail nervously curled into a question mark at the suggestion. After arranging for Mu Qingyuan, Lin Hao finally had a moment to check the system panel. Ding! Congratulations on recruiting the charming Mu Qingyuan. Unlocking exclusive binding effect, coffee supply. Coffee supply. Automatically receive 1 packet of instant coffee, 30G, every second. Stored in infinite space. Lin Hao coffee? Or instant coffee? In this desolate, post-apocalyptic world by the sea, the corner of his eye twitched. Well, at least it would invigorate the mind better than nothing. Unfortunately, the journey ahead held no surprises. Not to mention a perfect score. Even those above 80 were few and far between. It wasn't until nearly noon that the vessel gradually reached its intended waters. Xia Ingluo had long been standing quietly at the bow, her hair gently swaying in the sea breeze. With her eyes slightly closed, she maintained a close connection with Little 8. This octopus companion had been following them faithfully, far more reliable than the elusive orca. Before long, Little 8's sturdy arms began to haul one heavy box after another, thumping them onto the broad deck. There were at least a dozen boxes. Apart from a particularly striking golden chest, the rest were all heavy iron crates. Lin Hao pried open one of the iron boxes with crowbar. Hiss! My heavens! What is this? The moment the iron box opened, gasps of disbelief and incredulous exclamations filled the air. Inside lay neatly stacked firearms and ammunition. Zhuang Xiaofeng's pupils constricted sharply. Almost instinctively, she stepped forward and commanded, "Everyone, step back. Do not touch anything." She abruptly turned to Lin Hao, her voice trembling with excitement and urgency. "Captain Lin, these are AK-47 assault rifles, and accompanying 7.62mm ammunition. Quickly, we must secure them. This cannot be allowed to spread." Lin Hao's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he concentrated, and the heavy military supplies vanished from the deck, safely stored in his infinite space. He quickly accounted for the inventory, and the result left him breathless. A full 20 brand-new AK-47s, and 10,000 rounds of golden ammunition. The impact of this figure was more staggering than witnessing the items themselves. It was important to note that most survivors today would be fortunate to possess a single melee weapon for defense. Yet they had acquired enough firepower to arm an elite squad in one fell swoop. This was a strategic reserve of devastating proportions. With this arsenal, they instantly possessed unimaginable deterrence and survival capital in these chaotic waters. The deck fell into a profound silence. Everyone was stunned by this monumental acquisition. After the immense surprise came the weighty pressure and complex thoughts about the future. Zhuang Xiaofeng took a deep breath, suppressing the racing of her heart. "Captain Lin, what do you plan to do with these weapons? How will they be distributed and managed?" Lin Hao's gaze swept over the faces of those around him, filled with shock, anticipation, and even a hint of fear, finally resting on the only unopened golden chest. Its presence, now heightened in contrast to the shock of the weaponry, demanded attention. They would discuss the weapons later. First, he would examine this golden chest. Approaching it, he noted that unlike the iron boxes, this chest exuded an aura of ancient nobility. Its surface was intricately carved with mysterious patterns reminiscent of some lost runes. Most crucially, it is devoid of a keyhole. Instead, it features a complex and intricate metallic mechanism. This mechanism comprises several layers of interlocking rings, each adorned with star-like graduated markings. The rings possess the ability to rotate, exuding an aura of precision and mystery. It appears deceptively simple. Xia Ingluo leaned in to examine it closely, believing that aligning the design on the box would suffice. "Give it a try," Lin Hao remarked with a peculiar expression. Without further contemplation, Xia Ingluo crouched down and began to rotate the rings. However, she soon discerned something amiss. These rings did not function independently. They interlocked and constrained one another. After much effort, she managed to align one ring correctly, but upon turning the next, the previously aligned design instantly misaligned. Attempting once more yielded the same result. It was always just a fraction off, as if the intricate gears had been forcibly jumbled, resulting in an endless disarray. Chapter 43, Galaxy Number 5. Enough is enough. Another perplexing mechanism. Xia Ingluo stamped her foot in frustration. Lin Hao understood that this puzzle was intricately linked, requiring a system of equations to decipher. However, he was disinclined to exert himself. His gaze swept across the deck. Whoever can unlock this chest will be rewarded with 100 bottles of water. 100 bottles of water? Wow, I'll do it. Let me give it a try. I'm good at math. Under the lure of a generous reward, the crowd erupted in excitement. Eagerly rushing towards the treasure chest, Lin Hao leisurely retreated to the side and commanded a return to base. Diving into space, he noted the abundance of upgrade materials and decisively clicked to upgrade. Ding! Consuming 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of steel, 400 units of rare metals, 400 units of plastic, and 400 units of glass. The cruise ship begins its upgrade. Estimated time, 3 hours. A soft glow enveloped the entire ship as the whole structure began to reorganize under an unseen force. At that moment, Zhuang Xiaofeng navigated through the throng and approached Lin Hao once more, her eyes filled with urgency. "Captain Lin, have you given any thought to that batch of firearms?" Lin Hao recognized her eagerness. "I've made a decision. I can sell half to you." "What?" Zhuang Xiaofeng's face was a picture of disbelief. In this brutal maritime realm, to possess such weaponry and willingly part with half seemed utterly astonishing, especially with such ease. She was unaware that, for Lin Hao, who had an abundance of body-refining elixirs, these rifles were merely transitional tools. However, Lin Hao shifted his tone. "I have an additional condition." "What condition?" Zhuang Xiaofeng nodded immediately. Lin Hao smiled. "I want you to remain on this ship and help me train a battalion of female soldiers." "Why?" Zhuang Xiaofeng was once again taken aback, entirely unprepared for this request. "It's quite simple, for self-preservation." Lin Hao spread his hands, his tone candid. "The majority of my crew are women. They require strength to protect themselves, yet none are proficient with firearms. You are a professional and a female officer. Who could be more suitable?" Zhuang Xiaofeng fell silent for a moment. "I need to report to Commander Liu." "Of course." Lin Hao expressed his understanding, adding, "Please inform Commander Liu that I may soon depart from the team to act independently, but we can establish a long-term cooperative relationship. Your presence would deepen our collaboration and build a bridge of trust." He exhaled quietly, trading half of his weapons for a top-notch instructor and a collaborative bond. Addressing a defensive shortfall, Lu Jin had no reason to refuse. Before long, news from Lu Jin arrived, and both parties swiftly reached an agreement. 10 AK, 47 assault rifles plus 5,000 rounds of ammunition in exchange for 1,000 liters of gasoline and Zhuang Xiaofeng. Lu Jin promptly paid a deposit of 100 liters of gasoline, with subsequent installments to follow. Lin Hao unhesitatingly confirmed the transaction, with the deal completed. Zhuang Xiaofeng's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as she rendered a crisp military salute. "Reporting to you, Captain." Zhuang Xiaofeng formally presents herself. Lin Hao stood tall and returned the salute with gravity. "Welcome aboard, Comrade Zhuang Xiaofeng. You are hereby appointed as the first officer of this vessel, responsible for the security of the ship and military training of the personnel." A slight smile graced his lips. "As for your salary, let us provisionally set it at 3 standard meals a day, enough to fill you up. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Cheers to our partnership." With a firm clasp of 2 hands in the air, An unspoken understanding was forged. Captain, it's unfastened. I've done it. Sure, Xiaorui's exuberant exclamation pierced through the clamor. She raised a draft paper filled with intricate formulas, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Quick, let us see what's inside. The last time they opened the bronze chest, it yielded the Galaxy #1. What could this golden chest possibly contain? Brimming with confidence, Xiaorui approached the chest, deftly manipulating the circular rings, her movements precisely aligned with her calculations. Click! The lid sprang open, revealing a dazzling seam of light. Lin Hao stepped forward, holding his breath as he lifted the lid. Inside lay a glowing blueprint and 3 crystalline cores, each uniquely shaped and pulsating with extraordinary energy. Acquired. Galaxy #5 Photonic Energy Conversion Device Blueprint. Acquired. Conversion Core X1, Splitting Core X1, Linking Core X1. Acquired. Rare Metal X500. Lin Hao's gaze was instantly captivated by the blueprint. Galaxy No. 5 Photonic Energy Conversion Device Blueprint. Requires 100 rare metals conversion core, splitting core, linking core to synthesize. Materials detected as complete. Would you like to synthesize now? Synthesize. Buzz. An unusual mechanical whirring filled the air as futuristic metallic components rapidly assembled in a radiant glow. Minutes later, as the brilliance faded, a palm-sized hexagonal device quietly hovered above the deck. Galaxy #5 Photonic Energy Conversion Device, Function 1. Automatically adheres to the ship's hull, efficiently converting light energy into electrical energy. It can also reverse this process, transforming electrical energy back into light energy illumination. Function 2. The main device can split. By feeding it rare metals, it can continuously produce functional offspring devices. Note, offspring devices cannot further split. Nesting is prohibited. Function 3. All parent and offspring devices share an interconnected energy network, providing a stable and abundant power supply to any electrical device aboard. Incredible! Lin Hao was elated. Power supply and illumination were flawlessly resolved in one fell swoop. He envisioned the entire ship aglow and brimming with vigor. Little 8 had made a significant contribution. In his excitement, he spun around and lifted the nearby Xia Ingluo into his arms, twirling in delight. Ingluo, we struck gold. Caught off guard, Xia Ingluo gasped, her face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully struck his shoulder. Once the celebration concluded, Lin Hao sprang into action. He retrieved the rare metals and fed them to the hovering main device. The mirrored core of the device flickered, drawing the metals into its interior, expanding in size. Pop! As it nearly doubled in volume, a gentle sound signaled the detachment of an identical offspring device from the edge of the main unit. The entire process consumed 100 units of rare metals. Lin Hao's lips twitched. Having just addressed the steel shortage, the demand for rare metals had opened an insatiable abyss. Ultimately, he crafted 5 devices, 1 parent and 4 offspring, placing them in the sunniest area of the deck. The silvery gray devices resembled intelligent life forms, seamlessly embedding themselves into the deck, eagerly absorbing sunlight to store energy. By day, they acted as efficient energy collectors. By night, they became beacons illuminating the darkness and serving as superchargers for the power compartment. Galaxy 1, Galaxy 5, why not simply name our vessel Galaxy? Lin Hao exclaimed with enthusiasm. In the corner, Galaxy 1 had evidently sensed the arrival of 5 and was pulsating with a vibrant green light. This vessel, considerably larger than before, served as the ship's refuse recycling station, managing the disposal of everyday items such as water bottles. After completing these tasks, Lin Hao embraced Xia Ingluo and returned to their quarters, casually consuming a few body-tempering pills. During this period, he would often chew on a few, experiencing a rapid enhancement in his physical constitution. However, at that moment, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Your physical attribute has reached its limit, 1,000. Body-tempering pills are ineffective. Only the breakthrough pill can facilitate further enhancement. Chapter 44. The Risku Card Game. The failure of the body refinement pill did not come as a surprise to Lin Hao. The notion of infinite enhancement was simply implausible. With a physique of 1,000 points, he was already extraordinarily formidable. He felt a slight urge to test his strength by aiming an AK at himself. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. After all, ammunition was precious. Ing Luo, back in the bedroom, Lin Hao approached with keen interest, suggesting a game to alleviate boredom. Xia Ing Luo's face flushed. In broad daylight, what sort of proper game could a man and a woman share in a room? What game? She stammered, feigning ignorance. At 10:30, Lin Hao produced a brand new deck of playing cards, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. How about this? Lose a round, and you must remove a piece of clothing designated by the winner. What do you say? Ha! Xia Ing Luo exclaimed, flustered. I knew you had ulterior motives. Your mind is filled with mischief. Oh, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, pretending to rise from his seat. If you don't want to play, I could always find someone else. You dare. Xia Ing Luo tugged at the hem of his shirt, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Hao leisurely settled back down. So, shall we play or not? Let us play. Xia Ing Luo bit down on her lip, forcing out the word, tinged with a hint of resigned stubbornness. The two sat cross-legged on the floor, facing each other. The rules were simple. Jokers and various face cards counted as half a point. Exceeding 10.5 resulted in an automatic loss, while the player with the higher score below that threshold would win. The game commenced. With swift movements, Lin Hao drew a card and revealed it. The 10 of hearts. A splendid start. My dear Ing Luo, feeling the pressure? Nervously, Xia Ing Luo drew a card, revealing a 5 of hearts. The next card was an 8 of diamonds. Her petite face fell. She had busted. I shall not hold back. Lin Hao's gaze roamed over her, imbued with a burning intensity. His eyes finally rested on her feet. Let us start with the shoes, shall we? The left one. Xia Ing Luo felt an overwhelming sense of relief and quickly kicked off her left shoe, exposing her delicate foot wrapped in sheer stockings. Her toes instinctively curled, leaving a faint imprint on the floor. Continue, she insisted, puffing out her cheeks defiantly. In the second round, Xia Ing Luo drew first, obtaining a 6 and a 4, totaling 10, and decisively chose to stand. Lin Hao, left with no option, drew and ended up busting at 17. Yay! Xia Ing Luo cheered, exhilarated. The tides have turned. It's your turn now. Lin Hao shrugged nonchalantly. All right, a bet is a bet. What shall I remove, Your Majesty? Please give your command. Xia Ing Luo's eyes glided over him, his t-shirt, his casual pants. Her face flushed as she finally pointed at his feet. Take off your shoes. The left one. Lin Hao chuckled, swiftly removing his left sneaker. In the third round, Xia Ing Luo's luck soared. She drew a queen and a 10, achieving a perfect 10.5. 10.5, she exclaimed, slapping the cards down triumphantly, her cheeks flushed with excitement and pride. Lin Hao gazed at his meager 7 points, helplessly raising his hands. Impressive, impressive. It seems Lady Ing Luo's fortune has arrived. What shall you have me remove this time? Xia Ing Luo's gaze boldly fell upon his upper body. Observing the firm, fluid lines of his muscles subtly revealed beneath his t-shirt, her heartbeat inexplicably quickened. She licked her slightly dry lips, her voice tinged with a quiver. Take off. The t-shirt. Wow. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by the boldness of the moment. Yet, despite his teasing words, his actions were resolute. Grasping the hem of his t-shirt, he swiftly lifted it off, the fabric brushing against his taut abdomen and broad chest before being discarded carelessly aside. The harmonious and powerful contours of his physique were laid bare, his skin a healthy shade of wheat, each muscle embodying explosive strength while flowing like a work of art. Xia Ing Luo felt a rush of heat surge to her head, unsure where to direct her gaze, yet unable to resist stealing furtive glances. The sound of her heartbeat echoed in the quiet bedroom, reverberating against her eardrums. Lin Hao, observing her adorable demeanor of wanting to look yet shyly hiding, chuckled softly. Is it appealing? Who is looking at you? Xia Ing Luo retorted defiantly, hastily lowering her head to shuffle the cards in an attempt to mask her fluster, her fingers trembling slightly. Come on, draw a card. In the fourth round, the atmosphere grew increasingly delicate and thick. Xia Ing Luo was a bundle of nerves, her hands unsteady on the cards, leading to an inevitable explosion. Sighing in resignation, she awaited her fate. Lin Hao's gaze, this time, was unrestrained, brimming with a raw, invasive intensity. Now, let us remove the tank top. Xiao Luo's face flushed crimson, and with a steely resolve, she peeled off the tank top. In the fifth round, Lin Hao triumphed once more. His gaze, imbued with palpable warmth, descended upon her. That piece on your chest, continue to take it off. Xiao Luo's body stiffened, feeling her blood rush to her face. Biting her lower lip, she cast a frantic glance at Lin Hao, her eyes silently pleading. Lin Hao merely smiled, his expression firm and expectant. With great difficulty, she suppressed her embarrassment, trembling hands moving behind her to fumble with the intricate clasp. The faint click resonated sharply in the silence. She quickly clutched the delicate garment in her hands, instinctively wrapping it around her chest in a futile attempt to conceal herself, only to inadvertently accentuate her alluring curves. Xiao Luo's cheeks burned fiercely, and she couldn't muster the courage to meet Lin Hao's gaze. Lin Hao beheld the girl before him, her skin exposed to the air, radiating shyness and vulnerability, a sight far more intoxicating than any deliberate seduction. Xiao Luo's heart thundered in her chest as the sixth round commenced. She nearly shut her eyes while drawing cards, and unsurprisingly, she faltered once again. Another loss. Her voice quivered, her arms embracing herself tighter, as if seeking a semblance of safety. Lin Hao slowly rose to his feet, his towering figure casting a formidable shadow, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure and warmth. It's time to remove your pants. But, Xiao Luo anxiously lifted her tear-brimmed eyes. Desperately clutching at the last straw, I still have one shoe on. She wiggled her foot, adorned with a white sock and the right shoe. Compliant as ever. Xiao Luo resignedly released one arm that had been embracing her chest and fumbled with the drawstring of her shorts. This action inevitably led to an inadvertent display, causing her cheeks to flush with a near-fainting embarrassment. Clumsily untying the knot, the faint sound of fabric brushing against itself resonated with striking clarity in that moment. Just as she struggled to lower her shorts, Lin Hao's breath suddenly grew heavy and erratic. He lunged forward, his arm sweeping through the crook of her legs and under her armpit, effortlessly lifting her alluring form with an irresistible force. Xiao Luo's startled gasp was caught in her throat. As the world spun around her, she felt herself hurled upwards by an overwhelming strength, only to land heavily in the center of the soft bed. Lin Hao's searing, weighty body followed suit, crashing down with a force akin to a tumultuous tide. You cheat. The game isn't over yet. Xiao Luo flailed her legs in an attempt to kick him away, only to have Lin Hao seize them with ease. He chuckled mischievously. Oh, what of it if I do cheat? Go ahead, bite me. Oh wait, haven't you already bitten me yesterday? Bah, scoundrel. Chapter 45. Accosted by a group of women. Ding. The cruise upgrade is complete. Cruise level, LV, 13 dimensions, 28M×7M pilot house, 6M×4M, at the bow, upper cabin, 18M×5. 5M, open space, lower cabin, 24M×6M, comprising 6 independent bedrooms. As evening descended upon the raft platform, Lin Hao returned to the upper cabin with Xiao Luo, whose face still bore traces of embarrassment and annoyance. All the crew members had gathered there, their expressions a tapestry of excitement for the new ship intertwined with anxiety for the future. Tomorrow, the novice protection period ends. No one knows what awaits us. Lin Hao surveyed the crowd. Tonight, let us leave no regrets. Let us celebrate the upgrade of the galaxy. Let us rejoice in our survival. Extra rations. Before his words had fully settled, with a grand gesture, he summoned 10 upgraded standard meals, which materialized before each person. Standard meal, 1. 1 white bread X1, pure water X1, raw egg X1, ham sausage X1, instant coffee X1. After a brief silence, a cacophony of ecstatic cheers erupted. Oh my God, long live the captain. 10 meals. Am I dreaming? Long live the galaxy. Captain, you are our deity. Captain Lin, I adore you. I want to bear your children. The jubilant uproar eclipsed the sound of the waves, drawing countless envious glances from the surrounding raft platform. Suddenly, a crisp voice, tinged with mischief, rang out. The captain is right. Let's leave no regrets. Sisters, merely shouting our love lacks sincerity. How about each of us bestowing a passionate kiss upon the captain? Great idea. Agreed. Kiss him. Kiss him. With a resounding cheer. Lin Hao barely had time to utter a denial before he was engulfed by an exuberant horde of women, with fragrant breezes and melodious laughter. Countless soft bodies and arms ensnared him at the center. Hey, have you all gone mad? Stop this. Don't touch him. Xiao Yingluo, incensed, charged into the fray like a fierce little bull, but was pushed aside by the exuberant crowd, her futile fists flailing. Lin Hao wore an expression of exasperation. With his formidable strength, breaking free from this gentle tempest would be effortless. Yet, he feared that even a slight exertion might send these young ladies soaring like kites severed from their strings. Resigned, he stood there like a wooden post, enduring the storm. Sure, Xiaorui tiptoed and quickly pecked a kiss on his left cheek, leaving a faint pink mark. Wei Wei, with a mature, sisterly smile, graciously planted a kiss on his right cheek. Even teacher Tian Yu, caught up in the atmosphere, took advantage of the chaos to peck a kiss near his chin. Amidst the disarray, it was unclear whose lips brushed against the corner of his mouth. At last, the storm subsided. Lin Hao stood rooted in place, his face a canvas of vibrant impressions. Lip prints adorned his forehead down to his chin, a dazzling spectacle of red, pink, orange, and purple. He lifted a hand to wipe his face, only to find his palm smeared with makeup and lipstick. You crazy bunch! Xia Yingluo burst in. A mixture of concern and indignation etched across her face. She pulled out a towel, gritting her teeth as she vigorously wiped, exclaiming, "This is what you get for indulging." Yet, not everyone partook in this revelry. Mu Qing'an, upon receiving the food, hastened to the ship's railing and distributed 5 portions to the brothers who had cared for her. In the video, she beamed with joy, gesturing with her small hands to convey her safety. Su Qiya stood at the doorway, utilizing the system's recording feature to capture this splendid moment. Zhuang Xiaofeng leaned against the staircase, arms crossed, a smirk of amusement gracing her striking face. Lin Hao, catching sight of Zhuang Xiaofeng's amused gaze, felt a surge of frustration. First mate, are you aware of your gross negligence? Where is the captain's authority? Where is the order? I shall deduct 1 standard meal from your share. Zhuang Xiaofeng rolled her eyes, clearly relishing the chaos, her audacity rivaling even Lu Jin's. Nevertheless, she strode over to the exuberant Xiaorui, her gaze sharp. You were the first to suggest this, weren't you? Xiaorui shrank back under her scrutiny, disrupting order and inciting the crew to, misbehave is a serious offense. I shall deduct 2 standard meals from you. Hand them over. With a mournful expression, Xiaorui complied, surrendering 2 portions of food. Zhuang Xiaofeng deftly swiped her finger, collecting the food into her space. Lin Hao stared in disbelief. You, Zhuang Xiaofeng, how dare you embezzle right under my nose? Zhuang Xiaofeng turned, her demeanor exuding an air of righteous indignation. Captain, your orders place me in a difficult position. If I impose strict regulations, you accuse me of lacking compassion and disrupting the joyous atmosphere. Conversely, if I allow leniency, you chastise me for dereliction of duty. What must I do to earn your satisfaction? She tilted her head slightly, genuine confusion sparkling in her eyes. You. Lin Hao found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by her audacious rebuttal and feigned outrage. You dare to defy the captain? This is insubordination. I shall assign you the task of cleaning the toilets. Reflect upon your attitude thoroughly. You shall not emerge until it is spotless. At your command, Captain, Zhuang Xiaofeng replied, bringing her legs together and executing a perfect military salute, as though receiving a crucial battle directive. With that, she turned and marched resolutely towards the deck, her steps resolute, as if embarking on a noble mission rather than a menial chore. As soon as Zhuang Xiaofeng departed, Su Qiya sauntered in with a cat-like grace. Oh dear, everyone is so mischievous, bullying our captain. Unlike me, I can only feel compassion for my dear brother. Su Qiya, Xia Yingluo instantly bristled, stepping protectively in front of Lin Hao, arms wide, shielding him fiercely. Stay back. 5 meters. No, 10 meters. This is my bottom line. I must guard it fiercely. Yingluo dear, Su Qiya raised her hands in surrender, looking pitiful. I swear, I didn't even touch him. Don't call me dear. Who are you to call me that? Xia Yingluo huffed, visibly agitated. Alas, Su Qiya let out a sigh. You are so fierce that others might think I'm bullying you. How disheartening. With a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, she cast a fleeting glance towards Lin Hao. Observing the spectacle of these two women in contention, Lin Hao's lips involuntarily twitched. Just as he emerged from the storm of lip prints, he found himself submerged in a sea of jealousy. What a day full of riveting events. Seeing an opportune moment, Su Qiya elegantly tossed her long hair and said, I shall take my leave then. It seems this wicked woman is only worthy of accompanying the engine in the propulsion chamber. With that, she sashayed away, her hips swaying with enchanting grace. Lin Hao instinctively gazed at her long legs, illuminated by the setting sun. Hey, are you still looking? Xia Yingluo abruptly turned, seizing the soft flesh at his waist and giving it a sharp twist. Tell me, is it her long legs that you fancy? Her jealousy flared, and her tiny fists waved in agitation. Of course not. Her legs are as slender as bamboo poles. What is appealing about that? Lin Hao's gaze shifted to Xia Yingluo's well-proportioned, pleasantly plump legs. I prefer yours. They're adorable and soft to the touch. They have vigor when you run. Pudgy. Xia Yingluo's eyes widened in disbelief, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. Lin, how? She enunciated each word through gritted teeth. Grabbing a piece of bread from her standard meal, she hurled it fiercely at Lin Hao. I'll show you, Pudgy. I'll show you how comfortable it is. I'll show you how energetic it is to run. You big pervert. Twisted aesthetic buffoon. Chapter 46. The enchanting instructor's training under the moonlight. With a resounding smack, Lin Hao's palm landed on her pert dairy. Xia Yingluo froze, as if time itself had paused. The next moment, amidst the stifled laughter of onlookers, her face flushed crimson as she gasped in surprise, quickly covering her face and fleeing in embarrassment. After dinner, Lin Hao made his way to the stern of the ship, where he found Zhuang Xiaofeng diligently performing her penal task. She was meticulously cleaning the edge of the restroom opening that led directly to the sea. All right, Lin Hao said, bemused. It's already quite clean. I was just teasing. Why so serious? At his words, Zhuang Xiaofeng stood upright with a snap, reporting to the captain. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. The restroom has been thoroughly cleaned. You could sleep in there without a worry. Lin Hao was taken aback by her sharp retort, his brow twitching in irritation as his gaze fell upon her. In the dim light, her form was strikingly defined. She stood at a height similar to Su Qiya's. Yet her physique was more proportionate and robust. Beneath her military uniform lay an astonishingly curvaceous silhouette. Her shoulders were broad, her waist exquisitely narrow, connecting her elegantly with a firm bust and shapely hips, while her long legs were both straight and powerful. She resembled a finely forged blade, exuding both elegance and strength. As he looked up, her face was equally captivating. Without a trace of makeup, she radiated an almost ethereal natural beauty. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves, slender and gracefully arched, untouched by any embellishment, resembling a traditional ink painting. Her skin was delicate and fair, glistening with a warm sheen under the light, entirely unblemished by sun or wind, unlike the typical soldier. Her lips, naturally rosy, bore a hint of a smile even when her expression was neutral, adding to her allure. Her eyes were strikingly beautiful, with slightly upturned outer corners and a deep, penetrating gaze that held an air of sharpness when focused on others, yet softened with an enchanting charm that rippled like waves when she looked away. This was Zhuang Xiaofeng, a woman whose inherently alluring features were set against a body honed by rigorous military training. The blend of sensuality and strength within her was astonishingly harmonious. Reporting to the captain, Zhuang Xiaofeng's voice broke the silence, cool and composed. The lighting here is dim. I am feeling a bit uncomfortable and would like to return to my quarters to rest. Lin Hao's lips twitched. It was clear she intended to spar with him on this matter. However, he chose not to engage further, retracting his gaze. He retrieved an AK-47 and 500 rounds of ammunition, offering them to her. Zhuang Xiaofeng's pupils dilated as she momentarily froze. A surge of warmth unexpectedly flooded her heart. Such unreserved trust touched even her. Captain, her voice quivered slightly. You are giving this to me? Aren't you afraid I might turn it against you? Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. I trust the soldiers of Huaxia, and besides, I will need your expertise tonight to teach us how to use these weapons. Zhuang Xiaofeng's chest rose and fell gently as she swiftly brought her legs together and executed a precise military salute. Rest assured, Captain, I will give my utmost effort. Lin Hao nodded and promptly summoned Tian Yuyu and Xia Yingluo, equipping each with an AK and 500 rounds of ammunition. Following this with a wave of his hand, 100 body refining pills materialized before the trio. Zhuang Xiaofeng's breath caught in her throat. Body refining pills. Their worth far surpassed that of firearms, especially in such an abundant quantity. Who would unconditionally bestow body refining pills upon others? Even Lu Jin would not dare to do so, nor had he. The significance of body refining pills requires no further elaboration. Lin Hao's gaze swept over the three, lingering momentarily on Zhuang Xiaofeng's face. Therefore, I kindly ask you all to maintain confidentiality for the time being. This statement was primarily directed at Zhuang Xiaofeng, as she was ultimately under Lu Jin's command. Lin Hao trusted Lu Jin's character, but was well aware that certain trump cards should not be revealed prematurely. Zhuang Xiaofeng's heart trembled, and her eyes were filled with unprecedented respect as she looked at Lin Hao. She straightened her back and declared resolutely, Captain, please rest assured, as long as it does not violate my principles, Zhuang Xiaofeng shall unconditionally obey all your commands. Lin Hao nodded. Very well, let us commence. Now you shall be the instructor. We will follow your lead. Zhuang Xiaofeng's demeanor instantly transformed, shifting from subordinate to a decisive instructor. Understood. Her voice was cold and commanding, projecting an undeniable authority. Everyone, stand by. Arms ready. She was the first to raise the AK, her movements fluid like flowing water. Each detail executed with precision. Observe. This is the fundamental gun-holding posture. Feet shoulder-width apart, body weight slightly lowered. The stock must be firmly pressed against your shoulder. Otherwise, the recoil could shatter your collarbone. Her tone was stern, her gaze sharp as an eagle's, scanning the three. Lin Hao and the others quickly mimicked her stance. Tian Yuyu's movements were the most awkward, the weapon feeling somewhat cumbersome in her hands. Xia Yingluo, however, exhibited a tenacious spirit, forcefully pressing the stock into her shoulder. Zhuang Xiaofeng approached Tian Yuyu first, patiently adjusting her foot placement and center of gravity. Relax, being too rigid may lead to instability. She placed her hands on Tian Yuyu's waist and shoulder, gently guiding her into the correct position. Tian Yuyu's face flushed slightly as she murmured her thanks. Next, she moved to Xia Yingluo. Your posture is incorrect. Zhuang Xiaofeng immediately identified the issue. Your upper body is too upright. The recoil could send you toppling backward. She reached out, pressing firmly on Xia Yingluo's lower back, applying gentle downward pressure. Engage your core, lean forward. Imagine you are about to charge ahead. Xia Yingluo felt her body stiffen under Zhuang Xiaofeng's calloused hand, particularly in that sensitive area, causing her ears to flush with warmth as she instinctively recoiled from the slightly imposing touch. Do not move. Zhuang Xiaofeng's voice brooked no argument as she decisively struck Xia Yingluo's overly rigid spine, stating, Bend here. Your weight must sink down. The force of her strike was not light, imbued with the distinctive strength of a soldier, prompting Xia Yingluo to stifle a grunt but comply nonetheless. Finally, she stood before Lin Hao. His stance was the most commendable among the three, displaying strong control over his strength. Yet Zhuang Xiaofeng's keen eyes detected a subtle flaw. Captain, while your shoulder is indeed pressed against the stock, it lacks the necessary firmness. She extended her right hand and directly covered Lin Hao's left hand, which was firmly gripping the front of the rifle's forend. With a slight adjustment of half an inch forward, her hand nestled into the area between his thumb and forefinger. As she spoke, her insistence was imbued with an irresistible force, subtly guiding Lin Hao's fingers to reposition on the cold, metallic forend. The chilling sensation contrasted sharply with the warmth of her fingertips. To provide clearer instructions, her body leaned closely against Lin Hao's right arm, her upper body slightly inclined forward. Her right hand grasped the pistol grip firmly, her index finger resting naturally outside the trigger guard, only to be placed inside when it was time to shoot. This was the fundamental rule of safety. She spoke seriously, her left hand pressing down firmly on Lin Hao's right shoulder, applying inward pressure to ensure a snug fit between the stock and his shoulder pocket. Here, apply force. Her palm rested against his shoulder joint, transmitting strength and demands. Through the thin fabric, the pressure and warmth of her hand were distinctly palpable. Lin Hao could only hold his breath, striving to concentrate on her commands while dismissing the peculiar sensations arising from their close proximity. Excellent, maintain. Zhuang Xiaofeng paid no heed to the ambiguous distance between them, her gaze solely fixed on the correctness of his posture. Once she confirmed that Lin Hao's stance was stable, she decisively withdrew her hands and stepped back. Now, everyone, maintain your position. For 10 minutes, feel the weight of the gun, sense the support of your body. Move even slightly, and you'll add a minute. Her voice echoed across the deck, cold and unyielding. Xiao Luo shot Lin Hao a furtive glare. Observing the shoulder and hand that Zhuang Xiaofeng had just focused on, her lips pursed in disdain. Tian Yuyu gritted her teeth, striving to uphold her stance. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lin Hao took a deep breath, casting his gaze towards the dark sea in the distance, attempting to suppress the odd feelings from earlier and concentrating on the cold, heavy metallic sensation in his shoulder pocket. Under the moonlight, on the deck of the Galaxy ship, only the sound of heavy breathing and the cold outline of the firearm remained. Zhuang Xiaofeng stood with her arms crossed, resembling a flawless statue, her sharp gaze sweeping over her students as she meticulously fulfilled her duties as an instructor. The sea breeze brushed past, stirring a few stray strands of hair, caressing her perfectly sculpted jawline. Chapter 47, Post-Training Massage and Relaxation. Zhuang Xiaofeng's sharp gaze swept over the three individuals, nodding in satisfaction. 10 minutes are up. Move around a bit to loosen your joints. We mustn't let our muscles stiffen. After a brief reprieve, she issued her next command. Now, experience the true recoil. No matter how adept one is at holding an empty weapon, it remains mere theory. Lin Hao stepped forward. Lin Hao complied and took a step forward. Zhuang Xiaofeng deftly removed several bullets from her AK magazine, leaving only one, and with a crisp click, she loaded it, her movements as fluid as breathing. Watch closely. I will demonstrate only once. Instantly, she assumed her stance, her feet seemingly anchored to the deck. Her core tightened like a drawn bow. She pressed the weapon against her shoulder, resting her cheek against it, achieving a seamless grip. The muzzle pointed steadily at a floating plastic bottle on the sea's surface. Bang! The deafening gunshot abruptly shattered the tranquility of the night. In the cockpit, Jiang Ren and Jiang Zimyu were startled by the thunderous sound and quickly glanced down. Su Kevia, who had just stepped onto the deck to use the restroom, froze in place. Upon noticing Tian Yuyu and Xia Ingluo practicing their shooting, a wave of bittersweet disappointment washed over her. In the dining area, Shi Xiaowei nearly slipped off her chair in fright, and Wei Wei caught her just in time. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shock and a profound yearning reflected in each other's eyes. Wow, how fierce! Shi Xiaowei whispered in awe. I wish we could. Wei Wei nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Meanwhile, Mu Qing'an, meandering on the deck, perked her ears and fluffed her tail, her amber eyes widening in astonishment. Meow. She gazed at the armed individuals, a surge of envy swelling in her heart. On the deck, Lin Hao, standing closest to the action, was momentarily taken aback. A brass shell ejected from the ejection port, spinning gracefully before landing directly in the slight opening of his shirt collar. It slid down, ultimately resting at his navel. It tickled, and Lin Hao instinctively reached to retrieve it. Don't move. Zhuang Xiaofeng's sharp reprimand was swifter than his reflex. Her voice carried an unyielding authority. On the battlefield, even if a shell falls or a bullet grazes your scalp, your stance must remain firm. Lin Hao, maintain your grip. That little warmth won't harm you. It's not the heat, it's the itch. Lin Hao thought helplessly, forcing himself to remain alert and redirect his focus. Beside him, Xia Ingluo felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. Yet under Zhuang Xiaofeng's piercing gaze, she dared not act recklessly. However, her lips betrayed her, curving slightly in a smirk of schadenfreude. Zhuang Xiaofeng approached, extending her hand, not to retrieve the shell, but to press firmly on his gripping arm and shoulder, ensuring his strength had not waned. Very good. You're starting to resemble a soldier. Her tone remained stern, yet there was an almost imperceptible hint of approval. Now, feel the pressure point in your shoulder. Remember it. Tian Yuyu, Xia Ingluo. Stop merely spectating. It's your turn. Step forward and load the weapon. Xia Ingluo immediately composed herself, while Tian Yuyu took a deep breath, stepping forward with a mix of tension and anticipation. The true challenge was only just beginning. On the deck, the sounds of gunfire echoed continuously, the pungent scent of gunpowder mingling with the salty sea breeze, permeating the heavy night air. The training persisted well into the night. The three of them had initially grasped the basic shooting techniques. Lin Hao felt indifferent, but Xia Ingluo and Tian Yuyu were left sore and weary by the immense recoil. Upon returning to their quarters, Lin Hao summoned Shi Xiaorui, Wei Wei, and Su Qiya. He revealed 30 body-refining pills, displaying them in his palm. Would you like some? The eyes of the three sparkled, nodding eagerly. In this apocalyptic world at sea, no one could resist the allure of the body-refining pills. Then help us three with a massage to relax, Lin Hao stated succinctly. Su Qiya's eyes brightened at his words, and without a moment's hesitation, she stepped towards Lin Hao's back. Wait! Xia Ingluo jumped up as if her tail had been stepped on. Don't touch Lin Hao. Let Shi Xiaorui do it. Of course, I won't touch your man, Su Qiya replied with a playful smile, not arguing further, and promptly turned to Tian Yuyu, speaking softly. Teacher Tian, may I assist you? Tian Yuyu instinctively wanted to decline, but Lin Hao cast her a resolute glance, compelling her to gently nod. All right, I appreciate it. Lin Hao had his reasons for this. Firstly, a massage after the intense training would help the two women recover their strength more swiftly for the challenges of the following day. Secondly, he wished to use this opportunity to foster closer relationships among the crew. Currently, he could only fully trust the three of them, with Su Qiya barely qualifying as a half-trustworthy ally, a situation that was far from sufficient. He publicly removed his sweat-soaked shirt, revealing his well-defined back, and lay directly on the bed. Shi Xiaorui looked at the sculpted muscles, her cheeks slightly flushing. In this harsh world of survival, the resources and vessel controlled by Lin Hao, along with the unparalleled sense of security he provided, had already instilled in her a sense of admiration. After a moment of hesitation, she lifted her skirt and gently straddled Lin Hao's lower back. Lin Hao's body stiffened instantly. He had not anticipated that the usually delicate and quiet Shi Xiaorui would be so audacious. Her weight was light, and through the thin fabric, he could distinctly feel the contours of her body. Nearby, Xia Ingluo's body also tensed. She understood that with Lin Hao's prowess and charm, it was only a matter of time before other women appeared. Moreover, she found it genuinely difficult to cope alone and had intended to find a sister to share the burden. Yet, witnessing this scene stirred an inexplicable pang of bitterness within her. She buried her face deep into the pillow, striving to convince herself to adapt quickly. Lin Hao's temperament was already quite forgiving, having tolerated her little whims. Were another man to possess his strength, he would likely indulge without restraint. This, she was acutely aware of. Shi Xiaorui's delicate, cool fingers cautiously settled on Lin Hao's heated muscles. Initially, she merely tested the tight knots in his neck and shoulders. Her movements tentative and gentle, tinged with nervousness. Beneath her fingertips, she could feel his skin subtly rising and falling with his breath. As her thumb pressed against a particularly tense knot, Lin Hao emitted a low, muffled groan from his throat, his body instinctively tightening. The sound caused Shi Xiaorui's fingertips to tremble, and a deeper flush crept across her face. She took a deep breath, striving to recall the techniques from the video, and began to apply more pressure. The heel of her palm glided alongside the muscles flanking his spine, pressing gently yet deliberately. Chapter 48, Underwater Live Broadcast. A stunning beauty rated 98. With each gentle push from Shi Xiaorui, Lin Hao could distinctly feel the subtle sways of her body. The thin fabric seemed almost non-existent. Each movement sent a delicate electric current coursing through him. Gradually shedding her shyness, she devoted herself entirely to alleviating his fatigue. Beads of sweat glistened on her petite nose, while stray wisps of hair clung to her flushed cheeks. Slightly leaning forward, she employed her physical strength to knead the robust muscles of his trapezius. This action nearly pressed against Lin Hao's spine, her warm breath barely grazing his skin. Lin Hao's breathing became noticeably heavier, particularly when Xiaorui unconsciously shifted her weight forward, transmitting a clear message to his taut nerves. The innate restlessness deep within him awakened, intertwining with the soreness to create a peculiar torment. He exerted great effort to suppress any suspicious sounds or abrupt movements. "Ah, this area is quite tense," Xiaorui murmured softly, her fingertips tracing circles on the rigid muscles above his lower back. Her voice trembled slightly with the exertion. The unintentional words hung ambiguously in the stillness. Her fingers explored downward along the muscle fibers, the pads of her fingers sinking into the firm valleys. Each press ignited sparks beneath the skin. Cough. Beside them, Wei Wei, who was massaging Xia Yingluo, could not suppress a cough, her gaze wandering, her cheeks aflame. Xia Yingluo buried her face in the pillow, yet her ears perked up attentively. The soft whispers of Xiaorui, the faint sounds of fabric rubbing together, pierced her ears like needles. She clutched the bed sheets tightly, her knuckles whitening. A wave of acidity surged within her, nearly overwhelming her. She fervently reminded herself to adapt, to share, but her body remained tense, rendering even Wei Wei's massage imperceptible. Su Chuya skillfully kneaded Tian Yuyu's arms, her technique refined. Tian Yuyu squinted her eyes in comfort, yet her peripheral vision remained fixated on Lin Hao's side. She empathized with Xia Yingluo's feelings, but recognized the inevitability of the situation, opting to feign ignorance. The air seemed to solidify. Only the dissonant rhythm of their breathing remained. An atmosphere thick with ambiguity enveloped them, the temperature steadily rising. Lin Hao was compelled to open the system panel to redirect his attention, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. 3 days had passed, and the initial results of resource gathering were becoming apparent. Discussions and trades concerning nighttime illumination had noticeably increased. Torches, flashlights, searchlights, and an array of wondrous items not belonging to earthly technology. Some individuals even possessed bodies that emitted light. Even more astonishing was the revelation that someone was live broadcasting from underwater. Yu Wei is taking everyone to explore the underwater world. A massive exchange of body refining and soul-cleansing elixirs. The astonishing number of online viewers displayed below: 314, 159, 265. In the footage, the deep, mysterious blue waters enveloped everything, as beams from searchlights pierced the darkness. A woman clad in a green wetsuit floated gracefully, her striking red hair drifting silently in the water. She exuded an air of ease, as though strolling through space. With each sweep of the spotlight, vibrant corals, various marine fish, and swaying seaweed were vividly showcased before hundreds of millions of viewers. In her hand, she wielded a uniquely designed spear gun, her sharp gaze scanning for prey. The live broadcast room is divided into a free zone and a paid zone. The barrage in the free zone moves at such a rapid pace that it is nearly impossible to discern any individual comments, while in the paid zone, each statement incurs a cost of 50 wood. Astonishing. Remarkable. How is this even possible? Underwater breathing? This talent is extraordinary. Undoubtedly, it is a gift of S-tier caliber. Beautiful. Esteemed individuals, I implore you to lend your support. Our team boasts formidable warriors, yet we lack strategic talents like you. 50 wood for a single statement? It is exorbitant, yet it is worth every penny. The visuals are breathtaking. Esteemed Yu Wei, what is the name of your talent? I seek to join your team. At that moment, the screen displays Yu Wei, who elegantly pivots, her spear poised with precision. The camera seems to sense her intent, swiftly zooming in. A grouper emerges from behind a nearby reef, only to be struck with pinpoint accuracy by her spear. Yu Wei adeptly retrieves her weapon, presenting her catch to the audience. A clear and striking system notification appears below. Host Yu Wei has listed a new item. Deep Sea Grouper 3 kilograms, 330 wood, with a cool and tranquil demeanor. Her voice, reminiscent of gentle rippling water, resonates in the broadcast. The spear has captured a deep-sea grouper, now available for exchange for basic resources. Her tone is devoid of superfluous emotion, as if merely stating an undeniable fact. 330 wood. How exorbitant! Yet it is fresh seafood. Truly worth it. Act swiftly. First come, first served. Before long, the grouper is purchased. Yue appears, unfazed, continuing her underwater expedition. Soon, she captures another striking fish, glimmering with silvery hues. Host Yue has listed a new item. Silver-scaled pike, 5 kilograms, 550 wood. Her cool voice resonates once more. Silver-scaled pike. Priority exchange for body-tempering pills or soul-washing pills. Those in possession of pills, please message privately. The mention of body-tempering pills ignites the entire broadcast room like an incantation. Body-tempering pills? They are currently being traded for thousands of wood each in the market. Moreover, no one is selling them. How frustrating. On the first day, I foolishly sold one for 500 wood, and now I regret it. Haha, the previous commenter is at a loss. In this sea, wood is nearly worthless. Body-tempering pills are the true currency. Presently, the most valuable items are recognized as body-tempering pills and soul-washing pills, followed by food and fresh water. Of course, system modules, rare blueprints, and special items are in a separate category. Upon reading this, Lin Hao swiftly purchases the silver-scaled pike and attempts to message Yue privately, only to receive a system notification. Host Yue has set privacy permissions. You must tip to become a captain to send private messages. Lin Hao is momentarily taken aback, but quickly comes to terms with it. Given Yue's astounding popularity, it is no surprise that her private messages would be inundated. After all, she is a stunning beauty with a score of 98 and the ability to breathe underwater. Unquestionably captivating. However, when he clicks on the tipping option, despite being mentally prepared, his eyelids involuntarily twitch. Bronze Captain, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 wood. Merely acquiring the privilege to engage in private conversations with her. The ease with which this money is earned is astonishing, isn't it? In the display section of the captain leaderboard, the number representing the captains is glaringly evident. 109 captains. What does this signify? It implies that Yue has effortlessly amassed a staggering sum of 109,000 units of timber simply by establishing this barrier for private messaging, without any platform deductions. Goodness, even I, after a long day's work, can barely manage to gather over 80,000 timber. Without hesitation, Lin Hao decisively rewarded her with 1,000 units of timber. Congratulations to Lin Hao for becoming the 110th bronze captain in Yue's live streaming room. You have received an exclusive captain emblem. You have gained the privilege to send private messages to the streamer. Just as he was about to send a message to Yue, he suddenly felt a chill at his waist. Xiaorui, with both hands. Chapter 49, A Dance on the Edge of a Blade. Ahem, there's no need to press that. Lin Hao hurriedly intervened. Xiaorui recoiled as if struck by lightning, her cheeks flushed with a burning heat that spread from her neck to her earlobes. What had she just done? She had been inexplicably drawn to those well-defined muscles and had unwittingly slid down. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. In a flurry, she lowered her head, too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze, feeling as if the weight of everyone's stares bore down upon her like 1,000 needles. Wei Wei observed the scene with keen interest, her own face slightly flushed. Internally, she scoffed. Here she is, usually the epitome of a well-behaved girl. Yet her audacity is astonishing. To dare to act in such a manner before so many people. What a lack of shame. Xia Yingluo watched Xiaorui's awkward yet somewhat pitiable demeanor, a thought uncontrollably blossoming in her mind. Xiaorui, being the youngest and possessing a gentle disposition. Even if there were something between her and Lin Hao, it hardly seemed capable of causing a storm. She might be the perfect candidate to play the role of a little sister. Alas, Xia Yingluo, what are you thinking about? A wave of intense shame washed over her, prompting her to shake her head vigorously as if to dispel these perilous thoughts. Yet deep within, her tolerance for Xiaorui began to take root like a creeping vine. She firmly closed her eyes, attempting to conceal the tumult of emotions within. Lin Hao redirected his attention to the system panel, sending a private message to Yu Wei. I possess a considerable number of body refinement pills. May I add you as a friend? Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Wei accepted the friend request. Anyone capable of rewarding 1,000 would to become a captain must possess strength and resources that are not to be underestimated. How many body refinement pills do you have? And what do you wish to exchange? Yu Wei inquired straightforwardly. Lin Hao contemplated this question swiftly. Fish. It seemed enticing, yet if he truly desired it, little 8 could assist him. What he genuinely lacked were those elusive resources. I am particularly interested in the underwater treasure chests, devices similar to Galaxy 1 and Galaxy 2. Are you familiar with them? I haven't heard of them, Yu Wei replied promptly. I only possess fish and a surplus of rare metals. Rare metals? Lin Hao's eyes brightened. Those would suffice. How much do you have? I have 1,000 units of rare metals, which, at current market value, is approximately worth 10,000 wood and can be exchanged for 2 to 3 body refinement pills. A faint smile crept onto Lin Hao's lips. I shall offer you 5 pills. Yu Wei was momentarily taken aback, stunned by this figure that far exceeded her expectations. Before she could respond, Lin Hao continued. However, I have a condition, position sharing. Position sharing? Yu Wei regained her composure. It was merely an attempt to either win her over or to monitor her movements. In these treacherous waters, location information is indeed sensitive, but 5 body refinement pills. She could not refuse. All right, Yu Wei replied, but you must also share your location with me. No problem, Lin Hao agreed readily. With the transaction completed, he opened the maritime chart and discovered that Yu Wei was over 1,000 nautical miles away. The maximum sailing speed of the galaxy is 15 knots, meaning it would still take more than 70 hours to reach her at full speed. Yet, he felt no disappointment. As long as he knew her location, there would always be a way to draw near. Chu Shi, Yin Shuya, Feng Xiao, and Yu Wei were indeed his next targets. As he concluded the live broadcast, Lin Hao felt a wave of relief and anticipation wash over him. However, his expression soon shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. Xiaorui's hands were dutifully pressing on his back, refraining from any audacious actions. Yet, he distinctly sensed a warm body part brushing against his thigh through the thin fabric. Almost imperceptibly, that sensation, Lin Hao's body instantly stiffened. Previously engrossed in conversation, he had completely overlooked this subtle contact. But now, every sense was magnified. The gentle yet palpably real nudges felt like tiny electric currents, coursing through his body from the point of contact. Lin Hao's Adam's apple bobbed. His body, uncontrollably awakening, tensed. Was this girl acting with intention or merely by chance? Lin Hao attempted to prop himself up, only to find one of his hands pinned beneath Xiaorui's bent leg. As he moved his arm, he inadvertently, Xiaorui froze. An indescribable, tingling sensation exploded from the point of contact, surging up her nerves to her head. Her heart raced, cheeks flushed, as she anxiously scanned the room. Realizing that everyone was absorbed in their massages, with Tianyu even emitting faint snores, her taut body began to relax slightly, allowing her to exhale a breath she hadn't fully released. But before she could complete it, Xiaorui's body tensed once more. After a brief moment of astonishment, a mix of embarrassment and delight surged within her. Lin Hao had done this on purpose. It was not an accidental brush. He was responding, or perhaps punishing. This realization sent her blood boiling. Instead of retreating, this subtle movement did not escape Lin Hao's keen observation. An unspoken understanding formed between them. His Adam's apple bobbed violently. Xiaorui could no longer contain herself, letting out a broken, breathy sound. She glanced up in panic. Xia Yingluo remained with her eyes closed. Wei Wei was focused on her massage, and Tian Yu continued to snore. The rhythmic clapping from Su Qia's perfectly masked the earlier sound. Safe. Xiaorui let out a sigh of relief, beads of sweat forming on her skin, feeling a sense of survival after the ordeal. Yet, after this relief, an even stronger desire for challenge arose, like a moth drawn to a flame. Fully aware that ahead lay an abyss of no return, she could not resist the stirring of her heart. In this confined space, under the watchful eyes of many, a silent current of heat flowed between their closely pressed bodies. Both held their breath, It was as if they were dancing on the edge of a knife. A moment's misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Just as she felt a shameful whimper threatening to escape her lips, an idea sparked in her mind. She suddenly raised her hand, mimicking Sukiya's, and forcefully slapped Lin Hao's back. Clap, clap, clap. The sharp, resounding slaps echoed abruptly in the bedroom. This unexpected noise instantly drew everyone's attention. Wei Wei furrowed her brows, looking over with displeasure at being disturbed. Xiao Luo also opened her eyes in confusion. Even the drowsy Tian Yuyu was roused from her slumber. Xiaorui's heart raced as she endeavored to muster a rigid smile. This rhythmic patting can relax the deep muscles. As she spoke, she continued to strike with an almost cathartic fervor. Clap, 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 clap. Chapter 50. The end of the protection period and the fusion of realms. Cough. Lin Hao forcefully suppressed the surging warmth within him. The young girl on his back seemed to be at her limit. If this continued, the consequences would be dire. Time was of the essence. So let us conclude this here. Thank you for your efforts, Xiaorui. Xiaorui stiffened. Is this really stopping? How embarrassing. I was so close. Just a little bit more. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she swiftly rose. Then, I shall return to my room to rest. Before she could finish her words, she dashed out the door, making a beeline for the restroom on the deck. The others gradually departed as well. Xia Luo glared at Lin Hao, her eyes brimming with intense jealousy. Are you enjoying yourself? You seem quite pleased. Calling her Xiao Rui so affectionately, Lin Hao smirked slightly, pulling her into his embrace. You'll find out if you take a closer look. Bah, rogue. Xiao Luo's face turned beet red. She feigned resistance, yet her gaze betrayed her as it darted downwards before she quickly averted her eyes. Are you still a man? How can you endure this? Lin Hao replied calmly. Shouldn't you commend me for my restraint? Seriously. Xiao Luo's expression grew complex, as if she had made a resolute decision. What do you think of Xiaorui? Lin Hao responded in surprise. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Luo spoke rapidly. Actually, I quite like Xiaorui too. She is young and gentle. If you like her as well, then I wouldn't mind having another sister. Her voice trailed off, her pretense of nonchalance failing to mask her anxiety. Lin Hao was taken aback, looking at Xiao Luo in disbelief. After a brief moment of astonishment, a myriad of complex emotions surged within him, accompanied by a profound sense of responsibility. He tightened his embrace around her, his voice low and solemn. Yingluo, sore. This isn't fair to you. What I can promise is to ensure your survival, provide you with the best life possible, and spare you from worry and fear. Xia Luo leaned against his chest, gently nodding. Yes, I understand. Teacher Tian Yuyu has already spoken to me. Tian Yuyu said that. Lin Hao's heart raced. Was she testing Luo? He suppressed his doubts and leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her forehead. Don't overthink it, at least for now. Everything is progressing in a positive direction. Sleep now. Xia Luo murmured softly in agreement, her eyes fluttering shut as she drifted into a deep slumber. The next day, before dawn, the chill lingered. The group hurriedly filled their stomachs, awaiting the fateful notification. Lin Hao, Zhuang Xiaofeng, Tian Yuyu, and Xiao Luo stood at the edge of the deck, armed with AK rifles, poised for any threat. Not far away, the crowd on the raft platform had already dispersed, with hundreds of small wooden boats scattering in readiness. Ding! The protection period for novices has ended. The fusion process of realms has commenced. Fusion cycle, 30 days. Current status, overlaying realm projections. Rules, only in the overlapping areas of the realms, marked in red on the map, is physical interaction and combat permitted. The current number of human survivors stands at 9 billion. The number of surviving reptilians also reaches 9 billion. Rewards for slaying the alien race include spatial fragments, body refining elixirs, and soul cleansing potions. The protocol for mutual communication among myriad races is now in effect. The convergence of realms has commenced. A low hum reverberated as if the entire world had been thrust into a kaleidoscope, causing an instantaneous disarray of visual perception. A layer of pale blue water emerged upon the cerulean surface of the sea, with two bodies of water merging, their light and shadows distorted, inducing a sense of vertigo and nausea. The once empty expanse of the sea became filled with countless translucent phantoms. Rafts, boats of varying shapes, and even floating islands hovered like specters between reality and illusion. Upon these vessels, the scaled and fearsome figures were none other than the ecstatic reptilians. Lin Hao watched in disbelief as the bow of his ship effortlessly passed through the illusory image of a reptilian skiff. There was no collision, no splash, only a reptilian with bared fangs abruptly turning its head, its bloodshot vertical pupils fixated on him. With a frenzied display of its razor-toothed maw, it let out a hoarse and violent roar. Kill! 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 Fresh flesh and blood. So many humans, ha ha ha, delicious. Tear them apart. Take everything. Leave not a single one behind. That roar, brimming with greed and savagery, pierced the eardrums and hearts of all present, bringing an icy chill and an uncontrollable terror. Check the map. Zhuang Xiaofeng's voice was grave. The group hastily summoned the system's maritime chart. A crimson circle appeared, rapidly expanding like an oil stain on the surface of water. Wherever that crimson passed, translucent phantoms solidified at an astonishing pace. The speed of the expanding circle was suffocating, engulfing the sea in mere moments. The translucent reptilian vessels emitted bloodthirsty roars, converging from all directions, with a clear target, this gathering of humans. Run! A piercing cry echoed, though it was unclear who uttered it. The makeshift wooden boats, clinging to the edges of the rafts, erupted into chaos. Paddles frantically slapped the water surface, and the small boats scattered like startled water striders. Gather! Lu Jin's voice thundered through the team channel. Run? Can you outpace that red circle? Turn back. To flee now is to expose your backs to those beasts, awaiting dismemberment. The soldiers reacted swiftly, unhesitatingly consolidating towards the center, their vessels pivoting to form a rudimentary yet resolute defensive line. However, the adherents had already been consumed by fear, descending into chaos. Some desperately rowed outward, while others spun in place, bewildered. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Jin's eyes as he abruptly drew his AK rifle, its muzzle angled towards the overcast sky. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The urgent, frenzied gunfire tore through the air with a deafening crack. This sudden sound struck every fleeing survivor like an invisible hammer. All boats attempting to escape came to a jarring halt. Faces filled with terror turned in unison towards the source of the gunfire. The cacophony of cries and curses ceased abruptly. What? What the hell? Their SA gun. A gun. It's an automatic rifle. An AK. Damn it. Why didn't TU reveal it sooner? With this contraption, there's no way to escape. Return to the platform. Quickly, back to the platform. Follow the armed leaders. The small boats that had just scattered in panic now turned their bows as if drawn by magnetic force. The oars moved with greater urgency than when they fled, desperately racing to converge toward Lu Jin's tightening defensive perimeter. Lin Hao calculated the time and unhesitatingly placed 6 AKs and 3,000 rounds of ammunition into the trading box. Lu Jin was evidently taken aback by the sudden trade request. One could even hear him gasp in surprise through the channel. However, his reaction was swift. He promptly pressed the confirmation button. There were no pleasantries, no expressions of gratitude, just a resolute determination to stand together and fight to the end, surpassing the need for 1,000 words. Chapter 51. A true man engages in hand-to-hand combat. Attention, everyone. Immediately proceed to the cabin. The crimson circle draws ever closer. Time is but a matter of fleeting moments. Captain, I must stay. Mooching Yuan stepped forward, her gaze fierce, her nails suddenly elongating. Jiang Ren silently arrived on deck, withdrawing a dark red long knife from within. Lin Hao cast a glance at the two, nodding in agreement. Captain, I can assist in controlling. Wei Wei mustered her courage and stepped forward, her fingertips coalescing into a line of water. Lin Hao shook his head. Your water into thread control is commendable, but lacks lethality. The cabin requires your presence. Watching Wei Wei vanish behind the cabin door, his gaze returned to the outside. The crimson expanse finally engulfed their coordinates. In the instant the red circle enveloped them, all translucent phantoms solidified in an instant, their colors transforming into blinding and grotesque shades. Roar! The deafening roar nearly overturned the waves. The long-suppressed lizard men surged forth, akin to sharks catching the scent of blood, eagerly advancing. Their robust claws raked violently against the ship's side, leaving deep gashes. Some, relying on brute strength, leapt directly, their hefty bodies crashing onto the deck with a resounding thud. Tat-tat-tat. Zhuang Xiaofeng's AK-47 was the first to spit fire, shattering the scales of several lizard men attempting to vault over the ship's railing, sending them screaming back into the sea. Tian Yuyu and Xia Yingluo followed suit, firing their weapons. Nearby, the cacophony of gunfire echoed incessantly over the tumultuous sea. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Lin Hao remained steadfast. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, locking onto the largest lizard man on the deck. Bang! A dull thud erupted. It was not the sound of gunfire, but rather the lament of the deck beneath Lin Hao's feet. A spiderweb of cracks instantly formed into a deep pit. Amidst this explosion, Lin Hao's figure vanished. No, he moved with such extraordinary speed. He became a bolt of black lightning, tearing through the air, propelled by an overwhelming force. There were no ostentatious techniques, only a straightforward and powerful flying kick. This kick, infused with 80% of his might, was sufficient to shatter mountains. Crack! The unmistakable sound of bones fracturing reverberated. In the next moment, the massive body, weighing hundreds of pounds, was hurled away as if struck head-on by a speeding locomotive. It soared through the air in a high arc, accompanied by a piercing sound, crashing down into the sea several dozen meters away. A tremendous splash erupted skyward. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. On the deck, gunfire ceased abruptly. Zhuang Xiaofeng and the others held their weapons, fingers still poised on the triggers, their gazes locked onto the soaring column of water. Inside the cabin, dozens of eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape, forgetting to breathe. The lizard men, who had been roaring just a second ago, suddenly froze. In their cruel, bloodthirsty vertical pupils now lingered only unbounded fear. Their mightiest leader had been kicked away, like refuse. Gurgling, a lizard man, closest to Lin Hao, emitted a fearful gulp from its throat. It gazed at the human standing like a demonic deity, then glanced at the blood-red froth marking the position of its leader on the distant sea. A monster! This human is a monster! Run! Quickly flee! We have come to the wrong place. This is the devil's ship. Splash! 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 The lizard men, who moments ago appeared fearsome, now plunged into the ocean like dumplings, desperately leaping into the water. Wow! Long live the captain! My heavens! What have I witnessed? Just a kick. Merely a kick. So powerful. So overwhelmingly powerful. Woe is me. The captain is invincible. Inside the cabin, it erupted like a powder keg, bursting open with a deafening roar. Some desperately pounded the walls, while others waved their arms frantically at Lin Hao's back, incoherently expressing their admiration and excitement. I shall bear your ship full of monkeys. Captain! A bold female voice stood out amidst the fervent cheers, provoking an even louder uproar and more enthusiastic responses. Yet, the smoke of battle did not dissipate entirely due to that astonishing kick. Beneath the surface, more greedy figures prowled. The first wave of fleeing lizardmen had barely stirred the waves when a new wave, drawn by the scent of blood, roared and surged towards the ship once more. Rat-a-tat-tat. Zhuang Xiaofeng, Tian Yuyu, and Xia Yingluo unleashed another barrage from their AKs, the gunfire intertwining as they accurately dispatched the enemies attempting to climb aboard. Yet this time, there was no lingering tension or chaos amidst the gunfire. Laughter and light-hearted banter faintly echoed within the cabin. Fear, non-existent, with the captain present. No matter how many of these grotesque reptiles came, they would be mere offerings. Confidence, like sunlight, dispelled all shadows. However, Lin Hao felt somewhat helpless. The effect of that recent kick exceeded his expectations. He truly had not anticipated that such a modest physique could yield such an exaggerated crushing effect. It seemed he needed to be more cautious. Lin Hao mused, observing a lizard man clawing its way onto the deck, his gaze sharpened and filled with curiosity. The previous kick had been delivered too swiftly to gauge its depth. This time, he set aside his disdain and the immensely powerful AK. While shooting was exhilarating, engaging in close combat was even more thrilling. A true man should face his adversary directly, indulging in a gratifying battle. As the lizard man lunged at him, Lin Hao slightly shifted his stance, no longer pursuing a single lethal blow. Channeling merely a fraction of his strength, he infused it into his arm. Whoosh! The wind from his punch whistled, far less tearing through the air than before. Yet it was swift and precise, evading the lizardman's slashing claws, and struck forcefully at the joint where its scales met. Bang! A muffled thud resonated. The lizardman trembled violently, emitting a pained shriek as it staggered back 2 steps. Lin Hao's eyes brightened. Indeed, its physique is likely around 45 points. The resilience of its scales is decent, yet the joints are its weak points. Instantly, he deduced a multitude of information. Without allowing his opponent to regain stability, Lin Hao glided in like a phantom. He seized the lizardman's robust wrist with precision, twisting and pulling in one fluid motion. A sickening crack echoed, the sound of dislocation. The lizardman let out a wretched howl as his massive form was hurled by Lin Hao, crashing onto the deck in a textbook shoulder throw with a thunderous thud. Though not sent flying, he was left dazed, stars dancing before his eyes, entirely devoid of combat capability, writhing in agony upon ground. Next, Lin Hao resembled a devoted apprentice, akin to a dancer gracefully pirouetting upon the edge of a blade. Each evasion, block, punch, and capture was executed with impeccable control, ensuring the subjugation and annihilation of his foes without the risk of instant obliteration. He no longer sought the shock of instant kills, but instead immersed himself in the exquisite mastery of power, owning the most effective combat techniques through practical experience. Ding! Slaying the lizard man and offering its corpse as a sacrifice to the sea will yield corresponding rewards. One by one, the lizard man corpses sank into the depths, only to have supply crates float up in their stead. Sinking and surfacing, death and bounty, a heart-stirring cycle unfolded upon the cerulean sea. Chapter 52. The Gift of the Endless Sea. The gunfire finally dwindled, eventually coming to a complete halt. The blood upon the ocean's surface spread out in vast patches, ebbing and flowing with the waves. The acrid stench of blood mingled with gunpowder and the briny sea breeze, creating a nauseating aroma that weighed heavily upon the hearts of every survivor. Bolstered by the firepower of AK rifles, humanity achieved a Pyrrhic victory. Numerous human corpses lay strewn across the raft platforms, intermingled with the remains of the lizard men, silently narrating the ferocity of the battle. The precise toll of casualties could not yet be counted. The gravity of loss permeated the air. However, the broader figures of mortality manifested upon the map interface. Current number of human survivors, 9, 8 billion. Current number of lizard men survivors, 9, 7 billion. In merely half a day, humanity had diminished by 1 billion. The lizard men suffered over 2 billion fatalities. This staggering number, suffocating in its enormity, struck like an invisible hammer, clouding vision. These are not mere cold statistics, but lives extinguished in an instant. The brutality of war and the insignificance of survival were magnified infinitely within the torrent of numbers. There was no time for fear, no time for sorrow, nor for remembrance. Almost at the moment the last lizard man fell, all eyes greedily turned toward the sea. Countless supply crates bobbed up and down with the waves. Grab the crates. Damn it. Don't push me. I saw it first. Just moments ago, they had fought side by side, but the alliance had crumbled. The dependents piloted their small boats, frantically racing toward the floating supply crates. Hooks flew about, oars clashed, and shouts and scuffles echoed incessantly. The scene spiraled into chaos in an instant. Everyone stop. Distribute orderly. Lu Jin stood at the bow, his complexion ashen, firing warning shots into the sky. Bang! 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 The gunfire briefly subdued the tumult, but within seconds, an even more frenzied scramble erupted. In the face of the temptation of survival resources, the deterrent power of the gun seemed so utterly feeble. As the situation threatened to collapse entirely, a flicker of helplessness and ruthlessness crossed Lu Jin's eyes. Damn it! Let us grab. We'll take as much as we can, he bellowed to his men. The soldiers immediately dropped their weapons, seizing hooks and oars, joining the fray in this chaotic contest for resources. Order disintegrated beneath the pressure of survival. Lin Hao's boat also floated amidst several supply crates. Although he lacked for resources, he would not relinquish them easily. Wei Wei, show me what you can do. Yes, Captain. Wei Wei darted to the edge of the boat like a graceful swallow. Her gaze was focused, her fair palm slightly extended. A nearly transparent water line shot forth from her hand. Whoosh! The water line traversed several meters with pinpoint accuracy, deftly wrapping around a supply crate. The wooden box was swiftly pulled onto the deck by the water line. The entire process was seamless and fluid. This efficiency surpassed that of using hooks by more than 100-fold. Hooks required aiming, throwing, and laborious dragging, with their success relying on mere luck. Wei Wei's ability to condense water into threads is extraordinary. Wherever her thoughts direct, the strands of water converge with a remarkable accuracy of 100%. Although this talent appears formidable, even surpassing that of Spider-Man, it conceals significant risks and limitations. Wei Wei does not manipulate external water. Instead, she draws it from within her own body. More perilously, these water threads are extensions of her very life. Should they be forcibly severed or damaged, the consequences could range from psychological trauma to a grievous injury to her essence. Fortunately, the strength of the water threads is intricately linked to her physical and mental attributes. The more robust her body, the more resilient the threads become. With unceasing motion, she gracefully dances the flowing strand across the surface of the sea, while boxes swiftly accumulate on the deck. Each notification resonates, heralding her gains. Congratulations on acquiring Body Refinement Pills X1, Soul Cleansing Pills X1, Space Fragments X1, Wood X1688, Steel X250, and again, congratulations on acquiring Body Refinement Pills X1, Soul Cleansing Pills X1, Space Fragments X1, Wood X4399, Steel X666. Lin Hao's heart raced fervently, not from excitement, but from the profound shock of a harsh reality. The resources contained within each box were nothing short of bountiful, far exceeding the mundane cargo that had drifted on the sea in the preceding days. The exterior of these boxes starkly contrasted with their predecessors, no longer bearing the monotonous wooden texture. Each surface was marked with a miniature emblem, some resembling human silhouettes, while others depicted the scaled outlines of lizard folk. These designs, akin to chilling epitaphs, silently proclaimed the origins of the treasures within. They represented a portion, perhaps the entirety, of the former owner's legacies. It was no wonder that those desperate adherents would lose their reason, disregarding the threat of gunfire in their frantic scramble for these riches. They were harvesting the legacies of the deceased. Lin Hao distinctly recalled that when he had slain the 5 thugs earlier, no boxes had materialized. This indicated that the merciless rule of killing for treasure only activated once the novice protection period had concluded. This rule acted like a poison dagger, brutally piercing the already fragile moral boundaries, plunging this vast ocean into an even bloodier hell. From that moment forth, every survivor was not merely a potential prey, but a walking treasure trove. The avarice and cruelty of humanity would be magnified infinitely by this unforgiving rule. Lin Hao, what troubles you? Xia Yingluo discerned Lin Hao's unease and hurried towards him. Zhuang Xiaofeng, Tian Yuyu, and others quickly gathered around. Lin Hao remained silent, instead revealing the boxes to the group. Their gazes fixated on the containers, initially filled with curiosity, then recognition, and ultimately, a chilling dread. A sharp intake of breath echoed across the deck. The joy of victory shattered like fragile bubbles, pierced by this sanguinary truth. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily, akin to a leaden cloud, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The earlier ease dissipated, leaving only a profound silence steeped in gravity. Jiang Ren instinctively tightened his grip on the knife, his knuckles paling. Mu Qingyuan retreated several steps, seeking to distance herself from the marked boxes. Wei Wei gazed at the suitcase she had just hoisted, her delicate face pale, and the droplets gathering on her fingertips trembled slightly. Why the long faces? Let us shift our perspective. With a formidable enemy at hand, humanity ought not to turn against itself. Compared to the previous 3 days, we now have all the more reason to unite, do we not? Lin Hao suddenly smiled, feigning nonchalance as he shrugged, urging Wei Wei to continue her search. The captain's words rang true. Zhuang Xiaofeng stepped forward, her resolute gaze unwavering. Let's not forget, we are the Chinese nation. 5,000 years of trials and tribulations. What tempests have we not weathered? What formidable foes have we not confronted? Foreign invasions will only entwine our bloodlines. igniting the resilience and cohesion that lie within our very essence. Reflect upon our history. Recall those who shone with the brilliance of humanity, even in the darkest of times. This is the worst of times, yet it is also the best of times. Her powerful words resonated deeply, gradually assuaging the crowd's fears as they began to disperse. Just as Lin Hao intended to commend Zhuang Xiaofeng, she preempted him, lowering her voice as she remarked, "Captain, your presence lacks a certain gravitas. Given that I have helped you maintain morale, ought you not to allocate a bit more resources to me?" Chapter 53. Landing on the island. Shall we allocate more supplies? Lin Hao turned his gaze towards Zhuang Xiaofeng. What she desired was undoubtedly not materials for upgrading the ship, nor provisions or fresh water. Instead, it was the body refinement pills and soul cleansing pills. Realizing this, an urgent sense of foreboding surged within him. The lizard men would drop these two types of pills, indicating an imminent catastrophe. His modest advantage of 1,000 points in physique would likely not endure for long. Was it the pills that drew her interest? Lin Hao spoke candidly, asking how many she required. "Could you provide me with an additional 100 body refinement pills?" Zhuang Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with fervent enthusiasm. No one could resist the allure of the body refinement pills. Very well. Lin Hao, without a hint of hesitation, tossed over a small pouch filled with pills. Zhuang Xiaofeng caught it deftly, the cool touch of the pills sending a shiver through her fingertips, momentarily taken aback. She had merely broached the subject tentatively, not anticipating Lin Hao's prompt generosity. "Captain," she beamed, "you are far more charming than Commander Liu. I might just be developing feelings for you." As soon as the words left her mouth, she seemed to realize their inappropriateness and quickly added, "Don't misunderstand. I meant the kind of camaraderie shared between brothers." Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively, accustomed to Zhuang Xiaofeng's forthrightness. "There's something I need you to handle. Please go ahead. Help me deliver these women to Lu Jin." Lin Hao gestured towards the cabin. "There are too many here. I cannot support them all. That first part is sufficient. No need to elaborate. Am I not showing you respect?" "Captain, I am a soldier. Executing orders is my duty," Zhuang Xiaofeng replied earnestly, though inwardly she rolled her eyes. Last night's gaze was practically adhesive, and yet he spoke of respect? If only she were capable. Lin Hao felt a slight itch at the tip of his nose, sensing unspoken words in Zhuang Xiaofeng's tone, but he chose not to pursue it further. He opened his friend list to contact Lu Jin. "Commander Liu, what are your next plans?" "I intend to secure that suddenly appeared island." Lu Jin's voice was steady and commanding. "By the way, regarding those firearms, what supplies do you wish to exchange?" Lin Hao nodded slightly. Lu Jin's integrity had indeed met his expectations. "I would like to trade body refinement pills for soul cleansing pills, 1 for 1. If you can assist me in gathering 1,000 of them, consider those firearms a gift to you." 1,000? Lu Jin's tone reflected his helplessness. "Comrade Lin, I only have a few hundred on hand at most. Where am I to procure that quantity in a short time? Just disseminate the news." Lin Hao had already formulated a plan. Trading soul cleansing pills for body refinement pills, he believed no one would refuse. The soul cleansing pill enhanced perception and energy. It was nowhere near as tangible as the body refinement pill, which directly fortified the body. The recent battle had resulted in the deaths of over 1,000 lizardmen, implying at least 1,000 soul cleansing pills scattered among the crowd. With Lu Jin's prestige and organizational skills, gathering them should not prove overly difficult. "All right, I will transfer the soul cleansing pills I currently possess to you." After a brief contemplation, Lu Jin placed 300 soul cleansing pills into the trade window. Lin Hao simultaneously added 300 body refinement pills. The transaction concluded, and Lu Jin's voice resonated once more. "There are quite a number of lizard men on that island. Comrade Lin, you possess extraordinary combat prowess. Would you care to join me in the assault?" "Certainly," Lin Hao replied succinctly. The sudden emergence of the island amidst the vast ocean had piqued his interest. Judging by its outline, it appeared to harbor soil and vegetation, rare commodities that had never graced the trading channel. He casually accessed the map and noticed that the red circle indicating danger was expanding at a noticeably reduced pace, barely encompassing the distant island. The entire dimensional fusion would persist for 30 days, and most regions should remain within the safety zone. Unfortunately, they found themselves in a red fusion zone, perhaps confirming the system's assertion that having more people is not always advantageous. Commander Liu, do you intend to establish a base on the island? Lin Hao inquired. Of course. Adrift on this sea, what could be more reassuring than solid ground? Besides, my surname is Liu, Liu Jin replied, his tone carrying a rare lightness. Lin Hao chuckled in understanding. Establishing a home at sea and seizing the island was indeed a crucial step. When shall we set sail? Immediately. Lin Hao glanced up to see the leading ships already making their way toward the island. He promptly commanded Jiang Jingyue, turn around and follow. Our target is the island. As the distance closed, the island's full form gradually came into view. It was modest in size, roughly equivalent to 2 football fields. With proper planning, it could comfortably accommodate a couple of thousand inhabitants, its strategic value evident. Lin Hao, are we disembarking? Xiaoying Luo softly asked. You all remain on the ship. Lin Hao asserted firmly. I will go alone. All right, we will await your return. Xiaoying Luo and the others had no objections. They held absolute confidence in Lin Hao's capabilities. The ensuing spectacle further eased the minds of those aboard. Lin Hao propelled himself off the edge of the deck with a powerful kick, soaring through the air like a cannonball, landing with precision on a raft platform 100 meters away. The platform erupted in astonishment. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What kind of physique is this? A superhuman. This is utterly outrageous. Lin Hao paid them no heed, lightly tapping the wooden raft once more to leap onto a small boat ahead. With several swift and graceful ascents and descents, he reached the forefront of the fleet. One final leap. He soared into the air, expertly landing on the sandy beach at the island's edge, 50 meters away. The solid ground beneath his feet was a comforting sensation, the earthy aroma filling his nostrils, eliciting an indescribable feeling of security throughout his being. On the ship, he had to consciously restrain his strength for fear of shattering the deck with a single step. But now he stood upon firm soil. He bent down to scoop a handful of sand. The grains were coarse and grayish-yellow, exuding a distinct sense of barrenness. Surveying his surroundings, he noted a sparse collection of low shrubs, the only greenery present on the island. Roar! A lizard man, lurking behind a rock, charged at him with a fierce growl. Lin Hao did not turn. He pivoted and delivered a swift kick, sending the lizard man flying like a ragged sack, splashing into the sea far away. His gaze fixated on the sparse greenery. At this moment, nothing held greater significance than the verdant flora of this island. He hastily acquired a shovel and dashed over to begin his excavation. The shovel danced in the air, sending clumps of earth flying. His movements were so swift that only shadows remained. Harvested a daboisia tree, harvested a starry grass, harvested a sea buckthorn, harvested a dendrobium. Liu Jin, leading his elite soldiers, finally breached the blockade of the lizard men and successfully surged onto the beach. Yet, what he beheld was not the blood-soaked struggle of warriors nor the desperate resistance of the lizard men. Instead, he found a figure that was supposed to embody their strongest fighting force, bent over, fervently digging in that meager patch of greenery. The already scarce foliage was vanishing at an alarming rate, leaving behind patches of turned yellow earth. Liu Jin's mouth twitched in anguish. An indescribable sense of absurdity and heartache surged within him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he bellowed, "Comrade Lin, have mercy." His voice echoed through the sea breeze, tinged with sorrow. "Please leave us some greenery." Witnessing Lin Hao brandishing the shovel with such fervor, sparing not even the roots, Liu Jin felt his heart bleed. If all else fails, at the very least, leave me some soil. Do not strip the ground bare. Chapter 54. Preparations before the voyage the islands were swiftly cleared, and the remnants of the lizard men were cast into the sea, causing various supplies to float to the surface. Lin Hao exchanged a glance with Liu Jin, both filled with a sense of camaraderie, and without further words, they agreed to divide the spoils evenly. Following the battle, the soldiers demonstrated remarkable efficiency, quickly erecting the framework for shelters along the beach. Among them, one soldier stood out, his dagger dancing in his hands like a butterfly, with shavings cascading down around him. The hard timber was effortlessly carved into precise mortise and tenon joints, as if it were mere tofu. Other soldiers swiftly assembled these prefabricated pieces, akin to building blocks, as entire structures rose visibly from the ground. His name was Lu Chengban, and Lu Jin, following Lin Hao's gaze, spoke with a hint of pride, declaring him a divine carpenter. Impressive. Lin Hao could not help but exclaim. Commander Lu, once you have settled things here, could you possibly ask him to craft some furniture for me? A trivial matter, Lu Jin readily agreed. Observing the scene of efficient collaboration, Lin Hao pondered thoughtfully. It appeared that your reasoning was not amiss. Many individuals may not possess the talent suited for survival at sea, yet they still hold value. Lu Jin nodded, then shifted the tone of the conversation to a more serious note. Zhuang Xiaofeng mentioned to me that you intend to part ways with the main group. When do you plan to leave? Tomorrow, Lin Hao replied succinctly, his gaze directed towards the boundless ocean. My talents are ill-suited for prolonged stays in one place. Ha ha ha, understood. Lu Jin laughed heartily, giving Lin Hao's shoulder a firm pat before lowering his voice, adopting a brotherly tone. Do keep an eye on Xiaofeng during your journey. She is the acknowledged flower of our regiment. If you dare to bully her. Commander Lu, do I strike you as that kind of person? Lin Hao shrugged helplessly. Lu Jin smiled knowingly, choosing not to respond, and instead said earnestly then, I wish you a safe journey. Take care, Commander Lu. Lin Hao replied solemnly, clasping his fists in salute. With that, he ascended gracefully from the deck, amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. Like a sea swallow returning to the galaxy, Zhuang Xiaofeng was directing the crowd as they orderly boarded small rafts, making their way to the nearby island. Captain, a timid voice emerged, filled with anticipation. Can we accompany you? Clearly, not everyone was willing to remain on the island. Lin Hao surveyed the eager faces, slowly shaking his head. This journey is an adventure into the deep sea, fraught with unknown dangers. Staying on the island under Commander Lu's protection would ensure your safety. Seeing that the captain had made his decision, the crowd reluctantly swallowed their words and began to disembark one by one. As the group dispersed, the once bustling deck became eerily empty. Ultimately, only 10 members remained aboard the Galaxy. Tian Yuyu, Xia Yingluo, Su Qiuya, Shi Xiaorui, Wei Wei, Zhuang Xiaofeng, Mu Qingyuan, Jiang Jinwei, and Jiang Ran. Lin Hao surveyed the remaining crew, his clear voice resonating across the vacant deck. With the personnel streamlined, I hereby announce that the Galaxy's standard meal is now upgraded to version 1. 2. Jiang Jinwei and Jiang Ran turned their gazes to the two helmsmen, who bore the weighty responsibility of navigation, orchestrating their duties with diligence. Next, he addressed the poised and elegant first officer Zhuang Xiaofeng, who commanded the ship's operations with the utmost authority, receiving 3 portions daily. Oh, Mu Qingyuan's ears perked up like little radars, and she eagerly inquired, Captain, what splendid provisions does version 1 2 offer? Lin Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile. Bread, drinking water, ham sausages, and eggs, 3 portions each, plus, he paused deliberately, heightening the anticipation of the crowd, a single body-tempering pill. Body-tempering pill. The exclamations erupted in unison, eyes widening in astonishment, and fervent desire was unmistakable. In this perilous world, the pursuit of strength was an instinctive drive for all. Mu Qingyuan, unable to contain her eagerness, pressed on. Captain, how can we acquire more? Excellent question, Lin Hao replied, his demeanor turning serious. As this was the crux of his forthcoming announcement, I will distribute rewards based on your responsibilities and performance. He shifted his gaze to the gentle Tian Yuyu. Teacher Tian, the crucial task of logistical coordination remains entrusted to you, with the title of Logistics Coordinator. Your compensation will be 2 standard meals. As he spoke, a glimmer of light emanated from his hand, revealing several crystalline fragments. These are your initial resources. Spatial fragments, upon use, can increase system space by 10 m. Spatial fragments. Our initial space is only 10 cubic meters. The sound of envious gasps echoed around. This reward struck a chord with everyone. Lin Hao was then approached by Xia Yingluo, who playfully clung to his arm. Do you have any more? I want one too. Cough. Let's maintain a semblance of seriousness. Lin Hao feigned a stern expression, withdrawing his arm and raising his voice to emphasize spatial fragments or other rare resources will be awarded as additional recognition for exceptional performance. Performance? Mu Qingyuan blinked her large eyes. Her curiosity piqued. What kind of performance is required? Ah, Sucha, languidly leaning against the railing, interjected with a teasing glint in her eye. In simple terms, it depends on our esteemed captain's mood, for instance. She elongated her tone, winking at Mu Qingyan. If you were to stroke his ears and cheer him up, perhaps you might receive a reward. Xiuya Jia. Mu Qingyuan blushed fiercely, jumping back like a startled rabbit. Lin Hao shot Su Qiuyue an exasperated glare. Swiftly redirecting the conversation, performance is exemplified by Wei Wei here. He gestured toward Wei Wei, who stood quietly aside, her efficiency in retrieving supplies commendable. Effective immediately, she will be dedicated to the task of resource recovery, with her compensation raised to 2 standard meals. Thank you, Captain. Wei Wei's eyes sparkled with satisfaction and determination. Lin Hao then turned to the still-flushed cat girl. Mu Qingyan, what of your culinary skills? Captain, I previously worked in a CAF, preparing light meals. And I can manage pastries well, but more elaborate dishes. Mu Qingyuan replied, feeling somewhat bashful as she fidgeted with her fingers. It's all right. Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. For now, I appoint you as the head of the restaurant, responsible for the crew's meals. Should a professional chef join us in the future, we will make adjustments accordingly. Your remuneration will be 2 standard meals. Understood. Thank you, Captain. Mu Vingyuan si trektenet her posture. Her face, radiating with joy. Su Qiuya. Lin Hao's gaze shifted to the delicate school bell. You are tasked with lookout duties and reconnaissance. Your pay will also be 2 standard meals. Yes, Captain Su Qiuya replied, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. So, does that mean I can bid farewell to the power chamber? It's quite pleasant there, undisturbed. She placed particular emphasis on the words power chamber. A vivid image of the power chamber flashed through Lin Hao's mind, igniting a rush of blood. He instinctively swallowed hard and cleared his throat to mask his discomfort. Ahem. Next, Xia Ingluo. He made an effort to divert his attention from Su Qiuya. Your responsibilities remain unchanged. Communication with marine life, with a salary of 2 standard meals. Finally, only Shi Xiaorui stood quietly in the corner. By the way, your talent is. Shi Xiaorui lowered her gaze, unable to meet Lin Hao's eyes, and nervously replied, my talent is fermentation. I can either inhibit or accelerate the decomposition rate of microorganisms. Lin Hao nodded thoughtfully. This talent could be immensely beneficial in food preservation or brewing. You will serve as the assistant in the restaurant, aiding Mu Qingyuan with a salary of 2 standard meals. Chapter 55. Do not lock the door at night. Ding. The cruise ship upgrade is complete. Cruise ship level. LV. 14 dimensions. 32M x 8M bridge. 10M x 4M. Located at the bow. Offering an excellent view, upper cabin. 20M x 6M. An open multifunctional space, lower cabin. 28M x 7M. Core upgrade. Comprising 14 independent bedrooms. Having just finished dinner, the news of the upgrade spread excitement among the crowd, prompting everyone to eagerly rush towards the stairs leading to the lower cabin. The sight that greeted their eyes was astonishing. The previously single-row cabin area had transformed into an orderly double-row layout, while the individual bedroom sizes had diminished. Their numbers had more than doubled. A bright corridor ran through the center, connecting the newly adorned doors on both sides. Tian Yu smiled as she caressed the smooth door panels, gently tapping the wall. The sound suggested that the walls had been reinforced and thickened, undoubtedly enhancing the soundproofing considerably compared to before. A shared understanding brought smiles to everyone, while Xia Ingluo, feeling shy, swiftly retreated. 1 room each. Choose as you please. Lin Hao's voice carried a hint of ease. Hooray! The group began to select their preferred room numbers. After exchanging a glance with her brother, Jiang Jinwei expressed, Captain, we would prefer to stay in the bridge. The upgraded space is quite spacious, accommodating 2 small beds comfortably, and it allows us to detect changes in sea conditions promptly. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. That works. Your adherence to duty is commendable. I will ensure an extra portion at standard meal times. Thank you, Captain. Jiang Jinwei beamed, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. Just as everyone was enthusiastically arranging their rooms, a private message from Lin Hao suddenly popped up. Senior, would you like to know what that superstar's talent is? I promise, this secret is so explosive that it will keep you awake tonight. Lin Hao's lips twitched involuntarily. It was Su Qiuyi again. This woman was simply insufferable. Despite her previous revelations, her affected demeanor was utterly unappealing. His fingers hovered, initially inclined to ignore her. However, a second message quickly followed. Tonight, come to my room? I'll tell you personally, I guarantee it. Be memorable. Lin Hao could no longer endure it. His fingers struck the screen with force as he replied, his tone resolute and uncompromising. Are you itching for trouble? Suchioi, I warn you. If you wish to remain on this ship, remove that pretentious facade. Here, you need not perform for anyone, least of all for me. Be yourself. Leaning against the freshly made bed, Suchioi froze upon reading the cold text. The flirtatious smile on her face shattered like a frozen lake, piece by piece. After a long pause, she slowly rose and walked to the narrow porthole. Moonlight filtered through the glass, casting a chilly silhouette on her profile. She exhaled deeply into the deep night outside, as if releasing a long-held weight. Remove the mask? Ah. A bitter curve tugged at the corners of her mouth as her fingertips unconsciously traced the cold window ledge. The mask had been worn for so long that it had melded with her very flesh. To tear it away? How utterly facile that notion seemed. The nameless fire within Lin Hao's heart subsided slightly, only to be replaced by a wave of intense self-loathing. He raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. Damn it. What am I even worth? Without mythical talents, I am nothing. What right do I have to stand upon a moral high ground and judge her? This thought washed over him like a chilling tide, extinguishing most of his fury in an instant. Furthermore, images of that night in the power cabin surged uncontrollably in his mind. Her awkward, clumsy reactions and that striking crimson hue, all bearing witness to the fragile heart concealed beneath her reckless facade. In that moment, a tumult of emotions flooded his heart, guilt, compassion, and a hint of heartache. He inhaled deeply, his fingertips dancing once more across the screen, this time with deliberate care. Just now, my tone was too harsh. My words were not meant to condemn you, nor to judge you. I simply, Suchioi, I believe you are degrading yourself. And you ought not to be this way. You deserve a better life, a more authentic connection. Do you not wish to engage with others in a light-hearted manner? Do you not long to stand confidently before everyone? Suchioi curled up by the icy porthole, her heart feeling as though it was suffocated by a drenched wad of cotton, heavy and stifling, until the screen illuminated once more. She held her breath, reading each word with painstaking attention. A sudden warmth surged into her heart, crashing against her nasal passages, causing her eyes to well uncontrollably. That scoundrel! First, he ruthlessly tore away the mask upon which she relied for survival. Just as she found herself exposed in her pain, he offered an unexpected warmth. How could he strike so precisely at her vulnerabilities? With a sharp inhale, she replied, her fingertips trembling, Fine, I understand. Is it not enough that I was wrong? Beneath her words lay a hint of unrecognized grievance and submission. Lin Hao observed her pitiful response, feeling a measure of relief. How splendid. I do not fancy your pretentiousness, yet I have never despised the authentic you. Do you comprehend? These words were the closest he could muster to a heartfelt confession. He abhorred her disguise, but had never denied her essence. Suchioi stared at the message in a daze. A greater tide of warmth surged to her eyes, and biting her lower lip, she shakily typed, Understood. So, will you still come to my room tonight? I chose room 14, the one closest to the power cabin. The power cabin. Lin Hao took a deep breath. Help others to the fullest, to ensure that everyone has eggs to eat daily. He resolved to endure a slight discomfort and heed his younger brother's advice. Do not lock the door, he replied. A mere 3 words, akin to a blazing ember cast into the lake of his heart, igniting scalding ripples deep within Suchioi's soul. The bitterness, heaviness, and self-doubt that had plagued her moments ago were now washed away, leaving her feeling utterly cleansed. She inhaled deeply, a peculiar light shimmering in her eyes as she swiftly opened the trading panel. A cascade of dazzling effects enveloped the room, and items began to materialize in her bedroom. Standing before the newly erected full-length mirror, she meticulously donned her new attire, her movements imbued with an almost reverent seriousness. Her silky hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, while black stockings clung to the elegant contours of her long legs, extending gracefully into delicate high heels. A loose-fitting, pristine white men's shirt draped casually over a frame, fastened only at the middle buttons. Beneath the open collar, a tantalizing glimpse of enchanting scenery emerged, weaving a mesmerizing interplay of innocence and seduction, creating an exhilarating tension. The forbidden realm beneath the shirt radiated a captivating ambiguity in the mirror's reflection, igniting a thrilling pulse. Su Chuya gazed intently at her own image, caught in a painful limbo of anticipation and torment. Chapter 56. I am terrifyingly powerful now. On a dark and windy night, Lin Hao sat cross-legged at the bow of the Milky Way, resembling a merciless alchemical apparatus, relentlessly consuming the soul-cleansing pills one after another. With a total of over 800 soul-cleansing pills gathered by Lu Jin, along with his own reserves, he finally elevated his mental attribute to its utmost limit. Ding! Your mental attribute has reached its maximum, 1,000. Soul-cleansing pills are now ineffective. Only spirit-concentrating pills can further enhance your abilities. A resonant sound reverberated deep within his soul, as if a great bell had tolled. At that moment, the essence of life underwent a qualitative leap. With a mere thought, his vision sharpened instantly. The moon, suspended in the night sky, transformed from a mere blurred spot into a vivid panorama of craters and lunar seas, each detail meticulously discernible. Upon retracting his gaze, the opening and closing of his skin's pores, the seepage of sweat, resembled the intricate world observed under a microscope. With the power of his mind, he filtered out the cacophony, leaving only sounds from specific directions and distances, which could be amplified or diminished at will. The gentle breaths of Tian Yuyu, the soft rustle of Mu Qingyuan playing with a ball of yarn, the indistinct murmurs of Shi Xiaorui in her dreams, even the subtle gurgling of someone's digestive system. All these sounds resonated in his ears with crystal clarity, akin to a three-dimensional surround sound. The sea breeze was no longer merely salty. It carried the scent of algae from the water, the earthy fragrance of distant islands, and even the faint metallic tang of oxidized iron from the ship's hull. Just like taste, the sensations were layered and rich, an explosion of information. Most astonishing was the sense of touch. When he pressed his hand against the rough wooden rail, a slight shift in his thoughts drastically reduced friction, allowing him to glide smoothly across the planks as if on ice. A further adjustment increased friction significantly, binding him firmly in place. He even attempted to press his body against the vertical outer wall of the ship, steady as a rock, akin to a gecko. The awe inspired by these transformations was no less than that of a thousand-fold enhancement in physical prowess. What thrilled him even more was the boundless energy surging within him, as if he could remain awake for 10 days and nights without fatigue. With microscopic vision, three-dimensional sound, precise control over friction, sleeplessness, Lin Hao's mind was flooded with bold ideas. At that moment, a faint sound of a wooden paddle slicing through the water pierced through the layers of tumultuous waves, striking directly at his eardrum. Though there were many paddling sounds nearby, this particular one was unmistakably directed at the Milky Way. Lin Hao turned toward the sound, his extraordinary vision locking onto a figure several hundred meters away. On the dark surface of the sea, Wu Zhe was gritting his teeth, propelling a small wooden raft with fervor towards the Milky Way. What was his intention? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. With ample time at hand, he chose to remain seated, intrigued as he awaited the arrival of this unexpected guest. The extraordinary mental clarity granted by his enhanced attributes not only overwhelmed his senses, but also bestowed upon him a perspective of transcendent superiority, akin to looking down upon mere ants. Bathed in the light of the Milky Way V, the ship was brilliantly illuminated. Wu Zhe quickly spotted the imposing figure at the bow. Lin Hao, he shouted at the top of his lungs, exuding confidence. I have now surpassed 50 points in physical prowess. I can easily take on a lizard man. I am terrifyingly strong. Let me aboard your ship. Together, we can become an unstoppable force. Lin Hao chuckled inwardly, yet maintained an outward calm. Apologies, Brother Wu, but you are far too formidable. Allowing you on board might jeopardize my position as captain. Wu Zhe was taken aback, surprised by Lin Hao's humility. However, upon seeing the sincerity on the latter's face, It seemed he was not speaking falsely. He inwardly regretted having detached from the main group earlier, missing the opportunity to witness Lin Hao's prowess in battle against the lizard men. "Rest assured, my brother," Wu Zhi exclaimed, suddenly rising to his feet and thumping his chest with a resounding sound. "Though I possess extraordinary strength, I am certainly not the kind of petty individual who seizes another's rightful place. You have resources, and I wield unparalleled combat prowess. Together, we can conquer these vast seas. You shall lead, and I shall gladly take the charge." Lin Hao slowly shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. "Brother Wu, with such valor, you could traverse the seas alone. Why should you settle for my humble vessel? This small temple cannot accommodate a true deity like you." "No, no, no." Wu Zhi quickly waved his hands, his expression earnest. "I excel in combat, but managing a team is beyond my capabilities. My intellect is insufficient for such tasks. That is precisely why I need you. Your mind is sharp, but I'm not adept at management either," Lin Hao replied, an expression of resignation on his face. "I merely possess a dash more fortune than you." "Fortune is also a form of strength," Wu Zhi asserted emphatically. "Your ability to elevate the ship so swiftly earns my utmost admiration. If I may say, your talent must be on par with Lu Jin, right? You are exceptional at gathering resources, but when it comes to fighting, well, perhaps you lack a bit in that regard. Therefore, you require someone like me, a formidable fighter." "No, I do not require you." "Yes, you do." Wu Zhi's voice rose, laced with urgency. "You are aware of my bloodthirsty talent, correct? I can absorb life energy during combat. I can engage in high-intensity battles all day long. No one else, no matter how skilled, can achieve that. Endurance is paramount. Impressive. Truly impressive," Lin Hao exclaimed, genuinely astonished. "Yet precisely for that reason, I dare not allow you aboard. What if, while I slumber, you seek revenge upon me?" "Revenge?" Wu Zhi looked bewildered, then suddenly comprehended, his face flushed with indignation for the misunderstanding. "Brother Lin, we harbor no grievances against one another. Why would I seek revenge on you? The one I yearn to retaliate against is Su Qiuya, that wretched woman. She is nothing but a facade, a talentless schemer, adept at manipulating emotions. Brother, heed my counsel. Cast her off the ship without delay. A woman like her is capable of betraying me, and she will turn on you in an instant. She is a cancer to the team." Lin Hao nodded in agreement. "Initially, I shared your sentiments. However, I later discovered she is not inherently bad. She possesses principles and can be considered a good woman." "Principles? A good woman?" Wu Zhi seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke in the universe, nearly tumbling off the raft. "Brother, you are finished. You are just like I was at the beginning, ensnared by her manipulations. Wake up. Do not be sold out by her while you count the coins. In the end, you won't even be able to touch a single finger of hers." "Oh," Lin Hao furrowed his brow slightly, catching a crucial piece of information. "You have touched her finger?" Wu Zhi appeared to be struck at his core, pounding his chest in despair and indignation. "I would have liked to, but her status is far too elevated. She toys with all the men on this ship. She stirs desire in our hearts, yet none of us gain anything from it. Brother, trust me, quickly toss her into the sea to feed the fish. Otherwise, this galactic ship will inevitably fall apart." However, Lin Hao touched his chin, revealing a hint of perplexity as he mused. "I seem to have brushed against her fingertips." Wu Zhi's expression instantly froze, resembling a comical stone statue. Yet, in merely a second, he forcibly comprehended the situation, as if he had seen through everything. With a grave and earnest tone, he remarked, "Brother, it's one thing to deceive me, but do not deceive yourself. Su Qiuya excels at crafting the illusion that she likes you. In truth, her heart is forged of ice, incapable of being warmed. She will never genuinely care for anyone." Amakautio Naritale. Chapter 57. The snowflakes drift down. The north wind whispers, however. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment. It seemed that she genuinely liked me. Wu Zhi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Look, you hesitated. You wavered. Those foolish boys on our ship were just like you. They all believed themselves to be the chosen ones. And what happened? They turned out to be mere bubbles. A fleeting firework. Wake up, brother." "Never mind." Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively, preparing to rise. "There's no point in this discussion. It's getting late, and I must return to sleep. Wait, brother. Wu Zhe, noticing Lin Hao's intention to leave, became anxious. He had two objectives in coming here: to board the ship and to eliminate Su Qiuya. With the first goal about to fail, the second must succeed. The moonlight is splendid tonight. Let us talk about life and dreams. Regarding Su Qiuya, Lin Hao lost interest in his incessant chatter and had just stood up when, "Senior," a surprised voice called from behind. "Why are you chatting at this late hour?" Su Qiuya, having waited for a while without seeing anyone, felt restless and decided to get some fresh air on the deck. To her surprise, she spotted Lin Hao conversing at the bow of the ship. "Oh, Wu Zhe." Lin Hao turned slightly. "Wu Zhe." Su Qiuya's voice suddenly rose in pitch, filled with astonishment and a hint of panic. She hurried to the edge of the ship and peered down, confirming the face she despised. "Wu Zhe, what are you doing here?" "Su Qiu, da." Wu Zhe resembled a powder keg ignited, his eyes ablaze, pointing at her and roaring fiercely. "You wretched woman, how many more people will you deceive? This time, I will not let you succeed. Lin Hao is my brother. You shall not manipulate him again." Su Qiuya looked at Lin Hao bewildered. "You are his brother?" "No." Lin Hao raised his hands in resignation. "He believes that you, well, have deceived many people emotionally. I did that for self-preservation. I told you before." Su Qiuya hastily defended herself, her eyes filled with grievance. "Yes, I know." Lin Hao nodded, adding he also mentioned that after all this time on the same ship, he never even touched your hand. Su Qiuya froze at his words, and a blush crept from her neck to her ears, biting her lower lip. Her voice carried a mix of defiance and shyness. "Of course, I only let those I truly like touch me." "Ha ha ha." Wu Zhe erupted with a harsh laugh from below. "Lin Hao, did you hear that? Identical lines. The same old tricks. If you don't believe me, ask her to let you touch her hand right now. Let us see if she dares. If she does, I'll eat my words live." Lin Hao scratched his head. "Qiuya, may I touch your hand now?" There was no response, no hesitation. In Wu Zhe's astonished gaze, Su Qiuya, like a moth drawn to a flame, leaped into Lin Hao's embrace. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Wu Zhe's eyes bulged, nearly bursting from their sockets. He rubbed his eyes furiously. This absurd scene must surely be an illusion. After rubbing his left eye and then his right, the illusion did not dissipate. Instead, it became more glaring under the moonlight. A sharp, resounding slap echoed as he struck his own face. The searing pain exploded within him. This was no dream. The tangible sensation was akin to a cold serpent, devouring the last remnants of his hope. The moonlight fell coldly, illuminating the deck where the woman who had once ensnared his soul, for whom he had humbly pleaded, was now in another man's embrace. What shattered Wu Zhe's heart even more was that Su Qiuya had tilted her exquisite face upwards, willingly pressing her crimson lips against his. This was not a mere fleeting touch, but an ardent entanglement. The moonlight outlined their silhouettes, branding Wu Zhe's retina like a scorching iron. He felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, utterly charred from within. He felt his knees on the small raft. The raft rocked violently, seawater splashing against his pant legs, yet he remained oblivious. Lin Hao gently pushed Su Qiuya away, questioning her actions. "Aren't you giving him a boon? What a loss." Yet Su Qiuya shook her head vigorously, her gaze fiery and resolute. "I don't care. I want everyone to know. I'm serious." Lin Hao felt a flicker of emotion, tucking her wind-blown hair behind her ear. "It's windy outside. Shall we return to the room?" Su Qiuya nodded obediently, her cheeks flushed deeper. Before leaving, she seemed to recall something, addressing the figure below calmly. "Wu Zhe, please do not seek me out again. I fear Lin Hao may misunderstand." With that, she nestled against Lin Hao like a little bird and vanished into the warm glow of the cabin. Only silence remained on the deck. The moonlight was pallid. Wu Zhe knelt on the cold, swaying raft, a forsaken soul abandoned by the entire world. Snowflakes drifted, the north wind howled, heaven and earth, a vast expanse, a melancholic melody intertwined with the frigid sea breeze, piercing his shattered heart like countless icy needles. "No! Qiuya, no!" Inside the cockpit, Jiang Ran's key wailing resonated. A branch of cold plum howl amidst the snow Jiang Yuyue could no longer endure. Seizing a pillow and hurling it at him. "Shut up! It's unbearable, like a ghostly wail. How can anyone sleep? People have work tomorrow. Jiang ran, struck, tilted his head, but showed no sign of stopping. He pressed his face against the porthole, eyes fixed intently on the forlorn figure on the sea. Just for the one who wafts fragrance. In room 14, the door gently closed behind them, and the world fell silent. Sukiya wrapped her arms around Lin Hao's neck, exhaling softly. Senior, don't you need a greeting, Luo? Lin Hao chuckled softly, encircling her slender waist. Ing Luo is unwell today. She wouldn't even let me enter her room. Sukiya's eyes brightened, a secret joy blossoming in her heart. This is definitely a day worth remembering. I must note it down. She gracefully withdrew a step, akin to a nimble butterfly, from Lin Hao's embrace. Under the man's burning gaze, she twirled elegantly, her meticulously chosen battle attire revealed in its entirety at that moment. Senior, she said, her cheeks flushed and breath slightly labored. Do you see? This outfit I specially prepared for you tonight. Is it acceptable? Lin Hao's Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably. The sight before him was like a searing key that forcefully unlocked the confines of reason. The black silk high heels, the absolute territory, the subtly revealed beauty. Was this merely acceptable? It was evidently a perilous examination. I too have a gift to present to you. Lin Hao gently exerted force, drawing the statuesque campus beauty into his embrace, his palm resting on the curve of her back. Sukwi Shaiva. What is this sensation from your hand? Shoo. Do not speak. Just feel with your heart. Chapter 58. A perfect goddess. The top brother. Oh, please. I beg you. Senior. I truly feel nauseous. Spare me. From now on, I will heed your every word. Truly. I will listen to you. Su Qiuya was deeply ensconced in the bedding, finding it arduous even to move a finger. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind, unable to fathom the recent experiences. From the frigid floor to the vertical walls, and then to the dizzying ceiling. Was this truly a feat achievable by humanity? Lin Hao lay beside her, a hint of regret etched on his face. As the transformations wrought by his extensive physical and mental prowess remained an enigma yet to be unraveled. However, with Su Qiuya devoid of energy and light, he could only suppress his burgeoning enthusiasm. In the stillness of the air, a previously set-aside question resurfaced in his thoughts. What, after all, was the essence of a superstar's talent? Upon hearing this, Su Qiuya's lips curled into a cryptic smile. Her talent was called Nyang Harmony. She paused deliberately, savoring Lin Hao's oddly peculiar expression before continuing languidly. Does it not feel as though it was tailor-made for you? It allows for the continuous enhancement of both parties. Lin Hao's expression froze, his mind racing with a torrent of disbelief. Is this even possible? To grow stronger through dual cultivation. This talent is utterly unfathomable. The rules of this world are simply redefining my understanding. What tier? He strained to keep his voice steady. F tier. Su Qiuya nestled deeper into his embrace, seeking a comfortable position, yet she added, it is a growth-type talent that will evolve with, well, usage frequency and comprehension continually enhancing its level and effects. Then she revealed an even more astonishing piece of information. In fact, most individuals aboard the galactic ship possess growth-type talents. Are growth-type talents numerous? Lin Hao keenly seized upon this pivotal detail. Not many. They're exceedingly rare. Su Qiuya's voice bore a hint of tired rasp. Among the thousands under Commander Liu, I have discovered only a handful. Lin Hao nodded thoughtfully. Su Qiuya's talent of insight indeed held extraordinary value, capable not only of seeing through disguises but also of glimpsing the core characteristics of talents, possessing immense strategic significance. Yet what? Was there a discrepancy in the information regarding his mythical level talent? Could it be that mythical level talents inherently possess some form of shielding or higher dimensional encryption? Confounded. Lin Hao shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. However, a new problem emerged. He found himself utterly unable to sleep, the vast energy coursing through him, a result of his exceptional mental attributes, surged relentlessly within. The intense exertion he had just undergone would leave an ordinary person exhausted. Yet for him, it was merely a warm-up. Gazing at the now peacefully slumbering Su Chuya, Lin Hao resorted to opening the trading channel, aimlessly browsing through various live streams. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn as if by a magnet, fixated on one particular live broadcast. The streamer was actually flying, not merely gliding, nor relying on any apparatus, but truly soaring through the night sky. Above her head, a dazzling numerical emblem boldly hovers. 100. She unfurls a pair of sacred, luminous wings, gracefully gliding beneath a tapestry of twinkling stars. Adorned with an extraordinarily futuristic helmet, its mirrored surface reflects the cold starlight, revealing only her porcelain jawline and full, exquisite crimson lips. Merely a fleeting glimpse of that jawline's elegant curve is enough to leave one breathless, awestruck by her ethereal beauty. Her delicate lavender hair dances wildly in the night breeze, while her resplendent leather armor glimmers with a muted metallic sheen, accentuating her breathtakingly perfect waist and hip silhouette. Goodness, an angel! This is undoubtedly an angel descending from the heavens. Oh, streamer, have you invoked the wind spirit under the moonlight? Truly, this is a revelation. Invincible. This is outright invincibility. What more is there to play at? Goddess, we beseech you to reveal your visage. Just a glance. Just one. Angela? What a name. Streamer, are you a messenger sent from paradise? From which divine realm do you hail? I long to be cradled by Angela as we soar through the skies. I would gladly trade a decade of my life for that bliss. Throughout all, Angela remained silent, unresponsive to any shouts or inquiries. Yet her silence only incited further fervor among her admirers. Within mere minutes of the broadcast, over 100 viewers had generously donated, becoming captains. As the fervor of the chat reached its zenith, the image of her elegantly soaring figure suddenly came to a halt. Her luminous wings folded tightly against her back, transforming into a streak of white light that tore through the night sky. Plunging rapidly towards the inky surface of the sea below, the camera shifted in accordance with her gaze, revealing a dilapidated wooden raft upon which a grotesque lizard man stared up in bewilderment. During her descent, an ancient-looking knight's lance materialized from thin air. No roar of fury, no flamboyant theatrics, only a blinding flash of white light. A sickening thud resonated through the broadcast. The lance pierced the lizard man's skull with the precision and cruelty of a hot knife through butter. The movement was clean and swift, imbued with a disquieting elegance. Angela collected her spoils, her wings flaring once more as she blended back into the profound starlit expanse. This seamless display of flight and instant annihilation ignited a fire within Lin Hao's heart. Those wings, truly magnificent, he whispered in awe, his fingers moving faster than his thoughts, unhesitatingly donating 1,000 units of wood. Ding! Congratulations to Lin Hao for becoming the 119th bronze captain in Angela's livestream. You have received an exclusive captain's emblem. Your messages in the live stream will be displayed in bold text. Done. Just as Lin Hao intended to send a private message to forge a connection, he discovered the private message button was grayed out. A line of small text beside it read, "Exclusive permissions for silver captains and above." What? To attain silver captain status, one must donate 10,000 units of wood. Goodness, this is even more exploitative than that unscrupulous merchant Yu Wei. Lin Hao couldn't help but grumble. He instinctively glanced at the mountain of resources piled in his inventory, where the wood category displayed a staggering 234,567 units. Over 200,000, 10,000. Lin Hao's lips twitched slightly. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the money, but rather that it felt a bit painful. However, thinking of those dazzling light wings and the 100-point insignia, he steeled his heart and resolutely clicked to reward. Ding! A silver notification, more radiant than before, forcibly popped up on all the audience's screens, accompanied by a grand sound effect. Live room announcement. Congratulations to Lin Hao for becoming the first silver captain in Angela's live stream, ascending to the top of the captain's leaderboard. At the end of the announcement, a badge shimmering with metallic luster shone brightly. The entire live room fell into a brief silence. The next moment, an explosive barrage of comments erupted like a tsunami. What the hell? 10,000? Wood? No amount of which should be spent this way, right? Are you insane? It's only been a few days. I've toiled endlessly just to save up 3,000 wood. And this big shot casually rewards 10,000? The gap between people is even greater than that between man and dog. I'm that dog. Woof, woof, woof. Great one. Daddy, look at me. Watch my live stream. I'll perform a headstand while washing my hair. Please reward me, Daddy. Goddess Angela. Quickly notice this generous benefactor. The top supporter has arrived. Chapter 59. Is Chu Shi being so forward? The private message button finally lit up, and Lin Hao eagerly typed, "Can we be friends?" The other party did not respond, but promptly accepted the friend request. Lin Hao's heart soared with joy, and he quickly followed up with, "Can you enable location sharing?" Still silent, yet the location sharing icon illuminated instantaneously. He opened the map, and his heart sank. Astonishingly, they were separated by a staggering 1,666 nautical miles. What a disappointment. Given the other person's prowess, they likely did not need his meager resources, thus extinguishing any hopes of an alliance. Why are you silent? Lin Hao could not help but type. I've already gifted you 10,000 wood. Surely you can spare a word? The screen remained quiet. Lin Hao was puzzled. The individual did not seem to be entirely rejecting him, having accepted his friend request and enabled sharing without hesitation. But why the silence? Are you mute? No. A mute could communicate seamlessly through the system. Is there a special reason why you do not speak in the live stream? Let me guess. If you speak, you will be punished? He boldly conjectured. It seemed this statement struck a chord, as the other party could no longer contain themselves, sending a private message punctuated with 3 glaring exclamation marks. My talent is called Silent Angel. At the instant this message popped up, the brilliant wings behind Angela abruptly extinguished. Like a kite severed from its string, she plummeted helplessly toward the sea. What the hell? The wings lost power. This is terrible. Falling hundreds of meters, the surface of the water is no different from concrete. Will she really die from this? A fleeting moment? Indeed, extraordinary talents come with a price. What a pity, I haven't even seen her face. Please share your coordinates. Can I make it in time to retrieve the body? Angela, wake up. Lin Hao was utterly bewildered. A silent angel? So, speaking truly incurs punishment? What a bizarre talent. Watching the rapidly diminishing figure on the screen, he felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that this private message would lead to her demise? 10 meters. 5 meters. Just as she was about to collide with the ocean's surface, whoosh. The wings erupted with a dazzling brilliance, miraculously supporting her falling form, narrowly ascending above the crest of the waves. Wow. This is a thrill ride, isn't it? To be honest, this is more exhilarating than watching a movie. Indeed, it was thrilling. I wet my pants. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just seawater. Lin Hao sighed in relief. It seemed Angela was not entirely unprepared. He quickly sent a private message. Understood. Take care. The livestream's popularity soared like a rocket, surpassing Yue and claiming the top spot. In this apocalyptic world where survival hinged on ships, both talents were undeniably extraordinary. Lin Hao's fingers glided over the screen. The third most popular was a seductive dancer, scoring 0. The fourth, fifth, and sixth were all dancers, none scoring above 90. However, they were all borderline streamers, with no one daring to reveal too much. Only because 2 mythical beasts haunt the live streaming channel. One is a river crab with the head of a horse, and the other is a divine crane without one. As for the male host, he has long been muted, until the 77th most popular live room. A score of 92. In the frame, a graceful woman is intently preparing food. Free bullet comments soar. So big. I can't even see my toes when I look down. My goodness. It's so shaky. I mean the live stream. It's all trembling. I mean that fish. Absolutely F. I mean talent. Real shrimp head. I mean shrimp. Stir frying so many dishes in the dead of night. Sister Wenxin is so focused, not even glancing at the comments. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. Another mute host? Just like Angela, completely immersed in her own world, indifferent to the live interaction. Just as the galaxy ship needed a chef. Without hesitation, he rewarded 1,000 wood. Ding. Congratulations. Lin Hao has become the first bronze captain of Wenxin's live room. You have obtained an exclusive captain's emblem. You have obtained the privilege to send private messages to the host. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Wenxin's body stiffened suddenly. She quickly glanced at the live interface and swiftly completed the operation with her thoughts. Add as a friend. Open location sharing. After the friend request was accepted, Wenxin's heart raced 53 nautical miles. She immediately cut off the live stream, silently praying, "Big shot, help me. I have been kidnapped." Lin Hao's gaze sharpened. What happened? They are robbers. They have killed many people. I survived only because of the bright cooking talent. Big shot. You can reward 1,000 wood. You must be powerful. Please save me. I will do anything to survive. How many of them are there? Their strength? Lin Hao calmly inquired. 13. The leader is a Cyclops, the strongest, capable of single-handedly battling lizardmen. Is it easy to face them one-on-one? Not easy. I saw him take over 10 minutes to kill one. The others are weaker than him and need to cooperate to deal with the lizardmen. What weapons do they have? All cold weapons with 2 bows. Their physique should be around 50 points. Lin Hao quickly assessed in his mind. As for traps, the likelihood exists, but it is low. Even if it is a trap, he does not care. It is nearly impossible for someone to achieve both attributes reaching 1,000 in such a short time. 53 nautical miles, at full speed, would take 3.5 hours. He pulled up the sea chart, and Chuxi's location was perfectly aligned with his course to Wenxin. Protect yourself. I will arrive in about 5 hours. Lin Hao sent the message. 5 hours. Wenxin could hardly believe her eyes. She had already prepared herself for several days of torment. They won't act against me for now. The food I am cooking has attribute-enhancing effects, so there is no need to rush. I must prepare thoroughly before coming. Lin Hao closed the private message and quietly slipped out of the warm blanket. In the cockpit, only the dashboard emitted a faint glow. Jiang ran, struggling to stay alert, saw Lin Hao and lowered his voice. "Captain, what brings you here? I can't sleep. We are setting sail now." Lin Hao's gaze swept over the slumbering Jiang Jinhua not far away, a thought stirring within him. "Are you taking turns with Jiang Jinhua? Are you keeping watch?" Jiang Ran nodded, his dark circles prominent. "We reside on your ship. We cannot take advantage without contributing. This is a fusion zone, and we must remain vigilant. It's arduous." Lin Hao patted his shoulder gently. "Go to sleep. I will handle the rest from here." With that, he began to operate the control panel, each motion executed with utmost delicacy. The massive vessel gradually awakened, beginning to glide forward with a serene grace. The acceleration was equally smooth, almost imperceptible. He brought up the private messaging interface and clicked on Chuxi's avatar. After relentless persuasion from Tian Yuyu, this ice-cold beauty had finally accepted his friend request. With a delicate tap, he sent a message. "Are you asleep?" "No," Chuxi replied swiftly. "Have you considered it?" Lin Hao cut to the chase. 2 standard meals a day. It is indeed tempting, but I fail to understand your motives. In this post-apocalyptic world, as a man, do I need a reason to invite a beautiful woman aboard? All right, I will come find you. Lin Hao was taken aback. It turned out she was so proactive. Chapter 60. All blame on the little pink hair. The starry sky hung upside down, and shards of silver scattered across the sea's surface. Chuxi's small boat silently glided away from the fleet, merging into the night. She did not look back. This fleet, which she had been part of for 3 days, a loose coalition of several teachers and a group of students, was no longer worth her attachment. Initially, the fair distribution of resources and the friendly atmosphere had compelled her to stay. Her displayed combat prowess even allowed her to ascend to a core position. However, everything changed after the lizard men were slain, igniting the flames of greed with the elixirs of body refinement and soul cleansing. Arguments erupted, betrayal ensued, and the captain brazenly hoarded the spoils, leading to the members' furious dispersal. A chilling sensation enveloped Chuxi's heart. Unable to voice her grievances, she chose to depart. The glimmers on the sea chart drew ever closer. At last, a colossal ship burst through the darkness, entering her field of vision. Its hull was ablaze with light, its silhouette towering, resembling a steel fortress upon the waves. Chuxi's pupils constricted. Had it truly grown this large in just a few days? A wave of intense regret washed over her. How wonderful it would have been to board sooner. All because of that little pink-haired girl. The inexplicable hostility and sarcastic jibes had left her exasperated and unable to retort, forcing her to leave in frustration. Later, Tian Yuyu's explanation had brought her relief, yet it now seemed utterly ridiculous. Was it merely because Lin Hao had glanced at her a few times that the little pink-haired girl felt jealous? The engine's low rumble ceased, and Lin Hao's figure appeared at the bow. With a rope thrown down, Chu Shi gracefully leaped onto the deck. Ding! Congratulations on successfully recruiting the fair maiden Chu Shi. Unlocking exclusive binding effect. Mirror-shattering elixir supply. Mythical level. Automatically obtaining 1 mirror-shattering elixir per second. Stored in infinite space. Mirror-shattering elixir. Can be consumed upon reaching a physique of 1,000. Each use increases physique by 10 points. With a maximum enhancement of up to 100,000. A thunderous roar echoed in Lin Hao's mind. Mirror-shattering elixir. A physique limit of 100,000. The faint urgency brought by the lizardmen vanished in an instant. This was truly invincible. What is the essence of surprise? When the world is surprise. This is what surprise means. Ha ha ha. A surge of immense joy flooded over Lin Hao. He nearly wished to lift Chu Shi and plant a fervent kiss on her. Taking a deep breath, he fought to suppress the impulse. Chu Shi gazed at Lin Hao, who appeared dazed, ecstatic, yet desperately repressing his emotions, utterly bewildered. Did she possess such alluring charm? Had he never encountered a woman before? Was Tian Yuyu saying that the superstar Jiang Jinwei was aboard the ship? Yet she found herself unable to speak. Anxiously, she gestured with her hands in the air. Lin Hao, misunderstanding her sign language, thought she was enthusiastically introducing herself. He extended his hand, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable excitement. Welcome aboard the galaxy. Without hesitation, Chu Shi reached out to shake his hand. Swiftly, she sent a private message. Please take care of me. Lin Hao released her hand, and 10 standard meals hovered before her. Chu Shi gasped, her face a mask of disbelief. 10 elixirs of body refinement, not to mention a mountain of food. Resources that would cause countless people to fight tooth and nail were simply given to her. So precious. With no conditions attached, she typed rapidly, her fingertips trembling. It was now 2 in the morning. Lin Hao gradually regained his composure, urging her to rest, as other matters could be addressed later. Later, Chu Shi felt a slight warmth rise to her cheeks and quietly followed. Stepping into a cabin, she was once again astounded. 14 independent bedrooms. The living conditions, in stark contrast to her 4 days of hardship, were akin to heaven and hell. That infuriating little pink-haired girl. Currently, there were 7 unoccupied rooms. 3, 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Choose any one, Lin Hao suggested. Which one will you reside in? Chu Shi continued to send private messages. I will occupy room 1. Lin Hao replied. What about Tian Yuyu? She is in room 2 across from me. And that little pink-haired girl? Little pink-haired girl? Lin Hao paused. Do you mean Xiaoying Luo? She shares a room with me. Then I shall choose room 3. Chu Shi promptly decided. Lin Hao nodded and departed, his steps light as if he were about to float away. With the broken mirror Dan in hand, the world is mine. In the days to come, his actions could be bolder, no longer needing to tread carefully. Amongst the myriad of beings, they are but ants. Chu Shi gazed at his retreating figure, filled with confusion. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with excitement. How had he suddenly turned so nonchalant? What game was he playing? Was this a case of feigned indifference? Truly a peculiar man. Pushing open the door to room 3, a neat and inviting bed came into view. Chu Shi felt a pang of sorrow. How utterly comfortable. While others were still struggling to survive, he had everything. Yet she hesitated to approach the bed. 4 days of unwashed dirt, coupled with the greasy impurities expelled after consuming 10 body-refining pills, left her feeling sticky and uncomfortable. 30 bottles of pure water could certainly be used for a wash. But how wonderful it would be to take a bath. After much internal struggle, embarrassment and desire clashed fiercely within her. Finally, biting her lower lip, Chu Shi opened a private message. Captain, do you have plenty of water? In the cockpit. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback by the message. Didn't I just give you 30 bottles? His ears instinctively perked up, pinpointing room 3. A faint sound of rubbing reached his ears. She was actually scrubbing the dirt off her body. If certain envious individuals were to learn of this, would they not boast about it endlessly? Not much, just over 100 tons. What is the matter? Lin Hao replied. Over 100 tons? She nearly crushed the water bottle in her hands. A silent scream echoed in her throat. Could you give me another 100 bottles? She decided to go all in. I'm afraid not, he replied, his fingers lightly tapping as a smirk formed at the corner of his mouth. Additional supplies require a contribution to exchange, or it would be unfair to the other crew members. Then, if I were willing to be your woman? She typed this line, struggling to suppress her embarrassment. After sending it, she felt an unexpected sense of relief. She was not inherently a strong-willed woman. Her confidence stemmed solely from her martial arts prowess. Deep down, she still yearned to rely on a true strongman. Of course, there was also a hint of revenge against that little pink-haired girl involved. Didn't she relish making others jealous? Then she ought not to benefit without consequence. Lin Hao inhaled sharply, his fingertips hovering above the screen. Haki-Chu, that fellow, externally as frigid as a millennia-old glacier, yet possessing such fervent passion within. An unexpected sense of dark amusement welled up within him. His fingers danced across the keyboard, composing a message. Of course, I would love for you to be my woman. But I must confess, I prefer your icy demeanor. Might you revert to that? She stared at the screen, her blood surging to her head. The embarrassment she had managed to suppress surged forth, igniting her cheeks in a fiery flush. What does this mean? Is it a refusal? Or is he merely toying with her? Anxiously, she paced in circles, her toes curling and uncurling against the floor. No, she must not panic. She recalled the emotional discussions she had secretly perused. A happy woman must grasp the art of subtlety, neither too cheap nor overly assertive. Yes, the art of subtlety. She inhaled deeply several times, striving to quell the warmth on her face, attempting to regain her frozen expression. Yet, as her fingertip touched the screen, it trembled slightly. After several minutes of deleting and revising, she bit her lower lip, sending a message that embodied a nearly masochistic seriousness to maintain her aloof persona. This is merely a transaction. Do not overthink it. As soon as the message was sent, she frantically rubbed her hands together. Oh no, was that tone too brusque? Might he think I am angry? What about the bathwater? Chapter 61. Overflowing energy and boredom transaction? A playful smile danced upon Lin Hao's lips as his fingertips lightly tapped the screen. Yet on my vessel, the one thing I am not lacking is beautiful women. The word struck she like a thunderbolt, rendering her momentarily frozen. What does this imply? Is it a mere statement of fact? Or is he deliberately teasing? Hoping to witness her startled reaction? Panic ensnared her heart like delicate tendrils. She pressed her fingers against the screen, nearly puncturing it. What should I do? The rapid cadence of her breath and heartbeat was distinctly audible to Lin Hao, though she was as frightened as a startled deer. She insisted on projecting an icy demeanor as her armor. This stark contrast only fueled his wicked amusement. He elongated his tone, feigning deep contemplation before dropping a bombshell. How about you film a video of a beauty emerging from the bath for me? Chushi's fingers froze in midair. This was entirely beyond her expectations. Even if Lin Hao were to burst through the door and make a more straightforward demand, she could have accepted it. But filming such a video truly terrified her. No way. She hastily typed out her response, her fingers trembling in anxiety. What if he used this to blackmail me? Or what if it accidentally leaked? In any case, this is absolutely unacceptable. Could we perhaps change it to another request? Any other request? Lin Hao paused, momentarily taken aback. Had he gone too far with the jest? He suppressed his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. I apologize. I was just teasing you. After sending the message, he quickly added, how about this? You're responsible for the cleaning of the public areas on the ship. Sound good? Absolutely. Chushi responded eagerly, fearing Lin Hao might retract his offer. With the transaction completed, 100 bottles of purified water now filled one corner of her cabin. Gazing at the clear source of refreshment, she should have felt elated. Yet, an inexplicable sense of loss quietly crept into her heart. Indeed, he was just joking. She shook her head, as if trying to dispel that odd emotion. A shower. All she wanted now was to take a proper bath. As the cool water finally cascaded over her body, washing away the grime and fatigue of the past days, she inexplicably pressed a button. Recording function activated. A faint indicator blinked fleetingly amidst the mist. She immediately withdrew her hand, her cheeks aflame, her gaze filled with confusion and self-doubt. What am I doing? Having set the course, Lin Hao leapt onto the observation deck. The night breeze, laden with a briny scent, filled his lungs as he leaned against the cold railing, continuously consuming the broken mirror elixirs. The pills dissolved instantly upon entry, enhancing his physique, yet he found himself languishing in ennui. As the vessel shuddered slightly, its speed suddenly accelerating as if breaking free from some invisible shackles. His body became more agile, and even his breathing felt remarkably easier. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, swiftly accessing the nautical chart. Just moments ago, the galaxy had quietly departed the fusion zone. It seemed there was more than just color at play. The air and seawater of the fusion zone appeared to possess a viscous quality. Could it be the effect of dimensional overlap? As the thoughts spiraled relentlessly, Lin Hao cast his gaze around, only to find no figure that met his standards. At 3 a.m, silence enveloped everything. The side effects of his excess energy were unmistakable, an almost violent sense of boredom gnawing at his nerves. He longed to do something, anything, to fill the suffocating void. Top, top, top. A faint sound of footsteps instantly captured Lin Hao's attention. The noise emanated from room 5, shower away. The petite figure, clad in slippers and still half asleep, ambled onto the deck, making her way directly to the restroom at the stern of the ship. The scene from the previous night's massage flickered in Lin Hao's mind, a thrill coursing through him as he silently descended from the lookout tower. The wooden door creaked softly, just as shower stepped outside. Whoosh! A shadowy figure surged in from the side, a powerful arm tightening around her waist, while another hand firmly covered her mouth. Showerway's spirit fled in terror. Sleep vanished instantly. She squirmed like a shrimp tossed into boiling water, desperately kicking and struggling with all her might, yet the force behind her remained immovable as a mountain. Was this the end? Despair engulfed her in an instant. Hush! A low, familiar voice laced with warmth whispered close to her ear. Don't scream. It's me. Her rigid body relaxed suddenly, fear ebbing away like the tide, replaced by a sense of utter weakness and an indescribable fluttering of the heart. The hand over her mouth released, yet the arm constricting her waist remained steadfast. Lin Hao turned her around, forcing her to face him, their bodies pressed together against his chest. Under the glow of the Galaxy 5 lights, Showerway caught sight of Lin Hao's face and felt an overwhelming rush of embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the cracks of the deck. She lowered her head, her cheeks blazing hot, her delicate earlobes tinged with crimson. Captain, what do you want? Her voice was barely above a whisper, quivering noticeably. Clearing his throat, Lin Hao's gaze fell upon the fair nape of her neck, his Adam's apple shifting slightly. Have you forgotten what happened the night before last? Showerway's heart raced. How could she forget? Ever since that night, she carried a searing secret, caught between desire and fear. She yearned to draw close to this powerful and enigmatic man, yet feared her own ordinariness might render her unworthy. The other women on the ship, Xia Yingluo, Su Qiuyin, who was not more dazzling than she. I haven't forgotten. She mustered all her courage, her admission barely a whisper, the shame nearly overwhelming her. So, do you wish to continue? Lin Hao's voice was low and husky, imbued with an alluring charm, his fingertips grazing her delicate spine almost imperceptibly. Boom! Showerway felt a surge of heat rush to her head. How could he be so direct? Flustered and embarrassed, her toes curled within her slippers, nearly stomping in agitation. Yet the yearning in her heart, coupled with the fear of missed opportunities, ultimately overwhelmed her modesty. She could not articulate her feelings, only bury her burning face deeper into his embrace, awkwardly pressing her body closer to him. Her silent response spoke louder than 1,000 words. Lin Hao smiled knowingly, tightening his embrace. Let me take you to a wonderful place. Huh? Shi Xiaorui looked up in confusion. Before she could finish her thought, whoosh. A sudden rush of weightlessness engulfed her. The sound of the wind howled in her ears as Lin Hao lifted her effortlessly, soaring from the deck like a great rock. Shi Xiaorui's heart nearly leapt from her throat in sheer terror as she instinctively clung to Lin Hao's waist, her heart racing uncontrollably. Moments later, she felt a firm surface beneath her feet. With her heart still racing, she opened her eyes to discover they had arrived at a lookout tower several meters high. The sea breeze was brisk, tousling her nightgown and hair. Lin Hao. Shi Xiaorui's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears. Are we really here? Anxiety and anticipation swirled within her. Wait, a more embarrassing thought struck her suddenly. But I'm not clean. She recalled just emerging from the restroom, a wave of shame washing over her, wishing she could leap into the sea to escape. Lin Hao paused for a moment, then quickly realized, chuckling softly, "It's all right. I'll help you clean up." And no. Shi Xiaorui gently pushed against him, yet her body quivered slightly under the warmth of his hands. That feeble resistance felt more like an invitation, lost in the joyous embrace of the sea breeze. Chapter 62. Still eating? Here they come. Wait. The surface above has yet to be cleaned as Shi Xiaorui was embraced by Lin Hao and leaped down from the lookout tower. She abruptly regained her senses. No one would dare to ascend. If we linger any longer, dawn will break. Lin Hao, holding her securely, strode purposefully toward the bedroom. Unexpectedly, Mu Qingyuan emerged, rubbing her eyes, and stumbled upon this scene. She swiftly covered her eyes, exclaiming, I saw nothing. I saw nothing. In her flustered state, she collided with the cabin wall with a thud, too pained to cry out, and turned to flee back to her room like a startled deer. Shi Xiaorui felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground, mortified beyond belief. This was it. It was utterly ruined. However, Lin Hao remained unfazed, ensuring Shi Xiaorui was settled before returning to the cockpit. According to the nautical chart, they were less than 5 nautical miles away from Wenxin's location. Captain? Jiang Jinwei yawned, groggy as she sat up in bed. You take the helm. I'm going to rescue someone. Lin Hao succinctly explained Wenxin's predicament. Kidnapping. Jiang Jinwei was instantly alert, her drowsiness evaporating. Without even washing her face, she dashed to the helm. Leave this to me. 20 minutes later, a flotilla of 7 wooden ships emerged in the distance. They were tethered together with ropes to prevent being scattered by the night waves. Lin Hao stood at the bow, the sea breeze carrying a rich scent of fish, mingled with faint wisps of smoke and the acrid odor of alcohol. These brigands certainly knew how to indulge. As they approached within 100 meters, Lin Hao propelled himself into the air with a powerful kick. Thud! He landed firmly on the largest vessel at the center of the fleet. Inside the cabin, 4 burly men were seated in a circle, heartily devouring grilled fish, with empty beer bottles scattered at their feet, the air thick with the stench of alcohol. Lin Hao's sudden appearance left them dumbfounded, their chewing suspended mid-bite as they stared in astonishment at this uninvited guest. Still eating? Lin Hao remarked coldly, a sly smile gracing his lips. I've come for you. Who the hell are you? The one-eyed bandit sprang to his feet, menace radiating from a single eye. Lin Hao ignored him, his gaze sweeping past the 4 men. Wenxin entered the cabin, holding a freshly cooked plate of braised fish. Their eyes locked. The plate slipped from her hands, splattering sauce everywhere. Damn it. Kidnapping. The one-eyed bandit reacted swiftly, drawing a gleaming dagger that glinted menacingly. Its blade aimed directly at Lin Hao. The other 3 men also brandished their weapons. Unperturbed, Lin Hao calmly drew his AK rifle. Time seemed to freeze. The cabin, which had been filled with menacing energy just moments ago, fell into a profound silence. The 4 burly men turned pale, raising their hands in unison, trembling uncontrollably. Brother. Good man. Let's talk this over. Please don't shoot. He has a gun. He actually has a gun. Receiving Lin Hao's subtle nod, Wenxin steadied herself, suppressing her excitement as she cautiously made her way through the cabin. Yet, before she could exhale in relief, a thunderous crash reverberated through the cabin as it suddenly tilted to one side. Wenxin cried out, uncontrollably propelled toward Lin Hao, within the confines of the cabin. Four robust men staggered with a fierce light igniting in their eyes. An opportunity. If they could knock this young man down, even for a fleeting moment, it would provide them with a chance to retaliate. Yet, this individual stood firm as if rooted to the ground, effortlessly securing the delicate woman in his embrace while the gun remained steadfastly aimed. The soft warmth of her body and the astonishing elasticity of her form stirred something deep within Lin Hao. What audacity, colliding with a person, such a foul play. To the bow, someone is waiting for you, when Xian said, awakening from her daze. She nodded hurriedly, using all her limbs to dash out of the cabin. Before her lay a colossal vessel, the very ship that had just crashed into them. At the bow, a woman clad in crisp military attire deftly tossed down a rope. Hold on tight, came a cool voice. When Xian hastily wrapped the rope around her wrist several times, and a tremendous force lifted her, safely depositing her onto the broad, sturdy deck. Thank you, she stammered, still shaken, when she raised her gaze and beheld the stunning women standing behind the military figure. She was momentarily taken aback. Each one was more beautiful than the last, some cold and aloof, others vibrant and alluring or gentle and serene, like stars under the spotlight. Leaving her feeling inadequate. Thump! Lin Hao landed back on the deck, and upon seeing him, when Xian completely broke down. The pent-up fear and despair surged forth as scorching tears streamed down her face. Savior, she cried, her voice trembling with intense hatred. Kill them. I beg you, kill them. They are beasts. They are rapists. They are murderers. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. Evidence? He was not one to show mercy without substantiation. I have it. When Xian exclaimed, as if grasping a lifeline, nodding frantically, her fingers trembling as they danced in the air. Whoosh! A shimmering screen unfolded in the atmosphere. A woman, her clothes tattered, ultimately murdered and tossed into the sea, the process gruesome and brutal, leaving one breathless. Silence. The faces of all crew members witnessing this scene turned as pale as paper. Lin Hao remained silent, leaping once again for the high ship railing. Spare me. The one-eyed dragon began to plead as he noticed Lin Hao's return. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The response to his plea was the fiery tongues of the AK-47. The deafening gunfire instantaneously shattered the calm of the morning sea. The one-eyed dragon convulsed madly amid the hail of bullets, shattered. Blood splattered across the deck, painting it a vivid red. The three men nearby didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to mere riddled forms. The thugs from the 6 other boats, like startled rats, instinctively leaped into the water to escape. However, Lin Hao's perception had already enveloped the surroundings. His gaze was as cold as steel, the gun barrel pivoting with lightning speed. Hot-a-tot-tot, hot-a-tot-tot, hot-a-tot-tot. Precise shots. Every figure that leapt into the air or touched the water's surface was mercilessly pierced by the incoming bullets. The sea erupted in ghastly blooms of crimson. In less than a minute, 13 corpses lay sprawled across the deck. The morning sea breeze carried with it a heavy scent of blood permeating the air. Lin Hao held his breath as he kicked each lifeless body into the sea. Before long, 13 supply crates floated to the surface, retrieved by Wei Wei aboard the Galaxy. Lin Hao poured gasoline across 7 boats, stepping back to the edge of the vessel. With a swift motion, a lit match elegantly flicked from his fingertips. Boom! Flames surged upwards, seemingly intent on consuming the world's evils. Returning to the Galaxy, Lin Hao calmly issued commands. Let's depart. Aye, Captain. Jiang Jinhua immediately maneuvered the control lever, and the Galaxy's hull slowly turned, accelerating to leave that hellish scene behind. On the deck, the atmosphere was unbearably tense. Apart from Zhuang Xiaofeng, everyone else bore an unprecedented gravity. Ugh! When she instinctively threw herself into Lin Hao's embrace, releasing the despair and fear that had accumulated over the past few days. Chapter 63. Teacher, I am in distress. The atmosphere around the dining table remained tense. The harsh realities of the apocalypse weighing heavily on everyone. Lin Hao broke the silence with a firm knock on the tabletop, urging everyone to lighten up. We should have been mentally prepared for this, shouldn't we? His gaze swept across the faces surrounding him as he proclaimed, I bring good news. The standard meal has been upgraded to version 1.3. Version 1.3. Mooching Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A subtle smile graced Lin Hao's lips as he produced a collection of milk cartons, placing them in the center of the table. Each standard meal now comes with 2 cartons of pure milk. Yay, that's fantastic. We can have milk every day. The crew cheered, their spirits lifting as the fresh aroma of milk seemed to possess a magical quality, dispelling the shadows that had loomed over them. After breakfast, the previously overlooked Xia Yingluo could no longer contain herself. Seizing the moment as Lin Hao rose from his seat, she hurriedly tugged at his sleeve, lowering her voice. You, come with me. Once they were back in bedroom number 1 and the door clicked shut, Xia Yingluo, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, collided into his embrace. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, feeling the softness in his arms, and chuckled softly. Did someone not say? Relatives had arrived? I know. She nestled her head against his chest, nuzzling slightly. I just wanted to talk to you. Is that not permissible? Of course it is. Lin Hao's smile widened as his hands naturally settled on her curvaceous form. Xia Yingluo shivered, her body taut yet soft, and she bashfully pushed against his wandering hands. Don't do that. If you keep this up, how can I discuss serious matters? Despite her attempts to push him away, he held her closer, rendering her efforts futile. She struggled to suppress the unusual sensations coursing through her, speaking breathlessly, Lin Hao. I came to apologize. Yes, I'm listening. Lin Hao replied casually, yet his hands continued their mischievous exploration. Xia Yingluo's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Striving to focus, she stammered. I know I could be a bit temperamental, prone to throwing tantrums, but deep down I realize, without you. The gruesome scene from that morning had brutally unveiled the harsh realities of their shattered world. Days of comfort had nearly allowed her to forget how precious and fragile this sanctuary was. Lin Hao, I promise. Her voice suddenly took on a resolute tone. From now on, I will no longer throw tantrums. Truly, no matter how many women you have in the future, I want mine. As the words escaped her lips, a sharp pang of bitterness pierced her heart, causing her eyes to well with tears. Lin Hao halted his movements and gently cradled her face. Silly girl, who said you needed a change? I actually quite like your little quirks. They're not unreasonable outbursts. Aside from that misunderstanding with Chu Shi, your little antics have always felt like a form of dependent affection, never crossing any boundaries. Really? Truly? Xia Yingluo's anxious heart finally settled, enveloped by a warm current. Of course, just be yourself. If you truly make a mistake, I have my ways of punishing you. Xia Yingluo hurriedly restrained his restless hand once more, her voice tinged with a pleading quaver. Please, Lin Hao, I beg you. I really can't these days. She took a deep breath, as if steeling herself, and summoned the courage to say, Could you go find Teacher Tian? Teacher Tian? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Is that appropriate? After all, she is our esteemed teacher. What's wrong with that? Xia Yingluo blinked her large, glistening eyes. Shouldn't teachers support their students? Support? Lin Hao chuckled, playfully smacking her pert backside. You're quite bold today, Xia. Xia Yingluo bit her lip fiercely, stifling an embarrassing gasp. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Quick, go find Teacher Tian, she urged, her voice soft yet urgent. I beg you. And if you happen to encounter sisters in distress like Sister Wenqi, please help as many as you can. As she spoke, her eyes reflected deep reluctance and heartache. Yet she bravely sought to give away the person she cherished most. Lin Hao felt a surge of compassion. Yingluo, listen closely. No matter how many women may board this vessel in the future, you will always be the first and the most important. Water is the source of life. He silently vowed. The unexpected solemn promise stirred Xia Yingluo's emotions. She buried her face deep in his neck, her voice muffled and laced with playful reproach. You're awful. You know I can't right now, yet you deliberately tease me. So wicked. After a brief moment of intimacy, Lin Hao was unceremoniously pushed out of the room by Xia Yingluo. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Lin Hao touched his nose, feeling that happiness had arrived rather abruptly. While teasing Xiaoying Luo, was he not also teasing himself? At this moment, vibrant energy and burning desire surged through his veins, desperately seeking an outlet. Tian Yuyu. The exchange at the stern of the boat had nearly pierced through a veil of unspoken tension. Lin Hao no longer hesitated, resolutely halting before the door of room 2. His hand rested on the cold metal doorknob, gently twisting it. The door was unlocked. He stepped inside. Tian Yu leaned against the headboard, deftly maneuvering a slender knitting needle between her fingers. The tranquil scene radiated the warmth of home. Hearing the commotion, she lifted her gaze. Upon recognizing the visitor, a blush like a sunset adorned her cheeks. Lin Hao. She instinctively cast a glance away, her cheeks nearly crimson with embarrassment. Tian Yu hurriedly diverted her gaze, her fingers nervously twisting the yarn, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. Teacher, Lin Hao, with boldness, approached. I'm facing a bit of a predicament. Could you assist me? The very mention of teacher sent a shiver through Tian Yuyu, her embarrassment making her wish to burrow under the covers. Please, don't call me teacher. Her voice was as faint as a whisper, imbued with a sense of pleading. This place is no longer the world it once was. How can that be? Lin Hao had already approached the bedside. In my heart, you will forever remain my most esteemed teacher. Bah, is there truly such a thing as a beloved teacher? Tian Yuyu feigned anger, yet her words betrayed her emotions. Lin Hao, I feel fortunate to have encountered you in this world. Without you, teacher, meeting you is equally my fortune. Lin Hao settled beside her, gently drawing her into his embrace. Tian Yuyu trembled all over. Lin Hao, please, do not call me teacher anymore. Chapter 64. Hurry, faster. The galaxy slowly advanced. Su Qias climbed up to the observation deck with determination. Since Lin Hao had entrusted her with reconnaissance, she was resolute in her efforts. However, once she steadied herself on the narrow platform and her gaze swept across the surface, she was momentarily frozen in astonishment. Dried bloodstains, mysterious traces. Su Qias felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Her senior truly indulges in revelry. Instinctively, she raised her hand, her fingertips hovering over the photograph function. Capture it. It would undoubtedly serve as compelling evidence against him. A thought clamored wildly in her mind, yet her finger ultimately lingered in the air, paralyzed. No, she murmured softly to herself, her eyes wavering before settling into a semblance of resignation and self-mockery. He despised overly scheming behavior. Taking a deep breath, she feigned ignorance and retrieved a blanket from her space to cover the battleground before her. Settling into the observation chair, she cast her gaze upon the boundless sea, but her thoughts galloped like wild horses. Who could it be? Tian Yuyu, Shi Xiaorui, Wei Wei, Zhuang Xiaofeng, Mu Qingyuan, or perhaps a big star, right? The new icy mute, Chu Shi from last night. She suddenly recalled this variable. Names and faces flashed through her mind, accompanied by vivid images of potential scenarios. An indescribable heat surged from the depths of her being, leaving her parched and her cheeks aflame. She irritably tugged at her collar, attempting to dispel the fluttering sensation. No schemes. Then let be straightforward. Su Qias's eyes sparkled with determination. To him, women were a core resource, yet he had previously dismissed so many, which indicated they must be extraordinary. Moreover, they needed to possess a growth-oriented talent to truly aid him. With her goal clear, she felt invigorated, momentarily casting aside those tantalizing thoughts. Like a precise radar, she focused intently on scanning the surrounding waters, searching for suitable prey. Meanwhile, in room 2, Teacher Tian, are you ready? Tian Yu tightly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling violently. A profound sense of shame and a strong sense of taboo nearly suffocated her. Yet deep within, a secret and surging desire burgeoned uncontrollably. In this matter, she was but a student. Lin Hao's every movement was imbued with gentleness and patience. She was his most esteemed teacher, a rare treasure he wished to cherish. Precisely because of this reverence, he was all the more careful in nurturing her, guiding her to experience the most exquisite vistas of life. He meticulously felt every heartbeat, appreciating her subtle expressions born from restraint, savoring the mature yet untouched fruit she bore. This forbidden beauty intoxicated him. As the obsession dissipated like mist, Xiaoying Luo felt a sudden lightness in her heart. It was as though the accumulated clouds had finally parted, allowing a beam of pure sunlight to seep through. Countless whimsical thoughts sprouted forth like mushrooms after rain. Teacher Tian, what might it be like now? What would they discuss? Who truly is the teacher at this moment? Curiosity ignited like a lit fuse, crackling with intensity, rendering her restless. No, she had to listen. Xiaoying Luo stealthily pushed open the door, her head darting left and right. The corridor was empty. Fortune favors the bold. She pressed her racing heart, tiptoeing and placing her ear against the door of room 2. Hiss! The upgraded soundproofing was astonishing. She silently grumbled, barely able to discern any noise. But who was Xiaoying Luo? A knowledge-thirsty warrior maiden. She held her breath, concentrating all her attention. Finally, a faint, delicate sound seeped through the crack of the door, captured by her keen senses. This could be promising. Elation surged within her as she focused even more intently, instinctively raising her rear higher. Just then, the door of room 6 clicked open. Mooching in, rubbing her eyes, immediately spotted the odd posture of the pink-haired sister. She paused for a moment, then pursed her lips into an shape, imitating Xiaoying Luo's stealthy approach. Then, she playfully slapped her on the backside. A scream erupted, sharp enough to shatter eardrums. Xiaoying Luo jumped in shock, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. Turning around, she saw the beaming Mu Qingyuan and was instantly filled with a mix of embarrassment and fury, her cheeks flushing crimson. Little naughty cat. I'll get you back. The small pink-haired girl transformed into a vengeful little rocket, lunging at the giggling Mu Qingyuan. The two graceful figures chased and fled, darting out of the cabin. Deeply immersed in an exquisite sensory experience, Tian Yuyu was startled into a state of panic by this sudden scream. Her tense body curled inward like a frightened clam, her hands frantically pushing away the roaming hands. Wait, it seems there is someone outside. Lin Hao's actions were abruptly interrupted, his brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes at being disturbed. Just two mischievous little rascals playing around. Don't be afraid. They've already run off. With a gentler patience, he began to peel away her crumpled outer garment, delicately, as if unwrapping a boiled egg. Yet, Tian Yuyu's rationality still struggled weakly, while her body obediently complied. Nobu. Could it be the teacher wanted her to leave now? All resistance and words were stifled by a whimper. Resigned, Tian Yu closed her eyes, softly surrendering to the tumultuous and heated depths ruled by him. Hurry, faster. We're almost at the safe zone. Put in more effort. If you don't want to die, paddle with all your might. So close. Just a little more. We're out. We made it. Ha! A battered wooden boat shot forth like an arrow, breaking through the invisible barrier at the edge of the merging zone. A deafening roar erupted from the vessel, mingled with heavy breaths and ecstatic shouts. A release of pent-up relief after surviving calamity. The pursuing lizardmen warships were nearly upon the wooden vessel's stern. Yet they could only futilely crash against the ethereal boundary that had materialized. The outline of the wooden ship blurred before their furious gaze, although the image lingered. It felt as if it belonged to another realm. The lizardmen pounded against the hull, emitting unwilling and frenzied roars, helplessly witnessing their prey slip into the sanctuary of safe waters. Exhausted, the crew leaned on one another, their faces illuminated by the wild laughter of having narrowly escaped death. At the horizon, a colossal iron ship gradually tore through the mist, steadily advancing towards their position. My goodness, what a magnificent vessel! Chapter 65. Are we not taking the one with a handle? Brother, why did you throw up? Is everything all right, brother? No, it's nothing. Wang Gang weakly waved his hand. Boss, can we discuss something? Could you perhaps use a different title? Why? Didn't you insist on being called brother before? Why the reluctance now? Wang Gang felt an unbearable bitterness. Who wouldn't he relish being addressed as brother by such a stunning beauty. Alas, this beauty had a rather sharp tongue. Ahem. Let's revisit this later. Wang Gang hastily shifted the topic, pointing at the colossal vessel. Boss, look. Should we approach it? Stop wasting time. Our rickety boat is practically a bathtub. Should we just linger here, waiting to feed the fish? Zhao Fian shot him a sideways glance before turning to the other three. You lot, do you still have a strength to row? As long as it's not with the same fervor as when we were fleeing. Row slowly. That should suffice. One man responded, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Lin Hao concluded 2 hours of study and ascended to the deck. Senior, Sukui et Galim, her eyes sparkling as she spotted her target. The beauty on that little broken boat has a growth-type talent. Lin Hao nodded, gazing towards the sea. A dilapidated level 5 wooden boat was mostly submerged. 4 men, exhausted yet synchronized, were rowing towards the galaxy. At the bow stood a tall beauty with chestnut hair, scoring a remarkable 98 in looks. Her stance, legs apart and arms crossed, was far from ladylike. As she spoke, all illusions were shattered. Hey, you guys on the big ship, Zhao Fian shouted. Could you do us a favor and let us come aboard for a breather? Once we fix our boat, we'll be off in no time. Seeing their half-submerged, pitiful state, Lin Hao refrained from further dialogue and tossed down a rope. The group scrambled aboard, gasping for air like fish that had just been hauled ashore. Thank you, mate. I, Zhao Fian, will remember this favor. Zhao Fian was the last to board, her damp hand instinctively reaching to pat Lin Hao on the shoulder, only to be subtly dodged by him. Lin Hao's mind flashed to the legendary beauty known for her graceful dance, then shifted back to the boisterous woman before him, leaving him in quiet contemplation. Miss, was there perhaps a misunderstanding when your father named you? Fian? Ding. Congratulations on successfully recruiting the beauty Zhao Fian. Unlocking exclusive binding effect. Rare metal supply. Mythical level. Automatically gain 1 unit of rare metal per second, stored in infinite space. Rare metals? Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. It was as if a pillow had been delivered, just as he was about to doze off. She must be kept. Zhao Fian? Lin Hao smiled gently. Your ship seems on the verge of disintegration. Why not? Stay aboard my galaxy. Zhao Fian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? That would be... Before she could finish, her gaze swept over the diverse group of girls behind Lin Hao, and her brows furrowed tightly. Wait, why are they all women? Is your ship not accepting those with handles? Lin Hao admitted candidly, without a hint of hesitation. Zhao Fian's expression darkened as she pointed to the 4 men beside her, who had just caught their breath. So you mean I stay while those 4 leave? Precisely, Lin Hao replied in a calm, yet resolute tone. That won't do. Zhao Fian promptly retorted, standing tall. I am their leader. In this world, loyalty is paramount. I promise to protect them. Upon hearing this, Wang Gang and the others felt a weight lift from their hearts, their gazes filled with gratitude toward Zhao Fian. Without their fearless leader, they would have long been fish food. Lin Hao, unperturbed, leisurely remarked, you just mentioned owing me a favor, correct? A favor is a favor, and loyalty is loyalty, Zhao Fian declared with a sweeping gesture, her voice firm. Loyalty surpasses all. I can repay you with resources, wood or stone, to say the word. I lack for nothing in material goods. Lin Hao gently shook his head, then shifted the conversation. How about we first explore the benefits aboard our ship before making a decision? Benefits? What benefits? Zhao Fian asked, her face full of skepticism. Staying on a ship entitles you to a standard meal each day, Lin Hao said, lightly tapping his fingers. A standard meal materialized before Zhao Fian, while those who worked, like the first mate, could receive 3 meals daily. A standard meal? Puffed, as if Zhao Fian would lack. Wait, what? She disdainfully glanced at the meal tray, but upon spotting eggs, milk, coffee, and especially that plump body-refining pill, her eyes widened in astonishment. Eggs and milk. A body-refining pill. These items were priced exorbitantly. The body-refining pill had practically become a form of currency. Is this truly for free, with no effort required? Zhao Fian's voice shifted in pitch. Indeed, it's all yours for simply being here. If you wish for more, you must work. 2 or 3 servings are possible. Lin Hao's tone brimmed with temptation. Zhao Fian swallowed hard, salivating at the prospect. She suddenly turned to see the pale faces of Wang Gang and the others, her heart torn with conflict. Finally, she stomped her foot decisively, gritting her teeth. No matter how appealing the offer, I cannot abandon them. They are my brothers. I, Zhao Fian, will not stoop to such treachery. Brothers, let us go and repair the ship. Wang Gang and the others were nearly moved to tears. Our leader, Zhao Fian, slightly flustered, waved her hand dismissively, her voice lacking conviction. What are you staring at? I, the leader, keep my promises. I will not forsake you. She approached the ship's edge and pointed at the small wooden vessel being towed by the galaxy. Wood materialized from thin air, precisely filling in and repairing the damaged hull. Observing the slow pace of the repairs, it would take at least half an hour. Lin Hao was in no rush. He turned and walked into the dining area. At that moment, Wei Wei had already sorted the supplies from the 13 boxes that morning, neatly organizing them. Upon his entrance, she reported, Captain, the boxes mainly contain wood, steel, materials for upgrading the ship, and there are 13 body refining pills and 13 soul washing pills. She paused for a moment, then picked up a few scattered items. Additionally, there were cigarettes, liquor, betel nut, and Wei Wei shook a silver gray fishing rod in her hand, astonished to find a fishing rod among them. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he took the rod, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Premium fishing rod, adaptive lure, capable of catching fish up to 100 kilograms. This item is quite impressive. Lin Hao weighed it in his hand, then promptly stored it in his space. I'll keep the fishing rod. You can distribute the other items equally among the crew. Distribute? Share. Wei Wei was so taken aback, she nearly bit her tongue. In this perilous sea, who doesn't treat resources as if they were lifelines, meticulously calculating every bit? Yet, here was their captain, casually distributing an entire box of supplies, as if he had never encountered the concept of scarcity. Chapter 66. The Slender Waist of Haki Chuhei. Can I wander around your ship? Zhao Fian inquired nonchalantly as she entered the dining area, her own dilapidated vessel still in disrepair. There's nothing much to see. The lower deck is just bedrooms, and people are resting inside. Lin Hao replied curtly, his gaze unwavering. Tian Yuyu, Shi Xiaowei, and Chu Shi were all catching up on sleep, and it was hardly appropriate to allow outsiders to roam freely. Zhao Fian paid little heed to the refusal. She simply plopped down on a bench, extracting a dry loaf of bread to nibble on. However, as she chewed, the memory of the standard meal they had earlier nagged at her, rendering her snack increasingly tasteless. Hey, I've got a proposition for you. How about I trade something for some eggs and milk? She ventured. Not happening, unless you agree to stay on the ship. Lin Hao replied without lifting his eyes. Then, what about coffee? Surely, that's negotiable? Zhao Fian settled for a lesser offer. Still no. Honestly, you're quite stingy. Zhao Fian pouted, taking another bite of her dry bread. She glanced out at Wang Gang and his 3 companions lounging on the deck and lowered her voice, asking, so, if I really do stay, could I possibly be promoted to chief mate? Lin Hao smiled slightly. Chief mate is out of the question, but you seem quite capable. Becoming a second mate should be feasible. Su Chuya had discreetly informed him of Zhao Fian's extraordinary talent as a steel battle queen, capable of transforming into a humanoid mecha, albeit currently possessing only partial weaponization abilities. As a second mate, would I manage 3 standard meals? She pressed eagerly. Yes, Lin Hao confirmed. Zhao Fian's eyes brightened. 3 standard meals meant 3 body-tempering pills daily. This was far more advantageous than risking her life in the fusion zone with the lizardmen, and it was certainly safer. She had witnessed the distribution of supplies earlier. The body-tempering pills and soul-cleansing pills were genuinely being handed out, not some mere act. It was obvious to anyone that aligning herself with the right people promised a brighter future. However, regarding Wang Gang and his trio, come on, can't you take my 4 little brothers along? Zhao Fian persisted, her tone tinged with camaraderie and a hint of persuasion. Don't let their fighting skills fool you. They have real talent. They're all adept at construction. With your ship upgrading so rapidly, you'll surely find a use for them. Construction experts? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. intrigued by the unusual combination. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fian began to enumerate their skills, counting on her fingers. Exactly. My second brother can reshape steel. My third brother specializes in wood panel joining. My fourth brother can soften soil. And my fifth brother is responsible for hardening soil. When they work together, their efficiency is remarkable. Goodness, where did you find this civil engineering dream team? Lin Hao chuckled. So are you tempted? Zhao Fian asked, her face alight with anticipation. No. Lin Hao shook his head resolutely. Zhao Fian's expression fell instantly. However, Lin Hao then shifted his tone, but I can certainly point them in a promising direction. What direction? Zhao Fian perked up again. Without further ado, Lin Hao initiated a video call to Lu Jin. As the image materialized in the air, Zhao Fian gasped, "Wait, is that an island?" "Lin Hao, how can I assist you?" Lu Jin's steady voice emerged. Lin Hao proceeded to relay the situation regarding the four construction-minded individuals. Lu Jin was left speechless, wishing he could leap out of the video. A talent. An absolute talent. Where's he? I will send someone to fetch him immediately. It's about 60 nautical miles from you. If you're not in a hurry, let them stay here for a few days, and I shall send them over later. Lin Hao was contemplating his itinerary, planning to greet Xiao Xiao and then seek out Yan Shuya, conveniently passing by Lu Jin's location. A few days? Lu Jin's voice rose in pitch. No, that is far too long. I will dispatch a speedboat to collect him. 60 nautical miles can be covered in 2 hours. Wow, old Lu, you're impressive. Lin Hao was taken aback. At 30 knots, it was twice the speed of his yacht. Ha. Fortunately, I managed to acquire a speedboat blueprint, though regrettably, I cannot upgrade it. Lu Jin showcased his sleek little speedboat before the camera. Its streamlined hull equipped with a built-in propeller, promising remarkable speed. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, realizing that aside from the systematic upgrades, one could directly construct vessels from blueprints. As the galaxy grew larger, it indeed required some compact and agile crafts. All right, I will provide them with your contact information. You can arrange for someone to come and pick them up, Lin Hao decided. Zhao Fian hurriedly relayed this splendid news to Wang Gang and the others. Upon hearing it, the four of them danced with excitement. Being able to secure their livelihoods through their own skills was far superior to being a burden while following the chief. The matter was resolved in an unexpectedly perfect manner. Lu Jin gained 4 civil engineering brothers, while Lin Hao successfully recruited a formidable woman. Everyone had a promising future ahead. After bidding farewell to the 4 civil engineering brothers, the vessel gently trembled as it entered the fusion zone from which Zhao Fian had previously escaped. Here, the number of lizard men was immense, akin to sharks scenting blood, frequently launching assaults on the ship. Lin Hao did not issue orders to fire. Instead, he allowed these scaled creatures to climb aboard, seizing an excellent opportunity for training. The main combatants consisted of 3, Zhuang Xiaofeng, Mu Qingyuan, and Zhao Fian. Zhao Fian wielded arms that could transform into scythes, exceptionally sharp, yet her physical prowess was vastly inferior to that of the lizard men, making direct confrontations somewhat challenging. Mu Qingyuan was not particularly strong either, but her agility was remarkable, eluding the lizard men's grasp entirely. The most relaxed was Zhuang Xiaofeng, whose physical strength overwhelmingly surpassed that of the lizard men, and her indomitable ability was even more formidable, regardless of how severe her injuries were. As long as she did not perish on the spot, she could recover, albeit with varying durations. Thus, her combat style was exceedingly fierce, appearing almost reckless. The 3 of them needed only to immerse themselves in battle, fiercely slaying their enemies, while Lin Hao had many more considerations to ponder. Would they have grilled fish for dinner or steamed fish? Should he elevate the standard meal further? The body-tempering pills were just sitting there. Perhaps he should distribute more to enhance everyone's combat prowess. Of course, he was not truly idle. The deck would never host more than 3 standing lizard men. A feat of his own design. Oh wait, there are now 4. Haki Chu has just awakened and joined the fray. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Lin Hao exclaimed with exhilaration. Haki Chu's combat skills could only be described as a feast for the eyes. Confronted by the roaring lizard men, her figure scarcely shifted. With but a subtle adjustment of her footing, she glided like a fish, narrowly evading the deadly claws. The talons grazed the hem of Hockey Chu's attire, leaving not even a ripple in their wake. Her movements were fluid and graceful, each action seamlessly interwoven, devoid of any clumsiness. Her combat style was characterized not by roars or brute force, but by an indescribable harmony and rhythm. Every gesture exuded the poise of a master, captivating onlookers and igniting their imaginations. Lin Hao was utterly enthralled. Unable to contain himself, he rushed forward. "Be careful," he shouted, delivering a punch that sent a lizard man flying while instinctively wrapping his arm around Hockey Chu's slender waist. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. Chu Shi. Chapter 67. By the Heavens. A mermaid. The intense warmth and firmness at her waist instinctively made Chu Shi tense her body. She was well aware that Lin Hao was being deliberate. Dealing with the lizardmen before her required no effort at all. Yet, after a brief moment of surprise, a sense of secret delight surged within her, especially when her peripheral vision caught sight of the little pink-haired girl nearby, sending a thrill of excitement coursing through her entire being. At that moment, a lizard man charged at her. The large hand around her waist exerted force simultaneously, delivering a steady and precise power that skillfully guided her center of gravity. No words were necessary. Their unspoken understanding was seamless. Chu Shi leveraged the strength, twisting her waist. Using his palm as a pivot, she spun gracefully into the air. Her long right leg struck like a whip. Bang! With a thunderous collision, the lizardman's jaw shattered, and its massive body was flung backward. Before she could regain her footing, that large hand exerted force once more. Chu Shi spun like a top. Bang! 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 With 3 more muffled sounds, 3 additional lizardmen were sent flying. The two moved in perfect harmony, their movements as fluid and elegant as a figure skating performance, leaving the onlookers momentarily spellbound. Xiaoying Luo felt a mix of emotions, both envious and jealous, along with a twinge of guilt for her unexpressed apology. Zhuang Xiaofeng shot a glance, pondering whether this fellow was about to reveal their true nature. Zhao Fian suddenly rubbed her arms. "Oh my, goosebumps all over. Are you two putting on a romantic drama? Hurry up and rent a room nearby." Lin Hao shot an irritated glare at Zhao Fian, wondering how such a fine woman could be so talkative. He wished he could trade places with Chu Shi. Her interruption extinguished Lin Hao's enthusiasm, leaving him to vent his frustrations on the lizardmen instead. As noon approached, the lizardman assault finally ceased. Once everyone cleared the deck, they retrieved a total of 50 supply boxes. Lin Hao, not want to be polite, collected them all. When everyone gathered in the dining hall, Lin Hao announced loudly, "From this day forth, the standard meal has been upgraded to version 1.4. Each standard meal will now include 3 body refining pills." "What another upgrade?" Mu Qingyuan exclaimed, jumping from her seat in shock. "And tea, they just been upgraded that morning." Xiaoying Luo was also curious. Tian Yu, who had rushed over despite her pain, felt a flush of warmth spread across her face, reassured that her hard work was indeed worthwhile. Lin Hao's gaze swept over the crowd as he continued. "Mu Qingyuan, Chu Shi, your outstanding performance today has earned you a bonus of 3 standard meals." Meow. Mu Qingyuan's eyes sparkled, nearly causing her to faint from happiness. 3 meals a day, 9 body refining pills, worth several tens of thousands of wood. "Captain, you truly are the best person in the world." Zhao Fian was equally excited, slamming her hand on the table. "Buddy, where did you get so many body refining pills?" "Of course, they were painstakingly crafted," Lin Hao replied with a playful jest. However, this joke took on a more ambiguous tone when it reached the ears of Xiaoying Luo, Tian Yu, and Shi Xiaorui. They were the ones who had been crafted. As they conversed, Wen Xin approached with a large plate of golden brown fried fish. The shimmering scales and the rich aroma immediately captivated everyone's attention. After enduring 5 days in this desolate place, the prospect of finally savoring a warm meal is exhilarating. Even more thrilling is the information displayed on the panel. Silver-scaled pike, common food, influenced by the effects of light cooking, grants an underwater breathing enhancement upon consumption, with duration stacking. "Wow, Sister Wenxin is truly remarkable." Mu Qingyuan's mouth watered profusely, her very soul quivering at the thought of the delectable feast. Lin Hao also silently praised her prowess. Indeed, she was impressive. No wonder that group of ruffians did not dare to lay a hand on her. "Let's eat," Lin Hao exclaimed, and as his words fell, chopsticks descended like raindrops. Everyone eagerly dug in, relishing the meal. Wenxin's culinary skills certainly did not disappoint. As the fish entered their bellies, warmth spread within. On each person's panel, a small line of text appeared. Underwater breathing remaining. 00029. Time steadily ticked upward with each succulent morsel consumed. After receiving an hour's worth of enhancement, Lin Hao paused. If he were to indulge freely, even 10 fish would barely suffice to satisfy him. He took a deep breath, feeling his lungs cool and clear, as if they could hold the entire ocean. This sensation was utterly surreal. "Would you like to try diving?" Lin Hao arched an eyebrow and inquired. "No, thank you," Xia Yingluo replied, her brow slightly furrowed, unconsciously pressing her hand against her abdomen. "You all go ahead." Tian Yu murmured softly, her cheeks flushed. Shi Xiaorui simply shook her head and shrank back into her chair. The trio's refusals were resolute. The others exchanged glances, their eagerness significantly diminished. "Perhaps next time." Zhao Fian waved her hand dismissively, reassured that Sister Wenxin was aboard the ship, allowing them ample opportunity to go later. Lin Hao nodded. Indeed, this was a fusion zone, and it was not the most suitable place. It would be better to wait until the galaxy sailed into a safe area before indulging in a seaside adventure. Once everyone was satiated, they busied themselves with various tasks. Lin Hao fed the Galaxy Number 5 some rare metals, which split into 100 subbodies. These subbodies formed perfect hexagons that could seamlessly fit together. If he could cover the cockpit's top entirely, it would greatly alleviate energy issues. However, with fewer than 200 in total, they were sufficient for lighting but far from adequate for powering the vessel. Patience is key, Lin Hao reassured himself as he strolled to the ship's stern and reclined in a beach chair. He then produced a fishing rod and leisurely cast it into the water. Barely 3 minutes had elapsed when the tip of the rod suddenly dipped. "Here it comes." With a flick of his wrist, he skillfully reeled in the line. Splash! A massive silver-scaled fish was pulled from the depths, crashing heavily onto the deck. Its scales shimmered in the sunlight, dazzling like silver, weighing no less than 7 or 8 pounds. "Ah, this is quite intriguing." Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This fishing rod was undoubtedly the dream of every angler. The adaptive lure constantly morphed in the seawater, enticing fish to bite. Its efficiency was astonishing. On average, he could expect a catch every 5 minutes. It felt like cheating. Meanwhile, the ruffians indulged in smoking and drinking, living the good life. This miraculous rod was surely proving its worth. Lin Hao touched the 5 playing cards in his chest pocket. His dealings with Yan Shuyan had remained unbroken during this time. Her abilities had enhanced, allowing her to accumulate a maximum of 5 points of luck. 5 points of luck. Could that lead to the capture of something rare? He pondered silently. As time passed, the setting sun melted into gold, saturating the horizon. Yet, Lin Hao's disappointment grew with each cast. He only caught mundane fish, devoid of any surprises. Just as he prepared to reel in his last line, buzz. The tip of the rod suddenly dipped sharply. An unprecedented force surged through. Hiss! Lin Hao gasped in cold astonishment. The sensation was undoubtedly over 100 pounds. His heart raced as he swiftly reeled in. The colossal creature beneath the water thrashed wildly. However, against Lin Hao's nearly 10,000 points of physical strength, all resistance proved futile. Up! Splash! A magnificent arc of silvery white broke through the sunset. Water erupted like a waterfall. Lin Hao's pupils constricted, his breath caught in his throat. No way. A mermaid. Chapter 68. Caught by me. Do you still wish to escape? With a resounding thud, a dreamlike figure crashed heavily onto the deck. The tremendous noise, combined with the earlier gasps of astonishment, instantly captured everyone's attention. Goodness, a mermaid? Wow, she is simply adorable. Look at her cheeks, puffed up like a little pufferfish. I just want to pinch them. Amidst the chorus of exclamations, Lin Hao wore an odd expression. The mermaid, encircled by onlookers, displayed no sign of panic, nor did she make even a token attempt to flounder. With her upper body propped up defiantly, her round, sparkling eyes fixed intently on Lin Hao. Her delicate nostrils flared with rapid breaths, while silvery strands of hair clung to her cheeks and forehead. The lower half of her body, adorned with tightly packed scales, thrashed irritably against the wooden deck. "Are you out of your mind?" she exclaimed, her voice ringing with crystalline anger. "You hung a body-refining pill on a fishhook? How could you even think of that? Ouch, it hurts so much. You've torn my mouth." The fluent Mandarin left the spectators utterly dumbfounded. A mermaid can speak Mandarin? Xiaoying Luo was momentarily speechless, her mouth agape. "You are the mermaid. Your entire family is a bunch of mermaids." The mermaid glared fiercely at the little pink-haired girl, her silvery hair trembling with indignation. "I am Lin Yuner. Like you, I am a survivor, not a fish." After her outburst, she whirled around, glaring pointedly at the true culprit. "Hey, what are you staring at? Hurry up and take the fishhook out. It hurts like hell." Lin Hao's peculiar expression deepened, yet he bent down cautiously to extract the fishhook. "Ouch, this hurts so much." Lin Yuner gasped in pain, tears nearly spilling from her eyes, covering her injured lips. Her entire face contorted into a mix of rage and grievance. With a powerful flick of her tail, she attempted to leap into the air and escape into the sea. But in the next moment, her tail was seized by an overwhelming force, yanking her back with unrelenting strength. With a thud, she was thrown back onto the hard deck, stars dancing before her eyes. Her silver hair splayed chaotically around her, a picture of disarray. "Ouch! Are you insane?" Lin Yuner clutched the back of her head, tears in her eyes, yet still defiantly raising her chin. "Why'd you pull me back again?" Lin Hao looked down at her, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Whether you're a mermaid or Lin Yuner, having been caught by me makes you my prize catch. Wish to flee? Not a chance. You. Lin Yuner was at a loss for words, her fury momentarily silenced by this brazen logic, a glimmer of panic flashing in her eyes. She instinctively turned to the onlooking women, casting a plea for assistance. The earlier ferocity had faded, leaving only a pitiful appeal. The women exchanged knowing glances. "Ah, so she is a survivor. All right, disperse. Time to go cook." With Mu Qingyuan, the cat girl, in the lead, one more survivor mermaid was hardly remarkable. Moreover, the newcomer's temperament was quite fierce. She was hardly deserving of sympathy, and no one felt compelled to intervene. As the crowd began to disperse, Lin Yuner's eyes turned red with desperation. She reluctantly flicked her azure tail once more, her body soaring into the air. With a sharp crack, Lin Hao deftly seized the slick tip of her tail, mercilessly hurling her back onto the deck. Ouch! The fall was severe, and Lin Yuner curled up in pain. "What do you want from me? Let me go." Lin Hao crouched down, observing her with keen interest. "Can you speak properly?" Lin Yuner felt uncomfortable under his gaze, instinctively wrapping her arms around her chest. I can. Her voice was muffled, tinged with a sense of resignation. Lin Hao's gaze drifted down to the iridescent blue fin. Suddenly, driven by pure curiosity, he reached out and gently touched it. "Ah!" Lin Yuner shuddered, her cheeks blooming with a deep crimson. She instinctively wanted to flee, but recalling the agony of being thrown 3 times, she could only endure the embarrassment and peculiarity, allowing his hand to linger. Fortunately, Lin Hao withdrew his hand quickly and asked, "Can that tail revert back?" "No." Lin Yuner escausa flickert, responding hostility. "You're lying." Lin Hao's expression turned icy. "I am not lying." Lin Yuner countered weakly, her eyelashes fluttering as she dared not meet his eyes. "Oof." Lin Hao scoffed, making a startling observation. "That tail of yours doesn't even have an excretory organ. If it doesn't change back, how will you deal with physiological needs? Why you so vulgar? So indecent." Lin Yuner's fair face flushed crimson. You dare to be fierce with me?" Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. "And no, I don't dare." Lin Yuner pouted in grievance. "I can change back, but I'll be weak for a long time." "As long as you can transform back, that's good." Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. "Since you're a survivor, how about joining my crew?" "See, can I refuse?" Lin Yuner asked timidly, feeling the naivety of her own question. You can. Lin Hao replied with unusual cheerfulness. A flicker of hope ignited in Lin Yuner's blue eyes. However, his subsequent words doused her enthusiasm like a bucket of ice water. If you refuse, I'll chop off your lower half and make spicy fishtail. Just the right dish for tonight. Why, you are such a monster. A devil. A pervert. Lin Yuner trembled with rage, her tail fin slapping the deck furiously. Lin Hao ignored her accusations, calmly speaking again. I'll give you another chance to answer. Will you join my crew or not? I will. Lin Yuner's head drooped weakly, her long hair concealing her expression, which was filled with the thoughts of a wise girl not falling for immediate loss and plotting her escape. Lin Hao glanced at the score indicator above her head and then at the unresponsive system panel, understanding her intentions. This little mermaid may appear compliant, but she was undoubtedly scheming an escape. However, this suited him perfectly, as it would allow him to test whether his theory of boarding first and paying later was feasible. Lin Hao rose to his feet, looking down with an air of authority as he declared, Since you are aboard my vessel, you must remain compliant. Should you dare to flee? Lin Yun's neck retracted slightly as she raised her tear-filled eyes, meekly protesting in a soft voice, But, in my current form, I cannot be away from the sea for too long. I will perish. This was indeed the truth, as her skin had begun to feel a hint of dryness and tightness. Well, that is easily resolved, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. You can simply revert back. But, Lin Yun's cheeks flushed once more, her delicate earlobes turning crimson. But what? Lin Hao asked impatiently. Summoning her courage, Lin Yun abruptly lifted her head, closed her eyes, and with all her might exclaimed, But I am not wearing any pants. Chapter 69. Not a hair in sight. So what if she wasn't wearing pants? Why scream so loudly, as if she feared others were unaware? Lin Hao spoke with a nonchalant tone, casually retrieving a blanket from his space and tossing it to her. Lin Yun fell silent at once, hastily wrapping the blanket tightly around her waist. Ever since she had acquired the mermaid's talent, she had maintained her mermaid form. Compared to those struggling to survive at sea, she was undoubtedly fortunate, having encountered little hardship along her journey. Yet, it was precisely this ease that had gradually dulled her vigilance. When she saw a body-refining pill slowly sinking into the water, she had chuckled to herself, wondering which fool could so carelessly discard a body-refining pill. Little did she know, she was that very fool. At this moment, the vast ocean was tantalizingly close yet utterly unreachable. She had no choice but to activate her talent and revert to her human form. A wave of weakness washed over her, as if all her sinews and bones had been extracted, making it extraordinarily difficult to even lift a finger. She slumped onto the blanket, resembling a puddle of melted ice cream. Her once strong fishtail transformed into delicate, pale feet, and the lustrous silver of her long hair faded into a soft, obedient black. A chill enveloped Lin Yun's heart in her current state. If that detestable man had any ill intentions, she would lack the strength to resist. Lin Hao observed this remarkable transformation with keen interest, suddenly breaking into a grin. By the way, we share the same surname. You wouldn't happen to be my long-lost sister, would you? Who? Who is your sister? Lin Yun's voice trembled with anger. You threw me 3 times upon our first meeting. My bones are all scattered. You devil. Lin Hao merely smiled faintly, rising to his feet. Can you stand? Dinner time has arrived. Lin Yun he bit her cherry lips, stubbornly refusing to show weakness before this man. Noticing he seemed about to extend a hand to his sister, she recoiled as if pricked by a needle, summoning every ounce of strength to swat his hand away. I don't need your false kindness. I can manage on my own. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to channel power into her legs, swaying precariously as she stood. But the wave of weakness struck again. Her knees buckled, and she lost control, toppling backward. To make matters worse, the blanket slipped away in that instant. Lin Yun let out a short scream, frantically pulling the blanket back around her as she curled into a ball, her pretty face flushed crimson. The overwhelming sense of shame and the pain from her fall caused her eyes to redden, tears welling up. You, why didn't you help me? Lin Hao shrugged. Didn't you say I was being falsely kind? Can you manage? He paused, leisurely adding, don't worry, I didn't see a thing. Ah. Lin Yun wished she could burrow into the deck's seams at that moment. His words implied he had seen everything. After a considerable time, she dazedly stood up, moving her feet with little strength. As she stepped into the cabin, the spacious and bright hall, along with the aroma of roasted fish wafting towards her, lifted her spirits slightly. Although her mermaid form allowed her to adapt swiftly to the ocean environment, it could never compare to the comforts of human habitation. The long table was adorned with an abundance of food, an array of marine delicacies cooked to perfection, exuding an irresistible aroma and captivating hue. Most astonishing was the large basin at the center, emanating a fresh and tangy fragrance from its pale, yellow soup. Teacher Tian, what is this? Lin Hao inquired, gazing at the soup and recalling the soil and plants they had unearthed from the island, including a bare, exposed tree. Tian Yu smiled gently, gracefully serving the soup with a wooden ladle, nodding in response. Yes, it's something I attempted to cultivate. Everyone, do give it a try. It's a splendid source of vitamins. Her face radiated satisfaction and pride, as she felt no longer a mere ornament, but someone who could contribute meaningfully. Lin Hao took a bowl and savored a sip. The sweet and sour flavors unfurled on his palate, accompanied by a distinct fruity essence that whetted his appetite. Ha! This is truly delightful, he exclaimed earnestly. Our meals are becoming increasingly exquisite. Warm milk, golden fried eggs, crisp roasted fish, soft slices of bread, neatly cut ham. And this precious soup of the exposed fruit, for those struggling for survival in the vast ocean, it was nothing short of a feast. All thanks to the captain. Wouldn't you agree? Wei Wei chimed in, winking. Indeed, to the captain, to the captain. The cheerful atmosphere ignited, as everyone raised their milk glasses in a toast, the cabin resonating with joyful laughter. Yet, in the corner, Lin Yun felt out of place amidst the merriment. Clutching her bowl of warm exposed fruit soup, she sipped it slowly, the tangy flavor spreading in her mouth, unable to quell the tumultuous emotions within. The lavish meal, the bright lights, the genuine laughter among companions. And that captain, though rough around the edges, who seemed to possess some capability, all felt like pebbles cast into the lake of her heart, which she had resolutely decided to flee. A tiny, wavering thought emerged uncontrollably. Perhaps staying aboard the ship might not be so bad after all. However, as this thought surfaced, an almost instinctual longing for the ocean surged forth, tugging at her soul like an invisible thread. The sea bestowed upon her strength, freedom, and a sense of security. She instinctively curled her toes, as if she could still feel the gentle caress of the water against her tail fin. Should she remain on the ship and enjoy comfort, or return to the sea to embrace power and freedom? Lin Yun's heart oscillated between the warm cabin and the cold sea, ensnared in an unprecedented turmoil and confusion. As night descended, the lights of the galaxy became a solitary island in the darkness. Lin Hao opened the panel, noticing that rare metals had accumulated to over 20,000, decisively clicking to upgrade. Consumption, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of steel, 600 units of rare metals, 600 units of plastic, 600 units of glass. The cruise ship is beginning to upgrade. Estimated time, 3 hours. The remaining rare metals were entirely fed to Galaxy Number 5. Over 2,000 light sources converged, transforming into a massive white beam, soaring into the sky. What on earth is happening? Not far away, a man dozing on a small wooden raft was roused by an intense beam of light. What an astonishing radiance! A lookout aboard a modified sailboat wore a face of disbelief. Quickly, row the boat over to investigate. It must be the vessel of some powerful figure. Across the pitch-black surface of the sea, countless survivors began to stir restlessly, their sights set on the solitary beacon amidst the dark ocean. In this chaotic surge toward the light, a ship loomed ominously, stark and unsettling. It appeared like a specter, intermittently emerging and vanishing among the waves, as if suspended between reality and illusion. At the bow stood a figure exuding a chilling aura. She was a woman of almost otherworldly beauty, her pale lavender eyes nearly blending with the scara, resembling a living embodiment of a character from an anime. Chapter 70 Day Hinata Hyuga. Oh, esteemed one, do you require more crew aboard your vessel? I possess great strength and am quite capable of labor. My dear brother, I am blessed with the talent of foot massage, adept at alleviating fatigue. Might you need relaxation services on your ship? Young sir, I am endowed with the ability of playing the flute and the shao, proficient in melodies that can soothe worries and bring forth ultimate joy. Allow me to board your ship. Handsome sir, my gift is creating a whirlwind capable of, generating small gusts of wind to cool the air. Esteemed one, please save me. My talent is seeing through the flames. With exceptional eyesight, I can serve as a lookout. I guarantee to spot danger at the earliest opportunity. Lin Hao nonchalantly dismissed wave after wave of survivors seeking refuge. This dazzling light show was intentionally orchestrated by him, a means to attract worthy companions. Regrettably, amidst the throngs, none met his criteria. Esteemed one, a gaunt survivor shouted hoarsely, "Could you spare some food? I can hardly endure." Lin Hao casually tossed food and water, which landed accurately on the survivor's swaying raft. Thank you, esteemed one, the man exclaimed, ravenously consuming the provisions. I possess the talent of master of film application. Everything can be wrapped. Do you require my services? Not needed, Lin Hao replied blandly. However, the military in Huaxia is establishing a stronghold and is in search of talent. Your abilities may be of use there. I shall provide you with contact information. Really? Thank you so much. You're like a father to me. The man stammered in excitement. As time passed, the influx of boats and rafts began to dwindle. Lin Hao found the situation rather dull and was about to turn away to ponder the intricacies of friction. Suddenly, a chilling wave of energy rippled through the entire sea. Like an invisible ripple, Lin Hao's gaze sharpened as he looked up. On the horizon, a menacingly designed sailing ship sped toward him in a manner defying logic. As it approached within 100 meters of the galaxy, it abruptly slowed down and came to a steady halt on the illuminated surface of the sea. On the bow, two figures stood alone. To the left, a woman adorned with heavy smoky eye makeup and a pirate bandana, a veritable female version of Captain Jack, bore the 0 score on her head. To the right, a voluptuous beauty with a 96 score, her lavender eyes devoid of pupils. De Hinata Hyuga, Lin Hao blurted out. I am Xiang Chutian, not Hinata Hyuga. Xiang Chutian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and annoyance. Lin Hao paused momentarily, the corners of his mouth twitching subtly. Your father truly possesses a talent for naming. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the cockpit. Jiang Ren barreled down the gangway. Disbelief etched across his face as his gaze locked onto the pirate-clad woman. Zhou Ruo. Jiang Ren, the female Captain Jack, known as Zhou Ruo, was equally astonished. What did you end up here? How would I know? Jiang Ran replied, his voice tinged with the excitement of a reunion after calamity. I was enjoying hot pot and singing, and suddenly found myself in this hellish place. I thought I would never see you again. Goodness, an old flame reunited? Lin Hao instantly understood. Is this your grand ship? Zhou Ruo cast a glance at the galaxy with a hint of barely perceptible envy. No, Jiang Ran quickly shook his head. It was Captain Lin Hao's vessel. Zhou Ruo's gaze shifted once more to Lin Hao. Captain Lin, your ship has been upgraded quite rapidly. Likewise, Lin Hao replied, his eyes penetrating as they fell upon the ominous ghost ship. Your phantom vessel is truly extravagant. Does it pertain to your innate talent? Zhou Ruo's expression dimmed slightly as she pressed her dark lips together, refraining from answering. Yet, her tacit acknowledgement spoke volumes. At that moment, an elegant figure gracefully descended the gangway, Jiang Jinwei. A perfectly measured smile of surprise graced her features. Sister Ro, I never imagined that amidst this vast ocean, we would reunite. Jiang Jinwei, Zhou Ruo exclaimed, astonished. The superstar. A few muffled gasps arose from the ghost ship. Several figures emerged from its depths. Upon recognizing one of them, the joy of reunion on Jiang Ran's face froze, morphing into shock and gloom. Zhao Tai, what brings you aboard Zhou Ruo's ship? Zhao Tai erupted into laughter upon spotting Jiang Ran. Ha ha ha. Jiang ran. What a coincidence. Zhou Ru's warm invitation seemed to leave him no choice. He deliberately cast a glance at Zhou Ruo, his gaze laced with innuendo. Zhou Ruo, did you invite him? Jiang Ren spun around, his voice strained with suppressed fury and disbelief. He could not fathom how Zhou Ruo could associate with someone like Zhao Tai. Zhou Ruo's demeanor grew noticeably uneasy as she slightly turned her head to evade Jiang Ran's penetrating gaze. His abilities are quite commendable. My ship requires someone capable. Jiang Ran's eyes darted between Zhou Ruo and Zhao Tai, a sinking heaviness enveloping him, the chill of betrayal creeping in. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions. Zhou Ruo, why not join us on our ship? Our captain is exceptional, with ample resources. It is undoubtedly superior to your vessel. Apologies. It is not that I am unwilling, but... Zhou Ruo's fingers glided over the frigid ship's edge, her expression complex. I cannot part from this ship. It is both my support and the shackles that bind and curse me. Jiang Ran remained silent for a moment before asking then, may I come aboard your ship? Before Zhou Ruo could respond, Zhao Tai interjected with a harsh laugh. What is your talent? The ghost ship does not accept trash. My talent is S rank. Jiang Ran's gaze turned suddenly cold and sharp. S rank? Zhao Tai's expression stiffened, quickly morphing into a deeper mockery. You claim to be S rank? Why not declare yourself a mythic level? Anyone can boast. Enough. Jiang Ran's hand shot out like lightning, a long, slender blade wreathed in blood-red malevolence materializing from thin air. The blade's point sliced through the air, producing a faint tearing sound. Shall we personally verify this? Zhao Tai's complexion shifted, instinctively retreating half a step. The palpable killing intent was anything but fabricated. All right, Jiang Jinhua interjected, positioning herself between the two. We are all acquaintances here. It's a rare reunion. So why resort to threats right from the start? Jiang Ran cast a deep glare at Zhao Tai before gradually retracting his menacing aura, the blood-red blade dissipating as if it were melting away. He regained his composure, yet his gaze remained icy as he turned to Lin Hao. Captain, I'm grateful for your hospitality and care over the past few days, but Zhou Ruo is my fiancée, and I cannot bear to see her struggle alone on this perilous vessel. I implore you, allow me to go to her ship. And what your sister? Lin Hao inquired calmly, his demeanor unruffled. She. Jiang Ran glanced at Jiang Jinyu, who nodded slightly in affirmation. She will remain on your ship. I kindly ask that you take good care of her. With a look of palpable regret, Lin Hao replied, Jiang Ran, you are our strongest asset aboard this ship. Your departure would significantly diminish our overall strength. Jiang Ran was momentarily taken aback, nearly doubting his own ears. The strongest asset? What nonsense is this? Not to mention the enigmatic captain himself. I doubt I could best the fierce Zhuang Xiaofeng. When did he ever become the strongest? Lin Hao leisurely continued. How about this? You go to the ghost ship, and in exchange, let invite Chu Tian to join my ship. That will be a fair arrangement. Chapter 71. Jiang Ran depart. I agree. I disagree. The voices of Xiang Chutian and Zhou Ruo resonated almost simultaneously. As their words lingered in the air, both women froze, an awkward silence enveloping them. Captain, you promised me that I would have the freedom to come and go. Xiang Chutian expressed her confusion. Well, this is... Zhou Ruo's gaze wandered, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Suddenly, Xiang Chutian lowered her voice, a hint of mischief in her tone. Captain, you wouldn't not want Jiang Ran aboard, would you? What nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Ruo exclaimed, her voice rising sharply as if a cat had been stepped on. Jiang Ran is my fiancé. How could I possibly? I just can't bear to see you leave. She defended herself, though her eyes instinctively averted the intense gaze from afar. On the edge of the deck, Jiang Ran observed Zhou Ruo's subtle expressions, his heart a tumult of emotions. Just days prior, he had been reveling in schadenfreude while singing a cut of plum to Wuxia. Little did he expect retribution to arrive so swiftly. However, unlike that pitiable sycophant, he and Zhou Ruo were genuinely in love. They had already crossed the threshold of intimacy. Had it not been for this accursed world, they would have long since entered the sanctity of marriage. Clearly, the separation over the past few days had wrought a quiet transformation in their relationship. Lin Hao, who had been a silent observer, suddenly leaned in, whispering in Jiang Ran's ear, "Brother, do you need assistance?" Assistance? Jiang Ran was taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend, Lin Hao suddenly exclaimed, "Go." A forceful push propelled Jiang Ran forward, sending him hurtling uncontrollably toward the deck of the Phantom. In a flurry, he adjusted his position mid-air, landing steadily before Zhou Ruo. The person he had yearned for was now so close, and he could no longer contain himself, pulling Zhou Ruo tightly into his embrace. "Zhou Ruo, it is truly wonderful to see you here." Zhou Ruo, nearly breathless from his grip, blushed deeply and struggled to push him away. "Let go. You can't do this. There are so many people watching." Her flustered resistance drew laughter from the crew. Amidst the crowd, only Zhao Tai's expression was dark and brooding. With a triumphant spirit, Lin Hao called out to the Phantom, "Captain Jack, I've delivered the person. Now it's time to send mine over." With the situation as it was, Zhou Ruo could only helplessly wave her hand as the Phantom slowly approached the galaxy. As the ship had yet to come to a complete stop, Xiang Chutian, like a nimble swallow, eagerly leaped onto the deck of the galaxy. "Hello, Captain." A radiant smile blossomed on her face. "I look forward to your kind guidance in the future." Ding! Congratulations on successfully recruiting the enchanting Xiang Chutian. Unlocking exclusive binding effect. Soul cleansing Dan supply. Mythical level. Automatically acquiring 1 soul cleansing Dan per second. Stored in infinite space. Soul cleansing Dan. That seems acceptable. In comparison, he was more intrigued by Xiang Chutian's talents. From a distance, she had appeared cold and frosty, but now, in close proximity, she exuded warmth and enthusiasm as if she had transformed entirely. Even when teased by being called Hinata Hyuga, she remained unperturbed, as if she had long since resolved to embark on this vessel. "Welcome. I am Lin Hao." He extended his hand. "Captain, please accept this humble token of our meeting." Suddenly, Xiang Chutian produced an object resembling a rice cooker, beaming as she presented it to him. Lin Hao instinctively cast a glance at it, and a system panel materialized, revealing the information. Galaxy number 9 sanitation device, function 1. Automatically cleans the ship, maintaining hygiene, requires charging. Function 2, adaptive transformation, altering its shape based on space and type of waste. Just as Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected acquisition, Zhou Ruo aboard the Phantom ship keenly noticed and exclaimed, "Xiang Chutian, how dare you take my cleaning robot?" Xiang Chutian turned her head, grinning at Zhou Ruo, and boldly retorted, "Old Captain, your Phantom ship can consume waste on its own. This treasure is merely a decorative piece for you. Besides, I was the one who found it for you. Now I am gifting it to the new captain as a welcome present, which is quite reasonable. Don't you think? Reasonable? Nonsense." Zhou Ruo fumed, stamping her foot. "I have no use for it. It could be exchanged for substantial supplies. And you just give it away? Is it truly a gift?" Xiang Chutian mischievously winked. "With a useless robot and a little me, I have traded for a long-lost old friend and formidable ally. Old Captain, this transaction is a windfall for you. You infuriate me. You ungrateful wretch." "I have always been ungrateful." Xiang Chutian feigned innocence. "You." Zhou Ruo was rendered speechless by her retort. Just as she was about to explode in anger, her expression suddenly shifted. She swiftly turned her gaze towards the distant horizon, her pupils constricting. Instantly, she spun around and commanded the helmsman sharply, "Quick, set sail. Full speed ahead." No sooner had the order been given than the Phantom ship, in a manner defying the laws of physics, eerily pivoted on the spot. The sails, catching wind without any, surged forth at an astonishing velocity, slicing through the waves like a specter, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a frothy white wake in its trail. This sudden turn of events left Lin Hao bewildered. What is happening? Why are we moving so swiftly? Xiang Chutan gazed in the direction the Phantom ship had vanished, shrugging. The hull of the Phantom ship is unique. It can traverse between different dimensions, but this also makes it particularly susceptible to certain unwelcome guests. It hardly ever docks, perpetually on the run, which is a primary reason I chose to depart. Lin Hao, upon hearing this, was inwardly astounded. To traverse between dimensions? Such an ability is simply extraordinary. In contrast, his own galaxy ship felt rather mundane. Ding! Cruise ship upgrade complete. Cruise ship level. LV. 15 dimensions. 36M x 9M cockpit. 12M x 5M, top front of the ship. Offering an excellent view, upper cabin. 22M x 7M, open multifunctional space, lower cabin. 32M x 8M, including 16 independent bedrooms. As the night deepened, Xiang Chu Tian greeted everyone one by one and joyfully settled into room 11. After the others retreated to their respective quarters, Lin Hao made his way to the cockpit and suggested to Jiang Jinyu, "Why don't you choose a room as well? During the day, you can navigate the ship, and at night, it will be my turn." However, Jiang Jinyu smiled gently and shook her head. "No need. I quite enjoy it here. The space is ample and tranquil, precisely the kind of life I have long yearned for." Lin Hao nodded, not pressing the matter further. He opened the nautical chart to confirm the position of Feng Xiao, resetting the course to avoid the merging zone, allowing the vessel to sail at a leisurely pace. Having completed these tasks, just as he was about to depart, Jiang Jinyu's soft voice floated through the air. "Wait a moment." Lin Hao halted in his tracks and turned to look back. He noticed Jiang Jinyu slightly bowing her head. Her cheeks seemingly tinged with a subtle blush in the dim light. Her voice softened a notch. "Could you stay and talk with me for a while?" Chapter 72. A deep exchange in the cockpit. "What is it?" Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, pondering silently. "Have I become so captivating that they are all drawn to me?" "Captain, actually," Jiang Jinyu took a deep breath. "Your talent is related to women. I assent it?" "To some extent," Lin Hao admitted candidly. "But do not overthink it. I will not impose anything upon you. Just focus on steering the ship well." "I understand." Jiang Jinyu nodded quickly. "However, the majority of people are struggling to survive. Humanity's remaining survivors have dwindled to only 9.7 billion. So what?" Lin Hao's gaze held a hint of amusement. "I wish to enhance my strength as soon as possible," Jiang Jinyu declared, summoning her courage. "You are already consuming 9 body-tempering pills daily. Your rate of improvement far exceeds that of ordinary individuals," Lin Hao reminded her. Jiang Jinyu felt her face flush, nearly igniting with heat. She averted her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. "Captain, do you wish to know what my talent is?" Lin Hao smiled faintly. "I have known for quite some time." Jiang Jinyu exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, overwhelming embarrassment engulfed her, rendering her ears crimson. When she first discovered her talent of yin-yang harmony, she felt an intense sense of shame and awkwardness. This implied that, without taking that crucial step, her gift was virtually non-existent. Fortunately, her brother had been nearby at that time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After days of observation and inner turmoil, she had finally resolved to confront it. Yet, she had never anticipated that he would already be aware. But why? Knowing full well, had he never expressed any intention? With her striking appearance and figure, coupled with this embarrassing talent, how could he remain indifferent? A wave of shame and a tinge of dissatisfaction surged within her. Biting her cherry lips, she looked up at Lin Hao with a mix of inquiry and reckless determination. "Then, what do you think my talent truly is?" "Yin-yang harmony," Lin Hao stated calmly, uttering 4 words. Boom! Jiang Jinyu's mind went blank. Good heavens! He truly knows. Each word felt like a searing hot iron, burning through her very soul. What should she do now? There was no way she could utter an invitation. Lin Hao stepped forward at the opportune moment, a playful expression on his face. "So, do you wish to cultivate yin-yang duality with me now?" Jiang Jinyu felt as if struck by lightning, her entire body trembling. The rehearsed words she had practiced countless times in her mind vanished completely in that instant. Her heart raced violently, nearly bursting from her chest, and her breath became labored. Lin Hao, composed, stepped even closer, gently resting his hands on her shoulders. He could distinctly feel her body tense and quiver slightly. Yet she did not flinch or push him away. "Superstar," Lin Hao's voice softened. "I am uncertain of your true thoughts. Why not hear my perspective?" Jiang Jinyu felt the heat of his palm, her toes instinctively curling with tension. Lin Hao's gaze drifted towards the profound sea. This world has utterly upended our understanding. The rules have collapsed, and crises lurk everywhere, leaving no one certain of what the next moment may bring. Perhaps just a moment ago, we were sharing laughter, and the next we could find ourselves in a dire predicament, much like the ghost ship where survival is its usual state. He withdrew his gaze, refocusing on the beautiful face filled with unease. Thus, we need not overthink. We should indulge in our meals, savor our drinks, and when it comes time to sleep, we should do so without regrets as we depart from this world. You are right. Jiang Jinyue stifled her embarrassment and, for the first time, bravely met Lin Hao's gaze. With his sharp brows and starry eyes, he possessed striking features that, upon closer inspection, surpassed many celebrities in attractiveness. His formidable strength and seemingly casual demeanor belied a sense of responsibility that instilled comfort in those around him. Apart from the multitude of women around him, it was nearly impossible to find a flaw. What was she still holding back for? Jiang Jinhua questioned herself. Should she wait until a frantic escape like that of the ghost ship or a cold demise in some corner to regret never having experienced true joy? However, what she desired was not merely physical pleasure or enhancement of her abilities. The stirring hidden deep within her heart and the inexplicable attraction urged her to yearn for more. She gazed intently into Lin Hao's profound eyes, her voice trembling with anticipation. So do you like me? Lin Hao lowered his head, scrutinizing the national goddess before him. From her smooth, full forehead to the trembling eyelashes that betrayed her nervousness, then to the perky tip of her nose, and finally resting on her lips, slightly parted in shyness and expectation. Silence enveloped the cockpit. Only the soft hum of the instruments and the clear sound of their shared breaths filled the air. An ambiguous atmosphere fermented silently. Suddenly, Lin Hao exerted his strength. He pulled her into his embrace, enveloping her tightly without a sliver of space between them. His scorching chest pressed against her softness, an undeniable sense of power completely engulfing her. He leaned down, his breath heated, and kissed her forcefully. MMM. The taut string in Jiang Jinyue's mind snapped at that moment. All her restraint, hesitation, and shyness were consumed by this sudden fervor. She no longer pondered or hesitated. Her body instinctively took over. She responded with passion. Her arms, unbeknownst to her, had wrapped around Lin Hao's neck, pulling him fervently closer. Awkward, yet wholly invested, she seemed to merge herself into his very essence. In a clumsy exploration, there was a reckless determination and longing. The temperature in the cockpit surged dramatically. Their hurried breaths intertwined, overpowering the instrument's hum. Lips met, breaths mingled, and the air was thick with an exhilarating allure. Lin Hao could distinctly feel the quivering warmth of the figure in his arms. Her response was so fervent, imbued with a near-sacrificial bravery. This greatly surprised him, yet it also ignited a deeper flame within him. His kiss grew more profound and aggressive. One hand firmly encircled her slender yet resilient waist, while the other wove through her cascading tresses, cradling the nape of her neck, leaving no room for retreat. Jiang Jinyue was utterly captivated. Lin Hao's breath was akin to the most potent of wines, intoxicating and dizzying. Each entanglement surged through her limbs like a current, igniting an unprecedented shiver and tingling sensation. She clumsily mirrored his movements, as an innate force within her seemed to awaken, yearning for further exploration. A primal desire, never before encountered, surged within her like molten lava. It made her forget her identity, her reservations. All she wished for was to seize the man before her, to grasp this fervor that stirred her very soul. The dim blue glow of the instrument panel outlined their closely entwined silhouettes. Outside lay an endless expanse of dark sea. Yet within the cabin blazed a tempest that belonged solely to them. Rationality had long since been cast aside. All that remained was the most elemental attraction and resonance. In this tumultuous, perilous sea of a world on the brink, two solitary and restless hearts sought solace and affirmation from one another in the most fervent of ways. They kissed with abandon, breathless and consumed, as if striving to meld each other into the very fabric of their existence. Chapter 73. Have you found the feeling? Lin Hao pulled back slightly, his gaze resting upon the nearly flawless visage before him. This was Jiang Jinhua, the pinnacle of stardom, the universally acclaimed goddess of beauty. A celestial being admired by countless souls, a frequent headline in entertainment news. Her posters adorned every street corner, her figure illuminated on massive screens, and her melodies were perpetually replayed by millions of fervent fans. Each of her expressions could effortlessly incite a tempest across the internet. How many affluent magnates and celebrities yearned for just a smile from her, yet found it as daunting as scaling the heavens to even draw near. And now, this once unattainable moon was tightly embraced in his arms. The overwhelming sensation stemming from this disparity in status intoxicated him more than the finest of wines. An unprecedented feeling of conquest surged within Lin Hao's heart. Oh, the superstar! One wonders, if your fans were to discover this scene, would they not tear my heart asunder? Jiang Jinhua's eyes shimmered with a haze, her mind conjuring images of millions of fans collapsing in tears, screaming and clawing in despair. Yet, she felt neither guilt nor panic. Instead, an inexplicable thrill coursed through her veins. To maintain her flawless image as the national goddess, she had lived like a marionette, a cage woven by capital, and fans held her tightly captive. Fearful of love, hesitant to approach the opposite sex, even a genuine smile required meticulous crafting. She was a sacrificial offering raised to divine heights, basking in unreachable glory, yet deprived of her most precious freedom. And now, the old world lay in ruins. All order and shackles had crumbled to dust. She would shatter this meticulously crafted idol with her own hands. Jiang Jinhua revealed a dangerous smile, abruptly pushing Lin Hao backward. She pounced like a female leopard, exuding a fierce beauty, her actions driven by primal intensity as she tore at Lin Hao's garments with heated urgency. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Hao's eyes. He hadn't anticipated such a fervent soul concealed beneath her gentle exterior. She greedily explored every taut contour of his muscles. No longer was it the tender comfort of an idol towards her fan. It was the marking and claiming of prey by a hunter. She was not there to please him. She was there to indulge in him, to relish the liberation and power that shattered the past and seized fate. In this moment, Jiang Jinhua shed all pretense. No longer a caged canary, she tore through her confines, igniting her essence amidst the desolation of a fallen world, revealing her lethal wildness and allure. The queen. Lin Hao inhaled sharply. Jiang Jinhua's movements were unrefined, clumsy yet imbued with a reckless vigor. Yet he paid no heed. With his extraordinary physique, he could withstand any tempestuous assault. A peculiar warmth surged into their beings. With a unique penetrative force, it disregarded the barriers of flesh. Silently coursing through their intertwined veins, resonating, their senses were infinitely heightened. Lin Hao's body trembled. This was not mere physiological stimulation. It was a profound resonance of souls. The subtle breaths echoed like thunder, the texture of the skin as discernible as mountains and rivers. Each heartbeat resonated like a drumbeat upon the soul. This experience transcended all his previous understanding. Is this the power of the yin-yang fusion talent? I'm bleeding. It hurts. Does this minor injury truly cause such pain? It's nothing, just endure it. The key lies in your posture. It's too rigid. You must relax and follow its texture. Texture? Xia Yingluo gazed in confusion at the yarn and needle in her hands. Indeed, Tian Yu moved in closer, saying, look, just like this. Gently probe in. Don't rush. Applying too much force can easily cause it to jam and even injure yourself. Do you feel any resistance? Then change your angle or pull back slightly. Find the smoothest point. Xia Yingluo clumsily imitated her, the needle tip skewing again. It snagged again. Snagged? Tian Yu chuckled softly. That's because your thread isn't wound properly. It got tangled. You must learn to control it, guiding it to move at your pace rather than being led by it. Here, let me help you straighten it out. See, like this. Doesn't it flow much better? It just glided in. It seems. Not so tight anymore? Xiaoying Luo attempted to move the needle. Yes. Have you found the rhythm? Tian Yuyu's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Remember, patience is key. It's all right to be a bit clumsy at first. Practice a few more times, find that point of harmony, and you will weave faster and faster. When will I be as proficient as teacher Tian? Xia Yingluo's eyes sparkled with envy. Tian Yuyu smiled and affectionately patted Xia Yingluo's head. Do not be greedy, progress step by step. The rhythm is crucial. Too fast, and the thread tangles; too slow, and you lose the feel. It must be steady and precise. Observe me now, in and out. Isn't it quite fluid? Xia Yingluo watched Tian Yuyu's skilled movements, the needle gliding effortlessly among the yarn, producing a delicate sound of friction. It looks rather pleasing. Pleasing is exactly right, Tian Yuyu remarked meaningfully. Practice makes perfect. Once you can maneuver with such ease, tightening it when desired and loosening it at will, that is true mastery. But what if it gets tangled and I can't untie it? Xia Yingluo gazed at the chaotic mess of yarn in her hands. Tangled. Tian Yuyu paused, her tone laced with a languid certainty. Then simply unravel it and start over. The thread is in your hands. How you wish to manipulate it is entirely up to you. Wait, you can't go there. It's so dirty. Stop right now. I went in. Mooching Yuan watched in horror as Galaxy No. 9 plunged into the restroom, landing squarely on the floor. Ever since she had brought this sweeping robot aboard, it had become her new toy. The little creature, round and adorable like a rice cooker, was utterly charming. It chased after dust and debris, extending its mechanical arm to compress larger items into its belly. Upon reaching the restroom door, Mooching Yuan panicked, fearing it would vacuum up the stains. She dashed forward to grab it, but the little fellow possessed astonishing strength, proving impossible to stop. Alas, it seems a predicament is upon us. Her face reflected sorrow, as though she were on the verge of losing her beloved pet. To her surprise, the Galaxy 9 did not absorb the mess. Instead, it extended a long, flexible hose into the sea and, with a splash, it skillfully rinsed away the grime using the seawater it had drawn up. Subsequently, it unleashed a gust of warm air, swiftly rendering the deck dry. Meow! Exclaimed the little one. You are so clever, Xiao Jiao. Giggling with delight, Mooching Yuan leaped forward and affectionately rubbed its round, smooth head. In her playful exuberance, she plopped down atop Xiao Jiao's head. Galaxy 9, let's set off. The little creature flashed a brilliant red light, spinning in circles in an attempt to dislodge the cat-eared girl. Yet, Mooching Yuan clung tightly, bursting into laughter, resolute in her grip. In vain was its resistance, and the red light dimmed. Bearing this small passenger, Xiao Jiu resumed its diligent task of tidying the deck. Once its internal space was filled, it ferried Mooching Yuan to Galaxy 1, unceremoniously depositing everything within. The first vessel emitted a frantic red light, clearly incensed. It merely decomposed the plastic, spewing the remnants back onto the deck. Xiao Jiu, irked as well, extended a mechanical arm and began to bang on Galaxy 1's dome with a resounding thud. Thud! Thud! The red light continued to flash, and so did Xiao Jiu persist in its rhythmic assault. Sitting cross-legged, Mooching Yuan watched the robotic showdown with great enthusiasm. Ultimately, Galaxy 1 succumbed, its light shifting to green. Xiao Jiu ceased its strikes, turned, and quietly collected the refuse anew, depositing it once more into Galaxy 1. The red and green lights flickered chaotically, as if in turmoil, yet this time, it dared not spew forth again. Obediently, it broke down the waste into minuscule particles. Xiao Jiu gathered them up and steadily transported them to the stern of the ship, where it deposited them into the thriving greenhouse. Chapter 74. Perform for me once more? Does it still hurt? Lin Hao lowered his gaze, gently caressing the beauty nestled in his arms. The remnants of swelling upon her skin were marks of their recent, tumultuous encounter. Fortunately, the redness was visibly receding. It no longer hurts. Jiang Jinwei lazily snuggled closer against him. Though she had just endured a fierce ordeal amidst thunder and flames, the outcome was equally gratifying. Ding! Progress of yin-yang harmony, 710. Both parties comprehend the skill. Yin-yang coexistence. Yin-yang coexistence significantly enhances self-healing abilities, effects based on constitution and spirit. Can we continue? Lin Hao asked, feeling somewhat awkward. Jiang Jinyue's cheeks remained flushed, her eyes shimmering with a blend of desire and trepidation. I can't. I truly have no strength left. Yet, witnessing his valiant restraint stirred an inexplicable sense of helplessness within her. She bit her cherry lips, summoning a hint of audacious shyness. You should seek out other sisters. Lin Hao rubbed his nose. This doesn't seem quite appropriate, does it? What have we done then? Jiang Jinyue cast a shy glance his way, playfully reproaching. Who told you to be so formidable? Before she could finish, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her like a tide. Her lashes fluttered a few times before finally succumbing, her breathing soon becoming soft and rhythmic as she drifted into a sweet slumber. Observing her defenseless, sleeping visage, Lin Hao helplessly curled the corners of his mouth, pulling the quilt to envelop her in warmth. Silently, he donned his clothes, inhaled deeply, and quietly stepped onto the deck. At the bow of the ship, a graceful figure leaned against the railing, gazing dreamily at the obsidian sea. What's the matter? Still pondering your vast ocean? Lin Hao's voice shattered the silence. Lin Yuner did not turn around, her voice tinged with a hint of confusion. My talent is mermaid. The ocean is where I ought to be. She had to admit that the warmth of the ship made her reluctant to depart. Yet, away from the sea, her gift held no value. Could she truly find her place aboard the galaxy? Isn't it better to remain on the galaxy? Lin Hao approached a few steps, his tone lighthearted. I will take care of you. Lin Yuner felt her ears heat up, the awkward scene from earlier resurfacing in her mind as she retorted, flustered. Pa, scoundrel, are you not satisfied with all the beauties around you? It can't be helped, Lin Hao shrugged nonchalantly. My talent is such that the more beauties there are, the stronger I become. With his current strength, he no longer felt the need for concealment. What a scoundrel's talent! Lin Yuner fumed. You call me a scoundrel. Again and again. Lin Hao's voice suddenly turned cold. Have you ever considered that if I were truly a scoundrel, you would not be standing here, conversing with me? Lin Yuner was taken aback by his abrupt change in attitude, instinctively taking a step back. What? What do you intend to do? I wish for you to confront reality. Lin Hao's gaze was piercing. Provoking me will bring you no benefit. I never said I wouldn't stay. Lin Yuner stammered, her voice involuntarily rising. If I wanted to run, I would have done so earlier. You still wish to flee? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. I do not. I merely spoke out. She urgently defended herself, her tone softening. With such favorable conditions here, how could I not want to stay? I'm merely afraid of my own inadequacy. Do you understand? Who says you're inadequate? Lin Hao's cold demeanor softened slightly. This sea floor conceals countless treasures, and when the time comes, we shall need your assistance in retrieving them. Retrieve? Lin Yunar's eyes sparkled with incredulous delight. You allow me to dive? Of course, Lin Hao replied casually. As long as you consider this place home and wish to swim in the sea, who am I to stop you? Aren't you afraid I may not return? She asked tentatively. You may give it a try, Lin Hao replied, a playful smile curving his lips. Bet on whether I can bring you back. Observing his confident demeanor, Lin Yunar's expression fell, her spirit deflating. All right, I concede. No more mermaid for me. From this moment on, I shall become a salted fish. You shall take care of me. Ding. Congratulations on successfully recruiting the enchanting Lin Yunar, unlocking exclusive binding effect, glass supply, mythical level. Automatically acquire 1 unit of glass every second, stored in infinite space. It's done. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Hao's eyes. The strategy of boarding first and paying later proved indeed effective. In future recruitments, it would be prudent to invite individuals aboard before gradually persuading them. Welcome aboard the galaxy, little salted fish, he said with a smile. Lin Yunar, in a fit of determination, exclaimed, This is what you said. Take care of me. Just watch. I'll leave you in ruins. All right, as much as you want. Lin Hao nonchalantly offered her a stick-like item. Here, enjoy this sausage. Lin Yunar's cheeks flushed as she snatched it away. So thin, who would want it? Before she could finish her sentence, she dashed into the depths of the cabin. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Hao felt a surge of happiness. With glass now acquired, he had no immediate worries regarding basic supplies. He closed his eyes, his senses expanding like an invisible net. Tian Yuyu and Xia Ingluo were whispering in the bedroom, their hands busy with yarn. Zhuang Xiaofeng was panting heavily, evidently engaged in physical training. Shi Xiaorui, Wei Wei, Zhao Fian, and Xiang Chutian were surprisingly huddled together in one bedroom, playing mahjong, clearly indulging in pleasure. Mu Qingyuan was amusing herself with the vacuum robot, appearing adorably silly. Chu Shi and Wen Xian were in their respective rooms, their rhythmic breathing indicating deep slumber. Su Gui. The room was empty, and the power compartment was unoccupied. Lin Hao's gaze shifted upward, a slight smile forming on his lips. It turned out she was on the lookout tower. He lightly stepped, his figure leaping gracefully to the high lookout. Su Qiya was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure, nearly crying out. Once she recognized him, she placed her hand on her chest to steady her breath. Lin Hao, what brings you up here? That should be my question. Why are you still awake at this hour? As he spoke, he extended his strong arms, drawing her warm form into his embrace. Su Qiya stiffened momentarily before relaxing, leaning against his chest. Remembering the lingering traces of intimacy beneath her feet, a faint blush crept across her face. I couldn't sleep, so I came here to gaze at the stars. You've worked hard. Lin Hao lifted her chin, his tone tinged with a hint of compassion. Since the heartfelt confession last night, he had observed the subtle changes in her demeanor. It's not difficult, Su Qiya murmured, her voice laced with a delicate softness. At least you still possess a conscience. She did not resist the hand that roamed at her waist. Instead, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Perched upon this lofty vantage point, it seemed to offer an exhilarating experience. Qiya. Lin Hao's voice grew husky, imbued with a teasing undertone. Would you perform that act for me once more? Which one? Su Qiya feigned ignorance, yet her heart skipped a beat. The split, warm breath brushed against her ear. How annoying! Her protest was but a whisper, yet her body betrayed her, softening in response. Chapter 75, Shi Xiaorui. Your timing is impeccable. No more, no more. This game is utterly unplayable. Zhao Fian slammed her cards onto the table, leaning back in her chair, which creaked under strain. Little white eyes, confess, do you possess X-ray vision? Are you peering at her hands? Every round, it's you winning. Xiang Chutian curved her lips into a faint smile. She lifted her gaze, as if her eyes could pierce through the thick deck and cabin walls, reaching into the profound, boundless night sky outside. The smile deepened at the corners of her lips, taking on a hint of significance. Shi Xiaorui exchanged a glance with Wei Wei, both recognizing the relief mirrored in each other's eyes. Their interest in mahjong had been minimal. They had been unwillingly dragged into the game by Zhao Fian's enthusiasm. Now that it was finally over, their joy surpassed even that of winning a hand. Shi Xiaorui promptly stood, stretching her slightly numb legs, and whispered, I need to use the restroom. Oh my goodness, now that you mention it, I can't hold it any longer, Zhao Fian exclaimed, slapping her thigh before swiftly rising. Come on, Xiaorui, I'll go with you. Wei Wei, Chutian, you two tidy up. With a flurry of energy, she threw her arm around Shi Xiaorui's shoulders, half pushing her out the door. The night breeze on the deck carried a salty chill, causing Shi Xiaorui to huddle her neck. Two makeshift restrooms stood side by the ship's railing, resembling two silent metal boxes. Zhao Fian energetically flung open one of the doors and hurried inside. The door barely closed before the sound of hurried belt unbuckling emerged from within. Shi Xiaorui felt her cheeks flush slightly and quickly slipped into the adjacent stall, gently securing the latch. In the cramped space, the silence was so profound that she could hear her own heartbeat and the rhythmic crashing of waves beneath her. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the cacophony from next door. The sound was sudden and fierce, pouring forth unabashedly like a miniature waterfall, jarring against the stillness of the night. Shi Xiaorui's face instantly turned crimson, her ears burning. Raised in a strict household, she had been taught to eat quietly and sleep silently. Even walking on tiptoes, such intimate matters were to be conducted in utmost discretion. When she relieved herself, she always held her breath, striving to make no sound. The raucous symphony next door made her feel exposed, as if she were unwillingly participating in some embarrassing performance. She could only stare at her toes, internally chanting for it to be over soon. Finally, it ceased. What a relief. Zhao Fian's stall quieted, only to be followed by the abrupt sound of the door being flung open. Xiaowei, are you done? I'm heading back first. This wind is making my backside chilly. Without waiting for a response, the sound of retreating footsteps echoed away, accompanied by a tuneless hum. The world fell silent once more, leaving only the sound of the waves and her heartbeat. Xiaowei let out a silent sigh, her tense body relaxing. She took her time adjusting her skirt and meticulously washed her hands. Finally, she pushed open the door, stepping out of the iron shed, still enveloped in the cool mist of freshly washed hands. The night breeze caressed her face, bringing a sense of clarity. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze towards the place that had brought her joy the previous night. A jolt coursed through Xiaowei's heart. Under the hazy moonlight, she distinctly saw two legs, long and fair, belonging to a woman, lazily dangling from the edge of the observation deck's railing. The delicate ankles hung in midair, swaying gently back and forth with an indescribable rhythm. The arc of that movement, the suspended posture, perfectly overlapped with the fragmented memories of the night before. Xiaowei felt as if struck by an invisible current, abruptly lowering her head, her hands pressed firmly against her flushed cheeks. Her heart drummed furiously within her chest, nearly bursting forth. Her body turned rigid as a stone, devoid of the strength to turn and flee. She could only remain rooted in place, her mind a cacophony of chaos. On the observation deck, the night breeze was cool. Lin Hao's lips curled into a knowing smirk. Every whisper of wind aboard the Galaxy could not escape his keen perception. If it were anyone else, he might have restrained himself somewhat. But it was Xiaowei, the seemingly demure girl who dared to flirt with him in plain sight. An opportunity. This was an exceptional chance. If he could take this step, their mutual trust would undoubtedly deepen. At that moment, the elixir in his hand would be shared without hesitation. In a flash of thought, he sent a private message. Xiaowei, you're just in time. Come up. Upon reading the message, Xiaowei felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. What did this mean? He knew she was below. What should she do? Leave? No. If Lin Hao were angered, the consequences would be dire. To climb up and join in? Such a notion was far too exhilarating. In mere seconds, Xiaowei made a swift decision, stealthily approaching the base of the observation deck, beginning her ascent via the rope ladder. Who could be up there? Only a select few aboard the Galaxy possessed such long, graceful legs. Was it Zhuang Xiaofeng or Su Qiyue? Ah, she recalled hearing Zhuang Xiaofeng exercising in the bedroom as she left. Therefore, the one at the observation deck, leaning against the railing while those legs helplessly dangled in the night breeze, could only be Su Qiyue. Lin Hao keenly detected the sound of climbing from the rope ladder below. To him, that sound was the most exquisite melody. Indeed, I did not mistake you. Xiaowei, beneath that gentle and obedient exterior lies a restless heart. Su Qiyue remained oblivious to all of this, but sensed Lin Hao's change. The sensation of being suspended, neither here nor there, was excruciating. Lin Hao, hurry, please. Lin Hao did not respond, and a flicker of doubt crept into her mind as she opened her bleary eyes. Her foggy vision struggled to focus. Buzz. It felt as though her brain had been struck by a massive vessel. In an instant, everything went blank. What she beheld was not merely Lin Hao's handsome visage, but also the equally astonished, mortified, and bewildered countenance of another girl. Xiaowei, that face was so close that she could discern the reflection in her dilated pupils. A mirror of sheer shock, so near that she could feel the tumultuous, heated breath of the other. It was as if her most hidden and audacious demeanor was laid bare under the glaring spotlight. A brief, piercing scream erupted instinctively from Su Qiyue's throat. Yet, this cry barely escaped a single syllable before being silenced by a pair of unusually steady and powerful hands, which covered her mouth with precision and coldness. Hush! His breath brushed against her damp temples, imbued with a cruel tenderness. Be quiet. You wouldn't want the entire crew of the Galaxy to know, would you? Chapter 76, Set Sail Island, 3 Island Blossoms. The following day, in the dining hall, sunlight streamed through the porthole, casting a warm glow upon the dining table. While the atmosphere felt subtly charged, the diners bowed their heads, the sound of chewing resonating distinctly. Lin Hao set down his cutlery, cleared his throat, and with a booming voice shattered the silence. Ahem, dear friends, all eyes swiftly turned to him. I wish to express my gratitude for everyone's diligent efforts during this time. I hereby announce that, effective today, the standard meal will be upgraded to version 1.5. Each standard meal will now include 3 additional soul-cleansing pills. Hooray! Thank you, Captain. The ambience at the table immediately transformed into a lively celebration. Who could deny the value of the soul-cleansing pills? This was nothing short of a tremendous boon. Mooching In's cheeks flushed slightly as she timidly murmured, Captain, it seems I haven't contributed anything. You keep increasing my salary, and I feel quite embarrassed. Su Qiya and Shi Xiaorui instinctively glanced at one another. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, both felt as if jolted by an electric current, hastily averting their gazes. Su Qiya raised her cup to mask her discomfort, while Shi Xiaorui buried her head lower, her ears visibly reddening. A subtle smile tugged at Lin Hao's lips as he discreetly surveyed the two, pondering, of course, you haven't done anything. That is because someone else bears the burden for you. The taste of the sandwich was exquisite. After breakfast, he ascended to the lookout tower. The distance to where Feng Xiaoxiao was located was less than 3 nautical miles. The number of vessels in the surrounding waters had noticeably increased, with various ships scattered across the sea. Before long, a sizable island came into view, roughly the size of 4 football fields. Even more captivating was the sight upon the island. Rows of wooden houses stood in neat alignment, clearly not the work of haphazard construction. It was evident that this island possessed craftsmanship akin to divine carpentry, if not superior. Stay aboard the ship. I shall venture onto the island. Lin Hao instructed the women, his tone steady and confident. Last night, he had bestowed 1,000 body refinement pills upon Su Qiya and Shi Xiaorui, coupled with 4 fiercely powerful AKs for protection, sufficient to deter any nefarious intent. Captain, a cold voice cut through the air, belonging to Xiang Chutan, her eyes seemingly piercing through the void as they scrutinized the sea. Ahead lies a treacherous reef, with sharp wooden stakes set beneath the water. The galaxy cannot approach any closer. Lin Hao nodded, recalling Su Qiya's mention of Xiang Chutian's extraordinary gift of perception, enabling her to see what others could not. Without hesitation, he retrieved a level 1 wooden raft from his spatial storage and cast it into the sea. With a graceful leap, he boarded the raft and began paddling towards the island. Upon setting foot on solid ground, 2 long spears crossed in front of him. Halt! Who are you? Are you here to seek refuge at Set Sail Island? The guards scrutinized him with caution, their tone rigid. Lin Hao did not even lift his eyelids, directly stating, I'm looking for someone. Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao. The guards exchanged glances, a flicker of intrigue passing between them. One of them swiftly contacted their superior through a private message. The winds howled, yet Feng Xiaoxiao remained one of the 3 esteemed island flowers favored by the island lord. Not someone one could encounter at will. Soon, a response arrived. The guard's expression hardened, exuding an air of undeniable authority. I regret to inform you, but the Vice-Island Lord has decreed that you cannot meet her. Please leave. Lin Hao's gaze remained tranquil and unperturbed. In a swift motion, he glided past the spear, making his way toward the cluster of buildings. Stop him! The guards exclaimed in alarm, thrusting their spears forward. Yet before they could react, it felt as if they were struck by a battering ram. Puff! Ugh! 2 guards flew back like ragdolls, crashing heavily onto the beach, utterly bewildered by the speed of their assailant. This spectacle stunned all onlookers. The previously restless crowd fell silent, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded Lin Hao. This individual, his strength is unfathomable. They could only hastily report to their superiors. Within the island, in a wooden cabin, the Vice-Island Lord, Ji Buoxiao, reveled in the unrestrained thrill of power. In this world, with a strong prey upon the weak, he found his paradise. His S-rank talent, the earth-breaking bear, bestowed upon him unimaginable wealth and power, and women were at his beck and call. The island lord had promised that, aside from the 3 exalted island flowers, he could choose any woman from the island. Damn, to savor the allure of those 3 beauties. As Ji Boxiao indulged in fantasies of conquest, a private message notification rang out incessantly, like a death knell. Vice Island Lord, this is bad. Someone has forcefully breached the Chi Hang Island. Their target is Feng Xiao. Our men were defeated in a single move. Their strength is terrifying. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. Ji Boxiao's excitement was abruptly extinguished, and he cursed, hastily concluding his reverie. When he arrived at the scene, he found Lin Hao unfazed, as if strolling through his own backyard, moving deeper into the island. That composed demeanor sent a chill down Ji Boxiao's spine. To act with such arrogance, he must possess some formidable backing. Suppressing his fury, Ji Boxiao forced a fa ade of congeniality and approached briskly. My friend, I sincerely apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. My subordinates failed to recognize your stature. Chihang Island is newly established, and we are still refining our management. Please bear with us. Lin Hao remained unresponsive, his pace unbroken. A flicker of malice crossed Ji Boxiao's eyes, yet he maintained a smile, extending an olive branch. Your prowess is remarkable. We at Chihang Island are currently seeking talent, and we would be honored to have you join us. The benefits on the island will surely entice you. Wealth, power, women. As long as you are strong enough, the island lord can fulfill your desires. He deliberately emphasized the word women, laden with implication. Lin Hao continued to be silent, as if he were surrounded by nothing more than buzzing flies. Ji Boxiao clenched his teeth, launching a heavy bombshell. You may not yet be aware of our island lord's might. His talent is land reclamation. He spread his arms wide, gesturing toward the vast land beneath them, pride saturating his tone. Do you see? This was once merely a reef. In just a few days, under the island lord's prowess, it has transformed into what you see now. Is it not awe-inspiring? Land reclamation? Lin Hao paused for a moment, surveying his surroundings. Is this land beneath our feet the creation of your island lord? Indeed, Ji Boxiao stood tall, exuding an air of pride, as if this glory belonged solely to him. Such is the might of the island lord. What say you? Are you tempted to join us now? As he spoke, he casually placed his hand on Lin Hao's shoulder, subtly applying pressure with his fingers. Yet, Lin Hao did not flinch. His shoulder merely twitched slightly. Ji Boxiao let out a muffled grunt, his expression shifting dramatically. He felt as though his palm rested upon a slab of steel vibrating at high velocity. A formidable and overwhelming force reverberated through his arm, leaving it numb and aching to the brink of losing sensation. Ji Boxiao's eyes brimmed with incredulity and astonishment. He was a formidable being with a physique score of 500, augmented by an S-grade talent. Yet, this individual before him had merely shrugged his shoulder, leaving Ji Boxiao at a disadvantage. Cold sweat drenched his back. Friend, please hold on. I shall summon the island lord to greet you. No longer daring to obstruct or test, his tone shifted to one of deference as he retreated, hastily sending a private message. Chapter 77. The Fluctuating Attitude. A thought that provokes laughter at the heart of Chiming Island. A bustling scene unfolded as people came and went. The gaze of onlookers was irresistibly drawn to the three women atop the platform. Feng Xiao, with her vibrant, flowing hair reminiscent of shimmering rainbows, was skillfully using her hair as a brush to sketch architectural outlines on the blueprint. Her innate design talent could be regarded as the very soul of the island's architectural ensemble. Beside her stood a pair of nearly identical twins, Xiao Ning and Xiao Meng, each exuding a slightly different aura. Xiao Ning, calm and focused, adeptly employed wood manipulation to transform rough timber into exquisite components. Xiao Meng, with her lively eyes, utilized steel manipulation to forge sturdy connectors from molten steel. The trio moved in perfect harmony, collectively constructing the very framework of the island. Amidst these three radiant figures, the island's creator and master, Dong Xiaotian, busily attended to their needs, serving tea and displaying great attentiveness. Xiao, take a break and try on this tassel shawl. It complements your elegance beautifully. Xiao Ning, savor this freshly brewed coffee to invigorate you. Xiao Meng, thank you for your hard work. Please accept this body-tempering elixir as a token of my appreciation. The three women responded with polite smiles. Observing their blooming expressions, Dong Xiaotian felt a surge of delight, plotting how to win over each of these island beauties. Suddenly, a series of urgent private message notifications shattered Dong Xiaotian's idyllic reverie. Frowning, he opened the message from Ji Buoxiao, who conveyed her alarm. Master of the island. A formidable opponent has arrived, demanding to see Feng Xiao. I am no match for them. Dong Xiaotian's pupils constricted sharply. He was well aware of Ji Buoxiao's prowess. She was second only to him on the island. If she deemed the newcomer a threat, who could they possibly be? An icy chill slithered up his spine. His mind raced. Yet his expression quickly morphed into one of concern as he addressed the three women. Xiao Ning, Xiao Meng, quickly, retreat to the hidden chamber. A sinister and powerful individual has arrived with unknown intentions. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ning and Xiao Meng immediately set aside their tasks, exchanging a knowing glance without further inquiry, and swiftly slipped into an inconspicuous secret door. Feng Xiao looked up in astonishment. What about me? You must come with me. Dong Xiaotian's demeanor was grave. The individual had specifically requested to meet you. Who is it? Feng Xiao questioned, her mind swirling with confusion. How should I know? Have you recently contacted anyone you shouldn't have? Dong Xiaotian's tone carried a subtle hint of impatience. Feng Xiao hurriedly opened her friend list, and, upon seeing Lin Hao's name and location, realization dawned upon her. It's him, the big shot who sold me the blanket. I intended to establish a long-term partnership with him, but then I encountered your fleet. After arriving on the island, I became so busy that I completely forgot about it. Dong Xiaotian's expression shifted, revealing a blend of uncertainty and contemplation. A blanket merchant? It seemed merely a transactional relationship. Yet, the fact that this individual had brazenly demanded to meet was surely no trivial matter. Listen, Xiao, Dong Xiaotian lowered his voice, infusing it with reassurance and persuasion. Since there has been a prior transaction, it is likely there are no deep-seated grievances. Just follow my lead. We shall meet him and aim for a peaceful resolution. As the two individuals stepped out the door, they spotted Lin Hao strolling leisurely towards them. Feng Xiao was momentarily taken aback, for his appearance and demeanor surpassed even that of Dong Xiaotian. However, her heart was filled with deeper doubts. Why would he specifically seek her out after just one transaction? Hello, Feng Xiao. I am here to invite you to join my fleet, the Galaxy, Lin Hao stated directly. Dong Xiaotian stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Feng Xiao. Greetings, my friend. I am Dong Xiaotian, the master of Qiming Island. I have heard of you from Xiao. It seems you are not well acquainted. What brings you from afar to extend this invitation? Lin Hao shrugged casually. I am in the process of assembling a fleet composed of elite women, and I find Feng Xiao's abilities quite compelling. A heavy sensation settled in Dong Xiaotian's heart. The directness of Lin Hao suggested he was confident and unyielding. Suppressing his anger, he turned to Feng Xiao, adopting a deliberately gentle and respectful tone. Xiao, you see, this esteemed individual has come to invite you. Such matters should always be mutually desired. I, Dong Xiaotian, respect your decision. Do you wish to accompany him? Qiming Island will always be your home, and you are welcome to return at any time. Feng Xiao displayed a moment of hesitation. Lin Hao had indeed assisted her in the past, yet Dong Xiaotian had provided her with protection and space to showcase her talents. This kindness weighed more heavily. She parted her lips, her gaze wavering between the two men, and ultimately turned to Lin Hao with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry. The island master has shown me kindness. Without him, I might not be here today. I cannot be ungrateful, so I cannot go with you. Lin Hao maintained a serene smile, yet his eyes suddenly sharpened. I regret to inform you, should you decline my invitation, I will be compelled to employ certain necessary measures. You. Feng Xiao's face turned ashen in an instant. Enough. Dong Xiaotian's countenance darkened, and a formidable wave of energy surged around him. An invisible force radiated from his center, causing the onlooking islanders to recoil in shock, stumbling back in dismay. Do you truly believe me to be a soft target? Dong Xiaotian bellowed, attempting to overwhelm Lin Hao with his imposing presence. However, The suffocating pressure that would incapacitate an ordinary person felt merely like a gentle breeze to Lin Hao. Indeed, Lin Hao nodded slightly, his gaze laced with a hint of amusement. With an attribute nearing 1,000 points, it was a pity. It still fell short. Dong Xiaoyan's heart trembled. Not only had Lin Hao seen through his strength at a glance, but he remained unyielding even under the full force of his aura. The nonchalant demeanor he exuded rendered the courage Dong Xiaotian had just mustered to vanish in an instant. His life, filled with indulgence and control, was exceedingly comfortable. Was it worthwhile to oppose a person of such unfathomable strength over a woman? Absolutely not. Life was singular, and a woman could always be found anew. In the blink of an eye, the fury etched on Dong Xiaoyan's face vanished like magic, replaced by an expression of sincere and even somewhat obsequious delight. A misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. If you had mentioned that you genuinely valued Xiao Xiao's talents, a gentleman does not seize what others cherish, but rather should aid in the flourishing of others. With a talent like Xiao Xiao's, following a strong individual like you, her future is undoubtedly boundless. As he spoke, he graciously stepped aside, gesturing magnanimously towards Feng Xiao. Xiao Xiao, since the esteemed individual has extended such a sincere invitation, you need not hesitate to accompany him. I, Dong Xiaotian, shall not stand in your way. Qiming Island will eternally remember your contributions. Feng Xiao's gaze became vacant, her thoughts adrift in the wind. She observed Dong Xiaoyan's earlier arrogance transformed into an eagerness to send her away, reflecting on the meticulous care and esteem he had shown her in recent days. A wave of nausea surged within her, akin to a tumultuous sea. It became evident that his attentiveness was merely a fade, aimed at exploiting her abilities, treating her as a valuable collectible. And once confronted with a more formidable predator, this prized possession could be discarded without a second thought. What gratitude, what respect, before absolute power. All seemed so utterly trivial and absurd. She was merely transferred from one exquisite cage to another, destined for a more powerful owner. The overwhelming humiliation and the profound sorrow of being utterly objectified engulfed her in an instant. A sharp pang struck her nose, and hot tears swirled within her eyes. She bit down hard on her lower lip to prevent them from spilling. Chapter 78. The Emperor's Performance. Dong Xiaotian now. Are you willing to accompany me? Lin Hao gazed at Feng Xiao, his tone unremarkable. With his objective achieved, he felt no inclination to take further action. Feng Xiao looked into Lin Hao's unfathomable eyes, then cast a glance at the smiling Dong Xiaotian beside her, her lips curling into a bitter smile. Do I have a choice? Like a soulless puppet. She numbly approached Lin Hao. Friend, Dong Xiaotian beamed, his countenance imbued with a hint of flattery. Shall we be friends? Let's keep in touch. Aren't you in search of talented beauties? This is my forte. I can keep an eye out for you. Since you've come to Qihang Island, why not take a stroll? If you fancy any beauty, just let me know, and I will arrange everything. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Lin Hao was taken aback by Dong Xiaoyan's unabashed sycophancy. This man was indeed versatile and resourceful. With the island master being so hospitable, Lin Hao smiled slightly. Then, I shall not be polite. I trust you will not regret it later. Of course not. It would be my honor, Dong Xiaotian assured, his smile radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. To befriend a person of your caliber is a privilege for both me and Qiming Island. Choose whomever you desire, and take her away. Yet internally, he could not suppress a mocking laugh, relieved that he had cleverly hidden Qiao Ning and Xiao Meng in the secret chamber beforehand. As long as this pair of twin sisters remained undiscovered, what harm was there in sending away Feng Xiao? Though Feng Xiao possessed commendable talents as a designer master, the abilities of Qiao Ning and Xiao Meng were the very essence of architectural creation. Moreover, the beauty and elegance of the twins were incomparable to Feng Xiao's. It was a pity that he had not acted against Feng Xiao sooner. Lin Hao strolled casually around the island, with Dong Xiaotian closely following. Intriguingly, both of them emitted spiritual fluctuations, one positive and one negative, which effectively neutralized each other, rendering even the keenest senses ineffective. After a round of exploration, Lin Hao had not encountered any other suitable beauties apart from Feng Xiao, prompting a flicker of doubt. He inquired of Dong Xiaotian, island master, who constructed the houses on this island. I seem to have not seen anyone with relevant abilities. Dong Xiaotian's heart sank. He had momentarily forgotten this detail in his haste. His mind raced, and he quickly responded, this was a deal I struck with two other magnates. I purchased prefabricated components from them, which were then assembled by my subordinates. Lin Hao nodded, not delving further. After all, Liu Changban, a skilled carpenter under Liu Jin, possessed a similar talent, and there must be others like him. I think I shall end my visit here. I'll be taking Feng Xiao with me, if you don't mind. Shall we not take another look? The bar owner from earlier still exudes charm. Not at all. Thank you for your kindness, island master. Lin Hao concluded, gesturing for Feng Xiao to follow. Do visit often. Qiming Island warmly welcomes your esteemed presence at any time. Dong Xiaotian waved goodbye with enthusiasm, exhaling a long sigh of relief only after Lin Hao and Feng Xiao boarded the small raft, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Lin Hao exerted immense pressure upon him. His prowess was undoubtedly superior, and by no small margin, though he could not precisely discern it. The suffocating sensation was unmistakably clear. The opponent must have consumed an astonishing quantity of mirror-breaking pills. Such items could only be obtained by slaying elite lizardmen, making them exceedingly rare and virtually non-existent in the market. How had this individual managed to acquire them? Dong Xiaotian could not fathom it and was reluctant to dwell on it further. As long as Qiao Ning and Xiao Meng remained safe and sound, that would constitute the greatest victory. Dong Xiaotian returned to the central hall, his demeanor fluctuating between gloom and determination. After a moment of contemplation, a glint of ruthlessness and calculation flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, he raised his hand, summoned a measure of strength, and struck his chest with force. A spurt of blood splattered onto the ground. He then staggered towards the hidden door, stumbling into the passageway. His corridor twisted and turned, descending into the depths of the underground fortress he had meticulously constructed. The heavy gates opened sequentially, their intricate mechanisms known only to him and the three island blossoms. At last, when he managed to unveil the final massive stone door, he collapsed heavily onto the ground, his face a ghastly pallor. The Qiao sisters, concealed within the fortress, were startled by the sudden commotion. Upon recognizing Dong Xiaotian, their faces drained of color as they rushed forward. Island Master, what has happened? Oh my goodness, you were injured? Who did this? Dong Xiaotian struggled to lift his head, his gaze unfocused, as though he had expended every ounce of energy merely to fixate on the sisters' faces. He coughed violently a few times, fresh blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his voice frail and hoarse. I am fine, not dead yet. He grappled to rise, but weakly sank back down, the agony evident on his features. It's all my fault. I'm so useless. His eyes brimmed with self-reproach and anguish. Xiao has been forcibly taken by that intruder. I exerted all my strength, but could not stop him. What? Sister Xiao has been abducted? The more impulsive Qiao Meng's face was a canvas of shock and fury. What on earth happened? Qiao Ning, comparatively composed, discreetly sent a private message to Feng Xiao, inquiring about the situation. Dong Xiaotian painfully closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them again, his gaze filled with indignation and helplessness toward this world. What else could it be? In this brutal realm of the survival of the fittest, being beautiful is itself a transgression. That demon, relying on his overwhelming strength, specifically targeted Xiao. I intended to protect her with my life, but I was simply outmatched. How many like me, who genuinely wish to safeguard you, who cherish you, can there be? Yet, I remain too feeble. Dong Xiaotian's heartfelt performance struck the sisters like a heavy hammer, overwhelming their hearts with immense fear and a shared sense of righteous indignation. Having relied on one another since childhood, and with Feng Xiao's care for them after her arrival on the island, the three shared a bond akin to that of sisters. Today, Sister Xiao has fallen victim to such treachery, and the island master in his attempt to protect her, has suffered grave injuries. That scoundrel! Where is he? I shall end his life. Xiao Ming's eyes burned crimson, tears welling in her gaze. A surge of uncontrollable, violent energy emanated from her, causing the metallic components around her to levitate and resonate with a low hum. Ming, calm down. Xiao Ning, stifling her sorrow and fear, desperately grasped her impulsive sister. She understood more than her sister the terrifying strength of the one who could injure the island master and forcibly abduct Sister Xiao Xiao. Charging forward would be akin to hurling an egg against a stone. She turned to Dong Xiaotian, her voice trembling with a hint of despair. Island master, what? What should we do? Will Sister Xiao Xiao be in danger? At that moment, Feng Xiao Xiao finally responded to her message. The island master is injured? I had no idea. Lin Hao did not lay a hand on him at all. Chapter 79. A Heroic Rescue. Are you not departed? Lin Hao did not board the Galaxy, but halted not far from the vessel. He called out to the ship, Xiang Chutian, come down. Xiang Chutian gracefully leaped onto the small raft, asking, Captain, what is the matter? There was an unsettling feeling. The island master's attentiveness was excessively overbearing. Lin Hao turned to Feng Xiao Xiao, who appeared anxious, his gaze piercing. Do you know something you haven't told me? Feng Xiao Xiao's heart tightened. Ever since Lin Hao had been wandering the island, she had been under considerable strain. Dong Xiaotian had hidden Xiao Ning and Xiao Ming in a secret chamber, evidently wishing to keep them from Lin Hao's discovery. Coupled with his duplicitous demeanor, Feng Xiao Xiao's trust in him had long since crumbled. Yet, she felt equally unfamiliar with Lin Hao, leaving her uncertain about revealing the existence of the twin sisters. Upon observing her reaction, Lin Hao immediately confirmed his suspicions. Although Dong Xiaotian claimed to be casual, he had been using his mental prowess to suppress Lin Hao's perception, clearly indicating his guilt. This only piqued Lin Hao's interest further. With a vigorous stroke of his paddle, the small raft returned to shore. He tossed a small pouch to Xiang Chutian, containing 100 body-refining pills. Help me uncover what secrets this island conceals. Xiang Chutian was overjoyed. The sight of a standard meal for the lookout was already a delight, and this 100 body-refining pills felt like a windfall. Her choice had indeed been wise. Leave it to me, Captain. She focused her gaze across the island, her eyes brightening. Beneath the surface lay a cleverly designed fortress, housing two stunning beauties. It seemed they were in a bit of trouble, with a man harboring malevolent intentions. Indeed, there was treachery afoot. Lin Hao felt a surge of energy as he quickly located the hidden entrance to the fortress, following Xiang Chutian's guidance. However, the stone door's mechanism was rather intricate. It seemed unlikely that, before Xiang Chutian could even finish her thought, Lin Hao pressed a hand against the heavy stone door, his arm muscles tensing. Boom! The sophisticated mechanism crumbled under the weight of his sheer strength. The stone door bursting open with a resounding thud. Feng Xiao Xiao was utterly astonished. The strength Lin Hao exhibited surpassed her imagination. Instinctively, she opened her system panel, intending to convey this news to Xiao Ning and Xiao Ming, urging them not to struggle unnecessarily. Yet, she discovered that Xiao Ning had already sent her a private message moments before. Sister Xiao Xiao, are you all right? How could the island master be so severely injured? The island master is injured? Feng Xiao Xiao felt as though struck by lightning, hastily replying, the island master is injured? I had no idea. Lin, how didn't he even lay a hand on him? Buzz. Xiao Ning's mind went blank. She suddenly lifted her head, fixating on Dong Xiaotian, who leaned against the wall. Blood at his lips, his breath feeble. Island master, you. Xiao Ning's voice rose in shock, laced with sharp inquiry. Sister Xiao Xiao said. She said you weren't injured at all. Lin Hao never touched you. What in the world is happening? The pain etched on Dong Xiaotian's face froze instantaneously. A flicker of undeniable panic crossed his eyes. He had never anticipated that Xiao Ning would remain so composed, seeking confirmation from Feng Xiao Xiao. Least of all did he expect her to confront him directly. Ning, stay calm. Dong Xiaotian feigned calmness, maintaining a feeble tone, yet his urgency betrayed him. Xiao. She must have been manipulated by Lin Hao. His strength is formidable, and he undoubtedly possesses mental control techniques. Her words cannot be trusted. This is a scheme to sow discord. He seeks to incite us against one another, seizing the opportunity to return and capture you. Mental control? Xiaoning's gaze was sharp as a blade. This explanation struck her as feeble and contrived. I will initiate a video call with Sister Xiao immediately. With that, her finger unhesitatingly pressed the video call button. Stop. Absolutely not. Dong Xiaotian erupted like a snake whose tail had been stepped on, instantly shedding any semblance of injury. His hand shot out like lightning, fingers curled like claws, fiercely grasping Xiaoning's wrist. Ning, are you out of your mind? The video call will reveal our location. Do you wish to lead that monster into our fortress to doom us all? His grip was swift and ruthless, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Xiaoning was caught off guard, her wrist held fast in a vice-like grip, excruciating pain searing through her. Gazing into Dong Xiaotian's twisted face, contorted by rage, and feeling the overwhelming strength in his grasp, the last remnant of her hope shattered utterly. He is acting. The intent is unmistakable. Release my sister. Xiaoming finally regained her senses. The instinct to protect her sister overshadowed all else. Fury blazed in her eyes. Steel bindings. With a fierce shout, her powers ignited. The metallic components around her twisted and morphed like living creatures, transforming into several menacing metallic serpents that darted toward Dong Xiaotian's body with lightning speed. Overestimating yourselves. Dong Xiaotian completely shed his fade. Malice and brutality replaced the guise of weakness, his eyes filled with fury and disdain. Break for me. With a thunderous roar, nearly 1,000 points of physical prowess erupted. A tempestuous wave of energy surged forth. Crack, crack, crack. The resilient metal, capable of restraining the strong, crumbled like rotting wood under Dong Xiaotian's brute force, shattering into fragments. The shattered metallic shards shot out, embedding deeply into the walls. You refused to heed the warning. Dong Xiaotian broke free from his restraints, eyes glinting with ferocity, and swiftly struck Xiaoning with a resounding slap. Have I not been good enough to you? Must you force my hand? The wind from his hand howled. Xiaoning's face drained of color, unable to evade, and she hopelessly shut her eyes. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap resonated. Yet, the anticipated agony did not arrive. Xiaoning felt a gentle force pushing her backward, narrowly avoiding the blow. She opened her eyes in astonishment. Before her stood Dong Xiaotian's arm, firmly held in place by a long, powerful hand, like a pair of iron pincers welded in place. No matter how Dong Xiaotian struggled, it remained unyielding. The sinister smile on Dong Xiaotian's face froze instantly, morphing into sheer horror. He abruptly turned his head. Lin Hao appeared at his side like a specter, casually resting a hand upon his wrist. A hint of playful mockery in his cold smile, his gaze icy as steel. TSK, Dong Island Master. Lin Hao's voice was unervingly calm. After being fervently enthusiastic about sending a beauty my way, you then turn against your own island flower? This remarkable ability to change faces is truly astonishing. Behind him, the wind howled anxiously as Feng Xiao rushed towards the two terrified sisters. Ning, Meng, are you all right? Dong Xiaotian is deceiving you. Inside the underground fortress, the air seemed to freeze. Dong Xiaotian met Lin Hao's unfathomable gaze, feeling an unyielding force akin to a mountain at his wrist. A chilling dread suddenly enveloped him from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. In a moment of desperation, he plastered an excessively obsequious smile across his face, speaking rapidly in defense. Boss, it's a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. I assure you, my intentions are pure. I was merely advising them to recognize the situation and follow you promptly. They stubbornly refused to heed my counsel, forcing me to take action to educate them. You arrived just in time. Please take them away. It would be their fortune to accompany you. The rapidity of his transformation and the shamelessness of his words left Feng Xiao and the Qiao sisters dumbfounded, a wave of nausea washing over them. Xiaoning trembled with rage, on the verge of exposing his deceit when, crack, a jarring sound abruptly interrupted everyone's thoughts. Lin Hao had, unbeknownst to them, seized Dong Xiaotian by the neck. With a mere shift of his fingers, Dong Xiaotian's neck contorted at an unnatural angle. "Oh, my apologies," Lin Hao exclaimed innocently. "I was so disgusted by you that I momentarily lost control of my strength." "You're not dead, are you?" Dong Xiaotian's eyes bulged, his face frozen in a mask of ingratiating smiles and sheer horror. Until his last breath, he could not fathom why, despite being as humble as dust, he could not secure even a sliver of hope for survival. Chapter 80. Ambiguity in the corridor. Lin Hao carelessly discarded the corpse, producing a dull thud. The entire underground fortress descended into an eerie silence. Feng Xiaoxiao instinctively covered her mouth, a tumultuous churn in her stomach, her complexion as pale as parchment. In the depths of her pupils swirled an indescribable complexity of emotions. Shock at Dong Xiaotian's fa being torn asunder, profound fear of Lin Hao's ruthless methods, and deeper still, a sorrowful lament of weakness, a sense of helplessness in the face of destiny. Xiao Ming reacted most intensely, first trembling in shock, her eyes wide with sheer astonishment, only to be swiftly followed by a rising thrill of vengeance fulfilled. "Serve him right. Good riddance. For deceiving us. For harming my sister. Bah." She impulsively considered kicking the lifeless body in frustration, but was firmly restrained by her sister beside her. Xiao Ning appeared relatively calm, yet her internal turmoil was no less than that of her sister. She was deeply shaken by Lin Hao's callous disregard for life. A chill coursed down her spine, her limbs growing somewhat numb. She clutched her sister's wrist tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain, both to prevent her sister's impulsive actions and to seek a semblance of support. Dong Xiaotian's demise alleviated the immediate threat before them. Yet it also signified their subjugation to a more formidable power. Was their future one of fortune or calamity? The vast unknown stirred a tempest within her otherwise serene visage. Forcing herself to remain composed, she cast a complex gaze over Lin Hao's unnaturally calm face, then back to Dong Xiaotian's lifeless form. Ultimately, it culminated in a barely audible sigh, imbued with the exhaustion of surviving a catastrophe and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. Xiang Chutian witnessed the entire scene, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. A duplicitous character like Dong Xiaotian, with nefarious intentions, was indeed a bane. His elimination was well-deserved. For Lin Hao, it was merely an inconsequential act. His curiosity lay in discovering what resources Feng Xiaoxiao and the sister duo would unlock. The prospect of unlocking 3 at once was tantalizing. "Let us depart for the galaxy," he remarked nonchalantly. Feng Xiaoxiao and the sister duo followed suit, silently exiting the underground fortress. Just as Xiang Chutian was about to leave, she suddenly furrowed her brow, her lavender eyes scanning the surroundings. This unusual behavior piqued Lin Hao's interest. He halted, turning slightly to inquire, "What is it?" Xiang Chutian scanned the area several times, the sharpness in her gaze gradually softening, replaced by a hint of confusion. She gently shook her head. "It's nothing. Perhaps I was seeing things. Let's go." Lin Hao acknowledged, leading the way forward. Xiang Chutian hurried to catch up, her gaze lingering on the man's tall, pine-like silhouette, an indescribable flutter quietly blossoming within her. This impulse propelled her to act almost instinctively, extending her hand to tentatively loop it around the man's solid arm. The warmth and resilience felt at the crook of his arm caused Lin Hao to momentarily pause, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Without turning back, he merely raised his arm slightly, drawing her closer to his side. Following this, his palm naturally glided down, enveloping the exquisite curve where her waist met her pert posterior. Through the delicate fabric, the supple form of her waist and the burgeoning contour of her hips were distinctly discernible. The moment his hand made contact, Xiang Chutian's body involuntarily tensed, akin to a startled string on a musical instrument. Yet, this stiffness was fleeting. Her arm not only remained in place, but tightened further, her slender fingers even unconsciously pressing against him. This almost provocative response ignited a flame in Lin Hao's eyes. His interest peaked. He allowed his hand to descend further, completely covering the taut and astonishingly elastic curve of her backside. The sensation was exquisite. Though not as perfectly firm as Xia Yingluo's, it triumphed in its fullness. The touch reminiscent of the finest gelatin, springy beyond belief. With a mix of appraisal and possessiveness, his fingers gently curled, savoring that intoxicating elasticity. This time, Xiang Chutian's rigidity lasted noticeably longer. His searing palm felt electric, leaving her cheeks flushed like a sunset. Yet, her inherent stubbornness was thoroughly ignited by this bold invasion. With a mindset of mutual capability, she defiantly pressed against the powerful muscles of the man. Lin Hao barely suppressed a laugh. This woman was utterly adorable. His playful spirit surged. Xiang Chutian felt as though she had been electrified, biting her lip fiercely to stifle a sound. Yet, her entire being blushed from head to toe like a boiled shrimp. Embarrassed and furious, she retaliated with all her might, fiercely grasping the man's muscular rear. However, her grip felt as though it had latched on a tempered steel. The taut muscles remained unmoving, sending a jolt through her delicate hand. Very well. Is this how we're playing? Lin Hao's amusement deepened, with a hint of mischief. His wicked hand not only stayed in place, but skillfully slid along her curves. You scoundrel! This transgression of boundaries made Xiang Chutian leap in place, utterly incensed. She exerted all her strength to push him away, her small fist raining down like raindrops on his rippling arm. Immediately after, she dashed towards the end of the passage, not daring to look back. The trio of girls watched the flustered girl rush by, bewildered by the unfolding events, and turned their gazes to Lin Hao, who appeared completely unfazed. As if nothing had transpired, each person harbored their own thoughts as they exited the passage, making their way toward the island's edge. Along the way, the islanders kept their distance, even moderating their breaths, until that heart-stopping presence had vanished from the coastline. Inside the underground fortress, a profound silence reigned, the air thick with the scent of congealed blood. Suddenly, a viscous shadow, as dark as ink, silently seeped from the ground. Damn, that was close. Almost got caught. The shadow murmured, wiping non-existent sweat from its brow. Then, its gaze greedily fixed on Dong Xiaoyin's corpse. Heh. At long last, I have encountered a formidable body, reclaiming land to create islands. This is a talent capable of forging a maritime kingdom. Truly, heaven is aiding me. The shadow hesitated no longer, transforming into delicate streams of light that penetrated the lifeless body of Dong Xiaotian. In the next moment, Dong Xiaotian abruptly opened his eyes, deep within his pupils flickering an enigmatic glow. He gasped. Dong Xiaotian awkwardly rose from the ground, utilizing both hands and feet. He stumbled about aimlessly, turning and moving in an ungainly and bizarre manner. Gradually, that peculiar posture began to consolidate, and his movements became more fluid. Yet, as he lowered his gaze, he was astonished to behold his own backside. Alas, this wretched vessel requires my own calibration. An unfamiliar voice emanated from Dong Xiaoyin's throat. With an impassive expression, he extended his hands to cradle his misaligned head, resolutely applying force to snap it back into place. A sharp, nauseating crack resonated clearly within the fortress. His head was forcibly realigned, and he began to sway his neck from side to side, producing a light clicking sound, as if verifying its proper installation. Once assured of its correctness, an uncontrollable surge of ecstasy and a domineering aura erupted forth. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entirety of the world. Ha ha ha! O imprisoned soul of Yinfu! After lying in wait for so long, you are finally poised to soar, with the power of resurrection in hand. Who in this accursed sea can stand in my way? From this day forth, I shall reign as the master of the starting island, Dong. Xiao Tian, Chapter 81. I adore my stinky little brother. Ding. Congratulations on recruiting the enchanting Feng Xiao. Unlocking exclusive binding effect. Banana supply, mythical level. Banana supply, mythical level automatically acquire 1 seedless banana per second, stored in infinite space. Ding. Congratulations on recruiting the charming Xiao Ning. Unlocking exclusive binding effect. Citrus supply, mythical level. Citrus supply, mythical level automatically acquire 1 seedless citrus per second, stored in infinite space. Ding. Congratulations on recruiting the delightful Xiao Ming. Unlocking exclusive binding effect. Sweet orange supply, mythical level. Sweet orange supply, mythical level automatically acquire 1 seedless sweet orange per second, stored in infinite space. Bananas, citrus, sweet oranges? Lin Hao gazed at the 3 newly appeared fresh fruits in the space, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Goodness, with vitamins A, B, and C, it seems we are destined to feast heartily. Allow me to introduce our new members, Feng Xiao Xiao, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Ming. Let us warmly welcome them into the family of the galactic ship. Welcome, welcome. Splendid. We now have more companions. Hello, Sister Xiao Xiao. Ning Ning and Ming Ming are so adorable. The ladies enthusiastically applauded, their faces radiating genuine smiles. The beauty and unique charm of the new members captivated their attention. Lin Hao's gaze swept across the stunning faces, each possessing an allure that ranged from seductive to innocent, and even heroic, filling his heart with an overwhelming sense of pride. Each of these women would have been a goddess of remarkable renown in his past life, yet they now gathered aboard his galactic ship. Such an achievement is beyond words. He cleared his throat and announced in a resonant voice, to celebrate the joining of our new members and to replenish the vitamins desperately needed by everyone, effective immediately. The standard meal will be upgraded to the luxurious version 1. 6. Each standard meal will now include 3 additional bananas, 3 oranges, and 3 sweet oranges. Wow! Mu Qinglin was the first to leap up, her excited little face flushed. Long live the captain. What work have we done to effortlessly receive this upgrade? I absolutely adore fruits. Feng Xiao Xiao and the others looked utterly bewildered. Standard meal? Upgrade? Fruits? Soon, their confusion was dispelled by the lavish meal that Tian Yu brought forth. As they gazed at the astonishingly abundant spread, their eyes widened in disbelief. Bread, milk, and sausage, eggs, coffee, and so many fresh fruits, body refinement pills, soul-cleansing pills. These are available every day. Indeed, Tian Yu nodded with a radiant smile, her eyes brimming with joy. As long as one is aboard the ship, they can receive such a standard meal daily. And those who hold positions or perform exceptionally will receive additional rewards. The 3 exchanged incredulous glances, each witnessing the spark of surprise reflected in the other's eyes. Their feelings of confusion and unease dissipated almost instantaneously. A singular thought erupted simultaneously in their minds. Staying aboard this vessel appears to be an exceptionally fine choice. Amidst the resounding cheers of the crowd, Lin Hao discreetly withdrew and slipped into the cockpit. Without hesitation, he gripped the helm with fervor, steering the grand vessel across the deep blue expanse of the sea, veering towards Yan Shi's direction. Simultaneously, his fingertips danced lightly over the control panel. Consumption, 10,000 units of timber, 10,000 units of steel, 200 units of rare metals, 200 units of plastic, 200 units of glass. The cruise ship is commencing upgrades. Estimated time, 3 hours. Just as he was about to turn away, a sudden, gentle warmth enveloped his waist. 2 slender yet strong arms, imbued with a familiar fragrance, wrapped around him tightly. There was no need to glance back. In this exclusive domain of the cockpit, who else could it be but Jiang Jinhua? The poise cultivated before the camera rendered her bolder and more assertive than the average girl. Once the barrier between them was broken, she approached Lin Hao as if drawn by a magnetic force. Lin Hao, do you need something? Her voice held a hint of anticipation, her breath brushing lightly against his back. Lin Hao placed his hand over hers, which rested across his waist. Yet he refrained from turning around. I'm studying the nautical charts. We'll soon be entering the fusion zone. Unless you take the helm and steer us clear of those lizard folk, I fear I might be preoccupied. Jiang Jinhua instantly understood, her cheeks flushing slightly. With a blend of playful reproach and determination, she promptly released her embrace. Rest assured, I'll handle the navigation. She swiftly maneuvered to occupy Lin Hao's previous position, her hands firmly grasping the helm, her gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. "I promise there will be no mishaps." "That's what you said," Lin Hao replied with a mischievous smile. Yet he took his time, lingering behind her. Under the sunlight, Jiang Jinyue's silhouette was adorned with a dazzling golden edge. Barefoot upon the deck, the light filtered through the delicate fabric, outlining the graceful contours of her long, straight legs. Lin Hao's gaze remained calm and intent, skillfully adjusting his angle of observation. The glaring sun hung at the convergence point, and in that moment he seemed to glimpse the very shape of light. The heat radiating from the sun, combined with the palpable gaze from behind, coursed through Jiang Jinyue's skin like a myriad of tiny currents. She gripped the helm tightly, her eyes locked onto the sea, as if she had become one with the vessel. Lin Hao slowly rose to his feet, his palm gently resting on his designated steering wheel. Instead of retreating shyly, Jiang Jinyue adjusted her stance, a deliberate movement that made her contours even more breathtaking, perfectly rounded, as if silently inviting him. Lin Hao chuckled softly, leisurely tracing circles. The minuscule currents instantly pierced through Jiang Jinyue's rationality. How annoying! Don't Lin Hao felt a surge of amusement. How splendidly she articulated that word. "If you're going to say it a bit more, bad brother," she nearly pleaded, her tone lingering enticingly. "Brother?" Lin Hao pressed his fingers down a fraction harder. "Isn't your brother Jiang Ran?" He's a good brother." Jiang Jinyue's voice was as delicate as a mosquito's whisper, laced with the embarrassment of being cornered. "You're a bad brother." "Oh." Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, inquiring which brother she preferred. "I don't like any." She bit her lip, as if throwing caution to the wind, and whispered defiantly, "I like." "Very well." Lin Hao feigned fury. "How dare you insult me?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, he raised his hand and brought it down with a swift slap. Jiang Jinyue was caught off guard. The helm jerked violently askew. The vessel emitted a disconcerting metallic groan, shaking violently for a moment. Lin Hao's hand was raised once more, claiming there would be no issues. "If this continues, I cannot feel assured." Jiang Jinyue bit her lip fiercely, desperately trying to steady the helm. Chapter 82. Charge. Masters. Traitors. Beneath the blazing sun, the sea boiled like a cauldron. The galaxy, akin to a ferocious beast, ruthlessly tore through the deep blue surface. The bow struck the cascading walls of waves, sending white foam soaring into the air. Boom! 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 Each impact resonated like thunder. The entire vessel quaked violently. The keel groaned deep within, as if the metallic giant were nearing its limit, gasping in pain. Navigation? A wild frenzy out of control. Hard to port. The ship tilted dramatically. Loose objects on deck screamed and slid. Sharp turn to starboard. The vessel drifted and swerved. Crew members were slammed against the bulkheads like bags of sand. Amidst the cries, their tightly fitted garments accentuated the mesmerizing contours of their forms. The engines roared. The propellers whirled madly. The hull surged forward. Inertia sent delicate figures crashing against each other, their thin garments clinging, revealing alluring silhouettes beneath. Suddenly, power faltered. The massive ship swayed in despair. Delicate bodies lost their balance, skirts fluttering like butterfly wings. In a fleeting glance, the curves beneath the snow-white fabric and top material were fully exposed. Chaos, dizziness, nausea. Several figures clung to the railing, retching with exhaustion, sweat soaking through sheer fabric, clinging to their waists and hips, tracing enticing waterlines. Yet, the horrifying reality emerged. Each uncontrolled maneuver brought the hull perilously close to the slime-covered lizard canoes. Each reckless dash precisely tore through the encircling bizarre wooden rafts. Each dangerous sway narrowly evaded the foul-smelling bone spears raining from above. 2 lizard vessels, caught off guard by the galaxy's sudden halt, collided with a thunderous crash, instantly disintegrating. Miraculously, they dodged. A bone spear grazed past the porthole. The captain's steering skills were remarkable. How was this accomplished? Shock was etched on their dizzy faces, their chests heaving from frantic breaths. This was not merely sailing. It was dancing on the edge of a knife. The surface seemed chaotic, yet every move was a calculated risk, a display of extraordinary skill. In that critical moment, hard to starboard, the hull tilted nearly 45 degrees. The deck erupted in gasps. The delicate figure pressed against the icy bulkhead, creating a breathtakingly voluptuous distortion. Boom! Like a colossal whale breaking free from shackles. The galaxy charged out of that chaotic sea of fusion. The violent turbulence ceased. The cacophony of noise fell silent. The ship regained its composure, the engine pulsing with a deep rhythm. The bow plowed through the gem-blue waves under the sunlight. Everyone collapsed like wilted flowers, their stomachs churning. Yet, their gazes were fixed on the cockpit, as if they could penetrate through the steel, catching a glimpse of the heart-stopping navigation behind the door. Jiang Jinhua felt her taut nerves and body relax in an instant. She melted like a scoop of ice cream, sliding down the cold helm to collapse on the floor. Her chest rose and fell violently, breaths quivering with the aftermath of the ordeal, revealing a hidden exhaustion. Lin Hao's lips curled slightly, his arm wrapping around her knee and back, effortlessly lifting this heap of softness. Her body was warm and pliable, imbued with the unique fragrance of intense exertion. He gently placed her on the narrow bed, his fingertips brushing against her damp neck, sweeping aside the strands of hair that clung to her flushed cheeks. Your steering skills are quite impressive. How could I compare to you? She buried her burning cheeks into the pillow, her voice muffled yet tinged with a playful pout. Attempting to curl up, the delicate fabric sank deeper, tracing the suffocating curves between her waist and thighs. The smooth skin of her back bore faint red marks, glimmering enticingly in the dim light, silently narrating the fervor that had just transpired. Lin Hao chuckled softly as he leaned closer, his warm breath deliberately brushing against her sensitive ear, causing her petite earlobe to redden instantly. What are you hiding from? His calloused fingers moved leisurely along the indentation of her spine, igniting a subtle tremor within her. Just moments ago, weren't you rather bold? He whispered against the nape of her neck, his breath scorching, daring her to scold him. Jiang Jinua's body stiffened abruptly, her head shook wildly against the pillow, emitting muffled whimpers as her toes curled in embarrassment. Blood rushed to her face. Deep within her, the lingering echoes of ecstasy made her weak at the knees. Lin Hao reveled in her conflicting display of audacity and shyness, gently pressing on her vulnerable side, eliciting a startled gasp from her. She sprang up as if electrified, finally revealing a pair of glistening, watery eyes that glared at him in feigned anger. You rogue. Don't touch. I'm exhausted. Exhausted? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, his fingertips insistently tracing circles in her waist. Mimicking her previous sultry tone, he murmured in a low, suggestive voice. Who was it just now that said to stop dawdling? Aren't you quite spirited? You. Shut up. Flustered. She attempted to escape, but was easily captured by her wrist and pressed against the pillow. The distance between them closed, their breaths intertwining once more in a heated embrace as the lingering warmth in the cabin reignited fervently. Ding. Yin-Yang Harmony Progress, 1220, talent level upgraded to D. Both parties have comprehended the skill. Yin Sha Yang Yin. Yin Sha Yang Yin. Summon cold. Sinister energy or blazing solar flames for attack. Effect based on physique and spirit. Jiang Jinhua is truly a treasure of a goddess. Lin Hao savored the lingering sensation of his fingertips, a smile curving his lips as he left the cockpit, intrigued. On his attribute panel, 3 skill icons appeared. Symbiosis. Yin Sha. Yang Yin. Unfortunately, they would be of little use. His sheer brute strength was enough to crush everything. He stepped onto the deck, which had already been tidied up. The next leg of their journey promised to be long and safe, with everyone seeking their own entertainment. Suddenly, Xia Yingluo approached like a timid kitten, her small hand nervously clutching the hem of his clothing. Her voice was low and sultry, a whisper like fragrant orchids. Lin Hao. I need to go. Today. Can we? Her eyes sparkled with an almost palpable allure, the torment of longing making each day unbearable. And at this moment, she yearned to pull him into a secluded corner. The teasing gazes around them? She cared not a whit. Lin Hao's heart fluttered, ready to nod in agreement. However, A lithe figure hurriedly interjected between them. It was Chu Shi, her anxious gestures directed at Lin Hao, her pretty face flushed crimson. Lin Hao and Xia Yingluo exchanged bewildered glances. Chu Shi quickly sent a private message. Could you come to my room? I have something very important to tell you. Lin Hao chuckled inwardly. If you have something to say, why not just send a private message? Do you want to learn real martial arts? You can teach me martial arts? Lin Hao replied in astonishment, typing furiously. Do you understand why my talent is recognized as that of a martial arts master rather than merely a skilled practitioner or grandmaster? It is because I possess the ability to impart wisdom and teach the art, cultivating true disciples. The title of martial arts master. True disciples. Lin Hao felt a jolt of realization. What man has not harbored the dream of wandering the world as a chivalrous hero? In that instant, he made a resolute decision. Yingluo, I have an urgent matter. I need to converse with Chu Shi. What? Xia Yingluo felt as if struck by lightning, exclaiming, what could you possibly have to discuss with her? As soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized her folly and quickly turned to Chu Shi now. I didn't mean it that way. Truly, I apologize. Chu Shi calmly waved her hand, signaling that there was no offense taken. Ding. Xia Yingluo also received a private message. Chu Shi, private message, do not worry. I need to borrow your Lin Hao for a very important matter that concerns my ability to speak again. You can speak. Xia Yingluo's eyes widened in astonishment, her jealousy dissipated by shock, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. This is a matter of utmost importance, a monumental affair. Hurry. She even gave Lin Hao a gentle push, her gaze complex as she watched their departing figures. Click. The door to bedroom 3 sealed off the outside world. Lin Hao scratched his head. I still don't understand. Why must we enter a room just to practice martial arts? Chu Shi's face suddenly flushed crimson. Her eyes darted away in fluster. With delicate fingers, tinged with a hint of indignation, she swiftly typed 4 words. Charge. Master. Rebellious. Disciple. A reversal of master and disciple. Lin Hao's pupils trembled in disbelief. Is it truly what I imagine? That kind of moment? Chu Shi lowered her gaze in silence, her eyelashes quivering violently, a blush spreading from her cheeks to her collarbone, a silence that spoke volumes. Master, I implore you. Lin Hao's smile was cunning as he pretended to bow, requesting to be accepted as a disciple. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Shi shook her head vigorously. Her fingertips danced across the screen. Wait, there's something more important. TSK. Lin Hao feigned anger, stepping closer. How could a master deceive their disciple? Chu Shi bit her lip tightly, determination flashing in her eyes. In the next instant, she rose onto her toes. Her warm, fragrant body unexpectedly collided with his embrace. Her cool, trembling lips pressed against his. Clumsy yet resolute, Lin Hao could distinctly feel her frantic heartbeat, the tension in her spine, and the youthful yet fervent sweetness between their lips. Time seemed to freeze, with only their heated breaths intertwining in the confined space. She lacked finesse, awkward like a startled young beast, yet imbued with a reckless courage, as if she sought to etch his essence into her very soul. Lin Hao instinctively tightened his grip around her slender yet resilient waist, marveling at the surprising elasticity beneath his palm. As their lips parted, Chu Shi gasped for breath, her eyes misty and glistening, her lips vibrant and alluring. She retreated half a step as if fleeing, her fingertips trembling as she typed. This is a deposit. The screen illuminated her flushed ears. Now, can you hear me? Lin Hao swallowed, savoring the lingering sweetness between their lips, reclining leisurely on the bed. Speak freely. Master, I would never dare to contradict you. Chu Shi shot him a chastising glance, her fingers trembling as she typed. Before I crossed over, I had just undergone a total laryngectomy, believing I would never speak again in this lifetime, until I consumed the body refining pill. Her fingers hesitated, a spark of hope igniting in her eyes. I can feel my vocal cords gradually reviving. So, with cautious anticipation, she continued to type, I would like some more body-refining pills, the more the better. Before she could finish, Lin Hao had already produced a heavy bag, tossing it into her arms. 1,000 pills, is that enough? Juicy, in shock. 1,000? She incredulously clutched the bag. This quantity was utterly unimaginable for her to acquire on her own. Overwhelmed by joy and astonishment, she struggled to contain her tumultuous emotions, took a deep breath, and continued typing. As compensation, I shall accept you as my disciple, imparting all my knowledge. Stop! Lin Hao suddenly interrupted, his expression unusually serious. Chu Shi, I give you the pills because you need them. There's no compensation, no transaction. I would give them regardless. Chu Shi's heart quivered. A surge of indescribable warmth, mingled with sweetness and gratitude, washed over her. Her eyes grew warm, and she hurriedly lowered her head, her fingers typing faster. I know this is not a transaction. She paused, as if summoning all her courage. I simply wish to become more complete. Enough. Lin Hao suddenly leaned in, his warm hand covering her icy hand, halting her from continuing to type. He gazed at her, a fervent warmth pulsating in the depths of his eyes. Stop typing. Eat quickly. His voice, slightly husky, carried an irresistible urgency. I long to hear your voice. Chu Shi lifted her glistening eyes and stared deeply at him. Yet her fingertips swiftly tapped out the final line of text. The screen's glow reflecting her suddenly cunning yet bashful smile. Are you certain that you merely wish to hear my voice? Send. She no longer looked at him, her fingers deftly grasping the round body refinement pills and decisively sending them to her mouth. In her throat, it felt as if a faint light flowed, quietly brewing an anticipation of deeper emotions. How could Lin Hao remain composed? His wicked hand had already silently covered her taut back. The heat of his palm seeped through her thin shirt, branding her cool skin. Chu Shi's body instantly stiffened like a drawn bow. Her pearly teeth unconsciously bit down on her lower lip, yet she suppressed her discomfort, swallowing even faster. The body refinement pill dissolved in her belly, transforming into a warm current, but it would take several seconds to permeate her limbs. With 1,000 pills, it would take at least 2 hours. She had only one thought. Before her rationality was utterly consumed, she must unleash her true voice. For now, she could only produce a hoarse, raspy sound, as grating as sandpaper, utterly unpleasant. She would not allow Lin Hao to hear such an unsightly noise. However, as that wicked hand cunningly slipped into her sensitive lower back, its fingertips igniting a wildfire short, involuntary whimper escaped her lips. Accompanied by a tremor, it shattered her defenses in an instant. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, joy surging like a tide. This brief sound, amidst the profound silence, erupted like the first crack in an ancient glacier, bursting forth with life and awakening all around. How could it not leave one's soul trembling? He intensified his actions. His fingers, like a serpent, traced along her spine, descending toward a more perilous curve. With his other hand, he forcefully tightened his grip around her slender waist, pressing her even closer to his searing chest. She trembled all over, barely able to hold onto the pills. The warm current of the pills within her intertwined chaotically with the external, rampant flames, burning her reason to ashes. She could distinctly feel a solid barrier within her teetering on the brink of collapse. It was not merely the shackles of the pills, but the chains of her sealed voice. No broken syllables struggled to emerge, tinged with a cry, yet soft and lacking any menace. Lin Hao's heart surged with an unbearable heat, craving more sounds. With a flick of his fingertip, he irresistibly pulled down Chu Shi's loose training pants. In that instant, a pair of long, athletic legs burst into view. Unrestrained, the muscle tone was even and the lines smooth as if sculpted, the subtly rising curves concealing explosive power. This was a hallmark of a martial arts master, a masterpiece of heaven's design. Chu Shi was filled with humiliation and fury. The only thing she could do was curl her legs, using her feet to push against the man's encroaching chest. Simultaneously, she frantically quickened her swallowing of the body refinement pills, as if that were her last lifeline. The warm, slightly sweaty soles pressed against his chest. The taut arch of the foot revealed an astonishing resilience and elasticity. Lin Hao's movements momentarily faltered, a flicker of hesitation passing through his gaze. Almost as if compelled by an unseen force, he lowered his head and gently inhaled. Yet there was no unpleasant odor as he had anticipated. Instead, a unique fragrance, a blend of the refreshing scent of soapwort and a certain crisp floral note, subtly permeated his nostrils, accompanied by a hint of intentional cleanliness. Chushi's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she abruptly turned her head away, her neck now tinged with a rosy hue. For this very moment, she had obsessively washed, leaving no minute corner untouched, and even discreetly spritzed herself with her cherished cool perfume. Master, Lin Hao's voice was deep, his fingertips delicately grasping the edge of the pure, white cotton sock. His gaze intense. It seemed, you have long prepared a gift for your disciple. With a slight flex of his knuckles, he methodically began to peel away the soft fabric inch by inch. The tender, jade-like ankle and the slender, exquisite instep gradually revealed themselves to the cool air. As the final portion of the sock slid over the rounded heel, his fingertip, almost imperceptibly, brushed against the sensitive sole. Chushi trembled all over. Her toes instinctively curled. A breathtaking flush of crimson surged from her petite toes, swiftly enveloping her entire delicate face. Chapter 84. What audacity! Dare to blow up my ship. His fingertips lingered upon the exquisite jade-like feet, a playful smile gracing Lin Hao's lips. Master, it seems you're the one lacking respect for your disciple. The toes, glistening white as jade, were meticulously adorned with a subtle blush of pink, captivatingly radiant. To claim it was unintentional would be an utter folly. Beneath her icy facade lay the unmistakable essence of a flirtatious spirit. Chushi's face flushed crimson, yet words eluded her. She could only fervently swallow the body-tempering elixir. As the potion slid down her throat, her physique surged. Yet it could not quell the tumult of anxiety roiling within her. With each swallow, it was as though she silently cried out, "Restore, vocal cords. Restore swiftly." Lin Hao's fingers moved leisurely, caressing her delicate ankle, his gaze tracing the taut line of her leg, ascending with an incendiary fervor. Beneath the loose practice attire, the breathtaking undulations of her figure subtly emerged, quivering with her anxious breaths. Master, he inched closer, his breath warm, do confess. What secrets do you conceal from your devoted disciple? Chushi stubbornly maintained her silence, her hands futilely pressing against his encroaching chest. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. With a mere flick, Lin Hao effortlessly dispelled her resistance. His fingers ensnared the garment's tie. With a slight tug, the silky fabric slipped away like the gossamer wings of a cicada, falling soundlessly to the ground. A vast expanse of snow-white skin was suddenly exposed to the cool air, provoking a cascade of delicate shivers. Lin Hao's gaze froze momentarily. The vintage silk bodice, embroidered with intertwining lotus vines, enveloped a breathtaking fullness. Below, however, lay an extremely modern black lace trim. The stark contrast elicited an uncontrollable reaction from Lin Hao. Master, his voice dripped with mockery, hoarse as his fingers dangerously grazed the ribbon. What era are we in? Still wearing this? Yet the lower half followed the latest trends. His eyes shifted downward. Laden with insinuation, this fusion of Eastern and Western styles was simply exquisite. Snap! The fragile ribbon that bore the last remnant of modesty snapped under pressure. The vivid red bodice lost its support, resembling petals wilting in the wind, teetering on the brink of collapse. Chushi trembled violently, a deep crimson spreading from her cheeks to her neck. The molten lava of despair and shame surged within her chest. From her tightly constricted throat, a quivering whimper escaped. Wait. Just a moment. Please. That pleading gaze, misty with emotion, failed to deter him. Rather, it ignited the deeper flames of desire within Lin Hao's eyes. He leaned in, intent on advancing. But at that moment, every hair on his body stood on end. A chilling sensation surged from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. Without a second thought, Lin Hao wrapped his arm around Chushi, clutching her tightly as he rolled to the side. Chushi's beautiful eyes widened in shock, filled with confusion and lingering blush. Boom! A thunderous explosion. The cabin walls tore apart as if made of paper, revealing a gaping, monstrous hole. Scalding waves of air, mixed with frigid seawater, rushed in violently. Metallic shards rained down like a tempest, clattering against Lin Hao's taut back. An enemy attack. The galaxy was instantly thrown into chaos. Cries of alarm filled the air. Lin Hao tightened his embrace around the soft warmth of Chushi, leaping forth like a cheetah, crashing through the twisted cabin door, swiftly ascending to the deck. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto a target 1,000 meters away. A formidable warship loomed, its mast proudly displaying a skull flag. The acrid smoke of cannon fire lingering in the air, akin to a monstrous beast emerging from the depths of the ocean, bearing its fangs. Surrounding it, 12 swift boats resembled a pack of bloodthirsty sharks, their engines roaring as they sliced through the waves, charging directly towards the galaxy. Damn it! Lin Hao cursed, his blood boiling with murderous intent. The women reacted swiftly, gathering on the deck. Their eyes fell upon Chu Shi, disheveled and vulnerable, causing their pupils to constrict in alarm. There was no time for further contemplation. Whoosh. A piercing shriek tore through the air as another cannonball, trailing a deadly flame, hurtled towards them. Lin Hao moved with the speed of thunder. With a gentle toss, he propelled Chu Shi towards the women, who caught her deftly. Simultaneously, the deck beneath him shattered with a resounding crack. He shot upwards like a cannonball. His right fist, infused with the power of wind and thunder, struck the incoming projectile with ferocity. Boom! Rimble! The cannonball was obliterated by his immense force, transforming into a blazing fireball. The violent shockwave created a 10-meter curtain of water, cascading like a torrential downpour. Chu Shi tumbled into the crowd, mortified and furious. The exposure of her delicate form was unbearable. Tian Yuyu was the quickest to react, hastily wrapping her outer garment around Chu Shi to shield her modesty. Chu Shi clumsily donned it, concealing her pale skin. When she looked up again, her face was flushed, yet the chilling aura of her murderous intent remained. Her eyes gleaming coldly, fixating on the enemy ship with a desire to rend it apart. Xiaoning. Lin Hao landed back on the deck, his words sharp as lightning. Seal the lower cabin. Block the breach. Zhuang Xiaofeng. Her gaze was keen as she commanded everyone, protect everyone. And you. Zhuang Xiaofeng had already readied her weapon. Her eyes fierce. I shall dismantle their cannons. How dare they attack my ship? Before his words faded, the deck beneath Lin Hao erupted once more. He leapt high into the air. The vessel was fragile, unable to ascend in a single bound. As he plummeted from over 200 meters, in the instant before he touched the sea up, a level 1 wooden raft appeared out of thin air. With a light tap of his toes, he propelled himself upward again. Within the space, hundreds of small rafts piled high. Lin Hao had come prepared. 10 strides across the waves. 10 leaps into the air. He crossed 1,000 meters of ocean in an instant, his form like a demigod, landing fiercely upon the enemy ship's deck. Stop him! Quickly! Mei Chuan shouted, panic-stricken, as his spirit threatened to leave his body. After days of pillaging and destruction without defeat, they had not anticipated encountering such a monster. Lin Hao's target was clear, the ship's massive cannon. Ignoring the bullets and arrows that whizzed around him, he used his downward momentum to strike. With his right leg, like a battle axe, he descended with overwhelming force. Crack, boom! The steel cannon barrel twisted and shattered, rendered utterly useless. In the next moment, the god of slaughter descended. The deck transformed into a battlefield. Lin Hao glided like a specter, fist shattering bones, palms splattering blood. Bullets merely tickled his skin, arrows brushed past him. The pirates aboard had never encountered such an invulnerable harbinger of death. Monster! Flee! Quickly flee! Their cries echoed through the air, hearts torn asunder. Pirates leapt overboard like dumplings into boiling water, scrambling to escape. Within moments, the deck was cleared, leaving only Lin Hao standing, a demigod surveying his domain. He did not rush to pursue, but instead cast his gaze towards the galaxy. Zhuang Xiaofeng remained composed, commanding with unwavering resolve. Xia Yingluo and Tian Yuyu spearheaded the assault, unleashing a torrent of fire from their AK rifles with deadly precision. Su Qiya and Shi Xiaorui stood resolute, forming a human bastion to safeguard the flanks. Zhao Fian and Xiang Chutian exhibited ruthless marksmanship, executing lethal strikes to seal the breaches. As for Chu Shi, this woman had lost her mind. She boldly leaped from the galaxy, maneuvering atop the enemy's speedboat, wielding a gleaming steel knife that drew blood with every strike. The enemy was swiftly thrown into disarray, leaving only a single speedboat to flee. Chu Shi immediately commandeered another vessel, pursuing relentlessly. Lin Hao felt a surge of confidence. Now, it was time to thoroughly cleanse this derelict ship. "Spare me. Have mercy," one man cried, tears streaming down his face as he knelt, banging his head on the deck like pounding garlic. Lin Hao's gaze was as cold as ice. He paid no heed, his right leg striking out like a whip. Swift and decisive. Bang! The head burst forth like a overripe watermelon, exploding in mid-air. Surveying the deck, it was evident that this vessel had not merely undergone system upgrades. It had clearly been violently modified. The deck was unusually expansive, resembling a vast plaza. A solitary, desolate control room was visible, with no entrance to the cabin in sight. Within mere minutes, apart from those who leapt into the sea, no living soul remained on the deck. The vermin within the control room seized the chaos to flee. Lin Hao strode purposefully to the center of the deck, his gaze fixated on a concealed hatch. Here it is, with a forceful kick. Boom! The heavy iron cover twisted and flew away, revealing a dark descent. A fetid stench, mingled with sweat and blood, surged forth like a tangible wave. Lin Hao's breath hitched, his pupils constricted sharply. In the dimness, a throng of women packed the space. They were tattered, their eyes hollow or filled with terror, cowering like lambs awaiting slaughter in the foul cage. In the oppressive silence, only the sounds of suppressed sobs and heavy breathing could be heard. Chapter 85. Which cadre can endure such a test? Damn, these beasts. Lin Hao's gaze swept across the faces filled with terror and numbness, instantly comprehending their plight. A storm of fury surged within him. Drawing a deep breath to suppress the boiling intent to kill, he spoke in a tone as calm as possible. The scum on the deck has been dealt with. You're safe now. Silence. The stillness in the cabin was palpable, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Dozens of bewildered, frightened eyes focused on him, filled with disbelief. Moments later, a muffled sobbing arose from a corner. This was soon followed by a crescendo of weeping and wailing. A cathartic release of pent-up emotion that erupted like a flood in the fetid cabin. The cries echoed like thunder, piercing to the soul. Lin Hao's brows furrowed tightly. The lamentation stirred his restless heart. There was no time to offer comfort. There were still loose ends to tie up. With a fierce glare, he strode purposefully toward the ship's side. At that moment, the engine screamed through the waves. A commandeered speedboat cut through the water, performing a textbook-perfect drift. The spray from the boat formed wings as it smoothly aligned against the ship's side. The driver was Zhuang Xiaofeng, her eyes sharp as a blade. "Captain, get on board." Her voice was crisp and decisive. Lin Hao did not hesitate. He lightly tapped his toes and landed precisely at the boat's stern. "You drive. I'll take aim." Zhuang Xiaofeng spoke rapidly, swiftly turning to face the bow, her AK stock braced against her shoulder. "All right," Lin Hao responded, instinctively preparing to switch positions. "Stay put." Zhuang Xiaofeng called back sharply, "You sit in the back to steer. I have a wider field of vision in front, and my shots will be steadier." In an instant, Lin Hao understood. Without hesitation, his arms wrapped around her waist, grasping the handlebar in front. Their embrace was seamless. Zhuang Xiaofeng's waist tightened within his arms, as taut as a bowstring poised to release. Through her combat attire, he could distinctly feel the firm and explosive muscle contours, devoid of any excess. A scent mingled with gunpowder and sweat penetrated his nostrils. "Hold on," Lin Hao barked, twisting his wrist fiercely. The engine roared to life. The speedboat surged violently forward, its bow lifting high, slicing through the waves. The tremendous inertia forced Zhuang Xiaofeng's back hard against Lin Hao's chest. The warm sensation and incredible elasticity were unmistakable through the thin fabric. She tensed further, yet remained as steady as a rock, swiftly raising her weapon. The hunt commenced. Bang, 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 bang. The muzzle of Zhuang Xiaofeng's gun flashed with bursts of flame, delivering short, precise shots. On the surface of the sea, the fleeing bandits flailed like desperate targets. One shot, a head protruding from a distance, exploded like a rotten watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering across the sea. Another shot, a figure attempting to dive for escape, had a gaping wound open up in its back. The body was instantly consumed by the crimson-tinged waters. Yet another shot. An assailant trying to retaliate had a dark hole appear in the center of their forehead, their movement abruptly ceasing. Lin Hao maneuvered the speedboat with deft precision. At times, he executed sharp turns, the boat almost tilting sideways. Zhuang Xiaofeng's core unleashed a terrifying power, steady as a mountain, her gun always locked onto the target. At times abruptly halting, the boat's stern surged forth massive waves. She skillfully adjusted her stance, seizing the fleeting opportunities for combat. With every violent maneuver, their bodies inevitably pressed closely together. Lin Hao's chest pressed against her upright and resilient spine. The embrace of his arms felt her taut abdominal muscles tightening and pulsating. He could even perceive the subtle yet powerful rise and fall of her chest as she held her breath to aim. Zhuang Xiaofeng, the cold and fierce female officer, seemed to transform into a lethal weapon of the world. The gun's muzzle pointed towards death. In harmony with the swift and furious movements of the speedboat, they danced a deadly ballet upon the water's surface. Yet, Lin Hao was in deep trouble. He lamented his plight. The wicked fire kindled by Chu, she had merely been forcibly suppressed by the combat fervor, never truly extinguished. The sensation of her firm waist in his arms, the elasticity of her straight back rubbing against his chest, the intoxicating blend of gunpowder and sweat emanating from her, served as the most potent catalyst. The desire he had strenuously suppressed suddenly roared back to life. In the midst of their intense bodily collision, it was indeed more difficult to restrain than an AK. Zhuang Xiaofeng's body abruptly stiffened. As a top-tier soldier, her sensitivity to unusual sensations was extraordinarily acute. That sudden touch, like a branding iron, imprinted upon her back, instantly disrupting her focused rhythm of slaughter. Damnable physiological reaction. At such a perilous moment, instinctively, she created a slight distance, using her waist to forcefully shift her taut hips away by half a measure. But with that movement, it only worsened the situation. Not only did she fail to evade, but the boat's sudden violent jolt caused her full, rounded curve to press heavily against the AK. Hiss! Lin Hao gasped sharply. The arms encircling her waist tightened like iron bands. The veins on his temples throbbed slightly. A surge of feral electricity coursed up his spine, nearly incinerating the last remnants of his rationality. Zhuang Xiaofeng in his arms was equally affected. She distinctly felt the man's explosive power behind her and the searing outline of his form. For the first time, her icy visage flushed with 2 shades of crimson. Even her ears burned. Rogue, at a time like this, you're still thinking about that. Zhuang Xiaofeng scolded playfully. I can't be blamed. Lin Hao's voice was bitter, laden with an indescribable frustration. Which officer could withstand such a test? Let go. Allow me to take over. Zhuang Xiaofeng struggled to rise. Be careful. Lin Hao's pupils constricted sharply, his voice thunderous. He exerted all his strength, bending his back like a bow, simultaneously pulling the boat's control handle forcefully backward. Boom! The speedboat's bow surged upward like an enraged sea beast, rising nearly 70 degrees. Bang! Crack! A bandit just surfacing with a spear was met head-on by the hard, elevated hull. The sound of shattered ribs was distinctly audible, as the man flew back like a ragdoll, crashing heavily into the sea. This extreme evasive maneuver caused a severe shift in balance. Zhuang Xiaofeng, who was about to rise, was caught off guard. Her body lost equilibrium, and she cried out as she slid backward along the steep boat's surface. Whoosh! The precious distance she had fought to maintain vanished in an instant. It intensified under the immense weight of inertia, unwavering and impartial, once again. She firmly resumed her original position. Seamlessly, a A soft whimper escaped from Zhuang Xiaofeng's throat. Despite being a steadfast soldier, she remained a woman, vulnerable to the relentless succession of increasingly intense collisions. A torrent of searing warmth surged forth from the depths of her being, instantly breaching the dam of her resolve. The fabric of her battle-worn trousers, drenched in sweat, could not withstand the onslaught of this overwhelming tide. Lin Hao, pressed closely behind her, suddenly stiffened. The iron muscles encircling her waist pulsated with blood, his expression a tumultuous blend of astonishment, embarrassment, and an indescribable complexity of emotions, ultimately crystallizing into a peculiar visage of frozen astonishment. Chapter 86. Blood Prophet, Saving the Ice Beauty. Heavens! Why is there so much water? Xiaojiu, hurry and absorb the water. The Galaxy 9 emitted a low hum, straining to draw in the surging seawater, yet the water level continued to rise visibly. Sister, is the breach still not sealed? Xiao Ming waded through the frigid sea, which reached her waist, stumbling toward the direction of cabin 3. At the breach, Xiao Ning was desperately bracing against a massive plank, engaged in a struggle with the torrents of seawater gushing in through the ship's hull. This is impossible. The water pressure is too great. Her voice was laced with frustration and urgency. Aside from Xiaoming, the others appeared bewildered. What on earth did it mean for wood to harden? Don't panic. My friend is here. The melodious voice of Xia Yingluo rang out like a heavenly chorus, arriving just in time. Friend? Just as the group felt a flicker of confusion, they were startled by a colossal shadow suddenly looming close outside the porthole. It was a whale. Boom! With a deep thud, the surging water was almost entirely obstructed by the whale's massive body. Quick! Now's the time! Xia Yingluo shouted. Xiao Ning felt invigorated, instantly unleashing her innate abilities as planks of wood soared from her spatial domain. Under her command, the wood conformed to the breach like soft clay. Almost immediately, its surface shimmered, solidifying rapidly to seal the opening completely. Wow! Ning Ning's talent is truly astonishing. Mu Qingyuan clapped her hands in awe. Indeed, remarkable. Wei Wei murmured to herself, so easily controlled. As the words escaped her lips, she suddenly realized the ambiguity. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly turned away to avoid the gaze of others. Cough! Stop daydreaming. We need to drain the water from the cabin. It has already flooded into our room. Su Qiuya reminded loudly. Right. Everyone lend a hand. With everyone working together and the Galaxy 9 operating at full power, the rampaging seawater within the cabin was finally expelled. Each person was drenched, their clothes clinging tightly to their bodies, outlining their undergarments in a most disheveled manner. The battle on the sea also came to a close. Aside from 2 speedboats that fled at the first sign of trouble, the rest of the assailants lay vanquished. A multitude of supply crates floated on the surface, glimmering in the reflected light of the waves. Wei Wei and Zhao Fian piloted the captured jet skis, skillfully maneuvering through the debris to salvage the spoils of war. Lin Hao and Zhuang Xiaofeng, dragging their soaked bodies, returned to the deck of the Galaxy. Zhuang Xiaofeng struggled to maintain her composure. Don't overthink it. That was just seawater. Lin Hao replied vaguely, his gaze drifting elsewhere. The seawater was cold, yet just now, it had clearly been warm. This was a thought he would not dare voice. Zhuang Xiaofeng shook her wet hair in an attempt to dispel the lingering heat. But her eyes inadvertently darted to Lin Hao's trousers. Lin Hao remained oblivious to her embarrassment, his attention captivated by a formidable figure slicing through the waves in the distance. Chushi, she stood with her long legs apart, simultaneously controlling 2 jet skis. With an almost reckless demeanor, she cleaved through the waves, hurtling straight toward the Galaxy. What should we do with these jet skis? Tianyu thoughtfully offered a towel. Of course, we should store them away. Lin Hao took the towel and wiped his face. Initially, he intended to drag with a rope, but then he realized he possessed infinite space. He promptly leaped down from the Galaxy and landed gracefully beside a jet ski, placing his palm against its hull while silently chanting, "Collect!" Whoosh! The jet ski vanished in an instant. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly continued his actions. 1-2. 12C's jet skis were all safely stored away. The frustration from being interrupted was instantly swept away. This hull, was immensely profitable. He maneuvered the galaxy closer, pointing towards a sailboat 1,000 meters away, sensing that those aboard required assistance. Jiang Jinwen nodded in agreement, her earlier bewilderment replaced by clarity. Ignoring her trembling legs, she immediately activated the galaxy, gradually approaching the target. As the distance decreased, the expressions of the people on the deck grew grave. The sailboat's deck was crowded with figures, all ragged and emaciated, with sobs rising and falling like waves. Tian Yu glanced at Lin Hao inquiringly, and upon receiving his affirmation, she called upon everyone to begin distributing essential supplies. How do you plan to accommodate them? Zhuang Xiaofeng, now clad in a black tank top and cargo pants, returned to the deck. This attire accentuated her alluring figure, complemented by her enchanting visage, creating a striking impact. Ahem. Feeling Lin Hao's scrutinizing gaze, Zhuang Xiaofeng grew slightly uncomfortable and quickly donned a pair of sunglasses. The sunlight was rather blinding. Her explanation fell flat. Lin Hao diverted his gaze back to the sailboat. I intend to take them to Old Lu. It conveniently aligns with our route. That works, Zhuang Xiaofeng agreed, acknowledging the increasing brutality of these waters. Lin Hao, come and see this. Tian Yu's voice, tinged with astonishment, echoed from the entrance of the sailboat's cabin. Lin Hao leaped onto the deck of the sailboat, following Tian Yu into the cabin. Inside, the dim light revealed a clutter of hay and rags. In one corner, a massive block of ice stood out conspicuously. Even more astonishing was the fact that within the crystalline ice, a person was encased, a woman of extraordinary beauty, rated 97 by the system. Her expression was frozen in sheer terror, her hair as white as snow, and even her eyelashes were white. She resembled a lifeless ice sculpture. I just asked the surviving sisters, Tian Yu explained in a hushed tone. This girl's name is Ling Shuang. She was also captured by those bandits. Just as she was about to be violated, an icy force erupted from her body, freezing her like this. We don't know if she is dead or alive. She should be alive, Lin Hao instinctively judged. He approached the ice block, placing his palm against its surface. A bone-chilling cold instantly coursing through him. This was no ordinary ice. It felt remarkably hard. Can you hear me? You are safe now. He raised his voice. The beauty encased in ice remained utterly still. After a moment of contemplation, he activated his sun blaze ability, emanating a gentle warmth. The ice surface where his hand touched began to melt slowly, releasing wisps of white vapor. He focused intently on the white-haired woman, ready to cease his efforts at the slightest indication of movement. Yet, the beauty within the ice remained unmoving. He cautiously intensified the heat output, his palm becoming scalding, hastening the melting process. This endeavor also refined his mastery over the sunfire. After expending considerable time, he finally succeeded in completely melting the solid ice. However, even after the ice had dissipated, she remained in a rigid posture, motionless, her skin cold and pale, as if her very blood had frozen. Lin Hao took a deep breath, placing his palm upon her frigid form, delicately channeling the warmth of the sunfire, attempting to dispel the bone-deep chill. The sunfire's warmth could not stray too far from his body. Thus, he proceeded gradually, guiding the thermal currents with his palm, meticulously traversing the surface of her body. Just as he was wholly focused, infusing the last remnants of heat into her abdomen, the ice sculpture suddenly trembled. Immediately, to the astonishment of all, the frozen beauty lunged straight into Lin Hao's embrace. Chapter 87. Surrounded by beauties, Lin Hao was caught off guard as Ling Shuang clung to him like a drowning person grasping a lifeline. Her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, yearning to merge into him completely. The subtle tremors within her rapidly escalated, culminating in a heart-wrenching sob that erupted, tears cascading like a waterfall. Lin Hao could only allow her to embrace him, his palm continuously radiating a gentle warmth, dispelling the last remnants of chill. The overwhelming grief ignited the long-suppressed sorrow within the cabin. The survivors, who had been quietly weeping, were stirred by painful memories, their lamentations filling the air. Amidst this sorrow, numerous gazes converged upon the two in their embrace, filled with a complex, unutterable envy. In her moment of despair, Ling Shuang summoned an extraordinary strength, miraculously preserving herself, and, in her darkest hour, encountering a powerful and handsome savior. How fortunate fate had been. As her cries gradually subsided into intermittent sobs, Ling Shuang finally loosened her grip slightly, lifting her tear-streaked face, her voice choked and fragmented. "Thank you. Without you, I would have." Lin Hao gently patted her back. "The assailants have all been dealt with. You are safe now." "Yes, I know." Even when frozen, my consciousness remained clear. Ling Shuang's voice carried a sense of disorientation, as if she were newly awakened from a harrowing ordeal. She gazed up at Lin Hao, her tear-washed eyes clear yet fragile, like delicate glass. "Will you let me be your woman? I am pure. Truly. I have not." Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Such directness was unexpected. "Please, I am so afraid." Ling Shuang's eyes filled anew with tears, her plea bordering on desperation, as if a refusal could shatter her entirely. What more could Lin Hao say? Softening his tone, he replied, "All right, but please loosen your hold a little." However, Ling Shuang not only refused to release him, but tightened her embrace further, seeking reassurance in this promise. With no choice left, Lin Hao could only half embrace her, feeling somewhat awkward as they exited the cabin under the gaze of many onlookers. Those gazes were rife with sorrow, numbness, and unabashed envy. Upon returning to the deck of the Milky Way, the scrutiny intensified. Xia Yingluo puffed out her cheeks, her eyes brimming with an almost palpable acidity. Her lips pursed high. "Ding! Congratulations on recruiting the lovely Ling Shuang. Unlocking exclusive binding effect. Ice cream supply, mythical level. Ice cream supply, mythical level automatically receive 1 ice cream per second. Flavor randomly selected daily, stored in an infinite space." Ice cream. What a delightful treasure. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement, but before he could revel in the joy, Zhao Fian suddenly leaned in. "Dude, you're amazing. In the blink of an eye, you've bagged a stunning beauty. Just look at her. She's like a glistening icicle, so radiant and coveted." Lin Hao could only stare blankly. Ling Shuang quickly scanned the deck, her heart tightening. Among the diverse beauties, none were less than breathtaking. A wave of panic surged within her, but it was swiftly replaced by an intense sense of danger. Not only did she not loosen her grip, but she buried her face deeper into him, shielding herself from all scrutinizing gazes, feigning ignorance. Lin Hao, left with little option, braved the multitude of stares as he carried this clingy koala toward the lower deck. At that moment, a crisp system notification chimed. "Ding! Cruise ship upgrade complete. Cruise ship level. LV 16 dimensions. 40M x 10M helm. 14M x 6M. Located at the bow, offering an exceptional view, including a luxurious private bedroom, upper deck cabin, 24M x 8M, open multifunctional space, lower deck cabin, 36M x 8M, featuring 18 independent bedrooms, bottom deck cabin, 40M x 10M, power upgrade. Propulsion system relocated to the bottom, maximum speed 20 knots. Lin Hao paused momentarily. Had only 3 hours passed since all these events unfolded? No, it had been 5 or 6 hours since the Island S departure. The chaos in the fusion zone and damage from cannon fire had delayed the upgrade progress. Steeling himself, he pushed open the door to room 4. "Ling Shuang, you should rest. I have some matters to attend to." He attempted to release her. "Don't leave me." Ling Shuang tightened her embrace, tears welling in her eyes, her voice laced with fear. "Do not worry." Lin Hao gazed directly in her eyes, his tone earnest. "I promised you. You are mine, and I shall not abandon you. Kiss me." Ling Shuang lifted her face, infused with desperate courage and humble supplication. "This." Lin Hao hesitated. You just risked everything to save me. You touched everywhere." Ling Shuang's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice trembling. "Do you think I am unclean?" Lin Hao sighed inwardly, resolved not to hesitate further, and leaned down to press his lips against her cool ones. After a long moment, their lips parted. Ling Shuang's cheeks burned, her eyes shimmering with tears, and she gradually released her hold. "You go ahead and be busy. I will be here, waiting for you." Her voice carried a blend of contentment and shyness. Lin Hao felt a mix of helplessness, as though he had been both kissed and freed from a hunt. He swiftly retrieved food, water, and clean clothes from his space and placed them by the bed. Do not be afraid. The ship is very safe and everyone is well. Feel free to explore and familiarize yourself with the surroundings without restraint. Thank you. I understand. Ling Shuang nodded obediently, her gaze still glued to him until the door clicked shut. Just as Lin Hao returned to the deck, having scarcely caught his breath, Xia Yingluo collided into his arms like a cannonball. She clung to his waist like a frightened little creature, burying her face in his chest, unwilling to let go. This seemed to signal a chain reaction. Tian Yu smiled gently, stepping forward to wrap her arms around his. Shi Xiaorui rushed over to embrace him from the other side. Su Kuya, grinning, pressed against his back. Chu Shi raised an eyebrow, her expression unreadable as she nestled on the outer side. Wen Xin and Xiang Chu exchanged knowing glances, smiling in silent agreement as they enveloped the outermost layer. Mu Qingyan, intrigued and amused, joined in with laughter, opening her arms to embrace the outermost circle. In an instant, Lin Hao found himself surrounded by a multitude of fragrant, soft beauties layered around him. Wait, what is going on here? Lin Hao was utterly perplexed. The ladies remained silent, simply holding him close, as if affirming his existence through this embrace, dispelling the lingering fear from the recent attack, and silently declaring something profound. Of course, not everyone was part of this circle of embrace. Zhuang Xiaofeng not only refrained from approaching, but deliberately made her way to the very edge of the ship's railing. Turning her back to the crowd, her gaze fixed intently upon the surface of the sea, her posture impeccably straight, lost in her own thoughts. The trio of Feng, Xiao, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Ming stood by, utterly at a loss, captivated by this magnificent scene, feeling both envious and hesitant to join in. Oh my, this clinginess is giving me goosebumps, Zhao Fian exclaimed, dramatically rubbing her arms. Lin Yuner clutched the hem of her garment, rolling her eyes exaggeratedly and murmuring under her breath. Inside the cockpit, Jiang Jinhua leaned against the window, thoroughly entertained